Chapter 1. The Goddess in Critical Condition. In Shudu, within a rented apartment in the University District, the clock struck 2:30 in the deep of night. Hubby knock knock knock. Daddy knock 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 knock. Gu Chen was lost in a blissful dream, embraced by his beautiful wife and obedient son, when he was abruptly roused by a frantic knocking at the door. Assuming it was merely the drunken antics of a neighboring young woman, Gu Chen, without a second thought, opened the door in a fit of irritation. Just as he was preparing to either reprimand the young woman or, in more severe circumstances, unleash a verbal tirade, Gu Chen found himself momentarily speechless. Standing before him was not a tipsy neighbor, but an exceptionally poised and attractive young woman accompanied by several unfamiliar men. Observing the serious expressions on their faces, a myriad of thoughts surged through Gu Chen's mind. Foremost among them was the fear that he might have offended someone, prompting this late-night visit. His social circle was rather limited. The individuals he communicated with most were his college roommates, with whom he shared a strong bond devoid of conflict. Following there were the clients from the traditional Chinese medicine massage parlor where he currently worked part-time. We did have more frequent interactions with a few wealthy ladies, sometimes even providing services at their homes. Oh no, could the issue lie with those affluent ladies? He was merely a professional masseur. Surely, there could not have been any misunderstandings leading to family disputes that resulted in their daughters seeking him out at this hour. Excuse me, miss, are you the daughter of Aunt Shun, Aunt Lu, or Aunt Yu? Gu Chen inquired, his tone earnest. That I must clarify that I am a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and my relationship with Aunt Shun and the others is strictly professional. Upon discerning their intentions, Gu Chen hurriedly spoke. Anxiously scrutinizing the woman's facial expressions, he noted a fleeting stiffness before she shook her head and replied, Mr. Gu, I am Assistant Li Xiaoxue to General Manager Yan. The woman named Li Xiaoxue introduced herself and then gestured to a middle-aged man beside her, who wore gold-rimmed glasses. This is Lawyer Wang, General Manager Yan's personal attorney. After her introduction, Gu Chen found himself perplexed. Who was General Manager Yan? Who were these people? He did not recognize a single one of them. That a few minutes later, he questioned, Are you saying I have a daughter, that her mother is in critical condition, and that I am to inherit a fortune worth billions? Yes. Could you repeat the name of my daughter's mother? Yin Yun. Yin Yun? Yes. Gu Chen was left speechless. Who was Yin Yun? She was renowned as the most illustrious campus beauty in the history of Shudu University, a goddess in her own right. Gu Chen had graduated 4 years prior. Her fame stemmed not only from her unparalleled beauty, but also from her remarkable intellect and talent. It was said that at a young age, she had already amassed a fortune worth billions as a formidable CEO. Naturally, she was also the woman of Gu Chen's dreams. Mr. Gu, the situation is urgent. Please accompany me to the hospital. I will provide you with detailed information on route point. 2 minutes later, Gu Chen descended the stairs with the lawyer and his entourage. Upon seeing the luxury black sedan parked curbside, valued at over 10 million, Gu Chen began to believe that these individuals were indeed sent by Yin Yun. Instantly, a wave of despondency washed over him. Yin Yun was truly in critical condition. How could a seemingly healthy individual suddenly find themselves in grave danger? Just recently, they had spoken at the university's anniversary celebration and generously donated 200 million to the institution. The abruptness of this dire situation left Gu Chen's spirits plummeting. His emotions oscillated between the sorrowful anxiety over Yin Yun's critical condition and the impending joy of inheriting an immense fortune. In the hospital, a pervasive scent of disinfectant filled the air, instilling a sense of oppression and tension. On the highest floor of this medical facility lay a special ward, heavily guarded and enveloped in an atmosphere of grave seriousness. Flanking the corridor outside the intensive care unit stood dozens of imposing bodyguards clad in black suits and dark sunglasses. Each one was tall and stern, exuding an aura of unassailable authority. As Gu Chen beheld this scene, a flicker of reverence welled within him. He had never encountered such a spectacle and found himself momentarily at a loss. Upon entering the corridor, he felt as though he had stepped into a foreign and enigmatic realm. The bodyguard's piercing gazes scrutinized his every move, inducing an involuntary sense of apprehension. He endeavored to maintain his composure, yet his legs betrayed him, trembling slightly beneath him. Each step required him to conquer his inner trepidation and unease. However, This disquiet was swiftly dispelled by the sound of a little girl sobbing softly from within the ward. Ji Chen had always been an emotional individual, unable to bear witness to scenes of sorrow. Thus, the sound of the girl's broken sobs weighed heavily on his heart. "Doctor, how is President Yan's condition?" At the entrance of the ward, Li Xiaoxua, her expression grave, grasped the arm of the physician who had just exited the room. The doctor shook his head, a look of regret crossing his face. "I'm sorry, we did our best." President Yan's heart stopped. Just a minute, 8GO.I in that moment. Gu Chen's spirits sank to their lowest ebb. It wasn't until Li Xiaoxua tugged at his arm that he regained his senses. He looked up to find her face awash with tears, her voice strained yet resolute as she said, "Gu, let us go in and bid farewell to President Yan before we discuss the next steps." Chapter 2. Rescuing the goddess while the iron was hot. The three entered the hospital room. Within the confines of the room lay Yin Yun, motionless on the bed, accompanied by two others. One was a little girl, seemingly no more than 4 or 5 years old, who was sobbing sorrowfully beside Yin Yun. "Mommy, don't you want me anymore? Woo-woo." The other was a woman clad in a vest and tight leather pants, her physique robust and her demeanor cold. She stood silently to the side, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the redness around her eyes, bloodshot and brimming with a chilling intensity, as if she exuded an aura of deadly menace. Gu Chen's gaze swept over this formidable woman, and upon noticing the gleaming metallic gun holstered at her waist, his eyes recoiled instinctively. He sensed that this woman was not to be trifled with, perilous and enigmatic. The presence of such a brazenly armed individual in Yin Yun's hospital room indicated that her status was similarly extraordinary. Regrettably, Gu Chen's heart ached as he looked upon the bed where the beautiful yet pallid woman lay, her eyes tightly shut, devoid of color. Just as he grappled with his emotions, a mechanical voice unexpectedly resonated in his mind. "Ding, a compatible host has been detected. The system is binding. Integrating with the host 1. 5. 50. 99. 100. System binding complete." A system? It truly was a system, and it had chosen this moment to descend upon him. Suddenly, he found himself inexplicably endowed with extraordinary capabilities. Gu Chen was uncertain whether to feel joy or apprehension. His emotions were a tumultuous blend. Detected that Yin Yun is still alive, this system can act promptly. Does the host choose to resurrect? At these words, Gu Chen's heart quivered. The system could actually save lives? A wave of immense surprise washed over him. "Resurrect." Without hesitation, he declared, "Resurrection will require some sacrifice, such as a reduction in masculine allure." Does the host truly choose to proceed? Life and death hung in the balance. He must act swiftly. Gu Chen remained steadfast in his resolve. Let his charm be halved if it must. After all, he never deemed such qualities to hold significant value. As for whether he could inherit wealth thereafter, he hesitated for a fleeting moment. Had the figure before him been an old, decrepit man, he might have deliberated extensively. However, the sight before him was that of the goddess he had admired for years, a woman of beauty, kindness, and exceptional talent. He could not bear to let her slip away, for his conscience would never allow it. Just then, the little girl beside him burst into a wailing cry, her voice growing increasingly anguished. "Mommy, please wake up. You haven't taken me to find Daddy yet. Woo-woo. I don't want to lose Daddy. And now I can't lose you too. Mommy, please get up and take me to find Daddy." The heart-rending cries of the little girl, filled with despair for her parents, pierced Gu Chen's heart like a multitude of sharp blades. The little girl, overwhelmed by sorrow, fainted and collapsed into the arms of the cold woman beside her. Li Xiaoxua, who had been silently weeping, could no longer contain her grief upon witnessing this scene and burst into loud sobs. Meanwhile, Gu Chen suddenly realized that he and Yin Yun had a lovely daughter. He turned to gaze at the fainted girl, his heart heavy with compassion. "System, please hurry and save her," he implored. "Host, before you can save her, there is something you must do," the system replied. "What is that?" Gu Chen inquired. Upon hearing the system's response, he fell into silence. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, he took the risk of being exposed and kissed Yin Yun's lips in front of everyone. In an instant, the heart rate monitor, which had displayed a flat line, began to flicker with life. 1 beat, 2 beats, 3 beats. "Quick, quick, doctor, doctor." The patient has regained her pulse and heartbeat, Li Xiaoxua shouted. The doctors and nurses swiftly ushered Gu Chen to the periphery, and soon, all unrelated personnel were asked to leave the ward. 10 minutes later, news of joy echoed through the room. Yin Yun miraculously awakened, having passed the critical phase. All those waiting outside, including Gu Chun, were filled with exhilaration. However, due to Yin Yun's fragile condition, the doctor temporarily prohibited visits. Gu Chun intended to remain at the hospital until he could see Yin Yun before departing. Suddenly, Lawyer Wang excitedly grasped his hand and looked at him with astonishment, saying, "Mr. Gu, you are truly Yan's lucky star. You were incredibly brave just now. Thank goodness for the miracle, or the consequences would have been dire." Then, with a shift in tone, he continued, "Now that Yan is out of danger, the matter of inheriting the estate is moot. You may leave for now. You've already gone through quite a bit this evening." As he spoke, Lawyer Wang kindly handed Gu Chen 100 yuan. "I apologize. We may not have the time to drive you back, as there are many matters to attend to. Please take a taxi home." Gu Chen stared blankly at the 100 yuan in his hand, then glanced towards the little girl, now awake and gently sobbing in the embrace of the cold woman. Her voice had grown hoarse, filling Gu Chen with deep sorrow. This was his and Yin Yun's daughter. Yet throughout this ordeal, the girl seemed not to have acknowledged his presence. As her father, he stood before her, unable to reveal his identity. He wondered if Yin Yun had informed her that he was her father. Reluctantly, Gu Chun withdrew his gaze from his daughter and turned to Lawyer Wang, saying, "I wish to stay here until her condition stabilizes, so I can see her before I leave. There are many questions I need Yin Yun to answer, and I truly do not wish to depart now." However, Lawyer Wang shook his head apologetically. "I'm sorry, Mr. Gu, but that may not be possible. Yin Yun's assistant has begun contacting her family, and your presence here could lead to complications. Once she recovers, she will naturally seek you out." Gu Chen stood by the roadside, clutching 100 yuan, his emotions a tumultuous blend of complexity. He had been bewilderingly brought here, and just as bewilderingly dismissed. It felt akin to being forcibly thrust into an unfamiliar dreamscape, only to be unceremoniously awakened when the dream was on the cusp of transforming into a delightful reverie. How utterly infuriating. Yet, amidst his thoughts, Gu Chen suddenly broke into a light-hearted laugh. While the loss of his inheritance of a vast fortune was indeed lamentable, at least the goddess he adored, Yin Yun, had been revived, and the sweet little girl would not suffer the sorrow of losing her mother. This, in itself, was a momentous joy. Moreover, he had gained a system. Thus, he had not emerged from this experience empty-handed, but rather, enriched. Regrettably, he had left without uttering a single word to the little girl, missing the chance to embrace or kiss her, or even to learn her full name. Just as he reveled in his newfound happiness, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully reviving Yin Yun. You have done a good deed." Gu Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, this act of kindness was worthwhile. His laughter echoed in the air, filled with an unprecedented joy, as he anticipated a reward from the system. However, in the next heartbeat, his smile froze in place. Alas, the system was a reckless one. Upon realizing that the host had no wealth left to squander, it began its self-destruction. "Farewell, host." With a whoosh, a bright light ascended in his mind, followed by a resounding explosion that unleashed a magnificent and colossal display of fireworks. He could not deny that this was the most breathtaking spectacle of pyrotechnics he had ever witnessed. Yet, as swiftly as it had appeared, the fireworks dissipated, leaving Gu Chen acutely aware of a severed connection. The system had demonstrated, at the cost of its own existence, the ephemeral nature of beauty. Soon after, a cacophony of wails akin to that of slaughtered pigs erupted from the roadside. At that moment, Gu Chen's spirit crumbled entirely. It was his first experience of such despair. What cruel jest was the universe playing on him? His billions had vanished. The system was gone. It was all over. Nothing remained. Was there truly a fault in being a good person? The end. Chapter 3. A second meeting 1 week later, at People's Park. The matchmaking corner. "Ah, a handsome gentleman. Here for a matchmaking session, I presume? Allow me to introduce myself. I am a graduate student, single, and not in a relationship. Given your attractive appearance, I shall lower my expectations a tad." As Gu Chun crouched to tie his shoelaces, a heavily made-up woman stood before him, speaking without pause. "At your youthful age, I imagine it's not easy, so I want to make it difficult for you. The bride price shall be set at 288,800 yuan. For others, I demand at least 500,000. After marriage, we shall purchase a BMW X3, affordable, I believe. A home under 100 square meters is simply unacceptable, wouldn't you agree? Living with parents is a line I cannot cross. Marriage is intended for happiness. My current salary is approximately 5,000 yuan per month after we wed. A monthly allowance of 6,000 yuan from you will suffice, while for others, I would require at least 10,000. The responsibility of household expenses traditionally lies with the man. I trust this requires no further clarification. Marriage should not be a constraint on one's freedom. Therefore, you must not interfere with my friendships. Rest assured, my circle is small, consisting of just a few close male friends. My married friends have husbands who handle cooking and household chores. This should pose no difficulty for you, correct? Every holiday must be met with surprises and red envelopes. Such gestures are romantic and beneficial for nurturing a healthy marital bond. You can manage that, I trust. If we have children, you will take on the responsibility of caring for them. Is that agreeable? Regarding children, I am not getting any younger, so I hope we can have one soon, ideally. We should obtain our marriage certificate today and begin our journey tonight. I have shared quite a bit. Might I receive a response? I am here for a matchmaking session, and I expect a modicum of respect from you. Yes? At this point, the woman's emotions began to rise. Gu Chun, still languid, scrutinized her before finally speaking. Single but not separated? Indeed. My boyfriend and I have been living apart for 2 months. Our relationship has long since faded, and separation is inevitable. Gu Chun was taken aback, having never encountered the notion of being single but not separated before. It intrigued him. Observing her unwavering confidence in her status, he could not help but inquire, "Do you believe in gender equality?" "Of course, why do you ask?" "Very well, since you have articulated your demands. Allow me to present mine. Firstly, given my appearance, is it unreasonable to request a bride price of 288,800 yuan? Secondly, I earn a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, a monthly allowance of 3,000 from you post-marriage to enhance our marital happiness seems quite reasonable. Thirdly, if I am to reside in your home, a minimum of 100 square meters is only fair. Let us be clear, I relish the intimacy of a couple's world, so your parents must relocate. Fourthly, as I will be living in your home, it is only logical that you assume responsibility for household expenses, correct? Lastly, since it is your residence, it is entirely reasonable for you to manage all domestic chores after our marriage. Wouldn't you agree? Sixth, I have numerous female friends whom I occasionally invite over to my home. You should treat them with kindness and courtesy. You would not oppose this, would you? Seventh, if you can adhere to the aforementioned conditions, let us proceed to obtain our marriage certificate now, and that evening, I shall take the name of the child. You are utterly unreasonable. Can men and women be the same? Upon hearing Gu Chen's demands, the woman trembled with indignation, her face pale, the makeup on her face having visibly faded. Were you not just advocating for gender equality? Why does your stance seem to have shifted now? What you are presenting are not mere requests, they are wishes. What woman would consent to marry you under such conditions? Unless she were blind. I have never encountered a man like you. You are completely deranged. If you are unwell, seek treatment at once. The woman, exasperated, stomped her feet. Her face flushed with anger as she grabbed her bag and stormed off in search of another target. Her departure did not significantly affect his mood. Earlier that morning, while working at a nearby traditional Chinese medicine massage parlor, he unexpectedly received a phone call that took him by surprise. Yan Yun had been discharged from the hospital and wished to meet him to discuss certain matters. Initially, he thought they would have no further connection, unless. To his astonishment, Yan Yun came seeking him immediately after her release. They arranged to meet at that very location. He merely stood by the roadside awaiting Yan Yun's arrival. However, he was unprepared for the intense atmosphere of matchmaking surrounding him. In just a few minutes, 3 or 4 women approached him for conversation. The previous woman had indeed provoked him to retort, as he found her behavior intolerable. Thinking of Yan Yun, Gu Chen could not help but smile, his lips curling upward in joy. He reflected on their limited interactions in the past. Their first encounter had been during his freshman year when, at the start of the academic season, Yan Yun donated a staggering 100 million to the school. At that time, many, including Gu Chen, had eagerly searched for information about her online, hoping to learn more about the goddess, yet they found nothing, revealing not only her wealth, but also her formidable background. The second occasion occurred recently during a school anniversary celebration after his graduation when she donated another 200 million. The third meeting was just a week ago, when they almost became strangers to one another. On the first occasion, he had merely gazed at her from afar, captivated by her beauty and grace, experiencing what could only be described as love at first sight. Compared to a few years prior, she had matured into an even more alluring and elusive figure. To his astonishment, during their recent meeting, she had approached him first and exchanged contact information. The astonishment he felt at that moment still lingered within him. Yet, he had been racking his brain over the past few days, struggling to comprehend how he and Yin Yun had ended up with such a significant daughter. Perhaps today, this enigma would finally be unraveled. As Gu Chen awaited with eager anticipation, a woman clad in a professional suit, exuding an air of competence, approached him directly. This woman was unfamiliar to Gu Chen. She was not the Li Xiaoxue from that evening. Subsequently, the woman, adorned with a professional smile, respectfully addressed Gu Chen. "Mr. Gu, please follow me. The young lady has been awaiting your arrival." "Very well, please lead the way," he replied. As he trailed behind the woman, Gu Chen felt his heart quicken. At the entrance of the park, several luxury vehicles were parked, among which one particularly stood out, an extravagant car exceeding 6 meters in length and valued at over 10 million. In front of it, several impeccably dressed bodyguards vigilantly surveyed their surroundings, indicating that the individual within the vehicle held a significant status. As the woman guided him towards the opulent car, Gu Chen's apprehension intensified. It was evident that Yin Yun was inside that very vehicle. Chapter 4: An unexpected way to become a father. Gazing at the row of bodyguards in front of the car, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Amid the envious eyes of countless passers-by, Gu Chen slowly approached the vehicle. "Mr. Gu, the young lady is inside the car. Please, get in," a woman said with a gentle smile, gesturing for him to enter. A bodyguard promptly opened the car door. As it swung open, Gu Chen beheld the breathtaking figure he had long yearned for, seated gracefully within. As Gu Chen looked in, Yin Yun also turned her head to glance at him. In that instant, his anxious gaze met her cool, piercing stare. Her demeanor exuded an air of regal aloofness, reminiscent of a queen perched high above. With just one look, Gu Chen's heart raced uncontrollably. "Please come in," she softly beckoned, her hair cascading lightly as she tucked a stray strand behind her ear. Her eyes softened, and Gu Chen found his heart fluttering at her casual gesture. However, he soon noticed a conspicuous scar on her forehead, near her temple, hidden partially by her bangs. This scar was likely the reason she had come perilously close to death. A pang of sympathy for Yin Yun surged within him. After all, what do women cherish most, if not their beauty? This scar would surely be difficult to erase. Why hadn't the system removed it when it saved her? "All right, Senior Yin," Gu Chen replied, his thoughts returning to the moment as he nodded nervously and entered the vehicle. In their renewed encounter, he had come to terms with the reality that a chasm lay between them, one that was insurmountable. The notions of inherited wealth were far from his mind. The greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. A week prior, an emotional blow had left him wary of harboring lofty hopes. As the car door closed, only Gu Chen and Yin Yun remained inside. The delightful fragrance wafting from her made his head spin. He dared not steal a glance at her. Keeping his eyes fixed ahead, hands resting on his knees, sitting as obediently as a child. "You don't need to be so tense. Relax a bit," she said, seemingly sensing his unease. Her melodious voice swiftly calmed his nerves. At last, he dared to turn his gaze towards Yin Yun, only to be entranced by her exquisite beauty and flawless figure. After a week apart, aside from that scar, she appeared to have fully recovered. With delicate brows and almond-shaped eyes, her skin resembled fine jade, capable of captivating a nation even without makeup. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly styled, revealing her graceful neck like a noble swan. Clad in a bespoke professional suit that accentuated her perfect curves, she exuded sophistication. Her long, shapely thighs were together, and one could imagine the smooth silhouette concealed beneath the fabric of her dress. Encased in sheer black stockings, only the elegant contours of her calves below the knee were visible, strikingly beautiful in their straightness. The calves were gently aligned, leaning slightly against the side near the car door, rendering her seated posture both elegant and poised. Though devoid of overt allure, she exuded an irresistible charm. The noble aura emanating from her, coupled with the essence of a superior, instilled a sense of reverence, preventing any impure thoughts from arising. "Senior Yin, what brings you to seek me?" Gu Chen managed to avert his gaze, taking a deep breath before speaking. While he assessed Yin Yun, she was also observing him. With each glance at Gu Chen, her expression of satisfaction deepened. Then, with a grateful look in her eyes, she said, "First and foremost, I must thank you. Were it not for the miracle your kiss bestowed upon me, I might no longer be among the living." Surprised yet pleased by Yin Yun's direct gratitude, Gu Chen replied, "It must have been mere coincidence. The true reason might be hard for anyone to believe, so it's comforting to be understood by you." However, Yin Yun, her cheeks slightly flushed, pressed on with curiosity, I am quite eager to know why you acted in such a manner. Caught in her unwavering gaze, Gu Chen felt his face flush, instinctively touching his nose as he confessed, "At that moment, I was overcome with an impulse, believing that a kiss would bring forth a miracle." Upon uttering those words, his face turned as red as a ripe cherry. Yin Yun was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a candid response from Gu Chen. Her eyes softened further as she expressed her gratitude once more. "Regardless, thank you." After regaining her composure, her lips parted slightly. "I believe you are aware that I have a daughter. The purpose of my visit is to ask if you would be willing to be her father." Gu Chen was taken aback and exhilarated by her proposition. Yet, having endured the recent tumult of emotions, he had gained a newfound steadiness. "Senior Yan, to be honest, you hardly appear to be a woman who has borne children, and we have no ties. What is the story behind this little girl?" He couldn't help but steal a glance at Yin Yun's flat abdomen, free of any excess flesh. The mystery of the child had always loomed large in his mind. After that fateful night, he had pondered extensively, finding the notion of suddenly being sought for inheritance to be utterly absurd. There had to be unknown circumstances at play, with time being of the essence. He had not inquired sufficiently with his lawyer or assistant. Upon hearing of Yin Yun's predicament, he had hastily agreed without further thought. Now, reflecting on it, the child was likely either Yin Yun's adopted daughter or the offspring of another man. But why had she specifically sought him to be the child's father? Where had the biological father vanished? Confusion engulfed him, a torrent of questions swirling in his mind. "The child is indeed mine. You are undeniably her biological father," Yin Yun stated calmly, her tone resolute. "What?" Gu Chen was genuinely astonished. "No, Senior Yin, unless I am suffering from memory loss or am confused. I truly had no opportunity to conceive with you. Moreover, that child must be 4 or 5 years old, and how old was I then? It was simply impossible." Gu Chen's mind was a whirlwind, utterly overwhelmed by the astonishing news that left him incapable of coherent thought or understanding. How could he possibly be unaware of having fathered a child with Yin Yun? "Well, he is almost 5, Yin Yun remarked. 5 years old? This meant he had inadvertently caused Yin Yun's pregnancy 6 years ago. How was that even possible? "I understand your urgency, but please, calm down," Yin Yun said, noticing the frantic look on Gu Chen's face. She calmly retrieved several documents from her crimson briefcase and handed them to him. "You donated sperm 6 years ago. Do you recall? Sperm donation?" Gu Chen instinctively lowered his gaze to the documents in his hands. The bold, stark letters on the page rendered him momentarily speechless. "Sperm donation record. Number 0058S9527. Name, Gu Chen. Age, XX. Blood type, O. Health status, healthy. Genetic disorders, none. Sperm quality, highly active. Address. Contact information. Overall rating, excellent." Staring at the file bearing his photograph and personal details, Gu Chen's thoughts were suddenly transported back 6 years. It was the darkest period of his life. His sister's untimely death had left his ailing mother devastated and gravely ill, desperately in need of a substantial sum for medical expenses. Despite their best efforts, the family could not gather enough money. Days later, under the persuasion of reckless friends, he went to the hospital to donate sperm for a meager sum. To his shock, the following day, as his family struggled with mounting medical bills, he was approached by someone who informed him that his donated sperm had been used, and he was being presented with a reward of 1 million yuan. "Yen, please don't tell me this is." Gu Chen gazed at Yin Yun in disbelief, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Had it not been for Yin Yun's timely financial assistance, he might have faced the unbearable loss of more loved ones. "Indeed, it is as you suspect. I utilized your sperm to conceive via in vitro fertilization," Yin Yun affirmed, a subtle blush gracing her fair complexion. What could Gu Chen possibly say? This was truly an unexpected and bewildering revelation of fatherhood. Chapter 5. Marry me, and I shall support you henceforth. "So, it is true that you were gravely ill that night, allowing me to inherit a vast fortune?" Gu Chen was taken aback. "Indeed, it is true," Yin Yun affirmed with a nod. "Am I merely a nominal father to the child? Are you truly comfortable in trusting your family fortune to me? My family's situation is rather intricate, fraught with both internal and external strife. Externally, it appears tranquil, yet should anything happen to me, the child would be devoured without a trace." Yin Yun lowered her gaze, a flicker of concern and determination crossing her features. But as she lifted her eyes to meet Gu Chen's, her expression softened. "Therefore, I have long since secretly established a will. Should anything happen to me, you would become the heir and guardian of the child." I have specifically instructed the lawyer and my assistant that, in the event of my demise, they must find you immediately and only inform the rest of the family once you have fully assumed the role of heir. That is why I was so urgent in seeking you that night. So that is the case. Now, much of the mystery that had clouded Gu Chen's mind was beginning to dissipate. Yet, he remained puzzled as to why Yin Yun had chosen to use his sperm. Gu Chen's own interpretation was that he had merely been fortuitously selected. Do you not fear that I might misappropriate the wealth or mistreat the child? Gu Chen increasingly felt guilt for the malicious thoughts he once harbored. Simultaneously, he marveled at the complexities and tribulations inherent in affluent families. A dreadful suspicion began to take root in his mind. Had Yin Yun truly faced death, or had she indeed died once? This could not merely be an unfortunate incident. It could not be the result of internal conflict or assassination, could it? Yin Yun smiled faintly. I trust you. My intuition tells me that you are a person worthy of trust. Her smile was as warm and radiant as the spring sun, stirring a gentle warmth within Gu Chen's heart. He was momentarily taken aback, an unusual sensation welling up inside him. He felt grateful for the choice he had made days prior. Such a remarkable woman should not be allowed to fade away. Is there any lingering doubt? Please, voice it, and I shall provide clarity. Yin Yun spoke softly once more. Gu Chen nodded and, without hesitation, inquired, but why did you opt for in vitro fertilization? He was perplexed. Yin Yun appeared to be in excellent health, and at that young age, there seemed to be no necessity for such a procedure. Yin Yun's gaze towards Gu Chen grew complex, a brief shadow crossing her eyes before she spoke slowly. Due to certain experiences in my childhood, I have harbored a deep-seated aversion to men. One might say I suffer from misandry. Thus, I never considered marriage and intended to remain single for life. However, I do not reject the idea of motherhood. In fact, I adore children, which led me to pursue in vitro fertilization. You may consider my thoughts extreme. But during that period, I felt a profound desire to undertake this endeavor, which is why I ultimately used your sperm for the procedure. Gu Chen was left speechless, taken aback by the surreal nature of it all. Yet, the reality lay before him, compelling him to accept it. The profound intersection between myself and Yin Yun unexpectedly unfolded in this manner. He is merely 22 years of age, yet the child is nearly 5. Such a sensation is truly enchanting. Have your feelings of misandry improved? Gu Chen inquired cautiously. If the other harbored disdain for men, did that extend to himself as well? After giving birth, my symptoms seem to have eased somewhat. At least, I do not feel repulsed by or averse to engaging with you, Yin Yun replied calmly. Thump, thump. Gu Chen's heart inexplicably raced. Please review the documents behind you. If any issues arise, feel free to voice them, Yin Yun added. Gu Chen nodded and turned her attention back to the other documents. The second was a paternity test report, which she merely glanced at before moving on. She trusted Yin Yun. If she claimed the child was his, then it must indeed be so. There was no need for deceit in this matter, as it held no significance. If she truly wished to find the child's father, a mere shout would suffice, and countless willing men would respond. I have drafted 2 contracts, one for your employment and another for our marriage, to form a family together. Please review them and choose the one you find acceptable, Yin Yun remarked. Upon hearing that Yin Yun intended to marry her, Gu Chen's hand trembled as she held the documents, her heart nearly ceasing its rhythm. Yin Yun wished to marry her. The news was more exhilarating than the time Yin Yun had sought her to inherit her estate during a critical illness. She needn't even peruse the contracts. Her heart had already made its decision. Yet, in Yin Yun's presence, she must not display excessive emotion. Thus, she suppressed her excitement, nodded gently, and flipped to the 3rd page. It was a contract offering her employment as the child's father. Although she would not choose this contract, her curiosity was piqued regarding how Yin Yun intended to employ her. A cursory glance revealed not only provisions for room and board, but also a staggering monthly salary of 200,000, which made her heart race. Goodness, 200,000 a month, such a salary was beyond her wildest imaginings. That amounted to an astronomical annual income of 2,400,000. How many competitors would she need to surpass nationwide? 50%, perhaps? Most importantly, the child was her own flesh and blood. This arrangement was tantamount to raising her own child while receiving a substantial salary. Incredible. This was the dream job coveted by all. No, this was not merely an employment contract. It was akin to a golden sponsorship agreement, brazenly so. Yet, the most astonishing aspect was that she needed to remain unmarried and childless. Romantic relationships were permissible, but she could not introduce her partner to the child. Upon the child's 12th birthday, She would receive a one-time payment of 200 million as compensation for lost youth. My heavens, 200 million? Whose youth is worth that much? Gu Chen's mind spun from the overwhelming influx of thoughts, her soul screaming in exhilaration. That night, although informed by his lawyer that he could inherit Yin Yun's estate, the concept remained nebulous, incomparable to the tangible sum of 200 million. Gulp. Gu Chen could not help but swallow hard, his fingers trembling slightly as they clutched the document. This was merely the first employment contract. What if the second one pertained to marriage? Would the benefits be even more enticing? His heart pounding like a drum, Gu Chen opened the final contract. As expected, the prominent characters, marriage, greeted him. Simultaneously, Yin Yun's gentle voice echoed in his ears. Marry me, you will take care of the children, and I shall provide for you. A warm reminder. This book depicts a genuine marriage and a normal conjugal life. Indulge in pleasures as they come. Do not assume that upon seeing a marriage contract, it resembles the novels you are accustomed to, filled with extreme tensions daily. Chapter 6. 2 Little Cotton Jackets in an Instant. Gu Chen felt an overwhelming urge to weep. With Yin Yun's words, the contract lost all its allure. Just a single phrase, I will support you, was enough. I long to provide a truly complete home for the child, hence my hope for you to marry me. Observing Gu Chen lost in thought over the contract, Yin Yun leaned in and quietly added, Of course, you might find it difficult to part with your girlfriend, but should you choose this path, I will ensure she receives ample compensation. Senior Yin, you misunderstand. I am currently single. Single? Yin Yun exclaimed, taken aback, for she believed Gu Chen had been in a long-term relationship. Yes, I ended things 3 months ago. The reason? She was on the rise in her career, and being in a relationship would only impede her progress. So we parted ways, Gu Chen replied with a hint of self-mockery. In truth, the real reason was far more humiliating, too shameful for him to utter. His ex-girlfriend had not only abandoned him for her career, but had also been unfaithful. The object of her infidelity was, shockingly, another woman. Yes, to his dismay, he had been outmaneuvered by a woman. It was an unbearable humiliation. Yin Yun's eyes flickered. Since the obstacles have been removed, have you decided how to proceed? Senior Yin, I still have many uncertainties. Could you please clarify some things for me? Gu Chen suppressed his excitement, forcing himself to remain composed. Above all, he needed to maintain his calm. The prospect of marriage was too overwhelming, and he feared being crushed beneath its weight. Having experienced the tumult of life, he was reluctant to face such upheaval again. Speak your mind. I am here to listen, Yin Yun replied calmly. According to your account, you chose to pursue IVF out of a disdain for men, and you must have prepared to raise the child alone. I trust your capabilities. Your family surely has the means to provide assistance. So why have you suddenly sought me out? As children grow, they increasingly yearn for paternal love, leading to numerous challenges in their development. I had perhaps underestimated this, and now I wish to rectify my oversight. I intended to approach you a few days ago, but I encountered an unforeseen circumstance, Yin Yun explained, her expression tinged with resignation. Now I understand. Gu Chen reflected on the image of his daughter weeping and her words. Indeed, it was this very reason. Speaking of unforeseen events, Gu Chen's heart tightened as he involuntarily glanced at the scar near Yin Yun's temple. Unable to suppress his curiosity, was that the result of an accident or something more sinister? It was deliberate, Yin Yun admitted without hesitation, revealing the truth. Since she intended to marry Gu Chen, she would not conceal significant matters from him. Gu Chen felt a jolt in his chest, furrowing his brow as he inquired. Have they found the perpetrator? Some have been apprehended. Those who escaped are currently being pursued, Yin Yun replied, casually tucking her hair, inadvertently concealing the scar. Gu Chen had intended to ask whether the mastermind behind the hired assailant was an insider from her family or an external adversary. Noticing that Yin Yun seemed reluctant to dwell on the matter, he deftly shifted the topic. Sister Yin, may I inquire about your daughter's name? Gu Chen suddenly smiled with a hint of anticipation. Yin Yun gazed deeply into Gu Chen's beautiful eyes and replied slowly, Yanxiu and Yin Sighting. If we were to marry, they could adopt your surname. Yanxiu and Yin Sighting too? Gu Chen murmured, his eyes widening in surprise. He distinctly remembered only seeing one child that day. Well, since it has come to this, I went ahead and had twins. The sister you saw at the hospital was Yanxiu, while the younger sister, Yin Sighting, is currently in the capital with her grandparents. Gu Chen, what? I actually have 2 little darlings. Double the joy. This is such an unexpected delight. His only regret was his lack of involvement. He couldn't help but eagerly ask, When can I meet my daughters? Memories of Yansiyu's tear-stained face flooded his mind. In the midst of her sobs, he hadn't truly observed what she looked like. You'll meet the elder sister shortly. As for the younger one, she is still in the capital and will likely return in a few days. Seeing the excitement and anticipation on Gu Chen's face, a smile unconsciously crept upon Yen Yun's lips. I have photos of them on my phone. Would you like to see? Without hesitation, Gu Chen nodded. I would love to. Yen Yun then retrieved her phone and opened an album. The images captured the twins shortly after their birth. Gu Chen instinctively leaned in to look, as Yen Yun pointed to a picture of two tiny infants swaddled in blankets, their ruddy skin wrinkled and resembling two little monkeys, not conventionally attractive, yet undeniably endearing. In that moment, an inexplicable emotion surged within Gu Chen. This was taken when they were 6 months old. After Gu Chen thoroughly examined the first photo, Yen Yun swiped to the next. In this photo, the sisters had transformed entirely. They were now chubby and crawling, their delicate faces already showing hints of resemblance to Yen Yun. This was when they turned 1. Yen Yun switched to a third photo, depicting the sisters, hands outstretched, taking their first wobbly steps, their faces radiating joy. Gu Chen proceeded to view over 20 more photos, all capturing the sisters together, chronicling their growth. The more he looked, the more he cherished these images, increasingly convinced that they were meticulously prepared by Yen Yun for him. However, he felt a pang of regret at the absence of any mother-daughter photographs. For some reason, he longed to see Yen Yun holding her child, emanating a maternal glow. It was hard to fathom the ethereal goddess in such a tender, nurturing role. The thought of it was simply too beautiful to resist. I seem to have a question. Which one is the elder sister, and which is the younger? Why does it seem that starting from the age of 2, one of them gradually lost her smile and became increasingly quiet? Gu Chen inquired. I had thought you had not noticed. Yen Yun sighed, her brows slightly furrowed. This is my sister Siyu. From the age of 2, she became acutely aware of her father's absence and the subsequent effects, which led to her increasingly introverted and taciturn nature, diminishing her propensity for laughter and creating a growing disparity between her and our younger sister. At this juncture, Yen Yun cast a concerned glance at Gu Chen and said, Your foremost challenge lies in gaining Siyu's acceptance or discovering a suitable way to interact with her. This child is currently quite averse to engaging with strangers. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen felt a surge of anxiety, for he truly lacked experience in dealing with young children. Yet, the thought that this was his daughter steeled his resolve. Retreat was not an option, nor could he afford to fail. Rest assured, I will strive to win her over as soon as possible. That is good to hear. I fear you may lack patience. In truth, Siyu harbors a deep yearning for paternal love. She simply struggles to articulate it, Yen Yun softly remarked, then pointed to the last photograph, a tender glimmer in her eyes. This was taken not long ago. Gu Chen looked over, and instantly, his heart was illuminated. The photograph appeared as a beacon, illuminating the softest recesses of his soul. It was a portrait of the 3 of them, mother and daughters. Chapter 7. Marriage certificate. In the photograph, Yen Yun is adorned in a delicate lace floral dress, having shed her professional attire for a more relaxed home look. Her long hair cascades over her shoulders like a flowing waterfall, with gently curled strands adding a touch of playfulness and vivacity. Her skin is as fair as snow, smooth as porcelain, emanating a soft glow. Her features are exquisitely crafted, particularly her eyes, which are clear and bright, reminiscent of twinkling stars. Her lips are adorned with a subtle shade of lipstick, slightly upturned, revealing a sweet smile. The 2 sisters are dressed in identical princess dresses. The elder S is black, while the younger S is a charming pink. Both dresses are intricately embroidered with delightful floral patterns, exuding cuteness. Their hair is styled into playful pigtails, secured with pink ribbons, enhancing their youthful charm. Their skin glows with a rosy hue, akin to juicy peaches. Their eyes, large and luminous, shine like 2 black gemstones, radiating innocent brilliance. Their delicate noses and rosy lips add to their enchanting appearance. The trio of mother and daughters is squatting on the grass, with Yen Yun embracing one on each side. The sister on the left is likely Siyu, her expression stoic as she gazes ahead. In stark contrast, the younger sister, Si Ting, affectionately wraps her arms around Yen Yun's neck, planting a kiss on her cheek. Both mother and daughter wear radiant smiles, and in that fleeting moment, time seems to freeze, enveloping everything in sheer beauty. Gu Chen is deeply moved by this scene, as if his heart has been gently stirred, creating ripples of emotion. He finds himself entranced by the image until he feels Yin Yun's warm breath brush against his cheek, snapping him back to reality. To gain a clearer view of the photograph, he inadvertently leans forward, almost resting his head against Yin Yun's chest. Realizing his indiscretion, he quickly sits up straight, his face flushed. Out of the corner of his eye, he catches a glimpse of Yin Yun's curvaceous figure, causing his heart to race. Oh no, that was a near miss. He wonders if Yin Yun would have slapped him if they had collided. Given her aversion to men, he genuinely fears offending her, which could lead to the cancellation of their marriage option, a loss he could never bear. Yin Yun, sensing the moment, withdraws her phone with a calm expression, seemingly unfazed by their proximity. With an expectant gaze, she turns to Gu Chun and asks, "What is your choice?" "I choose to marry you," Gu Chun replies without hesitation. Despite feeling the disparity between them and lacking confidence in the face of Yin Yun, he understands the harsh reality of being a son-in-law in a wealthy family. Yet, he cannot bring himself to abandon this swan before him, nor can he relinquish the two daughters. The thought of regret for a lifetime is unbearable. A subtle smile plays on Yin Yun's lips, barely perceptible, before her expression turns serious as she gazes intently at Gu Chun. In a grave tone, she warns, "You must think carefully. I currently face numerous internal and external troubles, with many enemies, which may very well bring you trouble." Her earnest and focused gaze seems to convey an undeniable warning to Gu Chun. Gu Chun met Yin Yun's gaze with sincerity and determination reflected in his eyes. He solemnly replied, "I understand the risks involved, yet I have resolved to marry you." His voice was steady and powerful, revealing his unwavering conviction. Aware of the countless sacrifices Yin Yun had made for him, he firmly believed that the woman before him was the one he had been destined to find in his lifetime. The risks were minimal, while the potential rewards were undoubtedly immense. Yin Yun nodded slightly, acknowledging Gu Chen's resolve, and continued to explain, "My decision to marry you is influenced not only by our daughter, but also by the significant factor of solidifying my position within the family through this union. Am I to consider myself merely a tool? Nevertheless, it matters not. With a monthly allowance of 200,000, I would gladly embrace the role of a good luck charm." Moreover, Yin Yun laid everything bare, harboring no secrets from him. He felt her genuine sincerity and respect towards him. Love, after all, could be nurtured over time. The paramount concern was to embark on this journey together first. Thus, he nodded resolutely, "Sister Yin, I comprehend your intentions, and I am grateful for your honesty. Therefore, after our marriage, I will fully cooperate with you in every regard." Yin Yun paused, her heart swelling with emotion as she gazed into Gu Chen's steadfast eyes. "All right, take this card. It contains 1 million. I will provide you with a monthly allowance of 200,000. Her lips curved into a subtle smile as she retrieved a golden bank card from her portfolio and handed it to Gu Chen. "From now on, the children will be in your care. I hope you can establish a good relationship with them in the shortest time possible. This may affect your work, but I still wish for you to prioritize the children. Am I to understand this as a formal arrangement of support?" "I have promised to support you, and I shall fulfill that promise," Yin Yun replied with a smile. With the stakes laid out so clearly, Gu Chun could only accept the bank card with a racing heart. "Rest assured, you will take on the responsibility of earning a living while I handle the children and the household." Goodness. Starting with 1 million and a monthly allowance of 200,000, who needs a job? From this moment on, those two little ones would be his utmost priority, and Yin Yun would be his financial benefactor. "Very well, let us proceed to obtain our marriage license," Yin Yun said with a gentle smile. Gu Chun, momentarily entranced by her sudden radiance, exclaimed in surprise, "Ah? Now, but my household registration book is still at home. I need to retrieve it." He had intended to inform his family beforehand, but had not anticipated Yin Yun's urgency. "There is no need for the household registration book anymore. An identification card suffices for marriage," Yin Yun stated. Not only was this policy currently in place, but she could also navigate the system to ensure their marriage certificate was obtained regardless. Moments later, the car pulled to a stop at the entrance of the Government Affairs Center. "You all wait here, Mr. Gu, and I will go inside to take care of some matters," Yin Yun instructed the driver, bodyguards, and assistant before entering the center with Gu Chun. As they walked, Gu Chun felt as if he were walking on clouds, his mind adrift. The two individuals swiftly arrived at the marriage registration window of the Civil Affairs Bureau. In less than 10 minutes, 2 red marriage certificates were successfully issued. "Congratulations to the newlyweds. May you enjoy a harmonious union for 100 years. The staff member, brimming with joy, handed the two certificates to Gu Chun and Yin Yun, offering her most heartfelt blessings. She vowed that despite the couple's stark contrast in attire, they were undeniably well-matched. They were undoubtedly the most aesthetically pleasing couple she had encountered in her career, without exception. Particularly, the woman possessed a flawless visage and an exquisite demeanor that was simply breathtaking. As a woman herself, she felt a twinge of envy towards Gu Chun, the groom. I shall keep the marriage certificates for now. Noticing Gu Chun had no place to store them, Yin Yun decided to place both certificates into her handbag. Gu Chun naturally had no objections. He felt as though he were dreaming, caught in a beautiful reverie, having gained an exceptional wife in the blink of an eye. All right, I have an important meeting to attend out of town today, and I will likely return tomorrow. I am leaving my sister, see you, in your care. The nanny will bring her over shortly. I haven't informed her that she will meet her father today, so you can surprise her with the news yourself. You can enjoy some time outside first and return to the villa later. The arrangements are entirely up to you. I wish you a delightful time together. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen's heart began to race once more. Wait, does this mean we are starting to live together today? Rest assured, I will take good care of Siyu. I believe our first day together will be quite pleasant. Gu Chen replied confidently. Very well, it is settled then. Do not hesitate to call me if anything arises. As she spoke, Yin Yun extended her delicate hand towards him. Gazing at her fair, soft hand, Gu Chen's heart raced as he reached out to clasp it. The sensation was exquisite, soft and smooth, even more so than he had imagined. They exchanged a smile, Yin Yun's radiant smile captivating Gu Chen, leaving him momentarily spellbound. The two of them walked side by side out of the administrative center. Upon reaching the car, Yin Yun reiterated, remember, if you need anything, just call me. Understood. Safe travels. Goodbye. Goodbye. Gu Chen only withdrew his gaze after watching Yin Yun's car disappear at the end of the road. His mind lingered on the tender sensation of their handshake. If her small hand felt so delightful, how might it be to touch other parts? Ding. The system has detected that the host has married the woman destined for him. The Golden Soft Rice system is now officially activated. Huh. Just as Gu Chen was lost in thought, a familiar yet strange voice echoed in his mind. He paused momentarily, then a grin spread across his face. Unable to be contained. What a stroke of luck. Another system has come into play. Just imagine the odds of one person being struck by two systems in succession. Wouldn't that be more difficult than winning 5 million in the lottery? Chapter 8. The Golden Soft Rice system having gained experience from the initial encounter, Gu Chen did not leap up in a fit of excitement. Instead, he began to interrogate the system with a probing inquiry. Once bound, will you ever entertain thoughts of self-destruction or self-annihilation? I cannot endure another instance of misplaced hope. It would drive me to madness. Some things can be withstood once, but certainly not a second time. Rest assured, esteemed host, the system assured him. This system possesses a sound mindset. Once bound, the commitment is lifelong and unwavering. It shall not suddenly entertain thoughts of self-harm or engage in any treacherous behavior towards its host. Unless what? Unless the host meets their demise. At which point this system shall dissipate automatically. Gu Chen pondered. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should be able to live a long life, right? He let out a long sigh, feeling completely at ease. System, you just mentioned you are the Golden Soft Rice system. What is the proper way to utilize you? The system replied, as long as the host maintains a state of relying on soft rice, rewards will flow abundantly. What constitutes a state of relying on soft rice? Gu Chen inquired. For instance, spending your wife's money, your daughter's money, or your mother-in-law's money. These all qualify as relying on soft rice. And how does one obtain rewards? While in the state of relying on soft rice, engaging in mutually beneficial activities with your wife and children presents opportunities for rewards. Goodness. So, as long as I utilize the card provided by Yin Yun, this soft rice buff will persist indefinitely. This is simply exhilarating. A friendly reminder, the host must not deny their reliance on soft rice to anyone. Otherwise, the rewards will be diminished automatically. Gu Chen understood. This necessitated a transparent and rightful approach to his soft rice consumption. How delightful. May I inquire if the host wishes to claim the beginner's gift pack? Yes. Gu Chen exclaimed with excitement. Congratulations, esteemed host. You have received Charm Aura X1 and 1 lottery draw opportunity. The host can now freely access the system panel. And should any questions arise, feel free to consult this system at any time. After a brief pause, when Gu Chen noticed the system had fallen silent, he expressed his disappointment. System, Is the beginner's gift pack merely one aura and one lottery draw? Indeed, came the reply. Chen pondered. Not to mention the ambiguity of what a charm aura entails. Is one lottery draw truly insufficient? Surely, there should be a tenfold draw opportunity. Goodness. Even in a AAA game, they offer 3 entangled fates as a bonus. Is this all that a grand system has to offer? Host, contentment brings joy. Moreover, your journey has only just begun. Brighter days lie ahead, so do not act with haste. Chen realized this was a system that prioritized careful deliberation. Shall the host utilize the charm aura? Yes, the charm aura has been activated. May the host stay true to their intentions and remember their duties. Chen paused to reflect, yet felt no discernible change. System, why am I not feeling anything? This is a passive aura, esteemed host. It is entirely normal for you not to perceive any effects. Those who will feel the impact should be others. What purpose does this charm aura serve? Chen pondered whether it might enhance a man's capabilities, and he felt a rush of excitement. System, host, do not misconstrue. This is a legitimate aura that significantly amplifies the host's personal allure, thereby facilitating the attraction of female attention. No, system. What do you mean by bestowing this aura upon me? I already have a wife and children. Do you wish for me to engage in infidelity? Immediately, Chen felt displeased. System, host, remain calm. A man who can withstand trials is a true man. Do you not have faith in yourself? Chen, is this a matter of confidence? Nevertheless, upon thinking of Yan Yun, his resolve immediately strengthened. He believed that his affection for Yan Yun would only deepen. What vulnerability? Over time, Yan Yun would render that vulnerability utterly invincible. Host, do not be disheartened. The charm aura possesses another formidable function. Speak. It can subconsciously obscure and filter the perceptions of those around you. In other words, regardless of how exaggerated the host's actions may be, others will automatically rationalize them, believing that the host's deeds are entirely reasonable. For instance, if the host were to plummet from a height of 100 meters unscathed, or shatter a massive boulder with a single punch, onlookers would only perceive the host as a Superman rather than a monster needing to be dissected. Upon hearing this explanation from the system, Chen was instantly impressed by the prowess of this aura. Goodness, is this not, in a sense, a disclaimer of sorts? Very well. With a mere thought, the system's basic panel materialized before him. System name, Golden Soft Rice System. Host, Chen gender, male age, 22 physique, 10, normal 10, male allure, 350 seconds, below average, special skill, charm aura, passive, happiness points, 0, points can be used to enhance physique, upgrade skills, etc. Golden legend, lottery, 100 points per attempt, remaining attempts, 1, soft rice level, LV1, level depends on the number of soft rice beneficiaries. Each additional individual increases the level by 1. The basic panel was quite straightforward, and Chen comprehended it almost instantly, save for the aspect of male allure, which left him somewhat perplexed. By its literal interpretation, it seemed to refer to a man's attraction to women. However, when coupled with the 350 seconds, he found himself bewildered. Is this a skill? A means to exert control over women? Is it collective or individual? Active or passive? What is the cooldown time? A multitude of questions flooded Chen's mind, prompting his curious inquiry. System, what is male allure? As he posed the question, a vivid, immersive 3D demonstration materialized in his mind. Instantly, Chen felt his cheeks flush and his heart race. All right, system, I understand. Please conclude the demonstration. Immediately, the visual display ceased. Only then did Chen furtively glance around, relieved that the recent scene had been visible solely to him. Otherwise, he dared not contemplate the consequences. System, a gentle reminder. The charm of a man is an essential ability for the host to win over his wife and determines whether the host can continuously enjoy a high-quality lifestyle. The host must prioritize enhancing this ability's value. Upon receiving this reminder, Chen felt disgruntled. Is 350 seconds truly insufficient? System, how can I improve this value? System, you may directly consume points for an exchange. How long does 1 point extend? System, 0, 1 seconds. Chen's expression darkened. System, be honest with me. Is this conversion ratio a result of your kickback? What the hell? Does this mean that a single lottery chance from the novice gift pack only converts to 100 points, and an all-in can merely add 10 seconds? What can be accomplished in 10 seconds? He desperately wished to ask a knowledgeable brother for guidance. System. Host. Please communicate respectfully, or I shall charge you with defamation. Rather than fretting over the low exchange ratio, why not reflect on why your initial value is so low? After this statement, a colossal middle finger appeared in Gu Chen's mind. Gu Chen. Damn it. He refuses to believe that others' initial value surpass his. Suddenly, he recalled that a week ago, the previous system had consumed half of his male charm to save someone. Thus, damn it, his true strength was actually 700 seconds of a real man. System. Host. If you are dissatisfied, there is a method to enhance male charm without spending points. Gu Chen's eyes brightened. What method? System. Practice your culinary skills more. Gu Chen. Damn it, he wishes he could, but they had just gotten married, leaving no opportunity to practice. System. Would the host like to use a lottery chance? Use. What more is there to say? In the next moment, a brilliant meteor streaked across Gu Chen's mind. Congratulations, host, you have obtained godly culinary skills. Gu Chen was elated. Wow, the system is indeed impressive. This is precisely the essential skill for living off a woman's generosity. As the saying goes, to capture a woman's heart, one must first win her stomach. As long as he fills Yin Yun and his daughter's stomachs, making them comfortable, wouldn't they be inclined to shower him with affection and money? The godly culinary skills are indeed a timely blessing for him. System. How can I learn this skill? Why have I not yet felt the influx of profound knowledge? System. The host merely needs to silently wish to learn the skill. Gu Chen. Can't you make it so that I automatically learn it upon acquiring it? Host. It's still growing, and it's only natural for its functionality to be somewhat lacking. Gu Chen twitched his lips. So how can you grow? The host simply needs to elevate the level of living off others. How does one improve? By indulging in another's generosity. Gu Chen grimaced. Was he the kind of person who would be so fickle? Do not misunderstand, dear host. This system does not advocate for your betrayal of your wife, nor would it ever permit such an act. You may indulge in the comforts provided by your own daughter and mother-in-law, as this will not disrupt the harmony of your family. With this clarification, Gu Chen comprehended the system's grand vision, which essentially aims to have an entire family sustain oneself. The thought is indeed quite exhilarating. After all, if one is to indulge, why not indulge in abundance? Having come to this realization, the host is encouraged to strive forward. The more comforts he enjoys, the more the system shall evolve and flourish, yielding greater rewards for him. The system is indeed motivational, and Gu Chen finds himself compelled to embrace this narrative. Thus, he eagerly wishes to acquire divine culinary skills. With a simple activation of the skill, a torrent of culinary knowledge flooded Gu Chen's mind. After a brief moment of discomfort, he felt an overwhelming mastery over the culinary arts, almost yearning to prepare a lavish banquet to hone his newfound skills. Is this the true power of divine culinary expertise? Clenching his fists, he sensed that the entire kitchen lay under his command. Remarkable. It felt as though the system had finally proven its worth, transforming him in mere seconds from a novice capable of only a handful of home-cooked dishes into a chef proficient in the 8 major culinary styles and various cooking techniques. As for the flavors, system, could you enlighten me on the current level of my culinary prowess? With this skill, he felt assured that even if Yin Yun faced bankruptcy, he could sustain a family of 3 with this craft, relishing in meat at every meal. Hee. The system replied, your skill level is comparable to that of the world's top chefs. Gu Chen retorted, is divine culinary skill merely this? Am I to be on par with others? The system cautioned, do not be so hasty, host. Your current skill proficiency is at 0. With just a few attempts at cooking, your proficiency will undoubtedly soar, reaching heights unattainable by others. Gu Chen paused, his attention drawn to the talent tree, and indeed, he discovered a proficiency progress bar beneath divine culinary skills, 0-100. So, system, does proficiency increase solely through cooking? Certainly, there are 2 methods to enhance proficiency. First, by diligent practice. Second, through the use of happiness points to elevate it. Upon hearing this explanation, Gu Chen understood that happiness points were a form of currency. As long as he possessed enough, he could do as he pleased. So how many proficiency points can 1 happiness point redeem? 1. Gu Chen sighed in relief. This time, it was not too exorbitant. Chapter 9. The reunion of father and daughter. Just as Gu Chen was about to continue his inquiries with the system, his phone rang, a local unknown number. Assuming it was his daughter arriving, he eagerly answered the call. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Gu? A gentle female voice inquired. Yes. Who is this? I am Li Meng, the nanny of Princess Siyu. We will arrive at the certification center in 5 minutes. Are you still there? Yes, I am. After hanging up, a smile of uncontainable joy spread across Gu Chen's face. 5 minutes later, a luxurious nanny van came to a slow stop at the roadside. Not far from Gu Chen, the front passenger door swung open, and a capable-looking female bodyguard, clad in a black suit, stepped out. After surveying the surroundings, she opened the rear door. The first to emerge was a petite young woman with a gentle appearance. Gu Chen surmised this was the nanny, Li Ming. Following her, to Gu Chen's eager gaze, a little girl with a bun hairstyle, donning a black princess dress and white shoes, stepped out, her face partially obscured by a black mask. Despite the mask, her delicate and charming facial contours were unmistakable. As he watched his daughter exit the vehicle, Gu Chen joyfully approached her. This was their second meeting. Yet the emotions were entirely different from the first. This time, he felt genuine excitement and an overwhelming sense of affection. Suddenly, he sensed a newfound maturity, embodying the responsibilities of fatherhood. In anticipation of their meeting, he had resolved that since his eldest daughter was introverted and taciturn, he would be the one to take the initiative, to be warm and welcoming. He believed that his abundant and passionate paternal love could dissolve any barriers between them. However, as he approached within about 5 meters of his daughter, his fervent paternal affection was abruptly dampened by her cold rebuke. Stop! Faced with the disdainful gaze of the little girl, Gu Chen was forced to halt in his tracks. The realization that his daughter regarded him with such contempt was jarring. This was entirely different from his expectations. He had envisioned a shy and reticent daughter who would merely hide behind her nanny, peeking at him from a distance. Yet, the child before him exuded not shyness or timidity, but rather the demeanor of a proud sovereign, emanating an air of regal superiority. I apologize, Mr. Gu, but Princess Xiu does not like strangers getting too close, Li Ming explained apologetically as she stepped a few paces toward Gu Chen. It's all right, I won't approach. Gu Chen replied with a faint smile and a nod toward Li Ming, suddenly recalling Yin Yun's words about the girl's aversion to unfamiliar faces. Thus, he decided to attempt communication from a distance. Just as he was about to reveal his true identity, the little girl, in her innocent yet indifferent tone, interjected, "Disinfect." Gu Chen paused, momentarily taken aback. Disinfect? What do you mean by that? In the next moment, amidst his astonished gaze, Li Ming and the bodyguard swiftly produced a spray bottle filled with disinfectant, unleashing a relentless 360-degree spray upon him. Gu Chen, he found himself utterly at a loss for words to describe his current emotions, dumbfounded, speechless, and utterly helpless. Mr. Gu, please bear with us. Princess Xiu possesses a strong awareness of disease prevention. She always remembers to protect herself when venturing outside, Li Ming explained with practiced ease as she continued to spray. Gu Chen's lips twitched. So what you're implying is that everyone who appears before her must be sprayed? How can you manage that with every outing? Passers-by are exempt. Only those who have interacted with Princess Xiu for more than 5 minutes require disinfection. After all, Mr. Gu, you have matters to discuss with her, so it is necessary. Li Ming clarified further. Gu Chen rubbed his temples. But what if your vehicle gets inadvertently caught in traffic? At this, Li Ming smiled knowingly and nodded toward the driver in the car. In an instant, a scene unfolded that left Gu Chen utterly speechless. The area around the nanny van suddenly erupted in a dense cloud of disinfectant mist, enveloping a several-meter radius in a billowing fog. See, this is how we handle it. So there's no need for concern, Mr. Gu, Li Ming declared confidently. Gu Chen, he was left utterly speechless. This level of disease prevention was nothing short of extraordinary. Very well, Mr. Gu, you may approach Princess Xiu within 2 meters now, Li Ming announced as she finished spraying. Gu Chen, his composure was on the brink of collapse. Was he here to see his daughter or to meet royalty? With thoughts of his daughter in mind and the expectations of Yin Yun weighing upon him, he steadied his emotions and halted approximately 2 meters from the little girl. He then turned to face the indifferent child, crouching down to meet her gaze at eye level, and gently spoke, "Xiu, I am your father." Upon hearing this, both Li Ming and the bodyguard displayed expressions of astonishment and shock. The young lady had only mentioned that she would ensure Princess Xiu met Mr. Gu, yet had divulged no further information. Gu Chen's revelation was truly explosive, leaving them momentarily unable to process the implications. However, one individual was an exception, the little girl standing before Gu Chen. Her pupils merely constricted slightly, betraying a sense of prior knowledge. Then, Her expression remained impassive as she began to scrutinize Gu Chun with the precision of a finely tuned instrument. After a few moments, she slowly raised 3 fingers and stated, 3 points. Gu Chun, bewildered, inquired, 3 points? What do you mean? Your evaluation in my heart is currently 3 points, the little girl replied calmly. Gu Chun found himself both amused and perplexed by her response, chuckling with intrigue. Pray tell, how did I earn these 3 points? Suddenly, he perceived that despite her icy demeanor, she was not entirely unapproachable. After all, they were conversing now. The little girl narrowed her eyes slightly, seemingly displeased with Gu Chen's assumption of the paternal role. Beneath her black mask, her delicate pink lips parted slightly as she spoke with clarity, her youthful voice both innocent and unassuming. In terms of age, you are younger than I had anticipated, so that's a point. As for your appearance, it meets my expectations. Another point. Your height aligns with what I imagined, yet another point. However, your attire fails to impress, thus no points awarded. Regarding your intelligence, that remains to be assessed, so I shall refrain from scoring. In total, 3 points. Gu Chen found himself somewhat astonished by the clarity and organization of the little girl's thoughts, which were entirely uncharacteristic of a mere 5-year-old's insight and linguistic capabilities. Could she possibly be a reincarnated sage? Or perhaps someone reborn with memories intact? Host, your daughter is quite normal, a voice from the system interjected just as he entertained this thought. Reassured by the notion of her being authentically herself, he felt a sense of relief. How should one express it? His daughter was remarkably clever, a prodigy in her own right, and as a father, he felt immense joy. How do you intend to assess intelligence? He inquired, eager to keep the conversation flowing. Gu Chun was determined to maintain the dialogue, confident that in due course, he would grow closer to his daughter and earn her acceptance. Measuring intelligence is quite simple, provided you cooperate, the little girl replied. Very well, how should I assist you? Gu Chun adopted a paternal demeanor. Just answer one question for me. All right, pose your inquiry. Chapter 10. Mother, I've caused a death. Gu Chun raised an eyebrow, increasingly finding the little girl amusing. It turned out that having a daughter was an exceedingly delightful experience. Just as he basked in this warmth, the little girl posed a question. What is 1-1? Gu Chen's lips twitched as he thought. Come on, little one. Must you insult your father's intelligence like this? Fine. I see now. The IQ doesn't exceed 100, test concluded. He was baffled. But how did you arrive at that conclusion? The little girl shot him a disdainful glance, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. Even a kindergarten child would answer 1-1 in less than a second, yet you took a full 3 seconds to respond. Gu Chun was left speechless, utterly at a loss for a rebuttal. Regrettably, you scored no points in the IQ department. If you were my father, I would be quite disappointed. The little girl wore a look of disappointment and, raising her left hand, dialed a number on her smartwatch. After 2 beeps, a familiar voice came through the receiver. Sweetheart, how's it going? Are you enjoying time with Daddy? Mom, I want to change my dad. Why? He's too foolish. He can't keep up. On the other end, Yin Yun fell silent for a few seconds before firmly rejecting her. That's not possible. He is your biological father. Got it. So annoying. The little girl rubbed her forehead and hung up, looking up at Gu Chun with a mixture of exasperation and resignation. Stand tall, lift your chin. Though Gu Chun was puzzled by her intentions, he quickly gathered his scattered spirit and instinctively complied. The little girl then raised her smartwatch and snapped several photos of him. Why are you taking my picture? Gu Chun asked, a smile creeping onto his face, pondering whether this girl was cold on the outside, yet warm on the inside. She claimed not to want him as a father, yet she was already collecting photos of him. With a blank expression, the little girl replied, I'll send these to my foolish sister to see if she wants you. Gu Chen's smile froze, his facade shattering, crumbling, and falling apart. What happened to the caring little cotton-padded jacket? Why was this one so drafty? Just as he wallowed in sorrow, the system's sudden voice rang out. Host has met the eldest daughter. Culinary skill proficiency 10. Acquired, body immune to all poisons. In an instant, he felt his understanding of culinary arts deepen significantly. The unexpected reward offered him some solace. As for the immunity to all poisons, he felt nothing at all. System, are you certain I now possess a body immune to all poisons? I feel absolutely nothing. And what if I come into contact with 101 different toxins? System, host, you indeed possess a body immune to all poisons. As for your concern, you might try ingesting 101 different poisons and see what happens. Gu Chen fell silent, ultimately choosing to trust the system. At that moment, his phone rang again. Noticing that it was his mother, Yang Xiaofeng, calling, he smiled slightly, glanced at the busy little girl, and stepped aside to answer. Mom, is there something you need? He had initially planned to wait until he met his daughter to share the joyful news of his marriage with the family. So his mother's call provided the perfect opportunity. Chen, is work going well lately? Yang Xiaofeng's voice sounded somewhat awkward. However, caught up in his excitement, Gu Chen failed to detect any unease and replied directly, It's going all right, but I'm preparing to resign. Resigning? That's good. If you can't adjust to working outside, then come home. You can easily find a job here. Gu Chen was taken aback. He had intended to explain his resignation was due to his marriage and the need to care for a child. Instead, his mother unexpectedly suggested he return home to develop his career, which surprised him greatly. Mom, that's not what I meant. Never mind what you meant. Since you're resigning, just come home. There's something we need to resolve. The more Gu Chen listened, the more puzzled he became, and then his mother continued. Have you broken up with that girlfriend of yours? Yes, why? On the other end of the line, Yang Xiaofeng seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, then hesitated before saying, That's good. Chen, you're not young anymore. It's time to settle down. Hearing his mother's words brought Gu Chen joy. Yes, Mom. You're absolutely right. Just as he was about to share the news of his impending marriage to Yan Yun, Yang Xiaofeng suddenly changed the topic. Your sister is also of marriageable age now. Just in time, haha. Mom, isn't my sister already going on blind dates? Thinking of his elder sister, Gu Chen recalled her recent complaints about their mother constantly urging her to marry. She was quite exasperated. Alas, your sister disagrees. She wants to. Yang Xiaofeng stammered, as if it were difficult to articulate. Mom, let me speak to her directly. At that moment, Gu Chen heard a change in voice on the other end. It was his sister, Gu Xian. Xiao Chen, what do you think of me from a man's perspective? Gu Chen took a moment to ponder seriously. To be fair, his sister was quite beautiful, a rare sight indeed. With her carefree personality, she was known as a spirited girl in their village. She had always been considerate and caring towards him, having grown up under her protective wing. Whenever he was bullied, she would ensure to confront and retaliate the next day. The more he thought, the more touched he became, and finally he said, Sister, you are beautiful and kind-hearted, diligent and wise, and you've always taken great care of me. I just want to say that I love you dearly, dear sister. Upon hearing this, Gu Xian immediately replied warmly, I love you too. Do you think that if I get married, I would make a good wife? Absolutely. Whoever marries you will find happiness for a lifetime. Gu Chen answered without a moment's hesitation. Giggle. Suddenly, the crisp and melodious laughter of Gu Xian resonated from the receiver. Since it has come to this, why not keep the good fortune within the family? After all, you are single now, so let us marry. Gu Chen. The air thickened in that instant. Sister, how about I introduce you to a boyfriend? After a long pause, Gu Chen finally spoke. Considering his elder sister was already 23 and had yet to experience love, it was indeed time for her to awaken to such desires. She happened to lack suitable men around her, which led her to entertain thoughts of him. No, isn't that out of the question? No, we are siblings, but we share no blood relation. Even so, I have a classmate, Jean Long, whom you might remember. The tall, bespectacled gentleman with a refined demeanor? You once mentioned your fondness for genteel rogues, and he fits that description perfectly. Furthermore, he is an only child from a well-off family. The only man in our dormitory who possesses a 4090 Ti. Moreover, he has never had a girlfriend, a romantic novice just like you. What a perfect match. Gu Chen rambled on, feeling a headache coming on as he wondered when his sister had begun to set her sights on him. Do you truly not harbor any feelings for me? Gu Xian's voice suddenly turned melancholic. Hearing that tone caused Gu Chen's heart to ache. Yet, by heaven's grace, since his sister had been brought back to the Gu family, he had only felt deep admiration for her, never a hint of inappropriate thoughts. No. All right, I understand, sister. In that case, let us pretend that I said nothing just now, understood? Understood. Gu Chen broke into a cold sweat, relieved that his sister's spirited personality and her resilience allowed this matter to be brushed aside. Sister, please pass the phone to Mom. I have something important to share with you both. After a few moments of silence, Gu Xian replied, I am on speakerphone. You may speak directly. Gu Chen gathered his thoughts, wishing not to provoke Gu Xian further. To lighten the awkward atmosphere, he impulsively declared, Mom, I've caused a catastrophe. Chapter 11. The drafty little cotton jacket. Mom, I've caused a life to be lost. Gu Xian. Yang Xiaofeng. Clears throat, not murder. Please don't misunderstand. What is it then? On the phone, The voices of mother and daughter were filled with urgency, revealing profound concern and worry. Gu Chen pressed his forehead. What I mean is, I have a daughter now. You have both upgraded, one to grandmother, the other to aunt. Of course. I also obtained a marriage certificate today. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen was met with the sound of the phone dropping, followed by Gu Xian's muffled and sorrowful voice. Mom, I need to calm down. You talk to him. I'm afraid I might crush the phone in my excitement. Gu Chen. A few seconds later, Gu Chen heard Gu Xian's hurried footsteps as she ran away, and then he heard his mother sighing on the line. Xian is really shaken this time. Mom, take care of my sister. I'll come back to see you in a few days. Gu Chen sighed as well, his heart heavy. All right, back to the main point. You just said you've caused a life to be lost. You nearly scared me to death, you know? I'm sorry, I just wanted to lighten the mood. I didn't think it through. Gu Chen felt a bit flustered. Next time, please refrain from saying such frightening things. My first thought was to send your dad to take the blame for you. Gu Chen. Mom, even if I had truly committed a crime, you needn't send dad to take the blame. He is innocent. What do you know? Anyway, your dad is at home tightening screws for others. Sending him in there would just be a change of location. It's no different, so don't worry about him. Gu Chen was speechless. This logic left him momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, he was touched by his mother's favoritism, his eyes becoming slightly moist. Mom, although Xian is not my biological daughter, I picked her up when she was 3. I raised her myself. Yang Xiaofeng sighed deeply. I have always regarded her as my dearest daughter. Had it not been for Xian's thoughts, I wouldn't want to put you in a difficult position. Once she mentioned it, I thought this could work without needing to swap sons and daughters. It's quite good. It was wrong of me to think so. My thoughts were extreme. Please don't be angry. Mom, I'm not angry. It's just rather sudden. Now, let us talk about your situation. What exactly happened? Gu Chen organized his thoughts and replied, You know I donated sperm in high school. And then, after a minute of rapid-fire explanation, Yang Xiaofeng took a moment to process the overwhelming information before exclaiming excitedly, So, I have a pair of nearly 5-year-old twin granddaughters and a stunningly wealthy daughter-in-law. Yes, that's the gist of it. Mom blesses you. You must bring her home in a few days. Since you are married, she is now the rightful daughter-in-law of the Gu family, and we must not neglect her. Moreover, we should express our gratitude for her generous assistance back then. Understood, Mom. Now, please hurry to check on my sister. I fear she might be feeling despondent, even though she usually has a positive outlook. After hanging up the phone, Gu Chen felt a whirlwind of emotions. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided to send a WeChat message to Gu Xian. No need to say much. Though you've lost a handsome husband, you've gained a particularly wealthy sister-in-law. To his surprise, he received an instantaneous reply. V50, let's see your prowess. A smile crept onto Gu Chen's lips. The promptness of her response suggested that things were not as dire as he had feared. He promptly transferred 500,000 to Gu Xian's bank card. Alas, in response to his affection for her, he had nothing but cold, hard cash to offer, hoping to soothe his sister's wounded heart. A minute later, Gu Xian excitedly messaged him. Quickly send me your sister-in-law's WeChat. Gu Chen replied, What do you intend to do? Gu Xian responded, I suspect you pocketed the difference, and I want to eliminate the middleman. Gu Chen was taken aback, questioning whether his sister was genuinely heartbroken or merely pretending. Before he could voice his thoughts, Gu Xian confessed, Oh dear brother, those words were merely a strategic delay against Mom's marriage pressure. You know me too well. Even in desperation, I wouldn't stoop to such a level. Please, don't tell Mom. Gu Chen was left speechless. It was indeed as he suspected. How infuriating. Return my money, he demanded. However, the only response he received was a red exclamation mark. Gu Chen's lips twitched in exasperation. This was truly his sister. He set down the phone and turned to find a little girl standing silently behind him, gazing up at him with wide eyes. Startled, Gu Chen wondered how she could approach without making a sound. Should he arrange a video call with Grandma? He thought that his mother would be delighted to see her. Yet, the little girl simply stared at him, neither refusing nor agreeing. After contemplating, Gu Chen decided it would be better to wait until he was more familiar with her before introducing her to the family. He then took out his phone and snapped a few pictures of her. The little girl frowned slightly and asked, What are you taking my picture for? Gu Chen raised an eyebrow, To show my parents, so they can see how remarkable I am to have such a beautiful and intelligent daughter. The little girl paused, looking at him with a bemused expression for the first time. Gu Chen was nearly amused to the point of laughter by her reaction. Had he not been uncertain of her temperament, he would have burst into laughter. Lacking in intelligence but still trying to be clever, I deduct a point. Suddenly, the little girl's expression turned blank as she skillfully began jotting down notes on her small watch. Chen glanced at her watch in astonishment. This little girl was creating a scoring sheet using her own picture. How to describe it? Indeed, this little girl was a genius. He was curious. Just days ago, she was sobbing in the hospital, clamoring to see her father, and now that she had met him, why was her demeanor so aloof? Chen recalled the scene in the hospital and teased the little girl. I thought you would leap into your father's arms for hugs and kisses. The young girl's face briefly displayed a hint of discomfort. That is my sister. Oh, is that so? The girl fell silent, her hands tucked into her pockets, seemingly unwilling to engage with Chen any further. The atmosphere grew a bit tense, which was not a promising sign, so Chen ventured again. How did your conversation with Ting go? Upon hearing this, the girl finally spoke again. I talked to my sister, and she is quite pleased with you. Chen felt a surge of joy. Although this little one seemed a bit aloof, at least there was another source of warmth from her sister. Moreover, he believed that with sufficient patience, his paternal affection would surely resonate with the girl before him. Dad, let us go. Show me your social circle. Perhaps I'll grant you a passing score. Hearing the girl refer to him as Dad brought another wave of happiness to Chen. Little girl, have you accepted me as your father? Yet, the girl merely replied coldly, her expression unchanged. Dad is just a title. I have yet to acknowledge you. Then where do you want to go? I said I want to see your social circle. My social circle. Chen was momentarily at a loss, as his social life was rather limited. It consisted primarily of his workplace, his home, and the occasional gatherings with college friends. Dad, let us visit your workplace. The girl suddenly suggested. Visit my workplace? That's unnecessary. I'm planning to resign, Chen replied. After all, a traditional Chinese medicine massage clinic could be considered a hospital, and taking his daughter there for fun was questionable. Given the girl's strong sense of caution, he feared the clinic might descend into chaos due to her antics. Are you implying that you do not intend to work and will rely solely on my mother to support you? The girl's remark pierced Chen directly. Yet he reluctantly conceded, is it not natural for a husband to depend on his wife? At this, the air seemed to freeze. The girl fixed her gaze on Chen, as if pondering how such a shameless man could exist in the world. Is that so? To lose one's ability to work at such a young age, neglecting your 5-year-old daughter, and living off your wife's earnings, a point deducted. Then, Chen noticed a change in the girl's expression beneath her mask. Her small hand pressed against her forehead as she despaired. A strong and busy mother. A genius who worries too much. A foolish and lazy sister. And she paused, sighed, and shot a sidelong glance at Chen. A father who has been discarded for years and is utterly useless. Chen, warm reminder. The little girl is currently feeling a bit lost. Before long, she will surely become the caring little one. Please be patient with her. Chapter 12. Concealing identity and accompanying father with a swift motion of her delicate hand. Yen Xiu dispatched a voice message to Yen Yun via her smartwatch. Mom, I intend to disguise myself and observe Dad's social circle, to see if there is anything worthy of my admiration. Please send us a new car. Remember, do not reveal my identity. Meanwhile, within the moving vehicle, Yen Yun, after concluding a few phone calls, received her eldest daughter's voice message. She promptly converted it to text, and upon reading its content, a smile graced her lips as she quickly replied with an affirmative. After sending her response, her fingers danced rapidly on the armrest of the seat before switching to Chen's WeChat, sending a message. How is your interaction with our daughter progressing? On the other end, Chen was somewhat taken aback upon receiving Yen Yun's message and could only respond with a wry smile. I seem to be lacking. I feel as though my daughter is looking down on me. There hasn't been much progress yet, but do not worry, I will strive to win her acceptance. Almost instantaneously, Yen Yun replied, do not be discouraged. From my perspective, your relationship is already quite good. If Xiu truly detested you, she would have slipped away by now. The fact that she remains by your side speaks volumes. Don't you agree? Reading Yen Yun's words, Chen experienced an epiphany, rejuvenated in spirit. Just as he was engaged in conversation with Yen Yun, the little girl snapped her fingers. Time for a change. At once, Li Ming scooped the little girl into her arms and dashed into the chauffeur-driven vehicle. When the little girl emerged once more, she was entirely transformed. Clad in a sleek black trench coat, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, a cap perched upon her head, and a mask covering her face, she was almost unrecognizable. Approaching the bewildered Chen, She spoke with utmost seriousness. Safety is paramount when venturing outdoors. My attire is intended to conceal my identity and mitigate potential troubles. When we step out together, please do not expose my identity. She then reiterated, remember, our relationship is merely that of an ordinary father and daughter. I am no longer the cherished daughter of the Yin family. Gu Chen's mouth parted slightly in astonishment, his heart marveling at the girl's remarkable sense of caution. He found himself gaining a deeper understanding of this seemingly innocent child. Having cautioned Gu Chen, the little girl turned to Li Meng and the bodyguards, commanding them solemnly, you may return. We will make our way home this evening. As long as I remain incognito, there will be no danger. Exchanging glances, Li Meng and the bodyguards revealed their concern. They understood that while the young princess was astute, she was still a child, and the complexities of the social environment could pose threats. Gu Chen, perceiving their apprehension, chuckled softly as he patted their shoulders. Rest assured, I will take good care of her. His tone was resolute and confident, yet it held little weight. Just last week, the young princess and her sister had narrowly escaped an assassination attempt. How could Li Meng and the bodyguards possibly feel at ease now? However, Yin Xiu remained unfazed by their concerns. She fixed her gaze firmly on Li Meng, her tone laced with a hint of impatience. I have made my decision. There is no need for your worry. Although Li Meng still harbored some hesitation, the young girl unhesitatingly interrupted her. Rest assured, I will take care of myself. Your presence will only serve to expose my identity. With that, she gently lifted her trench coat, revealing the concealed self-defense weapons at her waist and thigh. Gu Chen, following her movements, could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, goodness. The girl was clad in a fitted dark green tank top and paired with short denim shorts, exuding an aura of confidence. Most striking was the delicately crafted handgun at her waist, with several sharp, throwing darts hanging from her left thigh. This ensemble rendered her both alluring and formidable, emanating a unique charm. The outfit felt eerily familiar to him, reminiscent of the extremely composed woman he had encountered in the hospital that day. Their appearances were nearly identical. Is that a toy gun? Gu Chen asked, his heart racing with trepidation, silently praying that it was merely a prop, for the consequences of its reality would be dire. Li Meng smiled and clarified, that is a self-defense stun gun customized for the young princess, capable of incapacitating a target within a 15-meter radius. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen let out a sigh of relief, yet curiosity about the petite stun gun piqued his interest. So you can shoot? Gu Chen was further astonished. It was indeed incredible for a 5-year-old girl to handle firearms. He stared incredulously at the young girl before him. In the next moment, she directed a condescending gaze at Gu Chen, as if mocking his ignorance. Swiftly and adeptly, she assumed a standard gun-drawing stance, her movements fluid and natural, evoking admiration. Before Gu Chen could voice his doubts, the dark muzzle was already steadied against his chest. Alarmed, he quickly raised his hands in surrender, his voice trembling. All right. I believe you can handle a gun. At that moment, he truly realized how underestimated he had been regarding this seemingly delicate girl. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, the girl expressionlessly retracted the gun in one seamless motion, devoid of any hesitation. Her proficient actions indicated that she had undoubtedly undergone professional training. The bodyguard beside them, filled with pride, remarked, Princess Xiu began her martial arts training at the tender age of 3 under her master, excelling in combat, darts, and shooting, making her the unrivaled champion among her peers. Gu Chen, well, this daughter is truly impressive. He found himself growing increasingly fond of her. Finally, Li Meng nodded. Very well, son-in-law, please ensure you take good care of the princess. Her gaze rested on Gu Chen, filled with trust. Gu Chen smiled and nodded, affirming his commitment to fulfill his responsibility. Subsequently, he turned with the young girl and ascended into a taxi, leaving Li Meng and the bodyguard standing in place, gazing at their retreating figures. Meanwhile, Yen Yun heeded her daughter's suggestion and instructed her assistant beside her, procure a vehicle for transportation and have it delivered to Mr. Gu this afternoon. The assistant, taken aback, exclaimed in surprise and then inquired, Miss, what price range and model should I consider? Opt for an SUV, safety is paramount. So do not select one that is excessively cheap. The rest is at your discretion. Upon hearing this, the assistant pondered how to define not too cheap. After all, the vehicle the young lady used was worth over 100 million. What criteria should she employ in this purchase? More importantly, She was uncertain about the nature of the relationship between the young lady and Gu Chen. Could he possibly be a distant relative? A connection that was merely casual, yet necessitating some attention? Her mind became somewhat muddled. But then, suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind as she recalled the paramount importance of safety in an SUV. A particular model flashed vividly in her thoughts. The road tank. That is the one. Chapter 13. Am I not worth 200 million? The assistant wasted no time and promptly contacted her subordinates via WeChat to handle the matter. At that moment, Yin Yun suddenly recalled an important piece of information she had yet to convey to Gu Chen, and she immediately sent him a message. Meanwhile, the father and daughter had just settled into the taxi. Before they were even comfortably seated, Gu Chen noticed a message from Yin Yun, and an involuntary smile spread across his face. Yin Yun, I forgot to tell you, the password for the bank card is your birthday. A succinct message that brought Gu Chen increasing joy. After a moment as thought, he swiftly replied, I know, the password is written on the back of the card. Yin Yun rubbed her forehead. Is that so? With so many things happening lately, I actually misremembered. Amidst the busyness, be sure to take care of yourself. After all, you are now a woman with a family. Understood. As she read Gu Chen's caring words, Yin Yun felt a warmth blossoming in her heart. By the way, since we have already registered our marriage, does that mean I am no longer entitled to the 200 million in compensation for lost youth? Perhaps emboldened by the system, or perhaps due to the less formal nature of online chatting, Gu Chen's words became increasingly unrestrained. However, after sending the message, he felt an unsettling sensation. After all, he and Yin Yun were still not sufficiently familiar. Such a statement might lead her to misinterpret or feel uncomfortable. Just as he was about to retract the message, he received an instantaneous reply. Yin Yun, are you regretting your choice? Upon reading this, Gu Chen's heart tightened. He hastily tapped out a response. No, I was merely joking. Yin Yun, am I not worth 200 million? The moment Gu Chen encountered this line, his heart raced, as if time itself had slowed. He experienced a peculiar illusion, as though Yin Yun were sitting right before him, her gaze fixed intently upon him. A faint smile gracing her lips, one that carried a hint of teasing and allure, igniting a quickening of his pulse. It was flirtation, or perhaps ambiguity. Having experienced love before, Gu Chen felt that now, with their marriage certificate in hand, they could be considered an unconventional couple. Thus, when Yin Yun spoke in such a playful tone, he naturally stepped into the role of a boyfriend and responded, worth it, absolutely. If I could marry such a beautiful woman as you, even 200 trillion would be worth it. His tone brimmed with affection and tenderness, as if he were professing his love to Yin Yun. Gu Chen felt his heart racing faster, a smile involuntarily brightening his face. He awaited Yin Yun's reply, imagining how she might respond to his words. On the other end, Yin Yun, reflecting on Gu Chen's forthright declaration of affection, felt a sweet sensation blooming within her. With a light-hearted tap of her fingers, she typed, the books weren't read in vain. You certainly know how to sweet talk. Now, you can spend the money I've given you with peace of mind. And if you perform well, there is a possibility of increasing the amount. Upon reading this response, Gu Chen could hardly contain his delight, and he exuberantly replied, rest assured. My daughter is my little treasure, and you are my great treasure. I will wholeheartedly cherish and care for you both. After sending the message, Gu Chen felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. It was simply too cheesy. However, at that moment, the system unexpectedly chimed in. Congratulations, host. You have successfully made your wife laugh, inadvertently enhancing the happiness within your family. Happiness points awarded, 10. Gu Chen was taken aback. Had he just triggered the hidden reward mechanism? It dawned on him the true essence of the system's name. This would certainly make things easier. In the car, Yin Yun was thoroughly entertained by Gu Chen's smooth talk. Her mood lifted as her rosy lips involuntarily curved into a beautiful smile. Marriage, it seemed rather appealing. The assistant seated beside her was astonished to witness the rare sight of the young lady smiling. It was a remarkable departure from her usual demeanor, where she maintained a serious, icy facade, save for moments spent with her little princess. Today, however, she had smiled genuinely. All because of a few exchanges on WeChat with that man. What was the nature of their relationship? This man, who not only gifted her a car, but also had the ability to bring her joy so effortlessly. As far as the assistant recalled, the young lady had never shown any prior connection to him. Curiosity surged within the assistant, akin to a cat scratching at her insides, desperate to uncover the truth. Her gaze kept wandering toward Yin Yun. If you have something to say, just say it. Yin Yin suddenly spoke up. The assistant trembled, startled by the unexpected attention. Oh dear. Had her hesitation been noticed by the young lady? What should she do? How ought she to respond? Delving into her superior's private matters, especially regarding personal relationships, was a significant taboo. Moreover, she had been temporarily promoted to this position due to the absence of the regular assistant. Her standing was precarious. Even the slightest misstep could result in her dismissal. As her mind raced, nearly overwhelmed, Yin Yun cast another subtle glance her way and urged, "Speak plainly. Do not dawdle." The assistant, trembling, finally mustered the courage to ask, "Miss, I am quite curious about the relationship between Mr. Gu and yourself." Upon finishing her inquiry, a sense of dread washed over her. Her future suddenly seemed bleak. Surely, this temporary position would lead to her being let go. To her astonishment, however, Yin Yin did not express anger, but instead answered her question unexpectedly. "He is my husband." A thunderous silence enveloped the assistant as if struck by a bolt of lightning. A whirlwind of emotion surged within her. So, the young lady had gone to the administrative center with that man to obtain their marriage certificate? How could that man possibly be the young lady's husband? How could she marry him? He was so young. Besides, he was merely an ordinary university student who had just entered society, possessing little more than good looks. How had he forged a connection with the young lady? It seemed utterly inconceivable that he could be worthy of her. He was not only unworthy, he would not even be fit to carry her shoes. Though she felt a pang of injustice for the young lady, she dared not utter a word. She was acutely aware that her future encounters with Gu Chen would necessitate utmost respect. As long as you understand, do not spread this around the company. Just as the assistant found herself in a state of confusion, her mind swirling, Yin Yun coldly reiterated her instruction. "Absolutely, I promise to keep it under wraps," the assistant quickly assured, patting her chest in resolve. Subsequently, she discreetly retrieved her phone and sent a message to her subordinate. Replace the M9 with the Cullinan. Meanwhile, after concluding their conversation, Gu Chun wore a grin that seemed to reach the heavens, his heart inexplicably buoyant. He felt as though the distance between him and Yin Yun had significantly diminished with just a few exchanged words. When one encounters joyous moments, there is an innate desire to share that happiness. Gu Chun was enveloped in such a sentiment, and without hesitation, he opened his WeChat to post on his moments. Alas, have I been foolish to miss the chance of becoming a billionaire for a woman? With a heart full of excitement, he awaited responses for several seconds, his mind already envisioning the triumphant scene of his ostentatious display. Yet, to his dismay, not a single like or comment materialized. This was far from what he had anticipated. After all, he was considered the epitome of attractiveness in his class, known for his modesty and ability to forge connections, rarely posting on social media, let alone advertising on it. Yet, his inaugural post had seemingly vanished into the void, unnoticed. Were these individuals not engaging with their moments? Sigh. The recent graduates are so lethargic. Why do they not actively participate in their social circles like he used to? Chapter 14. The popular daughter seeing Gu Chun grinning foolishly at his phone, the little girl could no longer contain herself. With her arms crossed, she coldly uttered two words, "Disinfect." Gu Chun immediately turned to his daughter, inquiring, "What do I use for disinfection?" "I have it in my backpack," she replied, pivoting to present her bag to him. Aware of her excessively stringent aversion to germs, he resolved not to upset her, retrieving a bottle of disinfectant spray from her backpack. "Master, my daughter is allergic to the bacteria in the air. May I disinfect your car?" he asked the driver. Upon hearing this, the driver glanced at the father-daughter duo in the rearview mirror, particularly at the oddly dressed little girl who was bundled up tightly, and nodded with a smile, "Of course. I actually disinfect my car daily." "Young man, I didn't expect you to be so young with a daughter of this age." "Yes, my wife gave birth early," Gu Chen replied, beaming with happiness as he began to spray the disinfectant. "See, would you like me to hold you?" he asked, his heart yearning to embrace his daughter after their unsuccessful reunion, regretting that he had yet to hold her hand, let alone hug or kiss her. However, the little girl shot him a sidelong glance and replied methodically, "Holding a child in a moving vehicle is a very dangerous and irresponsible act. I suggest you read the driving safety manual several times." Gu Chen's lips twitched as he was once again schooled by his daughter. Noticing that she had already fastened her seatbelt, he quietly secured his own. "Ha ha, young man, your daughter is truly clever and sensible," the driver interjected. "Indeed. Her IQ is above 200. Gu Chen raised an eyebrow, unable to resist embellishing his daughter's brilliance. Whether or not she had an IQ of 200 was uncertain. but he had verified that her intelligence was certainly commendable. "Wow, that's impressive, little lady," the driver exclaimed, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Yet, the little girl remained silent, offering no expression to the driver. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Chen explained, "Please don't mind her. My daughter is a bit reclusive." "Haha, no worries. Geniuses often have unique ways of thinking that set them apart. I understand." As Chen and the driver exchanged pleasantries, the little girl raised her hand to check her watch, then retrieved her tablet from her small backpack and began to fiddle with it. When they got out of the car, Chen curiously glanced at her tablet. "You can trade stocks?" He was once again astonished. Having initially assumed she was merely playing games, he was shocked to discover she had been trading stocks since the age of 5. "I learned at 4 and have been navigating the stock market for almost a year now," she replied without lifting her gaze, her fingers deftly maneuvering across the screen, switching between various graphs that Chen could not comprehend. "At your age, what made you think of trading stocks?" Chen inquired, his curiosity piqued. At this moment, the little girl halted her steps and looked up at Chen with a serious and earnest expression. "When you grow up without a father, relying solely on your mother for sustenance while your sister remains idle, you develop a sense of urgency like mine. If I fail to learn the value of earning, this family will falter." After speaking, she lowered her head, continuing to fiddle with her tablet, muttering, "The stock market is truly elusive these days." Chen observed his daughter's petite figure and felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. His eyes brimmed with tears. He suddenly realized how much he owed her. "So after half a year of study, have you made a profit or incurred a loss?" This clever child displayed the mindset of a miniature adult. Chen instinctively felt a surge of confidence in her, believing she must have earned a substantial sum. "I haven't even opened a formal account." Chen stumbled and fell to the ground in disbelief. "What? After all this time, you were merely theorizing? Did you not say you navigated the stock market for a year? It was a simulation. Then why haven't you opened an account?" The little girl suddenly lifted her gaze to meet Chen's wise eyes and replied, "I am only 5. How could I possibly open an account?" Chen was rendered speechless and awkward. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. "Friendly reminder, should the host simultaneously benefit from the daughter's allowance, the system's rewards will increase." Instantly, Chen's eyes sparkled with inspiration, and a plan quietly formed in his mind. He beamed at the little girl and said, "Father has a way for you to open an account. Would you like that?" "Not interested." "Why not? Don't you wish to truly traverse the stock market?" "I do. But I don't want your assistance." "Why?" "Your eyes betray your intentions." Chen was taken aback. How can this child possess such keen observation? The allure of her allowance is certainly not as enticing as it seems. Nevertheless, he was determined not to relent. At the 9th traditional Chinese medicine massage clinic, Chen's sudden entrance with a 5-year-old girl caused an immediate stir. Curious glances flooded the room, particularly from the young nurses, who surrounded the little girl with expressions of delight and affection. They examined her as if she were a newfound treasure, filled with wonder at her cuteness. Chen felt a twinge of concern. He worried the little girl might feel anxious or uncomfortable in this environment. Just as he was about to intervene and disperse the overly enthusiastic nurses, the little girl raised her hand gently, signaling him not to worry. With her innocent voice, she stated, "You can go to work now. I will observe your social circle from here." With that, she strolled to a nearby chair, crossed her legs, and placed her hands casually in her pockets, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Despite the nurse's incessant queries, she remained silent, seemingly lost in her own world. "Chen, is this girl your relative's daughter? How cool." A young nurse exclaimed in admiration. However, regardless of their attempts to engage the little girl in conversation, she remained silent, offering no response whatsoever. This only deepened the nurse's sense of intrigue, making them even more excited. "My daughter. Pfft. At least have the decency to craft a believable lie." The nurses did not believe a single word of Chen's statement. After all, at merely 22 years of age, how could he possibly have a daughter of such an age? Chen shrugged, acknowledging that honesty seemed to be met with disbelief. "Feel free to look and ask anything, but please refrain from touching her. She suffers from severe social anxiety and dislikes physical contact with strangers." Before departing, Chen expressed his concern for the little girl, offering a word of caution to the nurses. "Rest assured, we know our boundaries," the nurses replied with cheerful nods. After a moment's thought, Chen turned to the little girl, advising, "The aunties mean no harm, so try not to overreact." He genuinely feared that the girl might suddenly pull out a stun gun and zap the nurses, which would certainly not be amusing. With his warnings concluded, Chen turned to leave, leaving the nurses to gather around the little girl, chattering excitedly. Wow, this little girl is absolutely adorable, though she appears a bit aloof. Little sister, could you please remove your mask so the aunties can see your face? You're not even talking to us. Haha. Indeed, she has been silent. I wonder what she's thinking. Perhaps she is simply shy? Haha. That could very well be. The nurses continued their discussion, curiously scrutinizing the little girl. She sat there quietly, her gaze indifferent, as if everything around her was utterly irrelevant. Little sister, what is your name? A nurse gently inquired. The little girl remained unresponsive, not even lifting her eyelids. Oh dear, don't be so cold. Come, talk to your older sister, another nurse persisted, unwilling to give up. Yet, no matter their efforts, the little girl remained mute, steadfast in her silence. Such a reaction only heightened the nurse's curiosity, compelling them to ponder the little girl's origins. What was her story? Chen claimed she was his daughter. Could it possibly be true? Surely not, considering his age. Perhaps she was adopted? They speculated among themselves, yet remained without answers. Just then, the head nurse approached, noticing the young nurses huddled together, and inquired, "What are you all doing? Shouldn't you be working?" "Nurse, look at this little girl. She is so adorable," one of the young nurses pointed out. The head nurse followed her gaze and saw the little girl sitting there, her expression emotionless. "Whose child is this?" the head nurse asked, furrowing her brow. "She came with Chen. He says she is his daughter," a nurse replied. "Chen's daughter?" The head nurse expressed a hint of astonishment, yet soon shook her head, dismissing the notion as implausible. After all, how old could Chen possibly be? We too deemed it improbable, yet he insisted on his claim, the young nurses chiming in agreement. Enough of this chatter, let us return to our duties, the head nurse urged. Chapter 15. The brave little girl. Though the young nurses felt reluctant, they dispersed to attend to their respective duties. Meanwhile, the little girl remained seated, seemingly untouched by the world around her. When Chen emerged after changing his clothes, he found her sitting there like a statue, the nurses having already left. He exchanged a few words with the security personnel, giving a nod of concern towards the little girl before resuming his work. He had been working here for 3 years, evolving from an inconspicuous part-timer to a renowned massage therapist at the establishment. His rise was attributed to his striking looks and exceptional massage skills. Each day, he was inundated with appointments, primarily from affluent women. The morning passed smoothly, with the little girl quietly observing without causing any disturbances. During lunch, Chen accompanied her, before diving back into his work. Suddenly, a luxurious black Bentley glided to a halt at the entrance of the massage clinic, its body gleaming with a unique luster, resembling a black gemstone. The car door opened slowly, revealing a glamorous noblewoman who alighted gracefully, adorned in an exquisitely tailored dress that hugged her figure perfectly. She exuded an air of elegance. Her delicate high heels clicked confidently against the pavement with each step, drawing the attention of onlookers. Instantly, her presence captivated the gaze of many, both passers-by and customers within the establishment, who cast envious and awestruck looks her way, especially the men, who could not help but display their admiration for her beauty. The noblewoman appeared accustomed to such scrutiny. She lifted her chin slightly, surveying the massage clinic sign before adjusting her sunglasses, revealing bright, piercing eyes. Suddenly, a charming smile graced her lips, enchanting all who beheld it, as if the entire world had fallen under her spell. With resolute steps, she entered the clinic, her figure vanishing within. Yet her intoxicating smile lingered in the memories of those present, transforming her into a striking feature of the otherwise ordinary street. In the lobby, the little girl remained seated on a resting chair, keenly observing her surroundings. After a considerable time of observation, she had formed an assessment of Chen's working environment. It was mediocre and a bit chaotic, but most concerning was the presence of numerous women around her father, many of whom cast inappropriate glances his way. Thus, her conclusion was clear: he needed to find a new job. Of course, she was not merely sitting there like a statue. She occasionally engaged in conversation with her sister via her watch, providing a brief overview of her observations. Just then, an extraordinarily beautiful noblewoman entered, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. Upon seeing her, the receptionist beamed with delight and greeted her warmly. "Miss Su, welcome. I have an appointment for a massage with Dr. Gu. Is he available?" Su Ro inquired, removing her sunglasses with a smile. "Yes, he is. I will escort you to the massage room. You will be attended to in approximately 10 minutes. Su Ro nodded and followed the nurse toward the massage room when her gaze inadvertently fell upon a young girl seated on a bench in the lobby. The girl seemed familiar, prompting Su Ro to halt her steps. The little girl also noticed Su Ro and immediately recognized her, hastily lowering her cap to obscure her face completely. She had never anticipated encountering her grandmother here. However, she was currently in a state of concealed identity, and thus could not allow her grandmother to recognize her. Madam Su, is something the matter? The nurse, noticing Su Ro's sudden stop, turned back with curiosity. Who is that oddly dressed little girl over there, all alone? Su Ro inquired, pointing in the girl's direction. The nurse, taken aback that such a distinguished lady would concern herself with such matters, smiled and explained, that is a little girl brought by Dr. Gu. She is likely a relative of his. Oh. Upon hearing that the child was brought by Gu Chen, Su Ro's suspicions were instantly dispelled. She shook her head with a smile, pondering how her own granddaughter could possibly be here alone. After all, she was always accompanied by bodyguards and a nanny when she ventured out. Once Su Ro departed, the little girl slowly exhaled a breath of relief, contemplating that her disguise required refinement, as she had nearly been recognized. Minutes later, a commotion erupted in the lobby. A bald man, reeking of alcohol, burst in, brandishing a bottle and shouting, "Where is that bastard, Gu? Come out, you scoundrel. I'll kill you for seducing my wife." Hey, you shouldn't cause a scene here. Let us talk this out calmly. This is a legitimate hospital. Who would seduce your wife? Two security guards stepped forward to block the man. However, the man, in a fit of rage, swung the bottle menacingly and bellowed, "Anyone who tries to stop me will face my wrath. Get that Gu fellow out here. How dare he ruin my family? Calm down, doctor. Gu would never do such a thing. There must be some misunderstanding," exclaimed a young nurse at the front desk, Louis, stepping in to reason with him. She instinctively associated the name Gu with Gu Chen, who was undeniably handsome and quite popular among the female patients. Almost everyone present, including the startled little girl, Yin Siyu, assumed it was Gu Chen they were discussing. "Damn it, do you think I came here without evidence? Get that bastard out here," the man shouted, attempting to force his way inside. "Don't be impulsive. This is not the place for your antics." The two security guards positioned themselves resolutely before him. Enraged, the man smashed the bottle against the ground with a loud crash and yelled at the guards, "Anyone who dares to stop me will meet their end. Try it if you don't believe me. Get out of my way." Seeing the sharp shards of glass, the guards hesitated, thinking, what is the point of risking our lives for a few thousand a month? As the security guard made way, the man charged forward with an aggressive demeanor. Yet, there are always those with unwavering resolve who choose to stand in front. Nurse Louis spread her arms, blocking his path. "No, you cannot enter. Doctor, Gu is not that kind of person. Please calm down. It must be a misunderstanding." "Calm down? You must be joking. If I'm to risk my life, I'll ensure you pay for it." At that moment, the man had lost all reason, and upon seeing Lu Yi obstructing him, he recklessly brandished a sharp glass bottle, aiming it at her. The surrounding crowd gasped in horror, their faces displaying sheer terror, with some individuals even fleeing in panic. Lu Yi turned pale, her lips trembling as she instinctively recoiled. However, just as the sharp glass was about to pierce her chest, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. With a crackling sound of electricity, the man suddenly collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing violently, as if enduring immense agony. In the next moment, all eyes were incredulously fixed on a petite figure clad in a black trench coat, standing confidently behind Lu Yi, unfazed by the astonished gazes of the crowd. The young girl's expression was cold and resolute, exuding a maturity and composure beyond her years. She swiftly retracted her stun gun with practiced ease, as if accustomed to such scenarios. Then, she coolly returned to her previous position, as if nothing had transpired. Her actions sparked awe and murmurs among the onlookers. Yet she paid them no mind, remaining seated and quietly observing the surroundings, as if the recent events were entirely unrelated to her. The security personnel promptly carried the disruptive man away, and the police would soon arrive to administer the consequences of his impulsiveness. Order in the hall swiftly resumed. Regaining her composure from the fright, Lu Yi approached the young girl with heartfelt gratitude, crouching down to say, "Little sister, thank you so much for saving my life just now." Upon hearing Lu Yi's appreciative words, the young girl merely glanced up indifferently, eyeing Lu Yi's ample bosom, big chest, no brains. That's precisely what people like you are. Lu Yi. Chapter 16. My wife asks me to return home to care for the children. The events in the hall unfolded with remarkable swiftness and concluded just as rapidly, failing to incite any substantial commotion. Therefore, Gu Chen, who was diligently attending to a patient in the massage room, remained oblivious to the occurrences outside. It was only when a mechanical notification from the system resonated in his mind that he became aware. Ding. The host's eldest daughter has courageously intervened, resolving a troublesome matter for the host, enhancing physical constitution by 5. As Gu Chen stood there, momentarily bewildered, his body began to radiate warmth, and his muscles stirred with newfound vigor. In that fleeting breath, he sensed a significant augmentation of his physical prowess, as if he could fell a bull with a single punch. Bewilderment swiftly gave way to anxiety. System, how is my daughter? Is she injured? It was inconceivable for him to fathom how a 5-year-old girl could be entwined with acts of valor. Moreover, what had transpired outside? Your daughter is safe, please rest assured. Host. Gu Chen finally exhaled, suppressing the urge to dash outside for a check. If anything were to befall the little girl, he would bear the weight of grave negligence, regretting it for a lifetime. Aunt Sue, once we conclude this session, your cervical spondylosis will be healed, Gu Chen reassured, refocusing on the middle-aged lady lying before him. This esteemed lady was his 4th patient of the day. With plans to resign after today, he exerted himself particularly well. Her name was Su Ro, who had become Gu Chen's patient 2 months ago and was now receiving her 8th massage. Xiaogu, your technique is simply exquisite. You are like a little miracle worker. This cervical spondylosis has plagued me for years, and I have sought treatment from numerous doctors, both domestic and international. I never anticipated that a few sessions with you would yield such remarkable results. Andy, you flatter me. I merely practice this family tradition, a craft bestowed by my ancestors. And I dare not presume to be a miraculous healer, Gu Chen replied, focused solely on his task, having long since grown accustomed to such accolades. Indeed, the massage technique was a legacy from his grandfather. His father never mastered it, yet he had surpassed the elders' teachings. Xiaogu, you toil daily giving massages, yet earn so little. Have you considered pursuing a more leisurely job with a higher salary? Su Ro inquired suddenly. I haven't thought about it, Gu Chen replied dismissively. Perhaps you should contemplate it now. I find you to be a remarkable individual, and I hold a fondness for you. Would you consider following me in the future? Su Ro suggested. Gu Chen shook his head, refraining from responding. Suddenly, he felt a hand brush against his thigh. In the room, it was only he and Su Ro. It was evident that the hand belonged to this noble lady. Gu Chen was at a loss for words. He had encountered such unwelcome advances before. In the past, he had endured for the sake of financial gain. At present, I apologize, but he could no longer endure it, and thus he spoke. Aunt Sue, I sell my skills, not my body. If you truly have needs, the massage parlor across the street can fulfill them. We are here to heal ailments, not to alleviate loneliness. Giggles erupted from Su Ro, her alluring figure quivering slightly, a hint of flirtation gracing her elegantly matured visage. Do not speak so harshly, dear. I am not that kind of woman. Name your price. How much would you desire each month? I merely wish to indulge in the taste of romance after being single for so long. Gu Chen inwardly rolled his eyes. Were it not for his awareness of the chaotic world of wealthy women who sought out younger men, he might have actually believed her. I am not interested in money. He firmly and decisively rejected, his gaze clear and unwavering, devoid of any hesitation. Upon hearing this, Su Ro was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of surprise. She had assumed this young man would be swayed by the allure of wealth, yet his resolute refusal astonished her. Am I not beautiful enough? Not attractive enough? She queried, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. Confident in her captivating appearance and unique charm, she struggled to comprehend why this young man remained unmoved. Aunt Sue, you are indeed beautiful and charming, but you are simply not to my taste, Gu Chen replied calmly. His eyes reflected a maturity and composure that transcended his years, stirring a sense of admiration. Strictly speaking, Su Ro possessed an enchanting grace. Although she had crossed into her 40s, her impeccable upkeep rendered her appearance scarcely above 30. Her skin remained as delicate as snow, and time had left no conspicuous marks upon her, instead enhancing her allure with a mature elegance. Furthermore, her demeanor radiated an air of nobility and grace, akin to that of a true matron, making her particularly conspicuous in a crowd, the focus of many gazes. Yet, Gu Chen held his own principles. He had never crossed certain boundaries before, and he certainly would not do so now. All right, Aunt Sue, the massage has concluded. He retracted his hands and began to tidy his tools. You are the most intriguing young man I have ever encountered, Su Ro beamed, her smile growing brighter as she gazed upon Gu Chen's youthful and handsome face. This offer stands indefinitely. Whenever you come to your senses, feel free to contact me. I truly believe your work is too strenuous, and I wish for you to experience a better life. Frankly, you are the first man in many years to stir my heart. Noticing the Bentley parked outside, she added, as soon as you agree, That car will be yours. Truth be told, I am not that much older than you, merely 20 years old. Do not perceive a generation gap. I'm sorry, Aunt Sue, but we are not suitable for each other. I have a wife and child. If you truly desire a relationship, I have a classmate who is quite wonderful. I can introduce you. With that, Chen exited the room. Alone, Suro lightly bit her lip, lost in thought. After a few moments, she suddenly chuckled and took out her phone to dial a number. When the call connected, her demeanor shifted from dignified to playful, as if she had instantly regained her youth. Hello, sister. How is brother-in-law doing? Still the same? What have you been up to lately? Not much. Just indulging in food and leisure. At your age, shouldn't you speak more seriously? Hee, in front of you, I shall always be a child. You and Yin just had an incident. It would be best for you to keep a low profile and remember to bring a bodyguard when you go out. I'm merely a bystander. No one would target me, so don't worry. Why did you call? Sister, what do you think about me finding a boyfriend in his early 20s? A sudden silence enveloped the line. When Suro glanced at her phone, the call had already ended. Meanwhile, Chen stepped out of the room and made a resolute decision. In the dean's office. You say you want to resign? Yes. Why the sudden change of heart? Is it the salary that you find unsatisfactory? We can discuss that. It's not about the salary. Then what is the issue? Have you been harassed by a female client again? Haven't I told you that as long as they don't go too far? Sometimes one must endure for the sake of money. Yes, but that is not the primary reason. What is the main reason then? My wife doesn't allow me to work anymore. What? You have a wife? When did that happen? I just met the right person and suddenly got married. The dean cast a skeptical glance at Chen, yet the serious and profound expression on his face compelled belief. Why doesn't your wife want you to work? Dean, I don't know if you can understand, but once a man starts a family, his priorities must shift. I truly love this job. It's just that I have to listen to my wife. Chen sighed deeply, his face filled with resignation and reluctance. The dean smirked slightly and said, Speak plainly. My wife wants me to stay home and take care of the children. Chen, you are still young. You must prioritize your career. Moreover, raising children is not solely a man's responsibility. That's what I thought too, but my wife gives me a monthly allowance of 200,000. The dean fell silent. Chapter 17. The call from my husband in the capital city, within a clandestine conference room. A pivotal business meeting is currently underway. This annual gathering significantly influences the global economic landscape upon its conclusion. Within the spacious confines of the room, 11 individuals are seated around an expansive conference table. Each of these individuals emanates an aura of formidable power and authority that is unattainable by the average person. At the head of the table sits an elderly gentleman with graying hair. He is the presiding host of this meeting and one of the 7 highest leaders of the Huaxia nation. Flanking him are representatives from the 5 most prestigious families in Huaxia, the Luo, Yin, Chu, Li, and Wei families. Each family is represented by 2 delegates, typically comprising the current patriarch and their heir apparent. These 5 families embody the most formidable forces within the Huaxia business sphere, poised to engage in fierce competition with other elite families and conglomerates globally, striving for expansion and dominance. As the meeting is about to commence, the host requests, Please place your phones on the table and turn them off. The atmosphere, which had previously been relaxed, instantly shifts to one of solemnity. Everyone retrieves their phones, preparing to power them down. Yun follows suit, but just as she is about to turn off her device, her phone unexpectedly rings. The melodious chime captures the attention of everyone present, particularly those seated beside her, who display expressions of astonishment upon noticing the conspicuous word husband on her screen. Excuse me. May I take this call? Yun inquires, taken aback by Chen's unexpected call. When the elderly host nods in acquiescence, she answers the phone, maintaining her composure. Hello, is there something you need? I hope I'm not interrupting. Chen's slightly anxious voice emanates from the receiver. It's all right, go ahead, she replies. Well, I was planning to resign, but the dean insists that a grown man living off his wife is inappropriate and insisted I call you to discuss it. Yun pauses, momentarily taken aback, before responding with a measured tone, please hand the phone to him. Dean, my wife wants to speak with you, Chen casually mentions. And upon hearing him refer to her as my wife, a delicate blush creeps onto Yun's ears, and the corners of her mouth subtly rise. The phone is soon transferred to the dean. Once the exchange is confirmed, Yun's expression sharpens as she speaks with an authoritative firmness. Do you have an issue with me supporting my husband? Her succinct words descend upon the dean like a mountain. instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure that leaves him struggling to breathe. Despite having encountered various situations and individuals throughout his long life, the weight of her brief yet potent assertion seems to envelop him from the other end of the line. He widened his eyes, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, silently pondering the true identity of this woman. Though her words were but a few simple phrases, the authority and dominance they conveyed were unmistakably palpable, leaving one hesitant to dismiss them lightly. Ahem, no need for that. You have already proved your point. Shakily ending the call, the dean wiped the phantom sweat from his brow, then returned the phone to Gu Chun, exclaiming, "You rascal. Your wife is formidable. She is 1,000 times fiercer than my own tigress at home." Gu Chen's lips twitched slightly as he observed the dean's clammy appearance, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the elderly gentleman. How fearful must he be of his own domestic tigress? Meanwhile, Yin Yun concluded the call, only to be met with the astonished gazes of those around her. Her earlier statement had detonated like a thunderclap in the hearts of her audience. Yet, Yin Yun remained oblivious to their curious stares, nonchalantly disconnecting the call and nodding gently at the elderly leader present. The meeting lasted for 2 hours, concluding with the elder raising a glass of red wine, his gaze resolute as he proclaimed, "Here's to our continued success. The future belongs to Huaxia. The future belongs to Huaxia." Everyone echoed in unison, raising their glasses and drinking heartily. By the end, fatigue had set in. Almost immediately after the conclusion, nearly everyone turned their inquisitive eyes towards Yin Yun. Among the 5 prominent families, there were 2 contemporary ice-cold snow lotuses, one in the Luo family and the other in the Yin family. Naturally, the latter referred to Yin Yun. It was widely known within their circles that Yin Yun had never favored playing with boys since childhood. At 20, she had resolutely opted for in vitro fertilization, and despite numerous suitors, she had publicly declared her intention to remain forever unmarried. Yet now, she suddenly had a husband, seemingly a kept man. This revelation left those familiar with Yin Yun utterly astounded. Their curiosity piqued regarding the identity of her husband, who had managed to capture the elusive ice-cold snow lotus unbeknownst to anyone. "Yin Yun, you're in a relationship and didn't even tell us?" The elder, with his silver hair, shed his stern demeanor, approaching with a warm and approachable smile. His eyes brimmed with affection and concern, as if he were addressing his own granddaughter. "Grandpa Chen, I just established the relationship and haven't had a chance to report to you yet." Yin Yun's customary aloof expression softened, her lips curving into a radiant smile. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she responded in a gentle and warm voice. "Haha, seeing that you found a boyfriend puts my heart at ease." Grandpa Chen nodded with a smile, his eyes filled with satisfaction. He gently patted Yin Yun's shoulder, his tone imbued with blessings and expectations for her future. The two exchanged a few light-hearted words, the atmosphere turning relaxed and cheerful. Grandpa Chen's hearty laughter echoed occasionally, while Yin Yun listened quietly, interjecting remarks that further enriched the warmth and harmony of the gathering. After Grandpa Chen departed, the remaining individuals in the meeting room did not leave immediately. Instead, they began to converse amongst themselves, with one man drawing particular attention. The man, adorned in an exquisite suit with a tie and gold-rimmed glasses, exuded a gentle and elegant demeanor, presenting an air of refined sophistication. This individual was none other than Yin Fu, the representative sent by the Yin family, and also the cousin of Yin Yun. A few minutes later, the others departed, leaving only Yin Yun and Yin Fu. "Yin Yun, when did you find a boyfriend? Why didn't you inform us?" Yin Fu's voice was soft, his gaze filled with a brotherly affection, as if he were admiring a precious treasure. "It is not a boyfriend, it is a husband," Yin Yun replied with a cool tone, correcting Yin Fu's words. However, her eyes betrayed a sense of indifference and distance, suggesting that the man before her was not akin. Yin Fu's expression momentarily froze, taken aback by Yin Yun's candid rebuttal. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, smiling as he said, "My apologies for the oversight. However, when did you two get married? Why the suddenness without informing us?" Yin Yun fell silent for a moment before responding coldly. "Not long ago, there is nothing more to say." Yin Fu frowned slightly, clearly unsatisfied with her answer. He pressed on, "A few days ago, you were injured. It was my oversight for not visiting you sooner. Have you found the assailant? Do you require my assistance?" "I merely sustained a minor injury. I am not that fragile," Yin Yun scoffed, a glint of disdain flickering in her eyes. "Cousin, you are so busy. I can handle this trivial matter myself." With that, she turned and departed, leaving Yin Fu standing alone. As he watched Yin Yun's retreating figure, the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented grim expression. His eyes, glimmering with a cold light through his glasses, seemed to be contemplating something. He then raised his hand, and his assistant quickly sensed the movement, hastening to listen to his instructions. Yin Fu spoke in a chilling tone. Investigate thoroughly into the circumstances surrounding Yin Yun's husband. Upon uttering these words, his fist clenched tightly, his heart brimming with fury and hostility. Originally, Yin Fu believed that everything was under his control and that the position of family head was all but assured. However, he was utterly astounded and enraged to discover that Yin Yun had the capability to conceal a man right under his nose. Chapter 18. This soft rice is truly tempting. Yin Yun returned to the hotel where she was staying. As she stepped into the lobby, her gaze was irresistibly drawn to a corner where a mother and her two daughters were seated on a sofa, indulging in delicious cake. The mother exuded an elegant demeanor, her features striking, reminiscent of a blossoming snow lotus, while the twin girls were irresistibly adorable, akin to two radiant pearls. A subtle smile graced Yin Yun's lips, as a wave of curiosity and warmth surged within her. She gracefully turned, her steps imbued with a unique rhythm that captivated onlookers, and approached the trio. As her footsteps drew nearer, the beautiful woman savoring the cake lifted her gaze, their eyes meeting in a moment of surprise, followed by a shared smile. This smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze, warm and gentle. Long time no see, shue shue, Yin Yun softly exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with joy. Indeed, I never expected to see you here. I've been back for some time, but I've been unable to meet you despite trying to arrange a few get-togethers. You seem busier than ever, Luo Yishui replied with a smile, her tone tinged with a sense of nostalgia. I'm sorry, so much has been happening lately. I understand. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, devoid of any awkwardness or estrangement, as if time had stood still and they were still the close friends they once were. After greeting Luo Yishui, Yin Yun's gaze naturally fell upon the two little girls. The sisters stood before the table, intently feeding themselves spoonfuls of cake, completely oblivious to anyone's presence. Their cherubic faces and tiny mouths were smeared with cream, resembling two adorably gluttonous little foodies. It was only when Yin Yun's hand gently rested on their heads that the girls looked up, their curious, dark eyes sparkling like grapes as they regarded Yin Yun. Yin Yun chuckled, crouching to meet their gaze at eye level, and tenderly said, "Hello, little treasures. Do you remember Aunt Yin Yun?" However, the sisters' expressions reflected confusion as they attempted to dig into their memories to recall this beautiful aunt who resembled their mother. At that moment, Luo Yishui chuckled helplessly, stroking her daughter's hair and gently explaining, "Darlings, this is Mommy's good friend, Aunt Yin Yun." "Hello, Aunt Yin Yun." The sisters simultaneously chirped joyfully, their voices sweet and high-pitched. "Hello, my little darlings." Yin Yun smiled warmly, reflecting on how much they had grown in the 2 years since they last met. From their early wobbly steps to now being able to articulate names clearly. "Can you tell Aunt who is the older sister, Han Xiao Shui, and who is the younger sister, Han Xiao Tong?" In unison, the sisters pointed at each other with their tiny fingers, causing both Yin Yun and Luo Yishui to erupt in delighted laughter. A few minutes later, Yin Yun received a phone call. Upon seeing the caller ID, her smile instantly vanished. After silencing the call, she bid farewell to Luo Yishui with a smile, saying, "I have some matters to attend to. Let's gather again when I have the time. In a few days, I shall return to Shidu, and then we will have the time to gather." On the vehicle, Yin Yun, with a grave expression, redialed the recently received call. The phone rang only once before being answered, and a cold, almost lifeless female voice echoed through. "All individuals have been apprehended. What shall we do?" "Wait for my arrival." Yin Yun ended the call, her eyes betraying an uncontainable chill of lethal intent. Just as the icy aura in her gaze threatened to overflow, the phone rang once more. Upon seeing the incoming call, her demeanor softened instantaneously, and as she answered, a gentle smile graced her lips. "Darling, do you miss your mother?" "Humph. Mother, you promised to find me a father. How many days has it been, and where is he?" The tone of her daughter's spoiled complaints only served to enhance Yin Yun's allure. "Do not inform your mother. Your sister has not told you that father has been found. I'm just upset that you found him without notifying me." "All right, mother is at fault. Please do not be angry, my darling." After a brief exchange, little Si Ting excitedly clamored to return to Shidu to see her father. With a sigh of resignation, Yan Yun dialed her mother, Suzy. Mother, the culprit has been apprehended. If Si Ting wishes to return to Shudu, please allow her to do so. At the 9th Traditional Chinese Medicine Massage Clinic, Gu Chun exited the director's office, having clarified the reasons behind the drunken man's disturbance. Indeed, the man's wife had been involved with a massage therapist surnamed Gu, but it was not Gu Chun. It was the therapist from the establishment across the street. The man had been mistaken. I heard you played the role of a heroine earlier, preventing a tragedy? Gu Chun gently stated as he crouched before little Siyu. Having learned the entire sequence of events from Lu Yi, he now felt an overwhelming sense of pride for his daughter. I'm cleaning up your mess, so far. Your evaluation in my eyes remains unsatisfactory. The little girl remained expressionless. Gu Chun's lips twitched, feeling quite aggrieved. Didn't Yi buy you some milk tea? Why haven't you touched it? Noticing the untouched cup beside her chair, he inquired. However, the little girl narrowed her eyes, revealing a dangerous glint. So affectionate. Does your mother know? Gu Chun. His expression darkened. What was even happening? I have resigned. Once I finish today, I shall no longer be employed. Upon hearing this, the little girl's demeanor lightened slightly. Observing her return to normalcy, Gu Chun affectionately ruffled her hair. I am heading to work. Whatever occurs. You must prioritize your safety. If anything happens to you, your father will be profoundly pained. News of Gu Chun's resignation swiftly spread through the hospital. A chorus of lamentations arose from the nurses. Gu Chun, are you truly leaving your position? At 5 p.m, the most beautiful and youthful nurse, Lu Yi, tugged at Gu Chun's sleeve, her voice tinged with reluctance as she inquired, is there truly something more important you must attend to? Indeed, there are pressing matters to address. Gu Chun replied succinctly. What matters could possibly be more important? She pressed. Returning to my family, he answered plainly. Lu Yi assumed Gu Chun was merely disheartened by the job market post-graduation and wished to return to his hometown for better prospects. With a sense of urgency, she implored. Gu Chun, please stay. Although this job may not appear prestigious, with dedication, the income can be quite satisfactory. If you worry about the difficulties of purchasing a home or settling in this city, I am more than willing to strive alongside you. At this point, Lu Yi's cheeks flushed with warmth, revealing a youthful shyness. Initially perplexed, Gu Chun soon grasped the meaning behind her bashful demeanor. Would you consider being my boyfriend? I promise to spend my entire salary on you, cooking for you, washing your clothes, and keeping you warm at night. When we marry, I won't ask for a dowry. We can work together to earn a home. If we have no money, we can rent. If we do, we can buy. I care not for material possessions. I simply wish to be with you every day. After declaring her feelings, Lu Yi lowered her head, her heart racing. Unable to meet Gu Chun's gaze. This was her first confession to a boy, and she felt overwhelmed with shyness. However, she knew that if she did not express her feelings, Gu Chun would slip away from her grasp, and the opportunity would vanish forever. Thus, she summoned her courage. Gu Chun felt a rush of emotions. This was not the first time a girl had earnestly confessed to him. His ex-girlfriend had done the same. Yet, Lu Yi's heartfelt expression deeply moved him. He had not anticipated that she was such a bold and innocent girl. Were it not for his current commitments to Yan Yun and their child, he might have been swayed to agree. But now, he had no choice but to gently decline. I am truly sorry, Yi. You are a wonderful girl, and I am confident you will find someone even better in the future. Why? Lu Yi's expression fell, her heart seeming to lose its vitality as she stared vacantly at Gu Chun. Seeing her in such distress stirred sympathy within him. And just as he was about to offer words of comfort, a man in a suit and white gloves approached, respectfully addressing him. Excuse me, are you Mr. Gu Chun? Yes, and you are? My name is Feng. I am your dedicated chauffeur. President Yin has purchased a Cullinan for you. Please accept it. Curiosity piqued. Gu Chun followed the man outside, with Lu Yi trailing behind, along with a group of nurses who secretly admired Gu Chun. On the roadside, a brand new black Cullinan stood quietly. The moment Gu Chun laid eyes on it, his heart leapt. An exhilarating thrill erupted within him, akin to a volcano's eruption. Impossible to contain. Goodness, purchasing a luxury car worth over 10 million at a whim. He thought, reveling in the allure of such indulgence. Is this your car? Yes. It was a gift from my wife, Gu Chun replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Yet his face radiated an unmistakable joy. A bubbling joy surged within her. Sweet as blooming flowers. Hadn't you just broken up? You have already found someone new. But why can't one change oneself? Lu Yi stared at the imposing Cullinan. Momentarily taken aback, and tears, uncontrollable, cascaded down her cheeks. The despair was overwhelming. Her rival was far too formidable. She felt utterly outmatched. Sobbing, she covered her mouth and fled in heartbreak. She harbored a deep resentment towards her own inadequacy, her inability to provide her beloved with such splendid conditions. All she could do was watch helplessly as the man she adored turned to another woman's embrace. Witnessing Lu Yi's heart-wrenching departure, Gu Chen felt a tangle of emotions within him. Sometimes, being excessively handsome and attracting too much romantic attention can be a curse. He sighed, acknowledging his own vanity. Truly, I am a man burdened with grave sins. Just as he finished this self-indulgent thought, a cold, youthful voice echoed from behind him, flirting everywhere, deducting 1 point. Gu Chen. Chapter 19. The collapse of the Yin family in a suburb of the capital. There stands a majestic and solemn estate, the Yin family manor. Within one of the rooms of this manor, an array of intricate medical instruments is meticulously arranged, their cold surfaces glimmering with a faint metallic sheen, creating an atmosphere thick with tension and depression. Reclining against the headboard of a bed lies a gaunt and haggard middle-aged man, his frail form intertwined with delicate tubes that seem to merge him with the complex machinery surrounding him. Despite the ravages of illness that have altered the contours of his face, he clutches a book in his hands, his gaze intensely focused on its pages. Though his physical condition has deteriorated and his mental state has waned, the air of authority and strategic acumen he has cultivated over the years remains palpable. His eyes, imbued with determination and wisdom, exude an awe-inspiring presence even in the confines of his sickbed. This man is none other than Yin Hongbin, the father of Yin Yun and the second-generation patriarch of the Yin family, currently at the helm of its affairs. Old Yin, it is time for your oxygen. A gentle voice interjects. A middle-aged woman, elegantly attired in a qipao, gracefully enters the room. This woman, named Suzy, is Yin Hongbin's devoted wife and the mother of Yin Yun. A soft smile graces her lips, yet her eyes reflect profound concern and anxiety. Following her are 2 medical personnel, who carefully maneuver an oxygen tank into the room. One of the attendants skillfully connects the oxygen tube to Yin Hongbin's nostrils, adjusting the flow with precision. The entire process unfolds swiftly and methodically, with no hint of delay. Once their task is complete, the 2 attendants verify the instruments and data before quietly exiting. Suzy settles beside the bed, tenderly caressing her husband's hand, her eyes brimming with affection. Old Yin, how do you feel? Are you any more comfortable? She inquires softly. Yin Hongbin nods slightly, indicating that he is managing. He gazes at his wife, a wave of guilt washing over him. Since his illness, she has remained by his side, tending to his every need, enveloping him in warmth. Seemingly attuned to her husband's thoughts, Suzy reassures him, Old Yin, do not dwell on such matters. Our family will overcome this hardship together. Yin Hongbin gently shakes his head, sorrow evident in his eyes. Azi, if I were to depart, my greatest concern would be for you, Yun Yun, Jingzhu, and the 2 little girls. Our lineage would be left solely in your hands. Old Yin, do not speak such nonsense. You will recover, Suzy responds, her heart tightening as she clasps her husband's hand firmly. I am well aware of my condition. I fear I may not have much time left to accompany you. Suzy bows her head in silence, discreetly wiping away her tears. Yin Hongbin exhales deeply. The ambitions of my elder brother's family are growing bolder. They have already seized control of 2 of the 3 core factions within the family, and now it seems they have set their sights on Yun Yun. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glimmer of danger. This time, something has happened to Yun Yun. Upon hearing this, Suzy abruptly lifted her head, her face etched with astonishment. Are you suggesting that this incident is related to my elder brother's family? Yin Hongbin gently nodded, then shook his head, his tone laden with gravity. Perhaps I am being overly sensitive. I sincerely hope they are not involved. We are all of the same lineage. I truly do not wish for them to abandon their humanity and familial bonds in pursuit of power and greed, committing such ruthless acts. Yin Hongbin clenched his fists tightly, determination flickering in his profound gaze. At next month's family meeting, I intend to preemptively pass the position of family head to Yun Yun. Once she secures this role, I believe my brother's family will also temper their actions. He inhaled deeply, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon, as if he could already envision the future. However, Suzy wore a look of concern, slowly shaking her head. I fear there may be numerous obstacles. Father has remained silent throughout. He single-handedly transformed the Yin family into the formidable empire it is today, and it is evident that he does not wish for a woman to be the successor. He has likely long harbored intentions of passing the family helm to my brother. Nonetheless, we must try. We cannot rely on my brother's family to suddenly awaken their conscience and spare you and Yun. Although father surely does not desire discord within the family. Nor does he wish to witness fratricide. He is, after all, advanced in years and lacks the energy to oversee many matters. Furthermore, my brother's family is not naive. They will undoubtedly act in a manner that leaves no trace. I, Yin Hongbin, never place my hopes in others. As the two conversed, the door was suddenly pushed open gently. A charming little figure joyfully scampered in, revealing a delicate young girl. With a beaming smile, she exclaimed, "Grandma, Grandpa, do you know? My mother has found my father. I'm going back to Shudu to find him right now." Hearing this news, Yin Hongbin and Suzy exchanged astonished glances. Both filled with curiosity, they looked at the little girl, their eyes brimming with questions. "Ting Ting, did you say your mother has found your father?" Suzy asked kindly, reaching out to stroke the girl's fluffy head. Yes, my sister confirmed it, and Mama told me herself." The little girl seemed oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere. Excitedly continuing, "Mama said my father's name is Chen, and he's a very impressive person. I can't wait to meet him." With that, she bounced up and down, as if she could hardly contain her eagerness to see her father. In the room, Yin Hongbin and Suzy were even more taken aback. They both understood the circumstances surrounding the little girl. It was known that Yin Yun had defied all opposition in her determination to give birth to Siyu and Si Ting. Yet she had never divulged the source of the sperm, keeping it tightly under wraps, which had thwarted their attempts to investigate. In contemporary times, two sisters unexpectedly found themselves with a father they had never known. Both were bewildered by their daughter's sudden and whimsical decision to introduce a paternal figure, reminiscent of the abrupt arrival of the sisters themselves into the world. However, seeing Xia Xingting completely enraptured in her own joy, oblivious to the reactions of those around her, the sisters chose not to display their irritation openly. "Grandma, please arrange for me to return to Shudu at once. I want to see my father," the little girl suddenly urged Suzy. Yet, Suzy shook her head firmly. "My dear, you cannot go back just yet. We must ensure your safety first. In a few days, when it is safe, Grandma will send you home, all right?" She recalled a previous phone call from Yin Yun, in which she had agreed to let the girl return when she desired. However, Suzy felt a twinge of annoyance at Yin Yun for deliberately concealing the matter of their father from her, and thus chose to disregard Yin Yun's advice. "No, I must go back now. I want to see my father." Upon hearing that she could not return, Xia Xingting leapt up in agitation. Her small face flushed, and her eyes sparkling with determination. Her heart was consumed by a singular thought, to reunite with her father, the figure she had long yearned for. For Xia Xingting, nothing was more paramount than returning to her father's side. In that moment, her impatience surged, as if she could not bear to wait even a moment longer. "That is not acceptable. Be good and listen to Grandma," Suzy insisted, her resolve unwavering. Though her heart ached for the little girl, she remained steadfast in her refusal. Thus began a standoff between the two. The small child clenched her tiny fists, her eyes narrowing with indignation as she glared at her usually beloved grandmother. In her mind, there was only one thought: she must return to see her father. No one could thwart her resolve, not even the closest of kin. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon Yin Hongbin, who lay silently on the bed, inhaling oxygen. As their eyes met, Yin Hongbin felt a jolt of foreboding. In the next moment, the little girl sprang into action, darting towards the hospital bed like an agile little leopard. In a swift and decisive motion, she grasped her grandfather's oxygen tube, her eyes resolute as she stared at Suzy. "Grandma, if you won't let me see my beloved father, then I shall ensure you cannot see your cherished husband." "Suzy, Yin Hongbin." In that instant, the elderly couple felt as though the sky itself had fallen upon them. Chapter 20. Indulged by his wife in the bustling city of Shu, Chen found himself amidst a sea of heartbreak, not only from his wife, but also from a multitude of infatuated nurses who secretly adored him. Without a bottle of 502 glue, these shattered hearts would remain irreparably fragmented. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have been awarded the title of Girl Killer, earning 100 points. Gu Chan felt a bit bewildered. Such an unexpected reward had taken him by surprise, leading him to reassess his opinion of the system. "System, could you possibly switch to a more pleasant voice? The current tone is rather intolerable," he casually remarked, reflecting on the system's cold, mechanical tone that he simply could not get used to. "System, host, this system can accommodate that request. However, it requires a payment of 100 points to change to a preferred voice." Gu Chen retorted, "What the hell? I mean, system, you are here to serve me. Isn't it reasonable to switch to a voice I like?" It's akin to playing a game where you have to pay to change the skin color of a mere minion. Isn't that outrageous? System, host. Has this system not served you adequately thus far? Grinding his teeth, Gu Chun replied, if you had a physical form, you would see the size of my fist. System, choices include lowly voice, mature voice, youthful voice, married woman voice, elderly voice. Host, do you truly wish to take advantage of the system without compensation? Gu Chun face-bombed. Well, he couldn't argue with the system, as it held the ultimate authority. Mr. Gu, would you like to get in and experience it? The driver, Mr. Feng, suggested. Though he was unaware of the nature of Gu Chen's relationship with Miss Yin, he couldn't help but look at Gu Chun with envy. As for Gu Chen's statement about Miss Yin being his wife, he found it hard to believe, sober or not. Even if he were to drink 2 bottles of Mao Tai, he would still dismiss such nonsense. Not to mention the vast disparity in their statuses. How could Miss Yin possibly marry a struggling young man? Was it merely because of his good looks? He chuckled to himself, recalling his own youth when he too was handsome, yet now found himself merely a driver. Throughout the journey, he envisioned numerous possibilities and discussed the matter with his fellow bodyguards, yet none could arrive at a definitive truth. The truth, however, was certainly not the so-called marital relationship Gu Chun spoke of. Young people often become disoriented when they receive a stroke of remarkable fortune. He had witnessed this too many times. All right, let us take a look then. Gu Chun nodded and approached the Cullinan. Little Siyu followed suit, prompting the driver to inquire. Mr. Gu, who is this little girl to you? Gu Chun glanced back, thinking, as a driver for the Yin family, how could he not recognize her? Yet seeing the little girl intent on concealing her identity, he casually replied, she is my daughter. The driver's expression shifted to one of astonishment, half in disbelief. I never imagined you could have such a grown daughter at such a young age. Beside the car stood a sharply dressed bodyguard. As Gu Chun approached, the bodyguard proactively opened the rear door for him. Gu Chun offered a friendly nod to the man before stepping inside, followed closely by the young girl. Upon entering, an overwhelming aura of luxury enveloped him, stirring excitement within. The young girl cast him a disdainful glance, then promptly chose a seat, fastening her seatbelt and closing her eyes to rest. Exhausted from spending time with her ineffectual father, she sought respite. After a brief while in the back seat, Gu Chun moved to the driver's position. Although he had passed his driving test, he had not touched a car since obtaining his license. Now, he could only indulge in the pleasure of gripping the steering wheel. Yin Yun, thoughtful as ever, had arranged for a driver, filling him with a sense of profound happiness. Her attentiveness was truly commendable. Unable to suppress his longing for Yin Yun any longer, he took out his phone and dialed her number. At that very moment, Yin Yun was on a call with her mother. On the line, Susie's frustration was palpable. What kind of father have you found for Siyu and Si Ting? Why didn't you inform us in advance? Their biological father had failed to notify them solely due to being preoccupied and forgetting. Yin Yun replied in a measured tone. Susie, astonished and enraged, exclaimed, biological father? What a splendid revelation, Yin Yun. Tell me, have you been plotting this all along? Mother, do you genuinely believe I was in a rebellious phase and chose a random sperm donor for in vitro fertilization? Susie was momentarily speechless. Before taking a deep breath and asking, clarify this for me. 6 years ago, I had an accident and fell into a lake. Had he not rescued me in time, I would have perished. Surely, your gratitude doesn't require such an extreme demonstration? What kind of gift could the Yin family not provide to a savior? I understand my own circumstances. Please do not bring this up again. Fine, I won't mention it, but I am upset that you haven't shared anything with us. Do you know what Si Ting just did to see your father? Yin Yun paused. What did she do? Susie, both exasperated and amused, recounted. I was worried about her returning, wanting her to stay a few more days. But the little girl grew impatient and threatened to pinch her grandfather's oxygen tube if I didn't let her meet her father. She said she wouldn't allow me to see my husband. Yin Yun's expression darkened in disbelief. She certainly had not instructed the young girl to behave in such a manner. All right, I have already arranged for someone to take the little girl to the airport. You should have someone there to receive her. With that, Susie ended the call. Yin Yun stared at her phone, her emotions a tangle. She could understand if Siyu had acted in such a manner. But her typically lazy and soft-spoken sister doing something so unexpected truly surprised her. Not long after, Gu Chen's call came through, prompting her to shift her mood and answer. Why did you buy such an expensive car for me? He inquired as soon as the line connected. What car? Is it expensive? Listening to the calm and unruffled voice of Yin Yunru emanating from the telephone receiver, Gu Chen pressed his forehead in disbelief, struggling to articulate the opulence of the other party. A luxury car worth over 10 million. A vehicle he had never dared to dream of in his lifetime. Oh, just take it and use it well. If it gets damaged, we shall replace it. Is that truly her implication? Replace it if it gets damaged? Senior Yin, this car is far too extravagant for me. I feel a bit anxious. While he was undeniably thrilled, transitioning from a humble wooing to such an extravagant automobile was daunting. A mere scratch would break his heart. Did you not mention a loss of 200 million? You even took to social media to lament about it. Consider this as a small token of compensation from me. Gu Chen's face flushed to deep crimson at her words. Goodness, how embarrassing. He had intended to hide that social media post from Yin Yun, yet he had forgotten. What was more shocking was that, despite her busy schedule, she had taken the time to check her social media. And to add insult to injury, she hadn't even liked the post. This caught him entirely off guard. Just as he contemplated seeking refuge in a hole, Yin Yun's gentle yet indulgent voice reached him. Be good, listen to me. The car is meant to be driven, and its cost is irrelevant. If there is another vehicle you desire, just tell me, and I will procure it for you. Gu Chen felt his eyes welling up. Dear heavens, the sensation of being cherished by his wife was intoxicating. All right, I have one more piece of news to share with you. Ting has returned and is looking for you. You can go to the airport to pick her up. Details will be communicated to you shortly. Chapter 21. My wife is incredibly wealthy. Not long after hanging up the phone, Gu Chen received a message from Yin Yun containing flight information, which he promptly shared with the little girl. Your sister Ting is back, you know? We will go to the airport to pick her up tonight. Congratulations. You will finally be reunited with your daughter. Gu Chen's expression darkened. You are also my daughter. The little girl retorted. You have yet to earn my acknowledgement. Gu Chen sighed, realizing he still had work to do. With several hours still ahead, Gu Chen decided to return to his dormitory to check out before having dinner. As he exited the driver's seat, he addressed the driver and bodyguard standing outside. Please accompany me back to the dormitory, and I will treat you to a meal. In a cheerful mood, he was preparing to treat the two to a lavish feast. Of course, both nodded in agreement and got into the car. Gu Chen and the little girl settled into the back seat, relishing the comfort of the plush chairs. As the car pulled away, Gu Chen glanced back at the traditional Chinese massage clinic, noticing several young nurses crowded at the entrance, reluctantly bidding him farewell. Having worked part-time there since his freshman year, they had been colleagues for several years, thus forming a basic bond. Now that he had achieved success and was leaving, he felt he could not neglect their feelings. Consequently, he opened the group chat with his colleagues and generously sent a red envelope containing 200 yuan. The envelope was quickly snatched up, and the girls sent their well wishes. Gu Chen briefly scanned the responses, noting that only Lu Yi had not claimed her share. Assuming the girl had genuinely developed feelings for him, he imagined she was currently hiding in a corner, secretly wiping away tears. After a moment of hesitation, he opened Lu Yi's WeChat and typed 2 words, take care. After sending the message, he sighed deeply, silently thinking, I am sorry, but I am a man you can never have in your lifetime. Let us part ways. And let me become a mere legend in your life. Putting away his phone, Gu Chen looked up and met the gaze of the bodyguard in the front seat. The intensity of their eye contact was not electrifying, yet he could sense a strong desire for conversation emanating from the other man. Thus, Gu Chen decided to oblige him. Initiating a dialogue. Brother, how long have you been a bodyguard? 3 years. And what is your salary? 15,000, with full insurance and a year-end bonus. The bodyguard's pride was evident as he spoke of his salary, his eyes gleaming with delight. Gu Chen raised an eyebrow. The compensation seems quite good. Not really. It's just average. The bodyguard waved his hand dismissively, but a glimmer of aspiration ignited in his gaze. This is merely the lowest tier of benefits. There are secondary, primary, and even elite levels. Is there a difference? Gu Chen inquired with keen interest, eager to learn more about Yin Yun indirectly. Ah, there is indeed a difference. Beyond professional skills and abilities, the higher the rank, the more trust one earns from the young lady. For instance, we at this tertiary level are merely peripheral bodyguards, lacking even the qualification to stand beside the young lady. The individual was tasked solely with the daily transportation of guests who bore some distant relation to the Yin family, along with nannies or servants engaged in errands. At this juncture, the bodyguard cast a significant glance toward Gu Chen, which he immediately comprehended. It implied that he was, at best, merely a guest of the Yin family, perhaps not even that. The disparity in treatment was evident. Second-tier benefits doubled in comparison to his own, while first-tier salaries soared to 1 million. As for the elite level, the bodyguard exhaled softly, his eyes brimming with admiration. Presently, there existed only one elite bodyguard by the young lady's side, a figure revered like a deity among them, with an undisclosed salary that, based on private discussions, surely did not fall below that sum. As he spoke, the bodyguard raised 2 fingers. Goodness, could it be 2 million? Chen mused, already taken aback. How could it possibly be nearly equal to my own salary? Huh, my friend, you are far too conservative. The bodyguard shook his head, regarding Chen with an expression akin to that of a country bumpkin, his lips curling into a sardonic smile. It starts at 10 million. Chen couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Such remuneration truly left him astounded. Goodness, a bodyguard earning upwards of 20 million. Once again, I have gained new insights into my wife's financial standing. And what, pray tell, is your connection to the young lady? The bodyguard inquired suddenly. After exchanging a few words, he found Chen to be rather amiable, devoid of airs, prompting him to voice his curiosity. The driver also glanced at Chen through the rearview mirror. Chen glanced at the quiet young girl beside him and chuckled. What do you suppose my relationship is? Perhaps you're a distant relative, suddenly seeking refuge with the Yin family? The bodyguard suggested, his eyes reflecting a mixture of envy and jealousy, his tone tinged with acidity. For merely having a tenuous connection to the Yin family could dramatically alter one's life, often leading to the gift of a luxury car worth millions. What leads you to such speculation? Chen inquired, finding the journey rather dull and engaging the driver and bodyguard in conversation. The bodyguard scrutinized Chen's humble attire, perceiving him as one who had emerged from a squalid background, seeking the favor of the affluent. This thought elicited a flicker of disdain in his gaze, though it was well concealed, unnoticed by most. Yet Chen detected it, for he was privy to a loquacious system. System, host, you have been looked down upon. Chen. Before the bodyguard could speak again, the driver interjected nonchalantly. A few years ago, there were individuals in similar circumstances who also sought numerous advantages. Are my advantages not greater than yours? Chen inquired, intrigued and eager to follow their lead. Not more than yours, several million, perhaps. In truth, for the Yin family, a few million bore no distinction from tens of millions. It merely indicated that one was fortunate enough to receive a bit more. Is it possible that I hold a unique significance to the Yin family, thus warranting a more generous allocation? Chen posited. However, both the driver and the bodyguard chuckled simultaneously. It was inconceivable, to put it plainly. 10 million is a staggering sum for both you and me. Yet for the Yin family, it is worth even less than 1,000. Subsequently, the driver began to boast with a sense of pride. This car costs over 10 million. Expensive, isn't it? Indeed, it is. Chen nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, in comparison to the vehicles I have driven, this one is utterly insignificant. The cars regularly used by the young lady's family are all bespoke models, armored and toxin-resistant, each valued at no less than 50 million. Especially the one that the young lady herself uses. Can you guess its price? 100 million? Chen replied uncertainly, feeling overwhelmed by the number. 300 million. Hiss. Chen gasped in disbelief, somewhat skeptical of the driver's claims. It was hard to fathom how a car could be worth such an exorbitant amount. If he were to possess 300 million, he could procure the finest armored vehicle for Yin Yun. Why would he even need a car? His initial reaction, apart from shock, was the realization that Yin Yun was extraordinarily wealthy. Regardless, he was married to an incredibly affluent woman, wealth that exceeded his wildest imagination. Goodness, he had unwittingly fallen into a plush life. Considering that Yin Yun had recently survived an assassination attempt, it was indeed reasonable for her to purchase such an expensive vehicle. The driver, still perplexed, remarked, I just don't understand why you would want such an expensive car. Can you afford its upkeep? Can you afford it? Naturally, he could not, but he had a wife to support him, didn't he? Thinking of Yin Yun made Chen's heart flutter, a smile creeping onto his lips. Would you believe me if I said I am Yin Yun's husband? Come on, brother, that's not amusing. The bodyguard immediately displayed a disdainful expression, internally scoffing. If you were the young lady's husband, I must be the father of a little princess. He considered himself to have the upper hand over Chen. Mr. Gu, some things are best kept to yourself. If the Yin family hears this, you might not even keep this car. The driver, appearing to offer friendly advice, was actually disapproving of Chen's brashness. Chen shrugged. No one would believe him, no matter how truthful he was. As the conversation seemed to reach an impasse, he chose to remain silent. Upon arriving at the rental apartment, Chen instructed the 3 young ladies to wait in the car. The process of checking out was remarkably smooth. The landlady was amiable, returning the entire deposit without deductions. Why the sudden move? I got married. My wife doesn't allow me to stay elsewhere. Bought a new house? The landlady was astonished. Those who could rent a place like hers typically had dire financial circumstances, with little chance of home ownership. The girl must have. The landlady understood. It was improbable for such a young, impoverished man to marry unless he was living off a woman's wealth. Chen was the most handsome and manly young man she had ever encountered. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him, especially today, which made her heart flutter. Regrettably, I acted too late. Hesitation inevitably leads to defeat. After all, she is married, and it's hard to let go. With a heart full of unfulfilled wishes, I can only extend my blessings to Chen, saying, "Your wife treats you exceptionally well. I wish you a joyful marital life." After bidding farewell to the landlord, Chen descended to the noodle shop below, generously ordering a bowl of double-meat noodles for both his driver and bodyguard. They ate with gritted teeth, for what had been promised was a grand feast, yet this was all they received. Chen believed he had demonstrated considerable magnanimity, even in the face of their disdain, by treating them to a meal. Meanwhile, he took the young lady next door to indulge in a seafood buffet. Chapter 22. The arrival of the true little cotton-padded jacket inside a private jet bound for Shudu. Yin Siding sat comfortably, a petite mirror in hand, ceaselessly admiring her delicate and charming visage, with a hint of baby fat adorning her cheeks. Her eyes sparkled with a mix of anticipation and anxiety as she softly inquired, "Aunt, do you think my outfit will please my father?" Beside her, Yin Xia couldn't help but chuckle at the little girl's nervous demeanor. She affectionately patted Yin Siding's head, teasing, "You truly are your father's little sweetheart, more anxious than I was when I first met my own crush. Fear not, dear niece. I have absolute confidence that your father will be captivated by your appearance." Observing her niece's earnest concern for her father's opinion, a pang of compassion surged within her. She understood how invaluable and yearned for paternal affection was for this child who had long been deprived of her father's love. Gently, she encouraged, "Do not be too anxious. Relax. A beautiful and lovely girl like you is your father's cherished little cotton-padded jacket, and he will grow fonder of you with each passing moment." At the airport, Chen reunited with the little nanny, Li Ming. Accompanying them was another nanny named Fang Jing, primarily responsible for caring for Yin Siding. The moment she laid eyes on Chen, her heart raced and her cheeks flushed with admiration. Her mouth fell agape, struggling to close it for what felt like an eternity. She had never expected her brother-in-law to be so youthful, appearing nearly the same age as herself. This was utterly astonishing. Could it be that the young lady was involved with her brother-in-law during his teenage years? Fang Jing dared not delve further into her thoughts, burying her numerous questions deep within her heart, awaiting the day to unravel the mysteries. "Princess Siyu, are you all right? Are you hurt?" As they met, Li Ming hurriedly approached to assess Yin Siyu's condition, inadvertently revealing her identity. "I'm fine," the little girl replied nonchalantly, waving her hand. Of course, this also inadvertently exposed Chen's identity as the father of the two little girls. Instantly, the driver and bodyguards present were rendered utterly speechless by the revelation. This was simply beyond reason. How could Chen, so young, possibly be the father of a little princess? Their gazes shifted from disdain and contempt to sheer astonishment. However, Chen was not one to hold grudges. He simply bestowed upon them a knowing smile, allowing them to ponder the implications for themselves, as they were unlikely to interact with him much in the future. At 8:30, Chen received a call from his mother. "Where are you? Have you settled in together?" Yang Xiaofeng's voice brimmed with excitement. Having seen a photo of her granddaughter, she was elated for the entire day. "Mom, I'm still at the airport waiting for your granddaughter. The plane hasn't landed yet." "Oh, then once you pick her up, send me a video call. I want to see my little granddaughter. Are both of them there?" "Yes, both of them are here." Chen glanced at Yin Siyu and added, "However, one might be a bit shy, so you may not see her on the video call." "No worries, let us first take a look at this. In a few days, I will bring it home, and we can watch it together, Mom." Chen could only acquiesce, unable to voice any objections. At 9 o'clock, a private jet descended gracefully. A group had been waiting at the exclusive helipad for quite some time. Chen's heart brimmed with excitement. The moment the cabin door swung open, two figures, one large and one small, graced the sight of the onlookers. Chen's gaze immediately locked onto the little girl. Ding! The host has successfully encountered the young daughter. Reward points 100. Chen paid no heed to the system, his entire focus resting upon Yin Siding. Today, little Siding donned a stylish black leather jacket, paired with ripped jeans and shiny leather shoes, exuding an air of coolness. Her hair was styled into slender braids, each adorned with colorful hairpins that danced lightly with her movements. Large sunglasses nearly obscured her exquisitely chiseled face, revealing only her petite mouth and cherubic chin. Her skin was as fair as snow, delicate as mutton fat jade, radiating a healthy rosy hue. A pair of large eyes sparkled with vivacity behind the sunglasses, their long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Around her neck hung a silver necklace, featuring a finely crafted star pendant that glimmered under the lights. On her wrist, she wore a colorful bracelet that harmonized with her attire, further accentuating her trendy flair. Gu Chen's lips twitched slightly. This was rather divergent from his expectations of a daughter. Were it not for the braids, she could easily be mistaken for a little boy. This was hardly the attire befitting a loving little darling. An unsettling premonition washed over him. Could it be that both little darlings were venturing into uncharted territory? As for the peculiar style, a glance at the nearby figures, hatted, short-haired, clad in oversized sunglasses, and striking an ambiguous pose, left little doubt as to the source of inspiration. The moment the cabin door opened, Yin's sightings eyes, akin to radar, began scanning for Gu Chen's silhouette. Her sister had already shown her a photograph, so her target was unmistakable. Among the throng of men and women, only one stood out, tall, handsome, and remarkably youthful. His attire was distinctly unique, setting him apart from the rest. Sightings' gaze instantly fixed upon Gu Chen. "Daddy." The two recognized each other in that moment. Little Sighting, brimming with excitement, shrieked as she wriggled free from her aunt's grasp, her short legs propelling her down the stairs with fervor, as if she wished to leap into Gu Chen's arms the very next second. Her initial strides were steady, but suddenly she missed a step, her small frame teetering dangerously as she began to plummet. Ting ting. Little princess. Gasps of alarm echoed from the crowd. Should her head strike the ground, it could result in grave injury, if not worse. In that fleeting moment of misstep, Sighting instinctively shut her eyes, a startled scream escaping her lips, as she braced for the pain she believed was imminent. Suddenly, her head collided with a broad and warm chest, enveloping her small frame in a cocoon of warmth and safety. "Darling, did I scare you?" Gu Chen's gentle voice resonated above her, inhaling the unfamiliar scent at her nose. Yin Sighting experienced her father's essence for the first time. "Daddy," she exclaimed joyfully, reaching out her tiny hands to tightly embrace Gu Chen's neck. "It's all right, Daddy's here." Gu Chen, equally astonished, gazed down at his daughter in his arms. Little Sighting's body was soft and fragrant, and holding her felt utterly delightful. This was his little cotton-padded jacket. The sensation was truly wonderful. Just moments ago, he had been terrified, and in a split second, he exchanged all 210 happiness points for physical strength. His physique surged from 15 to an impressive 36 points, well beyond the realm of an ordinary person. This accounted for his astonishingly quick reflexes. Little Sighting's sunglasses had fallen, revealing her crystal-clear, sparkling eyes fixed on Gu Chen. At this moment, the shared gaze between father and daughter was filled with surprise and joy. Unable to contain herself, Little Sighting shouted again in delight, "Daddy, Daddy, I finally see you." Meanwhile, a group of bodyguards, caretakers, and Yin Siya, recovering from their shock, gazed at Gu Chen with heightened astonishment. The incident had occurred so abruptly that even the well-trained bodyguards could only react instinctively. How had Gu Chen managed to catch Yin's Sighting when no one else could react in time? This group could only conclude, despite racking their brains, that it was a testament to paternal love that Gu Chen had unleashed unprecedented potential in the face of his daughter's peril. Seeing her foolish younger sister safely caught by Gu Chen without incident, Yin Siyu finally relaxed her clenched fists. For the first time, she had a glimmer of respect for this seemingly useless father. Quick to respond, she rated him a solid 3 points higher. Murmuring softly, she discreetly retreated behind the others before turning to leave. As she boarded the nanny van, Li Ming followed closely, asking, "Princess Siyu, aren't you going to join in for a 3-person hug? Let the joyful moments be reserved for them." The little girl replied coolly, then added in response to Li Ming's puzzled expression, "My silly and lazy sister needs paternal love more. I won't compete with her for it right now." Hearing this, Li Ming's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Gu Chen, now with his physique freshly upgraded, felt a surge of energy coursing through him, a restless force yearning for release. He turned to his daughter, "Sweetheart, would you like to be lifted high?" "Yes, yes." Little Sighting nodded without hesitation. Previously, she could only envy others whose fathers could lift them high. Now she too had a father who could do so. Then hold on tight and prepare for takeoff. In the next moment, to the astonishment of all present, Gu Chen effortlessly lifted Little Sighting by her small bottom with one hand, raising her above his head and slowly spinning her like a basketball. Chapter 23, Embraces and High Throws. Hee. "Daddy, that's not high enough. I want to go even higher." Little Si Ting exclaimed with a melodious giggle. "Here we go then. but do be careful not to cry. Gu Chen replied with a slight smirk, having just begun to acclimatize to his new physique. Although he had not undergone systematic training, the strength of his body, rated at 36, far surpassed that of an ordinary person by more than 3 times. His abilities in power, speed, agility, hearing, vision, and perception were all exceptionally enhanced. He felt as though he glided through the air, a sensation vastly more fluid than before. His mastery over strength and muscle control had reached unprecedented heights. The little girl's 30-some kilograms felt almost weightless in his grasp. It could only be said that the system was remarkably effective. No sooner had he spoken than he tossed Si Ting high into the air. Gasp! Everyone inhaled sharply, their hearts racing in unison. Jaws nearly dropped in disbelief. Could a father truly accomplish such a feat? Goodness! He had narrowly avoided a disastrous fall, and now he was sending his daughter soaring? What kind of unconventional parenting was this? In fear of disturbing the father-daughter duo, the onlookers fell silent. The little nanny, Feng Jing, turned pale, hastily pulling out her phone to capture evidence of Gu Chen's recklessness. Should anything happen to the little princess, she would undoubtedly be the first to face the consequences. In that moment, possessing video evidence became crucial. While the crowd wore anxious expressions, only Yin Siya, still standing at the cabin door, displayed an excited demeanor. Fortunately, Gu Chen caught Si Ting securely as she descended. The nanny and the bodyguards finally exhaled in relief. Are you scared? Gu Chen inquired of the little girl. If she were frightened, he would have to cease. Daddy, I want to go even higher. To his surprise, Si Ting's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although her heart raced during the ascent and descent, the secure embrace of her father made the experience exhilarating. She craved more. Never before had she engaged in such thrilling play. Very well, here we go again. Gu Chen grinned, tossing her even higher this time. Once, twice, thrice. He alternated between hands, throwing and catching her, left, right, up, each toss more exuberant than the last. The nanny and the bodyguards stood in stunned silence. Their hearts soared along with the little girl, rising and falling in tandem with her aerial escapades. They were on the verge of tears, if a mishap occurred. They could only imagine how Gu Chen would deal with them. They certainly would find themselves in his good graces, as they would all face dire consequences. Had it not been for the little princess's radiant laughter and her calling the man before her daddy, they would have undoubtedly rushed to subdue Gu Chen and drag him away. This was madness. What kind of father played with his daughter in such a fashion? As night enveloped the deserted airport, the joyful shouts of the little girl echoed through the air. After tossing her around 20 times, Gu Chen finally called it a day. After all, the little girl's physique was not as resilient as his own. The little girl felt a lingering sense of delight, yet she had indeed reached her limit. If she continued playing, she would become dizzy. Ding! Congratulations to the host and the little daughter for completing a unique parent-child interaction, earning 200 bonus points. Gu Chen's eyes sparkled. The system was becoming increasingly generous. Daddy, I want a kiss. Yin Sighting exclaimed, her petite lips already landing on Gu Chen's face. Pop, pop, pop. She left several wet imprints on his cheeks before finally pausing. Her small eyes gazed at Gu Chen with affection, sparkling with admiration. Her round pupils nearly transforming into heart shapes. Mother was right. Daddy was indeed remarkable. Just like a guardian angel descending from the heavens, he had protected her. He was also incredibly skilled at tossing her high into the air, a feat none of her classmates had experienced. Kiki, Daddy, Sighting loves you. The little girl excitedly wrapped her arms around Gu Chen's neck once more. Gu Chen, overwhelmed by her affectionate gesture, felt an abundance of paternal love. His heart touched in the softest corners. Daddy loves you too. Ah, this truly is what a little cotton-padded jacket feels like. Though they had only just reunited, there was no trace of unfamiliarity between father and daughter. Daddy, you kiss me too. The little girl suddenly cooed. All right. Gu Chen gladly assumed the role of a doting father, smiling indulgently as he kissed her forehead and both rosy cheeks. Hee, Daddy, I want more kisses. Just after the first kiss, the little girl began to leave more wet imprints on Gu Chen's face. The two continued their playful exchange, oblivious to their surroundings. Eventually, Yin Siya could no longer bear to watch. I must say, you two lovebirds from your past life have had enough. You've been exchanging kisses for several minutes now. Perhaps you should consider the feelings of those around you. Auntie, would you like to kiss Daddy too? Yin Sighting, caught up in the excitement, blurted out without a second thought. Sure, but are you willing to share? Yin Siya raised an eyebrow, chuckling at the little girl. No way. Daddy belongs to Sighting. The little girl quickly wrapped her arms around Gu Chen's neck once more. Nice to meet you. I am Sighting's auntie, Yin Xie. Rather than continuing to tease the little girl, Yin Xie removed her sunglasses, revealing her stunning, large eyes and a delicately shaped oval face. She extended her hand towards Gu Chen. Gu Chen. Gu Chen looked at the short-haired, petite yet uniquely charming Yin Xie with surprise, momentarily mistaking her for androgynous. Yet, her sweet voice revealed her to be an adorable young lady. Gu Chen found himself at a loss for words regarding his daughter's aunt. There was a peculiar disparity between her attire and her true character and physique. The moment she spoke, however, it was evident. He could not ascertain whether she had experienced some form of trauma or if her aesthetic sensibilities were simply misaligned. Their hands brushed lightly before parting. You're quite handsome. No wonder my sister has taken a liking to you. YNXU suddenly licked her lips and cast a flirtatious glance at GCHN. A shiver coursed through him, and goosebumps erupted across his skin. Goodness, he mused, it must be the allure of his charm that has captivated even his unconventional sister-in-law. Just moments ago, while conversing with the nanny, effing Jing, he noticed her gaze upon him growing increasingly peculiar. A headache began to brew. How on earth was he to navigate this in the future? Let us go home, GCHN declared. Hey, Daddy, where's sister? Isn't she with you? At that moment, Ying piped up, her little eyes scanning the crowd for her sister's silhouette. Princess Ying. Princess SY have already returned to the nanny van. Their vehicle departed moments ago, one of the bodyguards reported. Oh, Daddy, let us hurry home to find sister. GCHN nodded, realizing he had inadvertently overlooked his eldest daughter, a pang of guilt washing over him. Consequently, the group boarded the car, cradling his daughter. GCHN opted not to sit in the luxury KLN but rather in the specially designed nanny van. Accompanied by effing Jing and YNXU. Little Ing clung to him, starkly contrasting her sister's independent demeanor. GCHN had no choice but to settle her on his lap. How is it that you two sisters look so different? He remarked, unable to withstand YNXU's unwavering gaze. Different fathers, of course, YNXU replied. GCHN was momentarily taken aback. YNXU smiled softly, resting her head against the car window, and made a gesture as if performing eye exercises with one hand. My father is the brother of SY and Ying's grandfather. Technically, I am your wife's cousin. Understanding dawned upon him. During their exchange, little Ying had already nestled against GCHN's chest, fast asleep. Observing the peaceful slumber of the little girl, GCHN's expression softened immensely. She had been so excited these past few days that sleep had eluded her. Now, finding comfort in her father's embrace, she could finally rest soundly. At that moment, YNXU whispered, prompting GCHN to feel a swell of affection. He gently pressed a kiss to the little girl's forehead. Then, it struck him that his mother wished to see her precious granddaughter. He retrieved his phone and snapped a photo to send to her, adding a note, Mom. This is my daughter Ying. The earlier photo was of her sister SY. The little one is asleep now. She hasn't had much rest these past few days, so please refrain from calling today. Let us chat tomorrow instead. Quickly, he received an affirmative response from his mother. GCHN imagined the joy that must have erupted in his parents upon seeing Ying's picture. His thoughts drifted to YN. He wondered what she might be doing at that moment. With the father-daughter reunion complete, only the final gathering of their family of 4 remained. He turned to effing Jing and asked, Did you happen to record a video earlier? Upon being questioned, effing Jing felt a sudden tightening in her chest. Was he seeking to erase the evidence? In that instant, the nanny's mind raced with thoughts. Recalling how this man had tossed the little princess about, her emotions surged like the tide, leaving her legs and entire being feeling weak. If the man before her were to suddenly transform into a ferocious beast and pounce upon her, should she resist or surrender only after being thoroughly ravaged? The more she pondered, the redder her petite face became. Do not be anxious. Send me the video. It will prove useful. Gu Chen remarked with amusement as he observed her. Faced with the inability to resist, Fong Jing ultimately acquiesced. Upon receiving the video, Gu Chen promptly forwarded it to Yen Yun. Meanwhile, in a car speeding along the road, Yen Yun, who had been resting her eyes, gradually opened them upon feeling her phone vibrate. Seeing that it was a video from Gu Chen, she couldn't help but smile, thinking that the father and daughter must have successfully reunited. As she clicked on the video and watched intently, her melodious laughter filled the car. It appeared that she had underestimated her husband. He seemed to possess far greater prowess than she had anticipated. After waiting for 2 minutes without a reply from Yen Yun, Gu Chen began to feel a twinge of anxiety. Oh no, could it be that I've overstepped and upset her? He mused. considering how any normal mother would struggle to tolerate her daughter being treated in such a manner, even if it were by her biological father. Just as he braced himself for a stern reprimand from Yin Yun, she finally responded. The father-daughter relationship appears to be thriving. Keep it up and stay safe. In that simple sentence, Gu Chen could almost envision the relaxed and contented smile adorning her face. With a light heart, he quickly typed back, I await your return for our family reunion. Setting down his phone, both of their lips unconsciously curved into smiles of bliss. Chapter 24. Welcome home, son-in-law Wanhua. The Banshan Villa District stands as one of the most prestigious and luxurious residential areas in Shudu. Each villa within its bounds is priced no less than 100 million. To reside here is to be part of the elite circles of Shudu's high society. The entire district is constructed against the mountains, nestled by water, extending gracefully from the flat foothills to the mid-mountain slopes. Its architectural layout resembles ancient temples or pyramids, ascending in an orderly fashion, especially at night, when illuminated. The villa district sparkles like a constellation embedded in the night sky, breathtakingly beautiful. Among these stars, the most resplendent and luminous is the solitary villa situated at the highest point, or more accurately, the estate. This estate stands as the epitome of luxury and prestige, valued at over 5 billion. As the convoy slowly entered the estate, Gu Chen felt a sense of disbelief wash over him. Suddenly, he was struck by the notion that his wife was the wealthiest person in the world. You wouldn't be unaware of your wife's capabilities, would you? Remarked Yin Xia, unable to suppress a laugh as she observed Gu Chen's naive curiosity, akin to someone who had never encountered such opulence before. She found herself genuinely curious about what had drawn her cousin to this man, although he appeared quite charming at that moment. A deeper reflection revealed that if he were indeed the biological father of her two young nieces, he must have been underage when her cousin conceived with him. A shiver ran down her spine. She felt dwarfed in comparison to her cousin's sophistication. I'm not particularly concerned with wealth. When I was dating your sister, it was her character that captivated me, Gu Chen retorted earnestly, attempting to appear serious. Yin Xia raised an eyebrow, finding his words disingenuous. Had it not been for her knowledge of how the two little girls came to be, she might have been inclined to believe him. With a playful lick of her lips, she suggested, my sister might not be the right fit for you. Perhaps you should consider giving me a chance? She was quite taken with Gu Chen's exterior, igniting her interest in seeking a partner. Watching her little niece joyously tumbling in the air had stirred within her a longing to experience such affection from a strong, capable man. It was a desire she had never explored in her youth, and now, as an adult, she felt there was no reason to forego such experiences. Especially with a man her elder sister had shown interest in, which only intensified her eagerness to delve into Gu Chen's hidden depths. The boldness of her proposition left not only Gu Chen in shock but also the young nanny, Fang Jing, who was utterly flabbergasted. What kind of scenario was unfolding? Miss Yin was openly attempting to undermine her elder sister's relationship? Well, what do you say? We are of similar ages, so there would be no generational gap in our conversations. Besides, my sister is quite busy and may not have time for you, leaving you feeling lonely. Yin Xia continued to charm, undeterred by the astonished gazes around her. Gu Chen inwardly lamented. Is the allure of this charm system truly so potent? He was convinced that this was undoubtedly the system's doing. System? It varies from person to person. Is there any way to resolve this? System? You may either refuse outright or give her a couple of slaps to jolt her awake. Gu Chen. Still hesitating? You need not worry about Si Ting and Si Yu. They merely lack paternal affection. Being with me, you can provide them with the fatherly love they crave. Goodness. What an audacious statement. Gu Chen found himself truly enlightened. It was hard to fathom how this young lady could utter such words with a straight face. Were it not for her captivating charm, one might assume this audacious sister-in-law was lacking in sound judgment. He promptly retrieved his phone, unlocked it, and searched for Yin Yun's number, thrusting it before Yin Xia. Since you were so bold, why not directly inquire whether your sister agrees? Yin Xia. I am asking you, yet you pose the question to my sister. Are you so intimidated by her? Gu Chen. Well, this young lady certainly excels at shifting blame. I have no interest in you. My affections lie with your sister, who possesses grand aspirations. Gu Chen shook his head, his gaze subtly drifting over Yin Xia's figure. Yin Xia's expression stiffened, and she huffed in silence. She was simply a late bloomer, not yet at the stage of full development. Humph, such a superficial man. Meanwhile, Fang Jing instinctively adjusted her own bosom, letting out a dejected sigh. With just a few words resolving the matter, Gu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, silently vowing to keep his distance from Yin Xia in the future. The intrigues of high society were many, and he had no desire to be unceremoniously ejected before he could enjoy a blissful life with his wife and children. Young master, welcome home. Upon alighting from the vehicle, the butler led a cadre of young maids in a welcoming formation. Chen had never encountered such a grand reception. He felt both moved and apprehensive. The little girl he cradled in his arms was sound asleep, oblivious to the commotion. Aunt Zhang, I will retire for the night. You may converse at your leisure. Yin Xie, with a displeased expression, departed first. Young master, I am the housekeeper here. You may call me Aunt Zhang. Just as the young lady does, the housekeeper, Aunt Zhang, stated. Hello, Aunt Zhang. Chen offered a friendly nod to the middle-aged woman, whose attire was impeccable, and whose demeanor was kindly. Indeed, the young lady has exquisite taste. Aunt Zhang scrutinized Chen with an approving gaze, much like a mother-in-law assessing her son-in-law, nodding repeatedly. Suddenly receiving such straightforward and enthusiastic praise from an elder made Chen's face flush with warmth. Young master, it is getting late. You should take the little princess to her room for some rest. Having stood outside for only a short while, Chen was guided into the villa by the housekeeper and maids. Upon entering, the spacious and bright interior, adorned with luxurious designs and decor, left Chen utterly astonished. It felt as though every breath he took was infused with the essence of wealth. It was almost beyond belief that this would be his home from now on. As he made his way to the little princess's room, Chen lost count of the numerous stairs he ascended and the many corners he turned. Without a guide, one could easily lose their way. Young master, you may place the little princess on the bed. The maid will come to bathe her shortly. Aunt Zhang pointed to a spacious and soft princess bed. Chen carefully placed the little girl on the bed, exerting considerable effort to gently pry her tiny hand from his clothing. Turning around, he found Aunt Zhang gazing at him with a fixed smile. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and murmured, She clung to me the moment we got off the plane and hasn't let go since. Despite his words, a blissful smile graced his lips. You will make a wonderful father, Aunt Zhang observed, feeling a wave of contentment as she watched the affectionate bond between father and daughter. In her memories, neither of the sisters had ever shown such attachment to anyone. It seemed she truly adored her father. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open, and his elder daughter, Siyu, emerged alongside Li Ming. Chen beheld his eldest daughter with her long hair cascading over her shoulders, clad in a white nightgown. Stripped of all pretense, her fresh visage was reminiscent of her younger sister, citing, yet the only distinction was the coldness in her eyes and her serious demeanor. Yo, why did you run off by yourself? Chen felt a pang in his heart as he gazed at his lovely and sensible daughter's expressionless face. I stayed behind only to avoid hindering your reunion. The little girl maintained her frosty demeanor, but Chen understood this was merely a facade of strength. He helplessly rubbed his forehead and said, You are my daughter too, and we just played a game. Don't you want to join your father? As he spoke, he tentatively reached out to touzle the little girl's fluffy hair. To his surprise, she did not flinch. Instead, she remained still, allowing him to stroke her head. You can play with your sister. I am not interested in childish games, she replied indifferently. After her statement, she yawned, tossed aside the blanket, and nestled beside her sister, closing her eyes in preparation for sleep. Guy, let us go. I will show you to your room. If you are hungry, I can have the kitchen prepare something for you right away, and Zhang suggested after observing the two girls for a moment. I am not hungry, Chen replied, shaking his head. However, the thought of the kitchen reminded him of his exceptional culinary skills that needed practice, so he added, And Zhang, may I use the kitchen to cook when I have some free time? Aunt Zhang was taken aback. We have professional chefs who can prepare any cuisine you desire. There is no need for you to cook. No, I simply wish to hone my skills. I promised the little girl I would personally prepare a meal for them. Chen fabricated a reason. Well, that is fine. Feel free to use the kitchen whenever you wish. I will inform them, Aunt Zhang replied, nodding with satisfaction. She thought to herself, although the young man was still quite young, he displayed a sense of responsibility. He would surely become a good father and husband in the future. Just then, she recalled the unhappy departure of Yin Xie. Did the third miss have a disagreement with you? How did you know? Chen asked, astonished. She is indeed the type of person who follows her whims. If she utters something shocking, feel free to disregard it and not take it to heart. Besides, you are now her brother-in-law. If her words become excessive, you can assert your elder status. I worry that she may not acquiesce, and our relationship could become increasingly strained. Chen remarked, touching his nose. As for the words Yin Xie spoke in the car earlier, he felt too embarrassed to share them with Aunt Zhang. Rest assured, within the Yin family, aside from the eldest young lady, no one can bully you. Chen felt a bit flustered, his face reddening. However, upon hearing Aunt Zhang's reassurance, he felt an immediate sense of relief. If he had known earlier, he would have given her a couple of slaps to bring her to her senses. We have arrived. This is the place, and Zhang suddenly halted in front of a door. The first row of the wardrobe in the dressing room is for you, sir, and it has been prepared with new clothes and trousers. The second and third rows belong to the eldest young lady. As soon as Aunt Zhang finished speaking, Chen stood there in shock, his backpack slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. After a moment of blankness, he incredulously exclaimed, "This can't be Yin Xia's room, can it? Sir, you are now married. Surely you do not wish to sleep in separate rooms?" Chen. Chapter 25. The scar of my wife has hope. After Aunt Zhang departed, Chen found himself standing before Yin Yun's door, his heart racing uncontrollably. He was uncertain whether this encounter had been orchestrated by Aunt Zhang or was at Yin Yun's behest. An impulsive urge to seize his phone and consult Yin Yun surged within him, but was swiftly extinguished. Upon reflection, it seemed more likely that Aunt Zhang had taken matters into her own hands. Although their conversations online and over the phone had been delightful, he vividly recalled Yin Yun's aversion to men. She could not possibly be so open. It was plausible that her apparent enthusiasm in their online exchanges was merely a fade, a self-imposed transformation. Perhaps she, like him, was one who appeared meek in reality, yet struck fiercely in the virtual realm. Taking a few deep breaths to compose himself, Chen finally mustered the courage to gently push the door open. A familiar and enchanting fragrance enveloped him, instantly recognizable as Yin Yun's signature scent. Unable to resist, he inhaled deeply, envisioning Yin Yun standing before him, her smile radiating warmth. The room was spacious, and this was not Chen's first foray into a girl's quarters. He often frequented his sister's room. Speaking of his sister's space, it was a chaotic mess. In contrast, the room before him exuded a cozy orderliness, infused with a youthful spirit. The understated luxury was palpable, and as he stepped onto the plush cashmere carpet, he felt a twinge of self-consciousness, as if his presence might disrupt the room's immaculate tranquility. His gaze was immediately drawn to the grand bed, adorned with an array of adorable plush toys. He wondered if this was a manifestation of Yin Yun's youthful heart or perhaps a preparation for her daughter. See you. The mattress appeared irresistibly soft, and with such a large bed, the fear of rolling off seemed trivial. Tentatively, Chen perched himself on the edge of the bed, confirming its comfort and enveloping embrace. He could scarcely fathom the thought of pressing Yin Yun into this bed. Would it emit a sound? He dared not disturb the other items in the room, merely casting furtive glances before seeking out the wardrobe. According to Aunt Zhang, the first row of the closet was his. He slowly set down his backpack, which contained only a few worn garments, his entire worldly possessions. As he casually opened one of the wardrobe's sliding doors, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him, a breathtaking display of luxury and elegance, as if he had stepped into a fashion paradise. An array of high-end tailored clothing, shoes, and accessories were meticulously arranged, exuding an intoxicating allure. Chen marveled silently, realizing that each item was worth far more than he could have ever imagined. Suddenly, he recognized how out of place his backpack appeared in this opulent setting. It could easily be discarded. He randomly selected a pair of undergarments and made his way to the bathroom. The spacious bathroom was filled with items he had never encountered before. The large bathtub was enticing, yet the thought of soaking alone seemed lackluster. Thus, he opted for a shower. As he disrobed and stood before the mirror, he was struck with astonishment. Goodness, is this really me? For the first time in his life, Chen found himself utterly captivated by his own reflection. Goodness, those broad shoulders and chest, the firm and powerful lines of muscle, the inverted triangle of his abdomen, and the 8 perfectly sculpted abs. Incredible! He seemed to have emerged from the pages of a comic book, embodying the perfect physique. The realization filled him with exuberance, and soon laughter echoed through the bathroom. System, you are truly remarkable. After several minutes of cold water showering, Chen managed to calm his excitement. Wrapping himself in a bathrobe, he refrained from disturbing the neatly made bed and instead collapsed onto the sofa, allowing his mind to wander as he contemplated the system. System, increase my physique to 40. His obsessive-compulsive tendencies made the number 36 appear rather jarring. However, the system responded with a refusal. Host, your points are insufficient to accomplish this. Pardon? Chen was taken aback. Don't I have 200 points? How could that possibly be insufficient? Currently, the exchange ratio for physique is 100:1, meaning 200 points can only be redeemed for 2 points of physique, the system explained. Chen was left speechless. But when I redeemed before, Wasn't it 10? 1? Why has it suddenly increased tenfold? System, this approach could lead to a crisis of trust. That was during the initial exchange, which granted the host a discount. Furthermore, as the host's physique increases, the redemption ratio will also change. Conceding. Chen had little choice but to accept this. Fine, let's proceed with the lottery. Grant me 2 chances to draw. In the next moment, 2 shooting stars streaked through his mind. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item Massage Enhancement. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Fluffy Mushroom Spore. X1. Chen felt a tinge of disappointment at not acquiring a powerful skill. System, could you please elaborate? The system began its automated announcement. Massage Enhancement, a one-time use item that significantly enhances the host's massage techniques and efficacy. Fluffy Mushroom Spore, after planting. It can reproduce fluffy mushrooms within 24 hours. What purpose do fluffy mushrooms serve? Consuming them can eliminate acne and scars, and when prepared with special techniques, they can reduce wrinkles and slow the aging process. Upon hearing this explanation, Chen sat up with renewed vigor. The effects of the fluffy mushroom were astounding. Wasn't this every woman's dream? If the results were indeed as the system described, and if he could mass-produce them, he could scarcely imagine the vast market potential. He might be overwhelmed by the prospect of counting his earnings. However, making money was secondary. His first thought was of the scar on Yun's forehead. With this, he would no longer worry about her beauty being marred. Elated, Chen could hardly contain his excitement. Eager to tell Yun that he had found a way to restore her appearance, his mind involuntarily conjured images of her joy upon receiving the news, embracing him gratefully. Chuckling to himself, Chen resolved to find a suitable location to plant the fluffy mushrooms the very next day. System. Is this exquisite mushroom a delicacy from another realm that suits your taste? Does that mean I must elevate my culinary skills to level 2 to achieve a special effect? Host, this is merely the most basic ordinary food from another world, thus you only need to fully master the proficiency of your level 1 divine culinary skills. Hearing this, Chen felt reassured. May I inquire if the host wishes to utilize the item now? Yes. In the next moment, an abundance of knowledge and techniques regarding massage flooded Chen's mind. His fingertips began to radiate warmth and swell. Moments later, as he observed his 10 fingers moving with remarkable agility, they felt extraordinarily smooth. Chen was overjoyed. For 22 years, his fingers had never been this nimble. If he were to give a massage to a woman, it would undoubtedly be remarkable. Furthermore, he distinctly sensed that his massage technique had reached new heights. For instance, previously, he had provided Su-Ro with 8 massages, combined with various herbal treatments, to alleviate her cervical spondylitis. Now, he was confident that with merely 3 massages, devoid of any supplementary herbal remedies, he could restore Su-Ro to health. Of course, her condition was not severe. Yet, even in a more critical situation, he could significantly enhance the patient's recovery speed. The system panel automatically opened. System name, Golden Soft Rice System Host name, Chen Physique, 36, Normal 10, Special Skills, Divine Culinary Skills LV1, Divine Massage Technique. Charm Aura, Special Physique, Body Immune to All Poisons Male Charm, 350 seconds, below average, Happiness Points, 0 Golden Legend, Lottery 100 points per attempt Soft Rice Level, EV. When it appears that a new special skill, the Divine Massage Technique, has indeed emerged. Every time he saw the 350 seconds of male charm, Chen felt somewhat awkward. Humph, is it really that lacking? Chapter 26, A woman who does not return home at night is not a good woman in the city of A. Under the cloak of night, an abandoned edifice stood silently, once a grand structure that had fallen into disrepair, now seemingly whispering tales of its illustrious past. Suddenly, beams of bright headlights pierced the darkness, illuminating the entire building, transforming the previously tranquil night into a scene of activity. Several vehicles glided to a halt in the clearing before the structure, their engines gradually quieting until they fell silent. The doors swung open in succession, and a dozen men clad in suits and sunglasses emerged, their movements synchronized, indicative of rigorous training. The arrival of these figures cloaked in black infused the atmosphere with an air of mystery and tension. Shortly thereafter, a black-clad individual gently opened the rear door of the most opulent and imposing vehicle. All eyes turned toward this car, and in the next moment, a long, elegant leg emerged from within. Adorned in exquisite high heels, it exuded an aura of grace and nobility. Yun stepped out, enveloped in a black trench coat and wearing a matching mask, radiating a solemn presence. She slowly lifted her gaze, her indifferent eyes fixating on the building ahead. Miss, the person is inside, a bodyguard reported. Yun nodded, and the entourage encircled her as they proceeded into the building. Within the depths of the structure, In a dimly lit chamber, the air was thick with the pungent stench of mildew and decay. The floor was damp, and moisture clung to the walls, as though sunlight had long forsaken this place. The room was cluttered with remnants of food, refuse, and filth, emanating a nauseating odor. Yet, it was not the only scent. A more potent metallic tang of blood permeated the air, rendering it suffocating. A few men clad in black lay bound and discarded on the ground, resembling abandoned cargo. Their faces bore bruises and swellings, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, white froth mingling with crimson, painting a ghastly tableau. Their eyes were filled with terror and despair, suggesting they had endured prolonged torment, their bodies and spirits utterly exhausted. Not far from them, scattered broken teeth lay on the ground, evidently knocked from their mouths. The chaos surrounding them, with shattered teeth intermingled with refuse, evoked memories of a brutal battle or heinous atrocity. The entire scene was chilling, suffused with an indescribable sense of oppression. Yin Yun halted before the door of this chamber, where muffled cries of anguish echoed, yet she remained unmoved. Soon, the dilapidated iron door swung open from within, revealing a pair of eyes devoid of warmth that met Yin Yun's cold gaze. Their eyes exchanged a fleeting glance. No leads, the woman spoke, her voice laced with an uncontainable, frigid malice. If Gu Chun were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this woman as the one who had brazenly brandished a firearm in the hospital. The woman is named Lan Dai, the sole bodyguard of Yin Yun, who is her most trusted companion, akin to a sister. Yin Yun nodded, her gaze piercing through the dim light into the depths of the room. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the space, where shadowy figures flickered in and out of visibility. 5 stood rigid as statues, while the other 5 lay prostrate on the ground, resembling dying hounds, having seemingly lost their souls. Yin Yun's eyes flitted between them, ultimately resting on the men sprawled on the floor, barely clinging to life. Their faces were pale and contorted, their bodies trembling, evidently enduring excruciating pain. However, not a trace of sympathy or compassion flickered in Yin Yun's gaze. Instead, an inexhaustible hatred and murderous intent surged from the depths of her eyes, blazing like an unquenchable fire. These individuals were the very assassins who had once attacked her, nearly claiming her life. More importantly, her daughter had been by her side during the assault. She had nearly lost her daughter, teetering on the brink of a devastating separation. This ordeal had almost robbed her of the chance to build a family with Gu Chen. The accumulated resentment propelled her to traverse great distances, solely to witness the downfall of these beasts with her own eyes. Have the identities been thoroughly investigated? Which organization do they belong to? The Sakura Nation. The Shadow Reaper organization. Yin Yun narrowed her eyes, rapidly connecting the dots of the entire attack in her mind. She had a rough idea of the dark forces at play. Yet, one uncertainty lingered. Was there no clue regarding the domestic contacts? Lan Dai shook her head, a chilling aura emanating from her, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. These are elites. They destroyed all means of communication before we cornered them. Moreover, they fear neither life nor death, hiding poison in their teeth, ready to end their lives at any moment if captured. Upon hearing this, Yin Yun's gaze instinctively fell upon the bloodied fragments of teeth on the ground. Should we keep them for further interrogation? Lan Dai inquired. No need. Continuing would merely squander time. My suspicions suffice. Evidence is optional. Dispose of them here, and summon the Special Security Department to handle the aftermath. Lan Dai nodded, her icy gaze signaling her subordinates. The group understood, swiftly loading their firearms. Just then, Yin Yun's phone rang, a video call. Upon seeing it was Gu Chen, she hesitated not a moment to answer. Simultaneously, she raised her hand to signal her subordinates to halt their actions. However, they were already beyond the point of stopping. The sharp crack of gunfire erupted within the confines of the narrow room. Gu Chen had initially dialed Yin Yun's video call on a whim, not expecting her to be awake and to answer almost instantly. As her stunning visage filled the screen, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Yet, before he could revel in the moment, the sound of gunfire pierced the air. It was then he noticed the unsettling surroundings Yin Yun occupied. She was in a dilapidated room. As the gunshots rang out, he could not discern whether Yin Yun was startled or otherwise. The screen shook slightly. In that moment, Gu Chen witnessed a scene he should not have seen. Someone was shot, right behind Yin Yun. It appeared that there was more than one victim. Instinctively, he grew concerned for Yin Yun's safety, only to quickly realize that his worries were misplaced. Through the screen, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. The two exchanged silent glances. Gu Chen's expression was rigid, his eyes vacant. Yin Yun's emotions were concealed beneath her mask. Her initial panic swiftly gave way to calm. She slowly exited the room, her bodyguards remaining silent, hesitant to speak. In the desolate, abandoned building, only the sound of her high heels echoed softly. Why are you lying on the sofa? After a few seconds, Yin Yun broke the silence, her tone gentle. I felt it would be inappropriate to sleep in your bed, Gu Chen replied, forcing an awkward smile. That is also your bed. Be good, listen to me, and go sleep in bed. The sofa is uncomfortable. Oh. Another silence fell between them. Were those gunshots I heard earlier? Yin Yun paused, her beautiful eyes deeply scrutinizing Gu Chen. Noticing the slightly open lapel of his nightgown revealing his strong chest, her heart raced, and her ears flushed slightly. From the television. You were watching TV? Yes. What show? A war drama about resisting the Japanese. Gu Chen thought to himself, what is the pinnacle of blatant lies? His newlywed wife had just provided him with a textbook answer. Taking a deep breath, he bluntly asked, did you kill someone? Yet. Yin Yun responded with remarkable composure, I did not kill a person, I killed enemies. Oh, in that case, it's nothing to worry about. Rest early. Good night. Good night. After hastily ending the call, Gu Chen reclined on the sofa in a lettered shape. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly had an epiphany. He swiftly picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and sent Yin Yun a message. Wife, I will protect you from now on. Meanwhile, Yin Yun, burdened with thoughts, entered the car. Just as she settled in, her phone suddenly pinged with a new WeChat message. Instinctively, she opened it. Instantly, her mood lightened, and the shadow that had loomed over her heart dissipated. Her lips involuntarily curled into a sweet smile. Miss, shall we return to the hotel now? The driver gently inquired. Home. Yin Yun decisively altered her itinerary. As a woman with a family and a husband, staying out late was an unfavorable habit that needed to change. Chapter 27. My wife is back in the dead of night. Within the confines of the two little girls' room, Xiao Siyu suddenly stirred from her slumber. Her drowsy eyes fluttering open as she surveyed her surroundings, still caught in the remnants of her dreams. Instinctively, she turned her head to the side and beheld her younger sister, who had kicked her blanket aside, leaving most of her body exposed, with only a small throw barely covering her belly. Completely oblivious, her sister's small mouth curled into a sweet smile, as if she were dreaming of something delightful. With a gentle sigh, Xiao Siyu carefully rolled over, extending her hand to retrieve the discarded blanket and tenderly draping it back over her sister, ensuring she was snugly covered. Her movements were light and practiced, as if she had performed this act countless times before, each detail executed with precision. In the next moment, she closed her eyes, as if awakening in the middle of the night was solely to tend to her sister's comfort. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, Gu Chen was abruptly roused from his sleep. He had experienced a nightmare, one in which Yin Yun and their daughter perished in his embrace. The cause of such a dream eluded him, yet it served as a stark reminder, igniting a sense of urgency within him to grow stronger. He yearned to fulfill the promise made to Yin Yun the previous night, to protect her and their daughter vigilantly. Ding. Daily check-in reminder. Would the host like to check in? Check-in. Check-in successful. Points 100. Gu Chen's mood lifted slightly. He had not anticipated that the system included a daily check-in feature that awarded him free points. Rubbing his eyes, he prepared to rise from the sofa to freshen up when a thin blanket slipped from his body. Who had draped this blanket over him? Curious, he turned his head and was astonished to find an additional person in the room. As he discerned the silhouette seated at the desk, intently perusing documents through the hollow wall, he was momentarily taken aback, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy. Yin Yun had returned. He swiftly descended from the sofa, irresistibly drawn toward Yin Yun. Her profile was exquisite, flawless in its beauty. It is often said that men appear handsome and charismatic when they are deeply engrossed in their work, but the same can undoubtedly be said of women. Gu Chen felt as though he were in a dream, struggling to comprehend that he was sharing a space with a goddess whom countless men admired. As Gu Chen silently gazed at Yin Yun, lost in reverie, her fingers paused in their task of flipping through the documents. Instinctively, she turned her head toward him, her weary yet lovely face lighting up with warmth as she softly inquired, Did I wake you? Gu Chen shook his head, his voice deep and resonant, akin to the rich tones of a cello. No, I woke up on my own. Perhaps he was unaware of how enchanting his voice could be. Observing the undeniable fatigue etched upon Yin Yun's beautiful features, along with the signs of her arduous journey, a wave of tenderness washed over him. What time did you return last night? Why didn't you take some time to rest? Yin Yun smiled faintly and replied, perhaps around 4 in the morning. I have already rested in the car. She then inquired, why aren't you asleep in bed? Gu Chen, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and explained. I fell asleep unknowingly while playing on my phone last night. In truth, the sofa was vastly more comfortable than the bed he had previously slept on. He had dozed off shortly after the video ended. Their conversation flowed naturally, devoid of any sense of estrangement. resembling a couple who had been through thick and thin together for many years. Is being a CEO truly that arduous? Do you really have to work through the night? Chen was genuinely concerned about Yin Yun's well-being, contemplating finding an opportunity to give her a thorough massage to alleviate her fatigue. However, given her aversion to men, attempting to provide her with a full-body massage would likely require considerable time and effort to mitigate her resistance. Yin Yun paused, noticing the concern in Chen's gaze, and a warm current surged through her heart as she gently replied, "Occasionally, but today is an exception. There are indeed many pressing matters to attend to." The days following the annual important meetings were when she needed to strategically replan and deploy significant projects for the group. For years ago marked a pivotal moment that altered the trajectory of her life. That year, her elder brother was murdered, and she embarked on the path of becoming her father's successor, undergoing rigorous training and cultivation. 2 years prior, when her father was diagnosed with cancer and began his convalescence, she resolutely took on the entirety of the group's operations, dedicating herself without reservation. Throughout these 4 years, she scarcely had a moment to pause, immersing herself wholly in her work. Each day was filled with busyness and tension, leaving no time for her to catch her breath or relax. She bore the weight of immense responsibility and pressure, facing countless challenges and difficulties alone, with no one to share her burdens and worries. Yet, in this moment, Chen's presence was like a ray of dawn breaking through the darkness, bringing her unprecedented hope and warmth. His existence seemed to offer her a semblance of support, a sanctuary where she could voice her feelings and share her worries. She couldn't help but recall the WeChat message from last night. It was a promise from this young man, who was still unassociated with maturity, to her. She held no doubts about it, for he had proven himself many years ago. With him by her side, she felt a sense of security and trust, an experience she had not encountered in years. Gazing at the man who would accompany her through the trials of life ahead, providing her with strength and support, Yin Yun's expression softened further. She then beckoned Chen with a playful curl of her finger, "Come a few steps closer." Chen was momentarily taken aback, instinctively stepping forward. Yin Yun, her lips curving into a soft smile, set down her pen, spun her chair around, and suddenly wrapped her arms around his sturdy waist, resting her head against his abdomen. "Stay just like this," she murmured, slowly closing her eyes. Chen's body tensed, his muscles rigid, and his breath momentarily halted. Wait, isn't she supposed to have an aversion to men? How did she suddenly embrace herself so readily? Chen's mind was a blank, and the unexpected turn of events instinctively prompted him to step back. Yet, upon hearing Yin Yun's voice, he stood rigidly upright. He truly did not anticipate that Yin Yun, who suffered from misandry, would suddenly wrap her arms around him, as if seeking solace. This exceeded his expectations profoundly. Chen's heart raced, quickening with each passing moment. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Yin Yun, yet he dared not breathe audibly. His hands hovered awkwardly in the air, uncertain of where to rest. Meanwhile, Yin Yun seemed to have found the most comfortable refuge, clutching Chen's waist tightly, her head gently resting against his abdomen. She slightly closed her eyes, a hint of a contented smile gracing her lips, as if relishing the tranquility and warmth of the moment. A minute passed. The two remained in this position, motionless. Initially, it was manageable. Chen was merely anxious. However, as time elapsed, the atmosphere grew increasingly ambiguous. The alluring fragrance wafting from Yin Yun and the stimulating sensation of her presence against his waist and abdomen stirred Chen's previously calm heart, causing it to ripple like a stone cast into water, unable to return to its initial serenity. His thoughts galloped forth like wild horses, spiraling out of control. It is worth noting that he was a young man in his 20s, an age brimming with fervor and passion. How could he possibly resist such an enticing scenario? Although Chen exerted every effort to calm himself, even desperately reciting the profound verses of the Tao Te Ching in his mind, his body nevertheless began to heat uncontrollably, a wave of warmth surging from his heart and swiftly enveloping him. At that moment, Yin Yun seemed to keenly sense the change within Chen. She first furrowed her brow slightly, then slowly opened her beautiful eyes. However, upon comprehending the situation before her, she was instantly struck dumb, her face a mask of disbelief. Chapter 28. The little cotton-padded jacket seeking benefits for Dad. Thud. Thud. Her heart raced unexpectedly, and her cheeks flushed with warmth. This. Yin Yun found herself at a loss for words to describe her emotions at this moment. Alongside her astonishment, there was a sense of bewilderment. She truly did not anticipate Chen's body to be so sensitive, and his reaction so exaggerated. As the CEO responsible for the fate of countless individuals, she had encountered many situations, yet today, she gained fresh insights, particularly in such proximity. fortunately having battled in the business arena for years and occupied a high position. She had long cultivated the ability to remain composed in the face of challenges, although this was her first encounter with such a situation. She quickly forced her racing heart to calm. "All right, you go wash up and change your clothes first. I will join you afterward." Just as Gu Chen was unable to resist the urge to embrace her, Yin Yun suddenly pushed him away, a hint of mischief glimmering in her eyes. She then spun her chair around, feigning ignorance and deliberately avoiding looking at Gu Chen's current expression. She adeptly seized the moment to prevent them from finding themselves in an awkward predicament. Perhaps fatigued, she could not help but stretch, revealing her graceful waist and the alluring curves of her figure. Gu Chen, entranced by the sight before him, instinctively swallowed hard. His heart, which had been racing, now surged with an even greater fervor, an irresistible restlessness flooding his senses, and his breathing became heavy. This sensation left him both anxious and bashful, even a bit dizzy. Seeing Yin Yun engrossed in her work and seemingly disregarding him, Gu Chen felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, bringing him back to reality. He awkwardly retracted his hands, which had been suspended in midair, and hurriedly nodded, his face flushed as he dashed into the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, Gu Chen pressed his hand against his chest, taking deep breaths to regain some semblance of calm. Goodness. He had nearly succumbed to the urge to forcefully embrace Yin Yun. He glanced down, uncertain whether Yin Yun had seen his earlier actions. If she had, would it invoke a sense of revulsion towards him? After all, she was different from ordinary women. She had a disdain for men. However, upon reflection, the likelihood that she had witnessed it was almost negligible. Yet, her lack of immediate rejection suggested that she might be attempting to accept him. In that instant, an indescribable joy surged within him. Perhaps, just perhaps, he would soon savor the fruits of his desires. With this thought, Gu Chen began to hum cheerfully. "Today is a wonderful day in the bathroom." His jovial humming soon filled the air. Yin Yun, listening to Gu Chen's off-key singing, felt an inexplicable warmth envelop her. As she recalled the embrace they had shared, feeling the potent masculinity radiating from him, the firm touch of his abs, and the captivating view, her heart raced once more. A rare blush appeared on her usually aloof face. Alas, this blush faded swiftly, as the door was suddenly pushed open, revealing a small head peering in. "Daddy, are you there?" "Your father is washing up," Yin Yun replied on Gu Chen's behalf. Yin's attention was instantly captivated by Yin, and she swiftly squeezed into the room. "Mom, you're here too." The little girl exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Yin, initially intending to dash over and envelop her in a warm embrace. Yin rose to welcome the affectionate gesture, but midway through her sprint, the little girl suddenly heard GCHN's voice emanating from the bathroom. In a swift maneuver, she changed her course, her eyes sparkling with delight, exclaiming, "Daddy, Daddy." She flung open the bathroom door and tightly clung to GCHN's leg, much like a koala. Yin, now crouched down with her arms outstretched, felt a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Truly, a daughter who, having acquired a father, forgets her mother. "Where is your sister, SY?" she inquired. "Sister? She has gone to practice in the morning with her master. T&G-ing missed Daddy a lot, so she came to find him. Soon." The bathroom was filled with the cheerful laughter of the father and daughter. Yin, albeit helpless, stood up, revealing a smile of contentment. At this moment, seeing that there was nothing untoward in the room, the young maid, Jing, who had been standing outside, blushed slightly as she gently opened the door and stepped inside. Upon seeing Yin, she respectfully said, "Miss." Princess T-Ing woke up and came to find the master, hoping he would accompany her in brushing her teeth and washing her face. Yin nodded, casting a glance towards the open bathroom door, her smile widening. "Miss, I will assist right away," Ing quickly interjected. "No need. I can manage myself. You wait outside." However, Yin raised her hand to halt her, advancing toward the bathroom. Upon entering, Yin beheld the little girl cradled in GCHN's arm. The two stood before a large mirror. GCHN was squeezing toothpaste for her while she expertly pretended to comb his short hair with a brush. GCHN's face bore several marks of saliva. As the little girl styled her father's hair, she asked with a pitiful expression, "Daddy, is it more comfortable to sleep with mommy than with me?" "Why do you ask?" he inquired. "Because you didn't sleep with me last night." Faced with his daughter's question, GCHN was at a loss for words. The answer was evident. He had to choose his wife over his little girl. After all, a little cotton-padded coat merely provides warmth, while a wife serves many purposes. Yin interjected to provide an explanation. "You are nearly 5 years old now. no longer a 3-year-old child. There are distinctions between genders. You cannot sleep with daddy anymore. Upon hearing this, the little girl immediately pouted. Then why can daddy sleep with mommy? Her suspicious gaze flickered between GCHN and YNYN. Instantly, both GCHN and YNYN felt a slight flush on their cheeks. Because we are husband and wife, YNYN replied. Humph. Daddy and I are still father and daughter. Yin Siding let out a cold huff. Her proud little eyes glaring at Yin Yin, as her small hands tightly clutched Gu Chen's neck, as though proclaiming her claim. She then began to enumerate Yin Yun's alleged transgressions. Mom, you abandoned dad when I was very little, and now you want to let me sleep with him. Do you dislike dad and want to secretly bully him behind my back? After saying this, the little girl cupped Gu Chen's face with her hands and softly reassured him. Dad, don't be afraid with me around. I want to let mom chase you away again. I will protect you well. Last night, dad had defended himself and become his own guardian hero. Today, she intended to protect him, ensuring he would not be bullied by mom any longer. Gu Chen could only smile awkwardly at the little girl, genuinely surprised by the misunderstanding between the mother and daughter. Just as he was about to clarify the situation to Yin Yun, she spoke up, with a furrowed brow and a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Yin Yun retorted, What nonsense is this? Who told you that I abandoned your father when you were little? Annie told me. Humph, the little girl declared. Hands on her hips, standing her ground. Yin Yun replied, So it was Auntie, was it? I'll remember that. Don't listen to your aunt's nonsense. Mom didn't dislike dad, nor did she bully him. But you did abandon dad, didn't you? Yin Yun was momentarily at a loss for words. Unable to explain the situation adequately, although many in the Yin family were aware of how the two little girls came to be. It was a topic everyone avoided in front of them, as it could deeply hurt the sensitive sisters and damage their self-esteem. Admit it. Humph. I knew it. Seeing her mother at a loss for a rebuttal, Yin Siding puffed up her little lips in indignation, her eyes brimming with grievance. It seemed she was truly upset with Yin Yun for having deprived her of her father for so many years. Mom didn't abandon dad. Their relationship is very good now. Yin Yun rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on from the little girl's stubbornness. Really? Really, Mom isn't lying to you. Upon hearing this, Yin Siding's big, watery eyes twinkled as she pondered, weighing the credibility of each statement. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Mom, if you kiss dad, I will believe you. Gu Chen, who had been watching the scene unfold, felt his heart skip a beat. Wow, this little darling is quite perceptive. Seeking to secure her own benefits so swiftly, he instinctively glanced at Yin Yun's rosy, full lips, unable to suppress the movement of his throat. Chapter 29. Teased by his wife, my mother has brushed her teeth, so no kisses. Unlike you, with your stinky little mouth all over your father's face. Yin Yun flatly rejected the notion. Gu Chen's expression fell, disappointment washing over him. The little girl furrowed her brow in discontent and turned to Gu Chen, asking, Daddy, does my mouth stink? No, it smells delightful, Gu Chen replied, forcing a smile. Humph. With this, the little girl puffed up her chest in arrogance, her gaze defiantly challenging Yin Yun. Yin Yun remained silent. Gu Chen, caught in the middle, sensed the escalating tension between the two women, a foreboding feeling creeping in. He hastily interjected, Well, Ting Ting, tonight your daddy and mommy will sleep with you and your sister. Upon saying this, he couldn't help but indulge in the fantasy of that moment. Yay. Yin Sidu's face lit up with joy as she left a drool mark on Gu Chen's cheek. Yin Yun shook her head in resignation. All right, let us brush our teeth. If only you were half as easygoing as your sister. With that, she cast a pointed look at Gu Chen, signaling him to let the little girl down so she could take her toothbrush. Gu Chen complied obediently. At that moment, Yin Yun took the comb from the little girl's hand and knelt behind her, meticulously styling her hair. Both sisters had inherited her fine genes. Their hair long and lush, giving them the appearance of exquisite dolls. As the two mother and daughter styled their hair, Gu Chen found himself quietly standing by. Captivated by the warmth of the scene, the maternal glow that naturally radiated from Yin Yun enchanted him, stirring a desire to embrace and kiss her. Hand me a few hair ties, Yin Yun suddenly directed, pointing to a box on the vanity. Oh. Gu Chen snapped back to reality and quickly passed the hair ties to her. Inadvertently, he caught sight of their reflection in the full-length mirror. This tableau of the three of them struck him profoundly. It was a vision he had never envisioned but was now living. In that moment of warmth, he wished time could freeze, longing for eternity. The sole regret was the absence of his eldest daughter. Also captivated by the sight was Fong Jing, who waited just outside the door. She had never imagined what life would look like for the young lady after marriage. witnessing the genuine smiles and harmonious interactions of the family. She felt a deep sense of happiness for both the eldest daughter and the little princess. Of course, it would have been perfect if the other little princess were present as well. The son-in-law was truly handsome and kind. The eldest daughter had endured so much hardship. Now, with the son-in-law, everything seemed to be changing for the better. What a joy. Minutes later, Yin Sidu finished brushing her teeth and washing her face. And Yin Yun had expertly styled her hair into lovely braids. She looked just like a beautiful little princess. All right, now that you're all cleaned up, go back to your room and change your clothes, Yin Yun said, gently ruffling her daughter's hair. Father, I shall go change my clothes now. You should also change quickly and join me for dinner, Yin Siding reluctantly released Gu Chen's hand, just as she stepped out of the bathroom. Being led away by Fong Jing, she suddenly turned back to Yin Yun and said, Mom, don't bully Dad, okay? Rest assured, Mom won tea. Yin Yun replied with a smile, her lips curving upward. After watching her daughter leave the room, the smile on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by a somber expression as she turned to face Gu Chen. Gu Chen felt a shiver run down his spine under her gloomy gaze, utterly confused. He nervously stammered. Yin, I'll go change as well. Are you planning to take a shower? With that, he intended to make his escape. To his astonishment, he had not anticipated how swiftly a woman's demeanor could shift. Had he truly offended her in any way? Or was she simply a woman of capricious emotions? Perhaps her misandry had flared up unexpectedly? The more he pondered, the more he felt that the days ahead might not be as pleasant as he had envisioned. With a resounding bang, Yin Yun swiftly closed the door before he could react. Gu Chen's heart raced. Why, Yin? What are you planning to do? Sensing the increasingly oppressive atmosphere around Yin Yun, he spoke with utmost caution. It was not fear that rendered him timid, but rather the formidable aura she exuded. Yin Yun advanced step by step, cornering Gu Chen against the wall. Do you think that having a daughter at your side gives you the freedom to do as you please? She challenged. Gu Chen stood there bewildered. When had he ever entertained such thoughts? The accusation was far too heavy for him to bear. I didn't, he protested weakly. Didn't he? Then what are you afraid of? She pressed. Nothing, he replied, though internally he thought, it's not that I'm afraid, but your current demeanor is undeniably intimidating. Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts, fearing the wrath that might follow. No fear? Yin Yun suddenly reached out her delicate hand and grasped Gu Chen's chin. Despite their height difference, with Yin Yun looking down upon him, he felt as though she were an exalted queen surveying her subject. Then why can't you even remember what to call me, Her voice was low and melodious, laced with a hint of temptation. Yet her narrowed eyes radiated an aura of danger. Gu Chen was utterly perplexed by her state, struggling to decipher her words. Was she dissatisfied with him calling her senior? Did she wish for him to address her as wife? Online, he could easily articulate such terms, but in reality, especially with Yin Yun in her inexplicably irate mood, he found himself too anxious to utter the words aloud. Tell me, what should you call me? She demanded, her grip tightening and her gaze more menacing. You can only jest with me online, but you can't be serious when it matters. And no, that's not it. Gu Chen hurriedly denied. Then hurry and call me what I wish to hear. What should you call me? Gu Chen. Goodness, in such an atmosphere. How can he possibly call out? Moreover, being cornered by a woman, with his chin pinched, is a humiliating sight. Humph. Suddenly, Yin Yun's expression changed. She pouted her lips, resembling a wrong little wife, and softly complained, hasn't some people transformed into a domineering matron right after bringing their wives home? Their standing in the heart seems to be even inferior to that of their daughters. Boom. Gu Chen felt as though struck by lightning. His mind went blank. What the heck? Yin Yun actually acted spoiled towards him, and she was even jealous of their daughter? Wife. He found himself utterly unable to resist this sweet assault. At that moment, his face had flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe peach. Isn't this just calling out? A little louder, call me once more. Yin Yun's demeanor instantly softened, her delicate hand gently caressing Gu Chen's chin, her tone laced with seduction. Gu Chen was taken aback by the rapid shift in Yin Yun's attitude, momentarily at a loss for words. Wife, now that you've called out once, the second time should feel less awkward. Be good, call me again. Wife. Once more. Gu Chen. Wife. Louder. Wife. Giggling. So obedient. After calling out 7 or 8 times, Yin Yun finally released Gu Chen, satisfied. She shook her slightly numb arms and shot him a resentful glance. This man truly had the brain of a wooden fish. He was such a blockhead that it took her so long to initiate a wall slam. And he didn't even consider being gentle with her. Would you bend down? I dislike being looked down upon. Gu Chen smirked. Was it his fault for being tall? Given his wife's capricious nature, he obediently bent slightly at the waist. Now, their gazes nearly aligned, eyes locked. Yin Yun bit her lip, studying Gu Chen with a serious expression, as though she were trying to see into his very soul. They remained in silence, locked in their gaze. In the tranquil, enclosed space, an atmosphere of intimacy quietly spread. Just when Gu Chen thought Yin Yun was about to scold him again, her beautiful eyes sparkled with a certain affection. She suddenly reached up, wrapping her arms around his neck, her body leaning slightly forward. Thump. Gu Chen's pupils contracted, his heart racing abruptly. It seemed he realized what Yin Yun was about to do. Instinctively, he held his breath, paralyzed in place. He watched helplessly as Yin Yun's head drew nearer, her enticing lips inching closer to his. Thump, thump. Gu Chen's heart raced uncontrollably, as if 1,000 fawns were stampeding within him. Just as their noses nearly brushed and their lips were within mere inches, he nervously shut his eyes. However, Yin Yun suddenly tilted her head slightly, her warm breath cascading over his cheek to his ear. Then, he heard Yin Yun's teasing voice. You're so amusing. You didn't think I was going to kiss you, did you? Gu Chen. Damn it. He froze in place, utterly taken aback. This is outrageous. Just as he contemplated uttering a curse, Yin Yun softly breathed into his ear. In an instant, a wave of tingling sensation enveloped him. Following that, a voice rich with endless allure whispered beside him, just teasing you, my dear. The gentle murmur struck Gu Chen's heart like a bolt of lightning, rendering him completely enraptured. Hallelujah! 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 The sound was intoxicating, more enchanting than Sudaji herself. It seemed to wield a certain enchantment, drawing Gu Chen's very soul from his body and sending it soaring into the heavens. He widened his eyes in disbelief, gazing at Yin Yun before him. He could scarcely fathom that this typically frosty queen possessed such an exquisite understanding of romance. What happened to her supposed disdain for men? Chapter 30. The long road ahead for soft rice and hard eating. In this moment, where was the slightest trace of disdain for men in Yin Yun? Her dreamy gaze, slightly flushed cheeks, and the delicate way she bit her lip made her resemble an enchanting spirit, capable of captivating souls. How could an impetuous young man possibly resist such temptation? Gu Chen's breath quickened, his throat parched to the point of near silence. His hands instinctively found their way to Yin Yun's slender waist, feeling her soft skin and warm body temperature. At that very moment, Yin Yun unexpectedly pressed her lips lightly against the corner of his mouth, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. The gentle brush of her soft lips against his brought an exquisite sensation, a blend of coolness and warmth that flickered like a flame in Gu Chen's heart, making him feel as if he might explode with desire. Consider this a reward for obediently calling me wife just now. Yin Yun's mischievous gaze sparkled with a hint of playfulness and pride. Her voice, sweet and tender, resembled a little kitten gently scratching at his heartstrings. Then, her delicate form slipped out of Gu Chen's embrace like an agile loach, leaving him lost in the lingering sweetness of their kiss. Wife, I barely felt it. Let us kiss again, Gu Chen exclaimed eagerly, his eyes glowing with fervor as he reached out, only to grasp at empty air. At this moment, he was consumed by an overwhelming rush of heat, his heart racing and blood boiling. The desires and impulses surged within him like a tidal wave, rendering him unable to suppress his yearning for Yin Yun. I've given you the opportunity. You didn't seize it. I'm going to take a bath now. Please step outside. Yin Yun said nonchalantly, as if the earlier events bore no significance to her. Gu Chen was taken aback. Could she truly be so indifferent? Only igniting the fire, yet leaving him to extinguish it? Yet, he could no longer afford to ponder such matters. The primal instincts within him had awakened, and reason was fading. He craved her. In the next moment, the roles reversed. He cornered Yin Yun against the wall, his hands cradling her face, ready to kiss her. Just then, a faint voice reached his ears. Ah, husband, that hurts. He snapped back to reality, noticing Yin Yun's furrowed brow, hinting at discomfort. Gu Chen immediately looked down, realizing that his fingers had inadvertently brushed against the scar near her temple. This scar, resembling a grotesque centipede, marred her fair skin and stood out painfully. Guilt and concern surged within him as he comprehended that his earlier actions might have caused her pain. He cautiously withdrew his fingers and softly asked, I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? It was unintentional. What do you think? Yin Yun looked up at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, filled with grievance. Gu Chen was at a loss, having never seen Yin Yun display such an expression before, leaving him flustered and unsure. Withdrawing her hands as if shocked, she fidgeted restlessly in place. Meanwhile, Yin Yun swiftly turned away, lowering her head and letting her hair cascade down. In a place unseen by Gu Chen, her cheeks were already burning fiercely, her heart racing wildly like a frantic deer. The scar at her forehead was merely a slight itch when touched, not painful at all. She merely reacted with a semblance of pain out of panic, as Gu Chen's earlier actions had surpassed her expectations. After a few seconds, she managed to calm her emotions. When she turned back around, the blush had vanished from her face, returning to its usual composure. All right, you can go now. I need to take a shower, Yin Yun stated, already ushering Guchen towards the door. Guchen wanted to utter something to atone for his misstep, but Yin Yun raised a finger to his lips, silencing him. You need not say anything. I understand. Guchen was left speechless. He wished to express that he had a way to erase her scar. Yet Yin Yun did not grant him the opportunity to speak. I have something to tell you. Would you like to hear it? She began again. Yes. Guchen nodded eagerly, almost instinctively. Lean closer. I'll tell you. Oh. Guchen, now devoid of distractions, obediently complied like a well-behaved child. In the next moment, to his astonishment, Yin Yun suddenly cupped his face with her delicate hands and pressed her lips against his. This is a reward for you becoming a father and caring for your daughter so well. The kiss lingered slightly longer than a fleeting moment, but not by much. While Guchen was still in a daze, relishing the experience, he found himself shut outside the door. It was only when the cold door pressed against his forehead that he realized he had just been playfully teased by his newlywed wife once again. Was this wife employing too many tactics against him? He suddenly felt that the path to enjoying the benefits of a soft life would be a long one. A few seconds later, listening to the sound of water splashing in the bathroom, a smile involuntarily crept onto Guchen's lips. His brief interaction with Yin Yun had sent his emotions soaring, leaving a lasting impression. He had never experienced such delightful moments in his life. Especially when reflecting on what he deemed his first love, it was truly insipid. He even questioned whether his 3-year relationship could indeed be classified as love, as he felt no heartbeat at all. How could first love compare to the allure of a wife? In high spirits, he began to hum a tune. After changing into the new clothes prepared by Yin Yun, Guchen stood before the mirror, utterly captivated by his own appearance. He felt transformed, evolving from a simpleton into a prince. System, do you think my wife is also under the influence of a charm aura? He pondered deeply, unable to comprehend why. Despite her aversion to men, Yin Yun would repeatedly tease him today. Only a charm aura would make sense. However, with this realization, his mood inexplicably soured. System, the charm aura is ineffective on the host's wife and daughter. However, the words of the system startled Guchen. So, did Yin Yun's actions stem from her true feelings? Instantly, an indescribable sweetness surged within his heart. At the same time, a new question arose. What was it about him that Yin Yun found appealing? He acknowledged his own excellence, yet in comparison to Yin Yun, he felt like a mere speck of dust beside a brilliant star. How could she possibly be attracted to him? Was it truly because they shared 2 daughters? Darling, I shall head downstairs to check on our daughters, he called out to the bathroom before making his descent. After Yin Yun's recent guidance, he now found it quite natural to refer to her as his wife. Go ahead, you needn't wait for me for breakfast. Her soft voice floated from the bathroom as he reached the door. Chapter 31, The Diligent Sister and the Indolent Sister as Guchen descended the staircase. A lively scene unfolded in the living room. Both young girls were present. His younger sister, Yin Siding, and Yin Siye were cozily seated on the sofa, engaged in intimate conversation, resembling a pair of close-knit sisters. Observing their interaction, Guchen understood why the little girl held such trust in this aunt. The little girl had donned a delicate pink long dress, which rendered her appearance even more elegant and ladylike compared to her attire the previous day. In contrast, Yin Siye retained her distinctive style, having applied exaggerated black lipstick today, which imbued her with a sense of individuality and flair. Nonetheless, her feminine charm seemed somewhat overshadowed, presenting a strikingly androgynous beauty. Meanwhile, the elder sister, Yin Siyu, was clad in athletic wear, diligently practicing her dart-throwing skills, with a woman standing beside her offering guidance. Upon comparing the 2 sisters, Guchen noted an intriguing observation. The younger sister appeared slightly plumper than her elder sibling, perhaps due to their differing attitudes towards exercise. Dad, Mom isn't bullying you, is she? As Guchen made his way down, little Siding was the first to spot him. The young girl immediately abandoned Yin Siye and ran towards Guchen, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she leapt into his embrace. Guchen was more than pleased by his little darling's affectionate display. Listening to his daughter's concerned words, he couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. No, Mom treats Dad very well, so don't hold a grudge against her, all right? Then I forgive Mom. Seeing that her father truly seemed unbothered and had donned new clothes, the little girl instantly forgave Yin Yun. Ding. Congratulations to the host for resolving a family conflict. Points 100. Guchen was taken aback. Was this truly considered a resolution of familial discord? The system could indeed be surprisingly effective at times. After we finish our meal, Dad will take you to plant mushrooms, Chen said, filled with joy as he affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair. With school starting only tomorrow. Today was the perfect opportunity for the three sisters to enjoy themselves, given the vastness of the villa. Finding a suitable spot to cultivate some lovely mushrooms should be quite simple. With this thought, Chen found himself glancing over at his elder sister Siyu. When his younger sister had called out to him earlier, it seemed that Siyu had merely stolen a brief glance before returning her focus to her practice. All right, Dad. What kind of mushrooms are we going to plant? Ones that will make you, Mom, and your sister all look beautiful, Chen replied, diverting his gaze back to his little girl. Really? Then I want to plant a lot and lots of them. The little girl's eyes brightened with interest as she leaned her rosy face closer to Chen's. The father and daughter engaged in playful closeness for a while before Chen finally shifted his gaze away from his little girl, directing it toward his elder daughter. However, this time he focused on the woman who was instructing her in dart practice. As he looked over, the woman's cold, unfeeling gaze met his. Chen was deeply impressed by this woman, and at that moment, he had roughly deduced her identity. She must be the trusted personal bodyguard of his wife. Someone who enjoys special privileges. It was likely that she was also the mentor of his eldest daughter. Observing the nearly identical gaze shared between his daughter and the woman, Chen seemed to understand the reasons behind his daughter's transformation. The woman's attire was reminiscent of her previous appearance at the hospital. Her hair was neatly tied back into a sleek ponytail, and she wore a gray athletic tank top that accentuated her toned physique, particularly her chest, which, despite being modestly restrained, still outshone Xia by several streets. She paired this with fitted athletic leggings that showcased her long, powerful legs. Unlike before, she was unarmed at her waist this time. However, 3 sharp daggers were prominently sheathed at her left thigh, adding to her striking presence. Daddy, that's Aunt Blue Butterfly. She's supervising sister's dart practice. Noticing her father gazing at Blue Butterfly, the little girl eagerly introduced her. Then why aren't you practicing? Chen inquired curiously, glancing at his young daughter in his arms. The little girl's face flushed with embarrassment as she shyly replied, Ting doesn't tea like it. It gets so tiring after a while, I can't endure any hardship. Chen chuckled affectionately, pinching her little nose. So, Ting is a little lazy pig. Oh no, I'm not. It's just that sister is too diligent. Besides, I always miss the target, while sister hits it after just a few tries. The little girl defended herself. Chen couldn't help but laugh, setting her down before walking towards Blue Butterfly, extending his hand. Hello, I'm Chen. He held a favorable opinion of Blue Butterfly, as she was dedicated to protecting his wife. Hello, Blue Butterfly, she responded, shaking his hand. Although she was not fond of conversation, she still offered respect to Yin's husband. Thus, their acquaintance was established. I say, aren't you going to greet me? Suddenly, Xia stood up, positioning herself between Chen and Blue Butterfly, having felt ignored. Good morning, sister-in-law. Chen's lips twitched. If he could, he would prefer to avoid the sister-in-law. From the very beginning, her gaze towards him had never been normal. He had a lingering feeling that she would be a source of trouble. I have a name. You can call me Xia, Xia huffed before sitting back down. Chen chose to disregard her. Unless she matured enough to recognize that he was her brother-in-law and maintain appropriate boundaries, he would continue to keep his distance. At that moment, the servants had nearly finished preparing breakfast. Although Yin had stated there was no need to wait for her, Chen still wished to share the first breakfast of their marriage with his wife and daughters, as a family of 4. Therefore, he requested the servants to postpone the mealtime. Afterwards, he stood by, attentively watching his eldest daughter practice darts. The young girl's gaze was intensely focused. Her eyes locked onto the target 10 meters away. With her right hand gripping the dart and her arm slightly raised, she suddenly exerted force, propelling the dart forth like a bolt from a bow. Whoosh! The dart struck the bullseye with pinpoint accuracy, producing a crisp sound. He could not help but marvel at the remarkable finesse with which the girl executed her throw, her movements clean and decisive, as if she were a natural-born expert in dart throwing. Subsequently, the girl unleashed a series of throws, alternating her aim with precision that was nearly flawless, consistently hitting the bullseye. Her body swayed slightly with each throw, yet she maintained a stable balance, exuding strength and confidence with every release. Chen grew increasingly astonished. Goodness. Is this something a typical 5-year-old girl can accomplish? This child is truly a prodigy. No, one must also attribute her success to diligence. Such evident talent, coupled with relentless perseverance, was on display. All right, let us conclude today's practice here. Lan Dai suddenly addressed the already perspiring Yin Siyu. The girl nodded. and the servant promptly collected the dart equipment. Soon after, Li Ming approached with a towel to wipe the young girl's sweat. Although her forehead gleamed with beads of perspiration, the girl's eyes sparkled with a fleeting glow of satisfaction and pride. However, this sense of fulfillment was but a momentary flicker before her gaze returned to a state of calm. Chapter 32. Where has Grandpa gone? You, Ting Ting. Would you like to see Grandpa and Grandma? As Yin Siyu finished tidying up, Gu Chen, recalling his mother's eager desire to see her granddaughter from the previous night, decided to call them. Is it Dad's dad and Mom? His younger sister tilted her head, pondering for a moment as she seemed to clarify the family relations. His elder sister merely glanced at Gu Chen without uttering a word, which was typical of Siyu. Yes, Grandpa and Grandma are very eager to see you both. Would you like to meet them? Gu Chen gazed gently at his two daughters. Sure. Ting Ting wants to see Grandpa and Grandma. His younger sister, Ting Ting, suddenly became extraordinarily excited. Flailing her arms joyfully, she appeared to be brimming with curiosity and anticipation about her unseen grandparents. His elder sister remained nonchalant, seemingly indifferent to the prospect of meeting them. Gu Chen recalled his eldest daughter's earlier words. She would not acknowledge any other relatives before accepting him. Thus, he chose to disregard his eldest daughter's attitude for the time being. All right, let us call Grandpa and Grandma via video call right now, Gu Chen declared. Pulling out his phone from his pocket, adeptly locating his mother's contact information before pressing the call button. Meanwhile, at the Gu household, old man, how does my hairstyle look? Will my granddaughter find me unappealing? Early in the morning, Yang Xiaofeng had risen. After many years without any grooming, she had astonishingly taken the time to beautify herself today, all to leave a favorable impression on her granddaughter during their video call. You still have charm after dressing up a bit. Just look at me. What should I do? Gu Dad tugged at his gaunt, darkened face, resembling aged cured meat. With a look of despair, he was genuinely worried that his precious granddaughter might burst into tears at the sight of him. He had just recorded a video on his phone, and when positioned alongside his wife, he could only serve as a background figure. If one did not scrutinize closely, they would hardly be able to locate him in the frame, which was quite disheartening. Had he foreseen today's circumstances, he would have paid more attention to his appearance while working to avoid getting so sunburned. Oh dear, it doesn't even matter how you look. If all else fails, you can always wash it with some bleach. Just take a good look at me. Will this outfit make our little granddaughter adore me at first glance? As both prepared nervously, the phone abruptly rang. Upon seeing the incoming call, Yang Xiaofeng's excitement surged, and she immediately beckoned Gu Dad. Hurry over, our granddaughter is calling. On the other end, the phone beeped a few times before connecting. The first face that filled the screen was Yang Xiaofeng's, her features weathered by time. Occupying most of the display, Gu Chen recognized immediately that his mother had dressed up for the occasion. Her face appeared heavily powdered, making her look excessively made up. The moment Yang Xiaofeng spotted her granddaughter's curious gaze on the screen, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she excitedly waved her hand in greeting. My dear granddaughter. You must be the little Ting Ting, right? Dear little darling, it is I, your grandmother. At long last, I have the joy of seeing you, my beloved granddaughter. My heart swells with happiness, and my smile could nearly reach my ears. As for Gu Chen on the screen, I chose to overlook his presence. Hello, Grandma. The little one waved her tiny hand joyfully upon seeing Gu Ma. From this day forward, she also has a grandmother. Subsequently, without Gu Chen needing to utter a single word of introduction, the grandmother and granddaughter engaged in a lively conversation. In no time, Xiao Siding was giggling heartily, and Yang Xiaofeng was also bursting into laughter. Had he not witnessed it himself, Gu Chen would hardly have believed that his mother could tell such amusing jokes. The little girl, remarkably perceptive, was adept at caring for her grandmother's emotions, making her laugh until she doubled over. Sister, would you like to chat with Grandma? She misses you so much. At this moment, the little one suddenly turned her head to glance at her sister nearby, taken aback by the unexpected question. Yin Siyu furrowed her brow, neither rejecting nor consenting. Xiao Siding assumed she had agreed and promptly aimed the camera at her sister, only to be stopped by Gu Chen. Why don't you chat with Grandma? Your sister is a bit shy today and wants tea talk. After saying this, Gu Chen squatted beside Yin Siyu and whispered, the promise between you and Dad still stands. As long as you do not acknowledge me, I will not take you to meet the rest of the family. Upon hearing this, Yin Siyu's expression flickered, as if a string within her had been plucked, and she nodded slightly at Gu Chen. The grandmother and granddaughter conversed for about 10 minutes before Gu Chen found an opportunity to interject. Mom, where's my sister? Your sister? She didn't come home last night. I don't know where she has run off to. Don't worry about her. Sometimes A little setback is a form of growth for her. Chen could easily surmise that the 50,000 he had given his elder sister had perhaps emboldened her to contemplate leaving home. He dismissed the thought. Assuming she was still nursing her heartbreak, he was not overly concerned. His sister had never faced significant hardship, and her actions were generally, well, let us not dwell on that. Overall, he did not believe she would resort to self-harm. Such notions were unfathomable. Just as Chen was about to inquire about his father, his mother resumed her animated conversation with the little girl. After a couple of minutes, Yang Xiaofeng reluctantly said, "All right, sweetheart, it's time for you to have breakfast. Grandma won't keep you any longer. I'll call you again next time." Goodbye, Grandma. Mua with that. Yang Xiaofeng ended the video call. Good dad? He had been standing by, silently waiting for over 10 minutes just for a chance to utter a single word to his granddaughter. How could the call have been so abruptly terminated? Meanwhile, observing the ended video call, the little girl remained in a daze for a few seconds, feeling that something was amiss. Suddenly, she recalled that her father had intended for her to meet both Grandpa and Grandma. With a puzzled expression, she turned to Chen and asked, "Daddy, where did Grandpa go?" Chen rubbed his forehead, bemused and amused by the situation. He longed to express that his grandfather had always been present on the screen, silently serving as a backdrop. However, his grandmother's phone was rather antiquated, rendering the video inherently blurry, and she occupied a significant portion of the display. Coupled with the fact that his grandfather had a darker complexion, upon closer inspection, he resembled nothing more than a mere black pixel. Perhaps next time, he might be able to engage in a meaningful conversation with his grandfather. Chen gently stroked his daughter's hair, quietly lighting a candle for his father. His presence seemed so negligible. After some contemplation, Chen decided to transfer 20,000 yuan to his mother via WeChat. Although their household was not affluent at the moment, it was not lacking in funds either. Both his parents had grown accustomed to frugality, and he feared that his mother might refuse the money if it appeared excessive. To honor them, he believed he could not simply hand them cash. Instead, he would purchase useful items for them and make some improvements to their home. "Mother, why are you sending me money? We don't need it at home." As anticipated, his mother did not accept the money but promptly inquired via message. "Chen, I want to buy you and Dad a better phone. The pixel quality is so poor that the little girl cannot see your features clearly." Their phones had been purchased for 400 or 500 yuan and had been in use for several years, as long as they were not utterly broken. His parents had no intention of upgrading. "Mother, but that doesn't require so much money, does it?" Chen, the best phones now cost around 10,000 yuan. The camera quality is exceptionally clear, and the network is excellent. Don't you wish to see your granddaughter's face clearly? Do you want to struggle with a choppy image while chatting with her? Upon hearing this, his mother immediately accepted the offer. "Mother, all right then. I'll have your father take me to the city to buy one today." Chen finally felt a sense of relief, anticipating that during their next video call, his father would likely be able to engage in a delightful conversation with his granddaughter. Chapter 33, The Consciousness of Dependency. Before long, Yun descended, adorned in a professional white suit that perfectly accentuated her exquisite figure. The change in color from black to white diminished the solemnity and infused her appearance with an air of purity. Chen was momentarily captivated by Yun's new ensemble. He had believed himself accustomed to her beauty, yet in that instant, he recognized that this woman continuously surprised him. Every detail about her emanated a unique allure that was utterly irresistible. Approaching Chen, Yun smiled and inquired, "Why are you staring at me? Do you think this looks good on me?" Her voice was melodious, reminiscent of a Golden Orioles song, capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. Rarely did she don a white professional suit, but today, buoyed by a good mood, she opted for a change in color. Snapping back to reality, Chen eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "It looks beautiful, truly beautiful. My dear, you are stunning." His gaze brimmed with admiration and praise, depicting a man utterly enchanted by his wife. Upon receiving Chen's compliment, a satisfied smile graced Yun's face. She gently brushed her hair aside to conceal a barely perceptible shyness and playfully retorted, "Flatterer. But really, it is beautiful. I speak no falsehood. Right, you, Ting? Chen earnestly turned to his two daughters, seeking their affirmation. Yun's playful glare at that moment lacked any semblance of menace. Rather, it revealed a charming side of her that made Chen find her all the more endearing. "Yes, Mommy looks beautiful today, and I look pretty too, hee," chimed in her younger daughter, Ting. Although the elder sister, Siyu, remained silent. A flicker of surprise danced in her bright eyes. Listening to the harmonious praises exchanged between father and daughters, even Yun, typically composed and unflappable, felt her heart race slightly. A charming blush adorned her lovely face, akin to a ripe peach, evoking an irresistible desire to savor her beauty. "Dear sister, it is rare to see you in white. It is quite a refreshing sight," remarked Yin Xia, who could not help but acknowledge her cousin's innate beauty, which rendered any attire stunning. Observing the family's harmonious atmosphere and Yin Yun's deliberate choice of attire, she began to question her previous assumptions. Could it be that her cousin genuinely harbored feelings for this man, rather than merely seeking a father figure for her daughters? "Have you all not eaten?" Yin Yun inquired. "No. Daddy said we should wait for Mommy to come down so we can eat together as a complete family," replied her younger daughter, Ting Ting, who then bounded into Yin Yun's embrace like a joyful little bunny. Yin Yun exchanged a glance with Gu Qin before kneeling down to affectionately cradle her daughter in her arms. "Mommy forgives you. From now on, we shall remain the best mother and daughter," the little girl declared, nuzzling against Yin Yun's chest and then tilting her face to plant a kiss on her mother's cheek. Yin Yun was both amused and perplexed by the little girl's words, yet her heart felt a warm embrace. You, come here and let Mama give you a hug." She beckoned to the taciturn Yin Xiu. Upon hearing this, the little girl sighed and walked over with a look of resignation, only to be enveloped in Yin Yun's arms for a forced cuddle. Today, both Yu and Ting Ting look exceptionally lovely. Yu Chen cherished the tender scene of mother and daughters, a sight he could never tire of. "Let us dine," Yin Yun suggested after a brief moment of affection among the three. She nodded at Lan Dai, and the group proceeded to the dining room. At the table, the two little girls found themselves nestled between Gu Qin and Yin Yun. With their father to one side and their mother to the other, the younger sister Yin Siding was utterly delighted. She began snapping pictures with her little camera, eager to capture this beautiful moment. When she starts school, she will proudly show her classmates that she has both her parents by her side for breakfast. Meanwhile, the elder sister Yin Xiu rarely displayed such a gentle demeanor. Gu Qin, with an innate understanding of his role, began to serve the two ladies, initially merely placing food in their bowls. Gradually, he grew dissatisfied with this and started delivering bites directly to their mouths. Eventually, he even fed them directly. The little daughter cooperated willingly, while the elder daughter remained her usual aloof self, stating, "I can feed myself." Nevertheless, Gu Qin managed to feed her a few bites despite her protests. At first, Yin Yun felt somewhat unaccustomed to this treatment, but after a few mouthfuls, she found herself quite enjoying it. "It feels wonderful to be fed by my husband," she exclaimed. "Do you have to work today?" Gu Qin realized this question was rather redundant, given his formal attire, but he couldn't help but inquire. "Yes, I have several important meetings to organize. I've been quite busy these days, but once this hectic period passes, I will accompany you home to meet my parents," Yin Yun replied, nodding. Gu Qin felt a surge of warmth in his heart, pleasantly surprised that Yin Yun, despite her busyness, still thought of his parents. "Certainly. My parents are looking forward to meeting their daughter-in-law and granddaughter," he said, exchanging a smile with her. "You look most beautiful when you smile. Please smile more often," he remarked, gazing adoringly at Yin Yun's radiant face. Caught off guard by his sudden compliment, Yin Yun felt her cheeks flush slightly. She realized that this man had a remarkable talent for bringing joy to the hearts of women. Reflecting on Gu Qin's first love from years past, she unexpectedly felt a twinge of jealousy. However, this fleeting pang was swiftly washed away by the food he personally fed her. "I'm full. You all take your time," Yin Xia announced, the first to set down her chopsticks. She had little appetite today, feeling somewhat vexed. She could not comprehend how, despite their lack of emotional foundation and their hastily arranged marriage, they had grown so intimately connected overnight. Especially her cousin, whom she knew all too well, so cold and seemingly averse to men. How had Gu Qin managed to conquer her heart in just one night? Just look at her now. Occasionally displaying a youthful, blossoming demeanor, where was the aversion to men? Humph. At the age of 26, the woman still feigned youthfulness more than she did at 22. She could no longer bear to witness the scene, finding it too glaring to endure. The departure of Yin Xia did not in the slightest alter the atmosphere at the table. Lan Dai remained utterly focused on her meal, her demeanor icy and detached. The flirtation and affection exchanged at the table held no significance for her. Noticing the fatigue concealed behind Yin Yun's smile, Gu Qin abruptly rose and approached her from behind. "What are you doing?" Yin Yun asked, surprised. "Aren't you supposed to be at work, toiling away to support me and our daughter?" "I cannot assist you in any substantial way, but I can offer a bit of massage technique to alleviate your weariness." As Gu Qin spoke, he placed his hands upon Yin Yun's head. Instantly, she felt a tingling sensation coursing through her scalp, her body instinctively relaxing, and her eyelids gradually fluttering shut in enjoyment. "If the pressure is not suitable, do let me know," Gu Qin advised. In truth, after undergoing systematic training, his massage techniques had undergone a remarkable transformation, rendering any concerns about pressure entirely moot. With just a few gentle presses of his fingers, he could ascertain the optimal level of pressure required. Under the deft manipulation of his remarkably agile fingers, Yin found herself emitting soft sounds of pleasure. Chen, in turn, grew increasingly exhilarated. For he was surprised to discover that his masculine allure surged in a mere fraction of a second. "Daddy is so impressive, keep it up." Little Si-Ting cheered on her father, witnessing his diligent efforts to massage her mother while she blissfully enjoyed the experience. Following suit, she mimicked Chen, placing her small hands atop her own head, her fingers awkwardly attempting to replicate the motions. No matter how she tried, she could not match the dexterity of her father's fingers, yet she found joy in the process of learning. Her sister, Siyu, observed their father's earnestness in massaging their mother, momentarily taken aback, and quietly noted in her watch points for being considerate to his wife. At that moment, Lan Dai also set down her cutlery, captivated by Chen's massage skills. An outsider might merely be entertained, while an insider would appreciate the nuances. Being someone who often danced on the precipice of life and death, she was no stranger to injuries. Chen's technique was evidently no mere facade. It possessed genuine depth. It even bore a resemblance to the massage methods employed by the specialized medical teams she was acquainted with. Her eyes narrowed slightly, realizing that she had misjudged him. Initially perceiving him as merely a man living off his partner's success, she had not anticipated he would possess such genuine expertise. Though she harbored certain ailments of her own, she wondered if he could provide relief. However, as soon as this thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it. The specialized medical team had been unable to address her hidden afflictions. What could this young man possibly do? Chapter 34. The Thrill of Masculine Assertiveness. 10 minutes later, Chen gradually retracted his hands, releasing a long, deep breath laden with fatigue. The rewards were substantial. His masculine charm had increased by a full 10 seconds, reaching a total of 360 seconds. It appeared he had discovered the proper method of utilizing the system. At this moment, a fine sheen of sweat had formed on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks. Goodness, this upgraded massage was utterly exhausting. He mused inwardly. However, the results were undeniably evident. The once fatigued Yin now radiated vitality, as though infused with boundless energy. Her eyes sparkled brightly, her complexion flushed, and she emanated a vibrant aura of health. Yin slowly opened her eyes and turned her head, gazing at Chen with a look of profound gratitude. "Your massage technique is unexpectedly impressive," she remarked. "I am quite the sought-after therapist at the clinic, with many affluent ladies queuing for my services." Chen, momentarily caught up in his pride, realized his slip of the tongue and hastily closed his mouth, redirecting the conversation. "The morning was rather rushed. I shall give you a full-body massage this evening." Yun's previously joyful expression shifted instantaneously, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Affluent ladies, you say? It seems there are many facets of you that I remain unaware of." Nevertheless, she was quite looking forward to the evening's full-body massage. After all, she had found immense comfort in merely the head massage. After their meal, Yin prepared to leave for work. Chen and the two young girls escorted her to the car. Just as she was about to step in, Chen suddenly called out to her, "Wife, wait. I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" she replied. "You seem to have forgotten something." As Chen approached Yin, he suppressed the frantic beating of his heart, and with a determined breath, he cradled her face, leaning in to capture her luscious lips in a kiss. As the indescribably soft sensation enveloped his mind, Chen felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. Thump, thump, his thoughts turned to a blur. The courage that had propelled him to kiss her was rapidly dissipating. Yet, as he beheld Yun's wide-eyed astonishment and disbelief, an exhilarating sense of triumph washed over him. It was akin to the sweet retribution for having been playfully teased by her in the restroom. Moments later, their lips parted. Deep kisses were beyond his capability. "Heh, wife. Consider this a reward for your massage. You seem to have forgotten, but I will take it upon myself," he declared, his cheeks flushed as he jumped back, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Observing Yin, still dazed by his unexpected advance, he beamed with uncontainable delight. Previously, she had playfully teased him. Now, he was putting that knowledge to practical use. "Heh, the effect is truly splendid. Your lips are incredibly soft and delightful." Indeed, there was a certain exhilaration in being assertive. It felt as though he had opened the door to a new realm of experience. Within moments, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "The host has grasped the fundamentals of practice makes perfect. Masculine charm 10. Chen was filled with joy, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the funds within 10 seconds. He was confident that it would not be long before he became the sole true deity among men. He had fully grasped the essence of the system, and henceforth, he would take the initiative with his wife. Yin Yun, initially taken aback, quickly regained her composure. She had not expected Gu Chun to launch a surprise attack, and after giving him a playful glare, she turned and entered the car. Once inside, her heart began to race, and her lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile. She had never experienced such a sensation before. The feeling of being passionately kissed by her husband was surprisingly delightful. The sweetness lingered in her heart, and she realized that she had misjudged Gu Chen, believing him to be a rather earnest and dull man. As she contemplated the full-body massage he was to give her that evening, she wondered if he would behave himself. If he were to stray from propriety, would she comply or resist? Such thoughts sent shivers through her body, akin to an electric current coursing through her veins. Images of Gu Chen's robust physique flooded her mind, the vividness of the scene causing her breath to quicken. Her heart fluttered wildly, igniting a fire within her that left her feeling flushed. She found herself unexpectedly anticipating the evening's events. Yin Yun mused to herself, how could she be so unreserved so soon after marriage? Her cheeks were already a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, tempting enough to provoke a bite. Yet, these thoughts continued to swirl in her mind like ink diffusing in water. She pondered how she would navigate if the night escalated beyond control. A wave of shyness and anxiety washed over her, worrying that she might not perform well and disappoint Gu Chen. If only he knew that a mere stolen kiss could lead Yin Yun to contemplate more than he himself did, he would be at a loss for words. Unfortunately, he lacked the ability to read minds. Beside her, Lan Dai observed Yin Yun's disheveled breaths and flushed cheeks, and casually remarked, if you're feeling hot, perhaps you should lower the air conditioning. Yin Yun was momentarily speechless. Her curiosity piqued, she turned to ask, have you ever kissed a man? Lan Dai replied, men only affect my speed with a blade. Yin Yun was left speechless. It seemed she genuinely believed her redness was merely a result of the heat. Meanwhile, as Yin Yun settled into the car, Gu Chen turned to see his sister firmly covering their younger sibling's eyes with her small hand, curiosity getting the better of him. He asked, Yu, what are you doing? Xiao Siyu lowered her hand, her expression unchanged. The moment Xiao Siding regained her sight after being momentarily blinded by her sister, she expressed her discontent. Sister, why did you cover my eyes? Xiao Siyu ignored her sister's complaint and looked up at Gu Chen, stating, in the future, please refrain from displaying inappropriate scenes in front of us. Otherwise, my foolish sister might imitate you, leading to premature thoughts. With that, she noted down in her little notebook, public display of inappropriate content, deduct 1 point. Gu Chen's lips twitched. Who, pray tell, is truly the one with the precocious mind? Goodness, at times this child's intellect is far too advanced, and that is hardly a virtue. Chapter 35, wishes little Si Ting could not comprehend the nature of the debate between her sister and father, though she lamented missing the moment when her parents shared a kiss. However, this matter swiftly faded from her mind as she approached Gu Chen, clinging to his arm with eyes brimming with anticipation for mushroom planting. Daddy, let us cultivate mushrooms that can make Mommy, my sister, and me beautiful, she exclaimed. All right. But we must first gather some tools. We'll need scissors and cling film, Gu Chen replied. Giggle. I know exactly whom to ask for the tools. Who? With pride and admiration, little Si Ting pointed at her sister, singing, la la la. It's my sister. Whenever I have something to tackle, she can always help me solve it. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen gazed at Yin Si in astonishment, wondering if there was such a vast disparity between these two girls. Yin Si, on the other hand, could only sigh and rub her temples, lamenting, this foolish and lazy sister is truly a source of endless worry. Oh dear sister. Please refrain from calling Ting Ting foolish, or she might genuinely become silly. Little Si Ting stomped her foot and mischievously made a silly face at her sister. Yet, Yin Si remained unfazed, crossing her arms and calmly fixing her gaze on her sister. All right, if you remember 50 Chinese characters today, I shall cease my remarks. Instantly, little Si Ting covered her small head, shaking it vehemently while contorting her face into a frown, pleading, that's not feasible. My head spins when I try to remember. The little girl was profoundly resistant, convinced of her own cleverness, questioning why she should engage in learning. Was he being a bit lazy preferable? Thus, she swiftly altered her approach, turning to leap into Gu Chen's embrace, pouting, Daddy, I'm still little. Can I not memorize characters? She blinked her large eyes, gazing up at Gu Chen with hope, yearning for his acquiescence. Gu Chen could only chuckle in exasperation, his heart swelling with affection for his adorable daughter. He shook his head in resignation, thinking how astute she was to seek him as her savior. Nevertheless, He found their daily exchanges immensely entertaining. Through this interaction, he gained a deeper understanding of the sisters' personalities and their dynamic. Yin Si was mature and composed, while Yin Si Ting was lively and playful. Their contrasting natures, each with its unique charm, brought him joy. As he observed their playful banter and antics, a wave of happiness washed over him. He silently vowed to protect these two delightful daughters, ensuring they grew up in joy. With her sister leading the way to find the tools, they encountered Aunt Zhang in the hall. Aunt Zhang waved to Li Ming and Feng Jing, saying, "You two take the little princesses to fetch the tools." Then, turning to Gu Chen with a smile, she asked, "Young sir, would you mind having a brief conversation with me?" "Not at all," Gu Chen replied, for he had some inquiries of his own for Aunt Zhang. Once the others had departed in search of the tools, Aunt Zhang regarded Gu Chen with a smile and commended, "Young sir, you performed admirably just now. The eldest young lady truly requires a strong man like you to care for her." Upon hearing these words, Gu Chen felt a hint of embarrassment as he scratched his head, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. He had not anticipated that the interaction between him and Yin Yun would be observed by Aunt Zhang, yet he simultaneously experienced an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. At that moment, Aunt Zhang, observing their closeness, felt a profound sense of joy. She had always recognized that the young lady was a strong, independent, and assertive woman. However, regardless of how resilient one appears outwardly, deep within, every woman yearns for a shoulder to lean on, a haven where she can shed her fade and reveal her softer side. Having watched Yin Yun grow up, Aunt Zhang understood her innermost desires. She hoped Yin Yun would discover her true happiness, finding a man who could provide her warmth and security. Now, witnessing Gu Chen's care and affection for Yin Yun, Aunt Zhang felt genuinely delighted, believing that Yin Yun had finally found someone worthy of her lifelong trust. She was confident that with Gu Chen by her side, Yin Yun would undoubtedly become even happier. "Keep it up, I have faith in you," Aunt Zhang said with a beaming smile as she patted Gu Chen's shoulder, then gazed meaningfully toward where the young girl had departed, adding, "To be honest, this villa feels rather empty. It lacks vitality. It's time to welcome a few new members. The two little princesses are nearly 5. They should have one or more close-knit brothers or sisters. Son-in-law, you must strive for this." As she regarded Gu Chen's robust physique, Aunt Zhang increasingly felt that the young lady would be fortunate in the future. She even believed that Gu Chen possessed considerable masculine charm. "I will do my best," Gu Chen replied, his face reddening again as he discerned Aunt Zhang's implication. Considering that there seemed to be no one else in the villa, he curiously inquired, "Aunt Zhang, are there any other residents in this villa?" Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhang sighed. "The master has fallen ill and gone to the ancestral home in the capital for recuperation, and the madam has accompanied him to provide care. The other members of the Yin family are either at the ancestral home in the capital or have settled in other provinces." "Is Yun Yun an only child?" Gu Chen asked, surprised, as he felt that a prominent family should not be so sparsely populated. Aunt Zhang's eyes revealed a flicker of sorrow. The young lady originally had an elder brother, for years her senior, but alas, the young master perished in a plane crash 4 years ago. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, his heart aching for Yin Yun. Aunt Zhang continued, her gaze shifting slightly. "In fact, the young master had a fiancée." "A fiancée?" Gu Chen echoed. "You mean they were engaged but never married?" Aunt Zhang nodded, and Gu Chen silently mourned for the brother-in-law he had never met. Later, the young mistress was deeply infatuated with the young master, and the Yin family accepted her as their daughter-in-law. Due to her pregnancy, the young mistress has also gone to the capital to rest. If all goes well, she should give birth in the coming days. As she spoke, a smile finally graced Aunt Zhang's face. Gu Chen felt as though he had stumbled upon a knowledge gap and quickly asked, "But has the brother-in-law been gone for 4 years? How is the sister-in-law only now expecting? Surely this child isn't some mythical being, is it?" The eldest son had previously frozen his sperm. Since his departure, the young mistress had succumbed to depression for several years, only emerging from her sorrow last year, at which point she resolved to carry on his lineage. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen felt a certain admiration for this sister-in-law, while simultaneously lamenting the love story of the couple. After learning about the past of the Yin family, Gu Chen's determination to grow stronger became even more resolute. Only by fortifying himself could he better protect his wife and child, ensuring that such tragedies would not plague the Yin family again. "System, I desire to grow stronger," Gu Chen couldn't help but silently declare in his heart. To his surprise, the system responded almost immediately. "Host, this system accepts wishes. Would you like to spend 200 points to make a wish?" "Huh? Is that actually possible?" Gu Chen felt a surge of excitement. Incredible. Truly worthy of being a system. How impressive. Haha. Although it required 200 points to make a wish, it was still within his means. Please, elaborate on the rules. System. The rules for wishing are quite simple. For instance, if the host wishes to become stronger, then after making the wish, during the next lottery, there will be a 90 chance of drawing a skill that enhances the host's strength. Only 90? Why not 100? Chen expressed his dissatisfaction. System. Host. Do you not have faith in your own luck? Chen. Let us proceed with the exchange. Damn it. I refuse to believe I'm unlucky. The wish was successfully made, deducting 200 points. Current remaining points. 0. Chen exhaled deeply, barring any unforeseen events. He would most likely acquire a skill to enhance his strength by tomorrow at the latest. His spirits were undeniably high. Chapter 36. What a terrible system, Daddy, hee. We're back. At that moment, the two little girls returned with the nanny, carrying tools in hand. They had also brought along 2 small hosts. I went to fetch some of my own belongings. My sister, see you, greeted me and then ascended the stairs. It suddenly struck Chen that there were still matters he needed to inquire about, so he hurriedly turned to Aunt Zhang and asked, Aunt Zhang, I wish to cultivate mushrooms. Do you know a suitable spot in the villa? Mushrooms, you say? Aunt Zhang smiled gently and replied, the 3 mountains behind the villa are all part of the Yin family's estate. You may plant them wherever you desire. Upon hearing this, Chen's eyes widened in surprise, leaving him momentarily speechless. He inwardly marveled, goodness, my wife is indeed affluent. All right, you, Ting. Please wait here for a moment while Daddy goes to the room to fetch some mushrooms. With that instruction, Chen dashed upstairs. The mushrooms were stored in the system's warehouse, and he needed an excuse to retrieve them. I too ascended the stairs to prepare a few items. My sister, see you, contemplated for a moment before bidding farewell to her sister and following me upstairs. Chen swiftly returned to Yin Yun's room, spreading his palm open. With a flicker of thought, a mushroom, slightly larger than his fist, materialized in his hand. This mushroom, adorned with a beautiful red and white spotted cap, was visually striking. Yet it was undoubtedly highly toxic. A subtle, enticing fragrance wafted from it. System. Are you certain this mushroom is not poisonous? System. It is toxic. The host may attempt to feed it to those they harbor enmity towards, achieving a death that is imperceptible. Chen. Are you kidding me? He nearly discarded the mushroom in fright. It then dawned on him that he possessed a body immune to toxins. Will the system reward me with poisonous plants in the future? System. Speak plainly. You understand my meaning. System. The mother fungus is toxic, but the mushrooms it propagates are harmless. That was more reassuring. Chen felt a sense of relief as he located his backpack and placed the mother fungus inside. When he exited to reunite with his daughters, he unexpectedly encountered Yanxia, who had just emerged from her room. Upon seeing him, her eyes sparkled, and she approached him. Was that kiss enjoyable? Care to try with me and see whose lips are sweeter? Heaven knows how displeased she had been witnessing Chen passionately kiss Yin Yun just moments ago, even in seclusion. She had still been subjected to such public displays of affection. What is it about me that captivates you? Is there no way to change? Chen lamented. Your vitality. Yanxia smirked. Her feelings towards Chen were quite complicated. When they were apart, she could suppress her wandering thoughts, but upon seeing him, she found herself irresistibly drawn to his charm, unable to break free from its hold. She was beginning to lose her own understanding of herself. Chen was at a loss for words, but just then, the system chimed in. Host, relying on your sister-in-law for sustenance also counts as soft reliance. Spending her money can increase the system rewards as well. The system? Must you be so explosive? Are you not aware of her intentions? Chen's immediate reaction was one of refusal. He had no desire to partake in every form of soft living. Currently, he acknowledged only 3 sources of sustenance that he could comfortably accept, the first from his wife, the second from his daughter, and the third from his mother-in-law. However, the system's subsequent remark broadened his perspective. System, host, have you misunderstood something? This system merely suggests that you indulge in her soft living. Not that you must take responsibility for her, understood? Goodness. He truly did not expect the system to possess such audacious thoughts. Truly. It lived up to its name as the soft living system. How utterly shameless. Initially intending to ignore Yanxia, Chen halted and turned to her. Your sister gives me 200,000 a month for pocket money. What can you offer me? Yanxia, not harboring much hope, was taken aback by Chen's words. What a greedy man he was. However, if a man were not greedy, how would she have the opportunity? Thus, she smiled and replied, I can also provide you with money, and I can accompany you all day long. I only care for money. If you are willing to offer me some, I would be more than happy to accept. As for everything else, I have no lack, understand? Gu Chen's shamelessness was abundantly clear. Yin Xie was momentarily stunned, processing his audacity. After 3 seconds, she finally reacted. Hey, don't go. Let me think about it. Take your time considering. Whenever you decide to give me money, just know that I only intend to spend your money without any obligations. We are merely in a normal relationship of brother-in-law and sister-in-law. It is only natural for the brother-in-law to enjoy a bit of soft living from the sister-in-law, right? Gu Chen said as he walked away, unabashedly. In truth, he held little hope that he could truly indulge in soft living through Yin Xie. If he could, it would be a prime example of hard-earned soft living. Surely, Yin Xie was not that foolish? Who would willingly spend without any return, right? The more Yin Xie listened to Gu Chen's unabashed words, the more she felt an urge to spit blood. She had never encountered such a shameless man before. One even more outrageous than her despicable first love. Yet, inexplicably, she felt an impulse to give Gu Chen money to spend. For some unknown reason. This man possessed an inexplicable allure that captivated her deeply. It seemed reasonable for a sister-in-law to assist her somewhat impoverished brother-in-law, did it not? She even began to convince herself to become this unwitting benefactor. Auntie, my dad and I are going to the mountain to cultivate mushrooms. Would you like to join us? Little Si Ting exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Yin Xie and Gu Chen descend the stairs together. Sure. Annie has never grown mushrooms in her life. I'm looking forward to it. After a few minutes, Gu Chen noticed Siyu, the little girl, had changed into a black combat outfit. Even more professional than the previous day. She was adorned with several sharp shurikens hanging from her chest and a petite electric gun secured at her waist. Additionally, she carried her adorable little backpack, the contents of which remained a mystery, possibly containing some secret weaponry. Gu Chen rubbed his forehead in exasperation and said, My dear daughter, we are going to cultivate mushrooms, not to engage in battle. Safety is paramount when we venture out. The mountains behind the villa are home to many wild animals, and unexpected incidents may arise. I'm only looking out for both you and your sister. The little girl, with her logical reasoning, retorted. Very well. You are indeed a prudent and caring elder sister. What more could Gu Chen possibly say? Upon exiting the villa, Gu Chen was astonished by the sheer size and opulence of his wife's South family estate, which he had not fully appreciated in the darkness of the previous night. As he walked and observed, he found himself once again dazzled by the grandeur before him. Everything he had read about luxurious villas and novels was present here, and more. Young master, this path leads to the mountain summit, though it becomes quite rugged ahead, Li Ming indicated as they reached a fork in the road, pointing to the left. And what lies down the right path? Gu Chen inquired with curiosity. That leads to the cemetery, Li Ming replied. The first thought that crossed Gu Chen's mind was of his brother-in-law. Perhaps that was where he found his eternal rest. Let us proceed. A short ascent will bring us to our mushroom-growing site, Gu Chen addressed the group. 5 minutes later, Gu Chen halted before a vast expanse of towering trees. Satisfied, he nodded and declared, This shall be the spot. I will climb up to assess it. You all wait for me here. Dad, are you certain this is the right place? Yin Xiu suddenly asked. Absolutely, this grove is particularly suitable, Gu Chen assured her. Already setting down his bag and beginning his ascent. Yin Xiu thought to herself, but we only walked a few minutes. Even lazy little sister has complained of sore feet yet. She had anticipated that Gu Chen would venture deep into the mountains to cultivate mushrooms, but here they were. Nearly 5 minutes from the villa. Was this rather embarrassing for her to be so equipped? Everyone's attention was focused on Gu Chen as he climbed. Except for her younger sister, Xiao Siding, whose curiosity was piqued by the bag Gu Chen had left behind. She had been wondering what was inside since the beginning. Now, with her little hands, she opened the bag. To her surprise, it contained nothing but a mushroom slightly smaller than her head. Her eyes lit up at the sight of the beautiful mushroom. Excitedly, she cupped it in her hands and leaned in to take a sniff. It smelled delightful. The aroma immediately awakened her appetite. It was such a large piece. Surely, if she sneaked a bite, her father wouldn't mind. With that thought, the little girl opened her greedy mouth and took a bite. Chapter 37. The worrisome sister cannot eat. At this critical moment, Sister Siyu swiftly snatched the mushroom from Si Tian's mouth. Si Tian, having bitten into nothingness, puffed up her cheeks in indignation and exclaimed, Sister, I merely wish to sample its flavor. Why won't you let me eat it? Moreover, Father mentioned that this mushroom can enhance one's beauty. Siyu regarded her foolish sister with the gaze of a sage observing a Navi child. Red umbrella, white stalk. If consumed, one shall lie flat. Are you not aware of this? I hope that in the future, you will take the time to educate yourself on what you consume. With that, she wearily rubbed her forehead, feeling that explaining so much to her dim-witted sister was a futile endeavor. Throughout their lives, she had fretted endlessly over this sister. Without her, she could hardly imagine how many times this foolish sibling would have reincarnated. Unyielding, Sitian retorted, "Humph, how could anything from father's bag be poisonous?" Siyu shook her head, sighed, and replied, "Do not allow the ignorance of others to burden you." After saying this, she tucked the mushroom back into her backpack. In a mere 2 minutes, Chen descended, smiling at everyone as he announced, "All right, let us cultivate right here." He then went to retrieve the bag containing the spores. While sternly instructing Li Ming and Fang Jing, "From now on, no one is permitted to approach this area. This will be my dedicated mushroom cultivation site." Li Ming, "Upon your return, ensure that workers set up a fence around this region, and it must be completed by today." "Understood, son-in-law." Although Li Ming was unaware of the reasons behind this directive, she readily agreed. Setting up a fence? It's merely a game of growing mushrooms. Why go to such lengths? Yin Xie could no longer restrain her curiosity and voiced her thoughts directly. "My mushrooms are toxic. The fence is for everyone's safety." Chen casually explained. He certainly could not divulge that these mushrooms were worth a fortune and that failing to protect them would be foolish. "Toxic? You're bringing children to plant poisonous mushrooms?" Yin Xie exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "We're merely planting them. We aren't letting you eat them." Chen rolled his eyes. "Just moments ago, my foolish sister nearly consumed one." At that moment, the sister suddenly interjected, catching Chen off guard as he hurriedly picked up little Sitian for a check. "Rest assured, I did not let her eat it." The sister rolled her eyes in exasperation and, with a weary sigh, remarked, "It's challenging enough to have a foolish sister at home. Now there's an even more foolish father added to the mix." A sense of despair washed over her as she contemplated the days ahead. Chen breathed a sigh of relief, having genuinely been frightened, and affectionately tousled his little daughter's hair. "It is my fault for not clarifying things with you beforehand. Next time, do not just eat anything you see, understood, darling?" "Yes, I understand." The young girl, still trembling with fear and anxiety, patted her chest and gazed at her sister with tear-filled eyes, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "Sister, thank you. I truly understand my mistake this time. I will never dare to eat recklessly again." "Ah, never mind. As long as you are safe, that is all that matters." Yin Xiu sighed, her face reflecting both exasperation and affection. She did not believe a word of her sister's promises. After all, this girl had always been carefree and thoughtless. If she were to learn from her mistakes, that would indeed be a miracle. At that moment, Chen squatted down. Concern edged across his face as he looked at Yin Xiu, his eyes sparkling with genuine warmth. Gently, he stroked her hair and sincerely remarked, "Xiu, your father must also express his gratitude to you. Having such a thoughtful and kind sister like you is truly a blessing for sighting." Upon hearing Chen's earnest appreciation and catching a glimpse of his sincere gaze, Yin Xiu felt a jolt of emotion, a rare sense of fluster enveloping her. She quickly turned away, attempting to conceal her inner turmoil, pouting slightly as she mumbled, "Oh dear, you two should refrain from causing me any trouble in the future. It would be nice to have fewer worries." Seeing her flustered demeanor, Chen and Yin Sighting exchanged a knowing glance, both of them smiling. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have inadvertently increased the family happiness level, culinary skill proficiency 10. Chen felt a surge of joy, realizing how considerate this system truly was. Subsequently, everyone began to busy themselves. Following Chen's instructions, the two young girls each took a small hoe and loosened the soil around the roots of every marked tree. Naturally, the younger sister only managed to loosen the soil around one tree before declaring herself tired, leaving the task to Yin Xie, who continued working diligently. The elder sister persevered through 10 trees before Chen took over the hoe to continue digging. Li Ming and Fang Jing, the two caretakers, returned to find workers to set up a barrier. Half an hour later, as they surveyed the numerous tree roots covered in cling film, Yin Xie wiped the sweat from her forehead, incredulously stating, "Please don't tell me this is how we grow mushrooms?" Goodness, this was entirely different from what she had envisioned. Who on earth grows mushrooms by simply sprinkling mushroom powder into the soil and covering it with a layer of perforated cling film? Yes, growing mushrooms is this simple. Chen replied. According to the system, one merely needed to grind the mycelium into powder and sprinkle it near the root of the trees, and within 24 hours, the mushrooms would sprout. He had already taken 2 additional steps, loosening the soil and covering it with cling film. All right, do as you wish. By the way, what purpose do these poisonous mushrooms serve? Yin Xie inquired further. For decoration. Don't you think a whole forest filled with these mushrooms would look spectacular and beautiful? Chen replied nonsensically. Ugh. Yin Siye rolled her eyes, exasperated. If it weren't for how increasingly pleasing this man appeared to her, she would have been utterly frustrated for participating in such a foolish endeavor. Dad, when will the mushrooms grow? Little Siding was filled with excitement. Having just been tasked with puncturing holes in the cling film, and she was thoroughly enjoying herself. Moreover, she had developed a fondness for the beautiful mushrooms. Just imagining a vast expanse of them brought her immense joy. Perhaps in a couple of days, we shall return to admire them. Chen gently ruffled his daughter's hair, already contemplating how to surprise his wife. Daddy, can the newly sprouted mushrooms be eaten? The little girl mused, thinking that consuming mushrooms might enhance her beauty. Indeed, but remember, my dear, only the mushrooms that Daddy gives you are safe to eat. Understood? I understand. All right then, let us head back. Daddy needs to practice his culinary skills to prepare delicious meals for you, your sister, and Mommy. He envisioned how the exquisite mushrooms, once cooked, could potentially slow aging and diminish wrinkles. However, he realized that he must first elevate his culinary proficiency from level 1 to a perfect score of 100. Thus, he was eager to enhance his cooking skills. Just imagine, preparing a simple mushroom soup for his mother-in-law, and upon tasting it, she would appear youthful and beautiful. Would he then have to worry about not receiving her affection? Daddy, carry me. I can't walk anymore. As they began their return, his younger daughter started to plead with a charming pout. Chen willingly obliged, squatting down to lift her effortlessly with one arm. Sister, don't you want Daddy to carry you? No need. I'm not as lazy as you. Yet, just after she declined her sister's invitation, she found herself being lifted by Chen in a similar fashion. Yin Siyu was left speechless. Yet seeing her father and sister smile so joyfully inexplicably lightened her own mood. Having asserted himself as a strong man before his wife, Chen savored the sweetness of fatherhood, choosing to be firm with his eldest daughter when necessary. Now, with one daughter in each arm, he felt a surge of happiness. He planted a kiss on each of their cherubic faces. Giggle. I want to kiss Daddy too. Siding joyfully returned the kiss, leaving behind an unmistakable drool mark. Meanwhile, her sister wiped her face with an expression of disdain. Observing such intimate interactions among the three, Yin Siya, with a hint of jealousy, playfully pouted, Brother-in-law, carry me too. I was digging in the soil and now my back hurts. Chen shot her a disapproving glance, refusing. I do not engage in intimate contact with men. Yin Siya's expression stiffened. Her teeth clenched as she retorted. I'm a woman, you know. However, Chen shot her a skeptical look. Do you really exude any femininity with your current appearance? Little did he know that his words struck a sensitive chord with Yin Siya. Humph. In our circle, if others can't tolerate us, we can't tolerate them either. She suddenly seemed to be struck by some impulse, dashing in front of Chen and his daughter. Her back turned to the trio as her left hand pointed skyward. I once vowed that in this lifetime, I would never be interested in men. Chen paused, momentarily taken aback, watching her performance with curiosity. To his surprise, Yin Siya gradually lowered her hand, turning to face Chen while supporting her nose with one hand. Her gaze transforming into one of unwavering determination and depth. Just wait, I shall make you see me in a new light. With that declaration, she abruptly slapped herself across the face and ran off without looking back, leaving Chen and his daughter in a state of bewilderment amidst the wind. After a few moments, Chen finally inquired, does your aunt often have such outbursts? Upon hearing this, his sister Siding eagerly began to mimic Yin Siya's earlier antics, while their elder sister Siyu's eyes reflected maturity and wisdom. This is precisely why I dislike playing with her. Chapter 38. Best friends at the pinnacle of the Wanming Group's towering edifice. In the president's office, Yin raised her goblet towards another strikingly beautiful woman. Cheers. Here's to a fruitful collaboration on our project. The two lovely women exchanged smiles before consuming the red wine in their glasses. This woman was Yin Yun's close friend, Du Qianwei, the daughter of one of Shidu's most prestigious families. Clad in a vibrant red gown that accentuated her alluring charm, Du Qianwei radiated warmth and vitality. In comparison to Yin Yun, her only shortcoming lay in her bosom. If Yin Yun were a towering peak, Du Qianwei would be a gentle slope on the vast prairie. Yin Yun, I truly appreciate your trust in allowing my family to undertake this project, Du Qianwei expressed gratefully, her previous worries dissipating somewhat. The Du family was currently undergoing a transformative phase, placing immense pressure on each core member, particularly on her, the once-fallen daughter who had only recently been welcomed back into the family fold. Often subjected to exclusion and disdain within the family, she had endured several years of humiliation. But now, she finally had the opportunity to rise and give a resounding rebuttal to those who had mocked her. Now that you have approached me, How could I possibly refuse? Yin Yun understood her friend's struggles, but felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Honestly, I believe you would thrive as a university lecturer, enjoying a leisurely life without the need to plunge headfirst into the tumultuous waters of commerce. Oh, how I wish that were feasible, Du Qianwei replied, vexedly tugging at her hair. You know about my foolish betrothed, right? Recently, he has inexplicably regained a semblance of intelligence, yet has transformed into quite the charlatan. Intrigued, Yin Yun immediately beckoned her secretary to bring tea and a fruit platter, adopting an expression of eager anticipation. Do elaborate. I could use something to lighten my spirits. Reflecting on Du Qianwei's foolish husband, Yin Yun had always felt that her friend's fate was rather unfortunate. For years prior marked a pivotal moment in Du Qianwei's life. Growing up in a remote mountain village, she had been subjected to her family's deep-seated preference for sons, enduring the shadows of her parents' unjust treatment. After finally gaining admission to university, she hoped to escape her family's constraints upon becoming a resident instructor. However, just as she embarked on her first semester as a counselor, she received a shocking call from home, claiming that her mother had perished in a car accident, urging her to return. Upon her return, she discovered the deceit. Her mother was very much alive, but their village had fallen under the control of a sinister cult. Upon returning home, she found her freedom restricted. And just as they attempted to brainwash her, she, ever vigilant, managed to stealthily retrieve her phone one fateful night and escape. A group pursued her to the edge of a cliff, and in a moment of panic, she lost her footing and fell. Remarkably, she was caught by a branch. In that dire moment, her phone's satellite calling feature proved invaluable, allowing her to summon help. 2 days later, Du Qianwei was successfully rescued, and the cult's lair was dismantled. Simultaneously, Du Qianwei uncovered a staggering secret. She was not the biological daughter of her parents. The individuals she had regarded as her parents for years were, in fact, the very traffickers who had abducted her. At the time of her capture, she was frail and sickly, making her an easy target to hold for several years. When her brother was born, the couple simply raised her as a child bride for their son. The call that lured her back home was a ruse to facilitate her marriage to this so-called brother. Coincidentally, she encountered a cult that attempted to brainwash her. Subsequently, when Du Qianwei dismantled the cult, her true identity was revealed, prompting the Du family to seek her out and acknowledge her. Less than a year after their reunion, she was arranged to marry this foolish husband. While Yin Yun reminisced about her best friend's thrilling early life, Du Qianwei shot her a glare and began to recount her tale. Once, he was a simpleton, and I paid him no mind, merely considering him a naive little brother living in my bedroom. However, now I can no longer tolerate it. He constantly speaks of spirits and claims I am a celestial body, desiring to cultivate a dual practice and perpetually attempting to share my bed. To hell with the celestial body. I merely applied perfume. You have been married for years. Is it not normal for him to desire intimacy? Now that he has returned to his senses, you could very well have a child. Du Qianwei rolled her eyes at Yin Yun, her head throbbing as she lamented, if I had always viewed him as a man, perhaps I would have yielded. But the issue is that I have consistently seen him as a foolish child. Now he suddenly springs forth, declaring he has matured and wishes to sleep with me. What do you think my feelings are? He offers no foreplay, nor does he grant me the time to reacquaint myself with him and discover his merits. Although I harbor little expectation for love, if he desires to sleep with me, he must first allow me to perceive his virtues and develop some fondness, right? Yet, what happens? This fellow incessantly warns me against doing this or that, claiming it will bring misfortune. Then, as if his mouth had been blessed, my misfortunes truly began to unfold. Yin Yun pressed her forehead, feeling a twinge of sympathy for her friend, and consoled her. Can't you sit down and have a proper conversation? Share your innermost thoughts with him? Upon hearing this, Du Qianwei's irritation intensified. Do you think I Haven Tea tried to communicate? And do you know how he responded? How? He suggested that whether I sleep early or late, I would eventually sleep. And he could engage in intimacy with me first and then fall in love, advising me not to be so conservative. So, how did you handle it at night? Yin Yun suddenly thought of her own situation with Gu Chen. If he were that eager tonight, her cheeks flushed with an alluring hue at the thought. However, Du Qianwei remained oblivious to Yin Yun's expression, fuming. Of course, I will not allow him to succeed. If he dares to approach my bed, I shall spray him with self-defense spray. Well, he does seem to respect you, Yin Yun remarked objectively, given my friend's petite stature. If the man truly intended to exert force, she doubted her friend would have the opportunity to resist. Nonsense. Refrain from offering him any compliments. While he has not been particularly severe with me, his subsequent actions have become intolerable. This is precisely the reason for my visit to discuss collaboration with you. Yin Yun took a sip of tea, awaiting Du Qianwei's continuation. Chapter 39. The Double Standards of Yin Yun. Du Qianwei took a sip of tea, adjusting her breath to suppress the fury bubbling within her. She remarked, seeing that he is incapable of taking action against me. He has begun to drive away the men in my vicinity. This scoundrel constantly stirs up trouble for me, never allowing a moment's peace. Not long ago, after I had dinner with the second son of the Li family, he resorted to violence and sent the poor fellow to the hospital, resulting in the Du family losing a project worth billions. Now, the Du family uses this incident against me, making it increasingly difficult for me to hold my head high at home, and my parents' situation has become even more precarious, which is why I had no choice but to seek your help. With gritted teeth, Du Qianwei continued, recently, this fool has been particularly unpredictable. He oscillates between being good and bad, and when he causes trouble, he feigns madness. I've nearly reached my breaking point. After listening to her account, Yin Yun offered a faint smile. You are, after all, husband and wife. It is wise for you to maintain some distance from those who pursue you. But that doesn't justify violence, Du Qianwei retorted, pouting. Weren't you just saying he is unpredictable? Perhaps he is unaware of his actions when he gets aggressive. That cannot be true. When he strikes, I am certain he is fully aware of what he is doing. In the past, when he was foolish, he never retaliated or even raised his voice. Qianwei, if you truly cannot endure this any longer, you should consider divorce. If you are serious about it, you could probably achieve it. Yin Yun sighed in an attempt to console her, before adopting an analytical perspective. As for the violence, I have heard some things about the second son of the Li family. He likely behaved inappropriately during your dinner, did he not? Du Qianwei was momentarily taken aback, her lips moving but no words escaping. Isn't that the case? No man of honor could tolerate his wife being disrespected while remaining silent. I think you are being overly biased against your husband. Yin Yun shook her head, feeling it was inappropriate to meddle in others' affairs. Yet, as she was addressing her dearest friend, she couldn't help but share her thoughts. I am aware of this logic, but he never considers the consequences of his actions, leaving me to deal with the aftermath. Du Qianwei rubbed her temples, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment. If only he were more rational. Refrained from speaking nonsensically every day, pursued legitimate knowledge, and sought a respectable job, I could gradually accept him. Yin Yun shrugged. If memory serves, when you married, you mentioned he was a disciple of a Taoist priest. Is it possible that there is some merit in what he says? Some things exist only if you choose to believe in them. I sense you were somewhat partial to him, always defending his actions. I stand only on the side of justice. Du Qianwei replied. As I said, if it becomes unbearable, then just separate. If being together is torment, then parting ways is the solution. Yin Yun raised her hands in surrender, indicating her reluctance to delve further into the matter. You think I am like you, wielding power and able to do as I please? Initially, I came to terms with reality, thinking that if my family arranged for me to marry a fool, I would at least enjoy some peace. Now, if I were to leave, I would immediately be treated as a commodity to be traded. And I absolutely refuse to accept that. Do you know what infuriates me the most about this individual? Is it not the fact that he resorted to violence and jeopardized the Du family's business? No, while that is indeed frustrating, I recognize that I too bear some responsibility. He cannot be solely blamed. Recently, he has frequently asked me for money, demanding substantial sums each time, nearly emptying my little treasury, only to squander it on trinkets that I find incomprehensible. Whenever I refuse to provide him with funds, he retorts that as an in-law, it is only natural for me to support him, claiming that he is destined to live off others. Such shameless remarks nearly drive me to despair. I, Du Qianwei, have always held a deep disdain for men who rely on others for their sustenance. At that moment, Yin Yun's phone chimed, revealing a message from Gu Chen, which brought an involuntary smile to her face. Picking up her phone, she began to read the message. Gu Chen, my dear wife, I just finished cultivating mushrooms with our daughter and plan to practice my culinary skills shortly so I can bring you lunch. After reading the message, Yin Yun's smile blossomed even more, and a wave of sweetness surged within her as she quickly typed a reply. You can cook? Gu Chen, I used to, but it's been a while, so I might be a bit out of practice. Hence, I intend to practice first. Yin Yun, I am very much looking forward to it. Gu Chen, don't worry. I won't let you down. Actually, there is something else I need to tell you. Yin Yun, what is it? Gu Chen, I resigned from my job yesterday, so I won't have any income moving forward. It seems I will be relying on you to support us. Considering the nature of Gu Chen's work, Yin Yun wholeheartedly supported his decision. Such a wonderful husband. She would rather he not expose himself to other women while giving massages. Recollecting the delightful massage from this morning, she had longed to monopolize her husband's skills entirely. Therefore, without hesitation, she replied, "All right, I will be responsible for earning a living." His swift response followed, "Hee hee. Then I shall take charge of the children and keep the bed warm." At the mention of keeping the bed warm, Yin Yun couldn't help but feel her face flush. After exchanging a few more words, she happily put away her phone and looked up at Du Qianwei. "Where were we? Please, continue." Du Qianwei, believing Yin Yun was simply chatting with her daughter, did not think much of it and resumed her previous topic. Her anger reigniting. "We were discussing men who rely on others, and I truly did not expect him to become so shameless as to have me support him. Yun Yun, do you think a man like that is utterly useless and disgraceful? I recall we once chatted about this topic. And you too held disdain for men who live off others, correct? Alas, I never imagined I would encounter such a man." With that, Du Qianwei awaited her friend's validation of her sentiments, eager to vent her emotions. However, Yin Yun shook her head. "I believe your husband is not mistaken. Since he has entered the family through marriage, it is your family's duty to support him." In an instant, Du Qianwei's expression hardened, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Yin Yun, as if she had never met this person before. "No, Yin Yun, are you out of your mind? You actually support the viewpoint of such a man who relies on others for his sustenance. Just a moment ago, you were so adamant about standing on the side of justice, weren't you? You think this guy shamelessly living off me is just? I do not perceive it as just, but this time I have chosen to stand against justice." Du Qianwei was visibly distressed. "Why? In the absence of a husband, I stand by your side." Yin Yun replied nonchalantly, a slight smile gracing her lips. "I forgot to mention, I am married, and my husband, while he has many preferences, particularly enjoys a life of leisure. Therefore, I now stand by my husband's side." Meanwhile, Gu Chen, after tidying up his phone and having chatted with Yin Yun, felt a wave of happiness wash over him. It was certain that he would indulge in a life of leisure. But he could not simply stay at home tending to children and doing nothing. He had already devised a plan. After honing his culinary skills, he would open a gourmet restaurant. Upon returning to the villa, he discovered that Yin Siya had already driven off in a sports car. Gu Chen paid her no mind and instead instructed Aunt Zhang to gather all the maids. He was determined to embark on a grand venture. Chapter 40. Let the maids scout ahead, and Zhang was somewhat perplexed, yet she complied with the request. Soon, the maids of the villa gathered together, each filled with curiosity as they gazed at Gu Chen, unsure of what this new master had in store. To these maids, the sudden arrival of the master was shrouded in mystery, igniting their intrigue, especially given his striking handsomeness that was simply breathtaking. Many of the maids had dreamed of him the previous night, indulging in stories that were best left unspoken. Thus, when they heard of the master's summons, excitement surged among them, and they began to speculate about his intentions. Some believed he might be bestowing favors upon them, while others theorized there could be an important task requiring their collective effort. In any case, the maids were brimming with anticipation regarding this summons. What could the master possibly want? They whispered among themselves. "It must be something good. He certainly seems like a kind-hearted man. He is so charming. I envy Li Ming and Fong Jing for getting to be around him all day because of the little princess." "Shoo, keep your voice down. It's enough to secretly daydream about him at night. Don't let your infatuation show. If the young lady or the butler finds out, you'll be in trouble." "Oh, I wouldn't dare. It's just that he is so handsome. It's hard not to admire him, and I mean no harm." Amidst the discussions of the 20 or so maids, Gu Chen appeared in the hall with his two daughters, freshly washed. Instantly, the previously raucous hall fell silent. Everyone stood upright, their eager eyes fixed on Gu Chen, feeling the weight of so many gazes. Gu Chen felt a slight flush rise to his cheeks but quickly regained his composure. "I apologize for taking up your time. I have called you all here today to ask for your assistance with something." "Please, master, go ahead." The maids chorused in unison, seeing their enthusiastic cooperation. Gu Chen couldn't help but admire the high caliber of these maids. Without further ado, he stated his purpose. "I would like to practice making fried rice, and I invite you all to taste it." Upon hearing this, the maids were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. They could not fathom why a master of his stature would choose to cook for them. However, since the master had expressed his wishes, they nodded in agreement despite their lingering questions. The thought of tasting fried rice prepared by the master himself filled them with excitement. "Very well. I shall head to the kitchen now. Please wait a moment." Gu Chen announced before making his way to the kitchen, followed closely by the eager maids. Soon, the kitchen was bustling with maids crowding around, eager to witness the dashing master at work. Observing the anticipation etched on the faces of the dozens of maids, Gu Chen felt a surge of delight. Indeed, there were advantages to having an audience. Now, he could practice his culinary skills without the worry of wasting ingredients. The reason he chose to practice his culinary prowess with fried rice is quite simple. Fried rice is remarkably easy and quick to prepare. Yet achieving a delectable result demands considerable skill. "Daddy, how can I assist you?" At that moment, his younger sister, Si Ting, blinked her big eyes and inquired. "You need not do anything. Just stay beside your sister and cheer for Daddy." Gu Chen affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair and replied, "Oh, then I shall cheer for Daddy." The little girl made a cheering gesture for Gu Chen and took a small stool to sit beside her sister, watching intently. "Young master, here are the eggs. And I have prepared the rice for you as well." At that moment, the chef responsible for cooking in the villa brought all the ingredients for the fried rice to Gu Chen. Then, with a hint of concern, she asked, "Young master, are you truly certain you want to do this?" She genuinely worried that this new son-in-law might merely be whimsically attempting to make fried rice, and if he, having never stepped foot in the kitchen, accidentally hurt himself, she, as the head of the kitchen, would undoubtedly face the consequences if the young lady were to blame her. Gu Chen seemed to read her thoughts and smiled. "Rest assured, I am not a novice in the kitchen. I simply need to refine my skills. Today I intend to practice, so I can prepare a delightful meal for my wife. Then, young master, do your best." Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, the chef exhaled in relief, and her fondness for this new son-in-law deepened. Young, handsome, humble in speech, and so considerate towards the young lady. "Thank you." Gu Chen nodded, then took a deep breath, slowly closing his eyes as a torrent of culinary knowledge flooded his mind. The method for making fried rice was imprinted in his memory like a vivid brand. The moment he opened his eyes, his gaze sharpened and became focused. Exuding a formidable aura, he transformed into a culinary master, standing in the center of the kitchen stage, commanding every detail. He felt an overwhelming intuition, as if the entire kitchen had become his domain, everything under his control. In the next instant, he sprang into action, heating the oil in the pan with fluidity and grace. With a crisp sound, he elegantly struck the cutting board, causing 2 eggs to soar into the air. Following this, a blur of motion dazzled the onlookers. When the eggs descended again, the shells, yolks, and whites had seamlessly separated, executed with precision. Such exquisite skill would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person, yet Gu Chen, endowed with an impressive physique of 36 points and the blessing of masterful culinary art, effortlessly accomplished this challenging feat. As the eggs fell into the sizzling oil, a shower of hot oil erupted, releasing an enticing aroma. At that moment, the maids finally came to their senses. Everything had transpired so swiftly that they hadn't even discerned Gu Chen's specific actions. They merely caught a glimpse of a figure, and the eggs were already in the pan. However, Gu Chen's effortlessly cinematic movements had completely captivated the hearts of the maids. They could not help but emit a chorus of excited shrieks, their eyes sparkling with admiration. The speed of their master was astonishing. They could scarcely comprehend it. Yet, this did not diminish their appreciation. He was simply magnificent, exceedingly handsome. With each wave of Gu Chen's deft cooking motions, the maids experienced a roller coaster of emotions, their cheers rising in crescendo. Particularly, the older female chefs responsible for the kitchen in the villa were profoundly captivated by Gu Chen's culinary skills and agility. Each of them, if selected at random, would be deemed national-level chefs. However, when it came to comparing techniques and finesse with Gu Chen, a singular thought consumed their minds. They could never hope to reach his heights. They had initially thought Gu Chen was merely practicing casually, but his first display revealed their utmost limits. The dazzling speed of his hands left them in awe. How many years of dedicated practice must it have required? 20, 30, or even 40 years? And yet, how young was Gu Chen? What a prodigious talent he was. The 2 little girls were equally enthralled by Gu Chen. The elder sister, especially, found herself viewing her otherwise ineffectual father in a new light. In less than a minute, the first batch of golden fried rice was ready. Gu Chen beamed as he noted a boost of 3 proficiency points, elevating his divine culinary skills to 23 points. At this rate, reaching 100 points did not seem particularly daunting. The enticing aroma swiftly enveloped the entire kitchen. As the fried rice was plated, the maids instinctively swallowed hard. Setting aside the flavor for now, it had already triumphed in appearance and aroma. This was Gu Chen's inaugural fried rice, and they all itched to pounce upon it immediately. "All right, This is the first plate. Ting, come over and assist your father. Gu Chen beckoned to his little daughter, who was gazing at him with starry eyes. Okay. The little girl scampered over at the sound of her father's voice. Today, you will play the role of a server. The maids are our guests, and you'll serve them this plate of fried rice for them to savor, Gu Chen gently instructed, looking at his adorable daughter. The little girl, never having served anyone before, felt a surge of excitement and eagerly nodded her head. She then cautiously placed her hands on the table's edge, tiptoeing in an effort to reach the fried rice. However, due to her short stature, she had to stand on a small stool to accomplish the task. Gu Chen chuckled at his daughter's endearing demeanor, extending the plate of fried rice towards her while advising, "Be careful not to spill it. Daddy, can I have a taste first?" The little girl licked her lips at the enticing aroma wafting from the plate, seemingly unable to contain her eagerness to sample the delectable fried rice. Gu Chen smiled and gently shook his head, replying, "Not just yet. The portions in front are prepared for the ants. You and your sister will have to wait for yours. It is essential to provide the very best for one's daughter." With a current proficiency level of only 23, it would be wise to allow the maids to take the lead for now. Upon hearing this, the little girl felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet she graciously nodded in understanding and served the fried rice to the maids. The maids, displaying their eagerness, each took a spoon, and as soon as the fried rice was set down, the most impatient among them eagerly took the first bites. In comparison to the impressive culinary skills of their handsome master, the flavor of this dish fell somewhat short. Nevertheless, it surpassed the taste of most fried rice they had previously encountered. Most importantly, this was the very first plate of fried rice prepared by their master himself. They were not merely savoring the taste, but rather cherishing the heartfelt intention behind it. Thus, several maids found themselves with tears welling in their eyes. After all, it was a rare occasion for such an attractive man to cook for them. Chapter 41. Alas, my dear son-in-law, we can no longer eat. The first plate of fried rice was devoured within a minute by the eager maids. How does it taste? He was keen to hear their opinions after employing his extraordinary culinary skills for the first time. Dear sir, your culinary prowess is worthy of a 5-star restaurant. It is simply delectable, exclaimed a bold maid, her cheeks flushed with excitement. For some inexplicable reason, after savoring his fried rice, she found him increasingly alluring. That's wonderful. I shall prepare more, and you may continue to indulge, Gu Chen nodded, affirming the reliability of the system. Yes, sir. The maids responded with palpable enthusiasm. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation and desire, as if they wished to consume him whole. Each maid licked her lips, still entranced by the exquisite flavors of the previous dish. Firstly, they were eager to witness Gu Chen's remarkable culinary techniques firsthand. Observing his adept tossing, seasoning, and the wafting aromas, they were utterly captivated. Secondly, the previous serving had been far too meager. A mere taste left them yearning for more. Thus, they eagerly awaited the arrival of the next plate of fried rice. Hoping to experience more of Gu Chen's unique charm, they felt an inexplicable sensation, as if Gu Chen had yet to unveil his full potential. Indeed, in the next moment, his technique became even more polished, his movements more graceful. The maids were ecstatic, their cheers rising to a crescendo, more exuberant than before. In just a minute, a steaming plate of fried rice emerged once again. The rich aroma was even more enticing than the last, permeating the entire kitchen and making mouths water. The maids gathered around, their eyes fixated on the plate of fried rice, tears of excitement glistening at the corners of their mouths. This was the second time their esteemed master had devoted himself entirely to preparing fried rice for them. Within mere seconds, the second plate was snatched away. Everyone remained unsatisfied, eagerly anticipating the next serving, once again gathering in a throng before the kitchen to witness Gu Chen's culinary prowess. It seemed they had entered a delightful cycle. Cheers, sharing. Cheers, sharing, cheers. Oh my, sir, you are becoming increasingly remarkable, they exclaimed. Oh dear, it tastes even better. With each successive plate of fried rice, Gu Chen's exceptional culinary skill flourished. He became more exhilarated and proficient, akin to an indefatigable machine, repeating the process with fervor. 20 minutes later, Gu Chen handed a freshly prepared plate of fried rice to his little daughter, who was gleefully playing the role of a server. Suddenly, he wished to test her memory and asked, Ting, how many bowls have we made? Daddy, this is the 15th bowl, the little girl replied. However, her answer was promptly refuted by her elder sister. No, this is the 17th bowl. Oh dear, I didn't pay close attention. Father, may I eat this bowl? Little Ting stuck out her adorable tongue, then inhaled the fragrant aroma of the rice, swallowing hard as she gazed longingly at her father. Her desire to indulge was palpable. Her father's egg-fried rice had grown increasingly tantalizing, causing her mouth to water profusely, nearly dripping into the plate. Not yet, just wait a bit longer, Chen replied. Shaking his head, amused by the sight of his daughter's lips smeared with grease, a grain of rice clinging to the corner of her mouth. This little one had begun to sneak bites since the 7th plate. An hour passed, and Chen had prepared over 70 plates of egg-fried rice. Little Ting could no longer carry a plate, not due to fatigue, but because her belly was already round and full, leaving her unable to walk. Finish this plate, and then we can continue. Everyone, don't hold back. Chen called out, handing the latest dish to Sister Siyu. The egg-fried rice had undergone a remarkable transformation from the very first plate. Even Sister Siyu, with her unwavering willpower, couldn't help but swallow as the tantalizing aroma wafted around her. As Sister Siyu placed the dish on the table, the maids were no longer as eager to devour the food as before. Upon hearing Chen's words, they felt a pang of anxiety, tears welling in their eyes. Each of them had consumed more than 2 plates, far exceeding their typical appetites. Clutching their distended bellies, they whimpered, "Oh dear, young master, we can't eat anymore." Alas, while the young master's cooking had become increasingly delectable, his output was relentless. Just as they finished one bite, another plate would arrive, like an unceasing machine, leaving them overwhelmed. Their stomachs were swollen, unable to accommodate more. Chen surveyed the maids, all swaying with their protruding bellies, then glanced at the unattended plate of egg-fried rice, his brow furrowing in exasperation. The fighting spirit of this group of maids was lacking. It is often said that a woman's appetite is an endless pit, yet here they were. His proficiency had only reached 90 points, and as he progressed, the increments became more challenging. "You, if you wish to eat this plate, please do so," Chen remarked, observing his eldest daughter's eager expression. He was confident that the flavor now surpassed that of many top chefs. Noticing that his daughter had begun to eat, he turned to Aunt Zhang, saying, "Aunt Zhang, could you do me a favor and call the bodyguards and workers over?" Since the women had reached their limit, it was time to invite the men. "Of course, young master," Aunt Zhang replied promptly, waddling to summon them, chuckling to herself as she found it amusing to be walking with a full belly at her age. The allure of the egg-fried rice was simply irresistible. At first, she managed to hold back, but as the smell intensified, her resolve crumbled. Before she knew it, she had overindulged. Before long, the bodyguards and workers arrived. Chen continued his culinary endeavor, and yet another hour passed. The men were now also filled to the brim with egg-fried rice. Fortunately, his extraordinary culinary skills have finally reached perfection. Today, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for your unwavering support. Aunt Zhang, please distribute a 100 yuan red envelope to everyone on my behalf. Chen expressed his joy and appreciation to all present. He was not the kind of man who would irresponsibly abandon others after causing them distress. Thus, this 100 yuan served as a token of compensation for the group. "Dear sir, you need not concern yourself with the red envelope distribution. I will handle it. As I already possess a reward fund," came the reply. "Very well, then let us disperse and take some time to rest," Chen concluded, beginning to tidy up the kitchen. "Dear sir, there is no need for you to wash the dishes. We shall take care of that," several female chefs, their bellies round and full, leisurely approached Chen with sincere smiles adorning their faces. "May we take a moment to admire your hands?" A subtle smile curved Chen's lips as he nodded in affirmation, his confidence evident. He slowly extended his hands, displaying them openly to the female chefs. Upon seeing Chen's hands, the chefs were instantly captivated, their eyes widening with desire and appreciation. They could not suppress their delighted exclamations, as if they were beholding a rare treasure, their gazes shimmering with an unusual light. It was these well-defined, long, and powerful hands that had rendered their own bellies so round. Truly, they were the divine hands of a master. While others might manage the kitchen with a single hand, Chen was blessed with 2 such miraculous hands. How extraordinary this man was! Observing the enamored glances of the female chefs, Chen felt a surge of inexplicable emotion within him, an emotion named vanity, bestowed upon him by his culinary prowess. All he could think was how exhilarating this was. Chapter 42. This woman is a husband slave in the president's office. Upon hearing Yin Yun's astonishing declaration, Du Qianwei was momentarily rendered speechless, before exclaiming in disbelief, "Wait, Yin Yun, when did you get married?" "Yesterday." "And to whom?" The father of my child. The father of your child. Du Qianwei gasped, covering her mouth in shock. When we asked who had gotten you pregnant, you refused to speak. I thought that man who let you down had reincarnated. Now you tell me you have married the man who fathered your child. 6 years. A full 6 years. Why did you wait until now to marry? Were you coerced? If so, just blink. Get lost. I willingly married him, and I took the initiative. The mere thought of Gu Chun brought an involuntary smile of happiness to Yin Yun's face. Du Qianwei felt a wave of discomfort wash over her as she observed this expression. How to describe it? Sour. Yes, a distinctly sour odor. One that would make any single person or one with romantic woes feel nauseous. What kind of magic does this man possess that made you take the lead? Du Qianwei found herself increasingly perplexed by Yin Yun, a woman of the highest caliber, who had been won over by a man who seemed to thrive on the indulgence of others. Yin Yun smiled softly, reminiscent of a young girl lost in love. His merits are unknown to others. As for why I waited until now to marry him, it is simply because he only turned 22 last month. At this revelation, Du Qianwei nearly toppled off the sofa, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Yin Yun. Let me clarify. Your child is now 5 years old, meaning you were pregnant 6 years ago, and your newlywed husband has only just reached 22. So that means when you were pregnant, Du Qianwei's worldview shattered into pieces. She had always assumed that the man who could conquer Yin Yun, who would willingly risk his reputation to father her child, would be someone mature, stable, and capable of providing her with a strong sense of security, particularly one whose talents surpassed even hers. Yet, the reality was the complete opposite. He was hardly even a man back then. She found herself at a loss for words, grappling with the immense shock this situation presented. She had thought marrying a fool was absurd, yet the heiress of the foremost family in Huaxia had chosen a childhood husband. A husband who had developed a penchant for dependency and indulgence. The plot was simply explosive. Yun, after knowing you for so many years, I genuinely did not realize you had such a taste. No wonder none of the admirable suitors ever caught your eye. Goodness. It turns out we were not even on the same playing field. Du Qianwei rubbed her temples, striving to process this shocking news, and could not help but retort. You surpassed Shui. At least her husband was an adult when they got together. You cannot comprehend this, but from now on, you are forbidden from insulting or belittling my husband, not even in your thoughts. Ignoring Du Qianwei's intense reaction, Yin Yun earnestly emphasized, Du Qianwei, I feel an unprecedented sense of threat. Exasperated, she continued, when do you plan to introduce us to your husband? Perhaps when Shui returns. We could all gather then. And you should bring your husband as well. I am curious to see how he has changed, Yin Yun replied, then looked at Du Qianwei with a serious smile. Since I am married now, shouldn't you be preparing a gift? Du Qianwei retorted. I already gave you a gift when you got married. You wouldn't dare to be unreasonable now that I am marrying, would you? Instantly adopting a resigned expression, she conceded, Fine, I will. What do you want? Yin Yun chuckled, her lips curving into a mischievous smile. A villa with a garden in Qingshan City, exquisitely decorated and ready for move-in. Are you trying to bankrupt me, Yin Yun? Du Qianwei's lips twitched in discomfort as she lamented, although the housing prices in Qingshan City are not exorbitant. A standalone villa with a garden and fine decoration would still cost nearly 10 million. Do you think I am as wealthy as Shui? She questioned further. What would you even want a villa in a small county for? I only asked because you could afford it. Your family specializes in real estate. You must have ample resources. Yin Yun appeared to have the upper hand, then instantaneously transformed into an obedient daughter-in-law. Of course, this would be a gift from my in-laws. Du Qianwei was rendered speechless, and after a few seconds, she responded, All right, I see now. Your husband's family seems to be reliant on your support. At this, Yin Yun's mood soured. It is only natural to honor my in-laws. As for supporting my husband, I do so willingly and with joy. You, who are without a husband's affection, cannot fathom the delight of caring for one. With that, Yin Yun cradled her face in her hands, resembling a love-struck maiden. Lost in her own world, Du Qianwei, visibly exasperated, recognized that this woman was unequivocally a devoted wife. There's no saving you, she sighed. All right, I will gift you this, and I will expedite the formalities. As Yin Yun mentioned, the Du family had an abundance of properties, particularly in Qingshan City, where their developed villa community thrived. This time, she had secured a project worth over 100 billion with the Du family, and requesting a villa would be a mere formality. Yin Yun nodded. Just as she was about to speak, a message from Gu Chen arrived. Upon opening it, she found a picture of fried rice, golden and steaming. that instantly whetted her appetite. After viewing the photo, she replied, "Did you make this?" Gu Chen responded promptly, "Yes, just out of the pan. This is the most perfect plate of fried rice I have made today, dedicated to my hard-working wife." Reading this reply, Yin Yun covered her mouth and smiled, her heart feeling as if it were submerged in a honeyed pool, utterly sweetened. She tapped the screen with a lively rhythm and replied, "But I can only watch, not eat. What should I do?" On the other end, Gu Chen did not respond directly. Instead, he sent several photos of their daughter. One depicted the older sister, Siyu, devouring her meal with gusto. The other showed the younger sister, Siding, lying on the sofa, clutching her plump little belly, with grease smeared across her face. Upon seeing this, Yin Yun could not help but chuckle. Then, in the next moment, she noticed Gu Chen's message. "Wife, I can either bring it to you now or cook for you tonight. Don't worry, I will ensure your belly is well taken care of today." As she beheld Gu Chen's teasing words, Yin Yun instinctively recalled the morning when he had forcefully kissed her in that fleeting moment. Had it not been for Du Qianwei's gaze fixed upon her, she would have undoubtedly revealed an expression of immense shyness. She could only hastily reply, "Let us do it tonight when I return. I still need to dine with an important client at noon." "Okay." After putting away her phone, Yin Yun turned to Du Qianwei. "It's a message from my husband." Du Qianwei rolled her eyes in exasperation. The scent of romance was nearly overwhelming her like the odor of pickled vegetables. Seeing this woman so deeply in love sent shivers down her spine. It was frustrating. Why didn't she have that? Chapter 43. Finding a bodyguard for my husband. Let us not speak of your husband. Merely mentioning him seems to dim your gaze. Du Qianwei had grown weary of consuming dog food, though Yin Yun had yet to truly engage in any romantic displays. Yin Yun frowned, questioning the insinuation. Was she truly that desperate? Noticing the scar upon Yin Yun's forehead, Du Qianwei swiftly shifted the conversation, expressing concern. "By the way, have you managed to investigate the assailants?" Upon hearing this, Yin Yun narrowed her eyes slightly. "It's nearly resolved. Some foreign forces are merely desperate, and they won't be able to maintain their antics for long. Sigh. Sometimes I envy your independence. However, it seems that everything comes at a price. If I were in your position, enduring such relentless pressure daily, I fear I would soon lose my sanity. Yun Yun, you must ensure your own safety. Rest assured. As long as my enemies remain at large, I shall continue to live well." Yin Yun's gaze was resolute. She would settle accounts with every adversary who had harmed her and her family. At this juncture, she remembered something and turned to the quietly waiting Lan Dai nearby. "Lan Dai, could you arrange a meeting with your sister? I require someone." Lan Dai nodded, understanding the implication in Yin Yun's eyes. Clearly, she sought a formidable personal bodyguard for Gu Chen. Without delay, she picked up her phone and dialed a secure number. After a few rings, the call was answered. "This is the Special Security Department, Feng Chao. Please provide your identification number. S009, code name, Cold-Blooded Rose. Please hold while I transfer your call." Approximately 5 seconds later, a sultry, deep female voice emerged on the line. "You're not calling my private line. Is there an urgent matter?" As the call connected, Lan Dai handed the phone to Yin Yun. Yin Yun took the phone and spoke. "Sister Lan Yuan, it's me, Yin Yun." "Oh, it's little Yin Yun. Why didn't you call my private line? It's rarely available." "Haha, alright, I admit it's my fault. I've shared it with too many young men, so you understand, it often goes offline." Yin Yun frowned, opting for directness. "I require an S-level bodyguard. Isn't my sister already with you? Are you trying to have both?" A smirk appeared at the corner of Yin Yun's mouth. "This is for my husband." Instantly, the voice on the other end transformed from languid to animated. "You're married? TSK. I thought you were averse to marriage, much like your sister. Sister Lan Yuan. Let us focus on business." "Business, indeed, of which there is none." Yin Yun's brows furrowed deeply. Just as she was about to inquire further, Lan Yuan continued. "As you know, the global landscape has shifted dramatically. All sorts of demons and monsters have emerged, and the number of individuals requiring protection is overwhelming. My hands are full. Can you think of a solution for me?" Yin Yun's frown deepened further. "While there are indeed no personnel available, I can offer you an intern. What is their level of competence?" She could never assign a bodyguard to Gu Chun who would be utterly ineffectual. It would be better to forego the idea altogether. Their record speaks for itself, 0 to 3. Yin Yun, do not be hasty. The girl may lack experience, but she possesses other admirable qualities. If you grant her the opportunity for practical application, I assure you, she will never be returned. Yin Yun, very well, silence implies consent. Within 3 to 5 days, she will arrive of her own accord. As for compensation, you may handle that as you see fit. Provisions and accommodation are sufficient. She requires experience more than monetary reward. Before Yin Yun could hang up the phone, Lan Yuan spoke rapidly. In a clandestine and enigmatic base, the atmosphere felt somewhat tense. Yet Lan Yuan hung up with a beaming expression and beckoned to her subordinate. Please summon that girl, Duanmu. There was a hint of delight in Lan Yuan's voice. The subordinate nodded respectfully and departed. Shortly thereafter, a timid girl of 18 or 19 entered the room, her gaze cast downward, avoiding direct eye contact with Lan Yuan. Report, leader. The girl's voice trembled, betraying her evident fear. Lan Yuan regarded the girl before her, her head bowed. And a surge of joy filled her as if she were about to successfully cast aside a burden. Do not be anxious. I did not call you here to reprimand you, Lan Yuan said, her tone gentle, seeking to put the girl at ease. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. You have only failed 3 times. Do not lose heart. Instead, you should draw lessons from these setbacks and press onward. Lan Yuan encouraged her. Upon hearing these words, Duanmu Yin looked up in surprise, her gaze meeting Lan Yuan's, only to quickly lower her head again. As if unable to maintain prolonged eye contact. Exactly. You should be filled with vigor and determination. I have called you here to assign you a new task. This will be your 4th assignment. I expect you to perform admirably. Even if the individual you are tasked to protect meets an unfortunate fate. You must ensure the perpetrator is apprehended or dealt with accordingly. Do you understand? Yes, please rest assured, leader. This time I will certainly do my utmost to fulfill your expectations. Lan Yuan nodded in satisfaction and gestured for her to leave. All right. You may go and make the necessary preparations. Once Duanmu Yin exited, a wave of delight washed over Lan Yuan. Haha. I have finally sent this foolish girl out into the world. She mused that Yin Yun's husband likely held no significant importance, and thus the challenge of protection should prove minimal. This could be seen as securing Duanmu Yin a stable position for the long term, as well as providing some semblance of assurance to the Duanmu family. Meanwhile, Yin Yun felt quite distressed. She did not mind nurturing another individual, but she was disheartened by her unfulfilled desires. She secretly resolved to take the time in a few days to visit Lan Yuan personally. Yin Yun, I believe you are overthinking it. Your husband is merely a dependent. He is unlikely to encounter any real danger, comforted Du Qianwei, noting her friend's troubled expression. Upon seeing the scar on Yin Yun's forehead once more, she deftly shifted the topic, saying, recently, my parents acquired a cosmetics research and development company, which seems to have a product designed for scar removal. I shall bring some for you to try next time. It might yield beneficial results. It was only at Du Qianwei's gentle reminder that Yin Yun recalled her own scar. Instinctively, she brushed her fingers against it, feeling its rough texture. Had she not been married, she might have been less concerned. However, now she found herself preoccupied with Gu Chen's perceptions. Over time, would he come to disdain her? Certainly. Thank you. I will also consider undergoing a corrective surgery when I have the time. Yin Yun offered a faint smile, harboring no expectations for any scar removal products. Yet, she could not bring herself to dismiss Du Qianwei's thoughtful gesture. She had previously consulted a doctor, who indicated that while repair was possible, it would merely diminish the appearance of the scar, not eliminate it entirely. Noticing that Yin Yun's mood had lifted somewhat, Du Qianwei stood and stretched, exclaiming, all right, let us go. I'm hungry. It's time for a meal. Chapter 44. Let me clarify. I have indeed indulged at noon. The entire villa was spared from the necessity of lunch, as everyone was thoroughly satisfied by the delectable fried rice. Li Ming and Zhang Jing exhibited remarkable efficiency, as the construction of the mushroom forest fence proceeded in an orderly manner. After lulling the 2 sisters to sleep, Gu Chen finally found himself with some leisure time. Suddenly, he recalled that his parents might have gone out to purchase new mobile phones, and he realized that his own device was in dire need of an upgrade. Thus, he resolved to take a stroll. Aunt Zhang, I'm stepping out for a bit, Gu Chen announced to the housekeeper before embarking on his journey in the luxurious Cullinan alone. This time, he opted not to bring along bodyguards or a driver, as he had been in a constant state of expanding his horizons since yesterday, scarcely having the opportunity to relish the joys that wealth could bring. Now, as he drove a car worth over 10 million, he truly immersed himself in the euphoria of newfound affluence. On the most bustling commercial street in Shidu, in front of the Huawei store, Gu Chen spent over 10,000 to acquire the latest model of a mobile phone. Once inside the car, he promptly took several selfies with his new device, capturing his image along with the car. After selecting the most handsome photo to send to Yin Yun, He curated 9 additional images into a grid for his social media, which was accessible solely to his classmates from primary school through university. Casually, he glanced at a previous post, which had already garnered more than 10 likes. Just as he anticipated responses to his latest post, Yin Yun was the first to reply, "Nice pictures. Are you out alone?" Delighted, Chen responded, "Yes, the girls are asleep. So I took a moment to buy a new phone. I'll be back soon." Moments after sending the message, he received a notification of a 20,000 transfer. Puzzled, Chen queried, "Wife, why are you sending me money?" Yin Yun replied, "This is for the phone reimbursement. It was originally meant to be my gift to you. Please don't be upset about my oversight." Upon reading her message, Chen felt an exhilarating rush. Indulging in his wife's generosity was simply delightful. He quickly accepted the payment, exclaiming, "Dear wife, I want to be modest then." In the CEO's office, seated in her executive chair, Yin Yun read Chen's messages, envisioning his playful demeanor and feeling a wave of joy. Indeed, pampering her husband was gratifying, and she resolved to increase her affectionate gestures toward him. Suddenly recalling a concern, she typed, "Did you bring bodyguards?" Chen replied, "No, bringing bodyguards would be too ostentatious. I prefer to keep a low profile." With a hint of exasperation, Yin Yun responded, "Remember to take them next time. Especially as more people learn that you are my husband." Understanding her implication, Chen felt a warmth in his heart. "Dear wife, I understand. Don't worry. I still possessed some self-defense capabilities." They exchanged a few more light-hearted messages before Chen decided not to disturb Yin Yun further in her work. Upon exiting the chat, he noticed that his recent post had already received numerous likes and comments. After glancing through the astonished and envious comments of his classmates, Chen's lips curled into a faint smile as he clutched his phone, chuckling foolishly. His face radiated happiness and contentment, as if all joy had converged in this singular moment. His vanity had been profoundly gratified. In truth, he was not one to flaunt wealth. Had he wished to showcase his affluence, he would have opted for Douyin rather than a WeChat Moments post. However, everything that had transpired from yesterday to today felt like a dream so exquisite that it seemed almost unbelievable. If he did not share his elation with others, who could possibly comprehend the excitement and joy he felt at that moment? Thus, he resolved to select a group of classmates to share in this delight, allowing them to bear witness to this splendid occasion. Soon, someone in the university WeChat group tagged him. As for the groups from elementary, middle, and high school, they had long since become desolate. Wang Dan, Chen, wow, I told you, handsome Gu, you finally made it with a Rolls Royce. No red envelope. Zhang Fan, haha, I said Chen would thrive as a massage therapist. Look, he's driving a wealthy woman's chariot. Meanwhile, I'm still grinding away at my 996 job. Chen, old buddy, don't forget our brotherhood. Are there any more affluent ladies left? Please introduce. Li Xiaoya. Zhang Dan, you still have your 996? I can only deliver takeout now. My parents worked tirelessly to send me to university, and now that I have finally donned the golden robe, I feel like crying. Woe is me, Chen, dear brother, I seek your patronage. Zhang Dan. Yeah, Chen isn't interested in you. Come to me, and when I get paid, I'll treat you. Li Xiaoya, get lost. I only feast on handsome men as soft rice. Reading the chat log, Chen felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. How could this group be so certain that he was living off a wealthy woman? Did he truly appear so reliant? With this thought, Chen's smile broadened, revealing a hint of pride. He had to admit, this group had an uncanny knack for assessing people. Thus, in a joyful mood, he sent 5 red envelopes of 100 each in the group. As the saying goes, money can move mountains, and indeed, this was true. The 5 envelopes fell like 5 nuclear bombs, instantly rousing all the lurkers from their silence. The group erupted into a lively frenzy, with message notifications ringing incessantly. Observing their reactions, Chen chuckled inwardly. This was the allure of wealth. Thank you, boss. We appreciate your generosity, wishing you to become a billionaire soon. Various expressions of gratitude flooded the group chat, while Chen gazed at his phone screen with a smile, relishing the adoration. At that moment, he finally understood why so many people reveled in displaying their wealth. Indeed, the feeling of being flattered was quite delightful. However, just then, someone unexpectedly inquired, Chen, you didn't win the lottery, did you? This question left Chen both amused and bewildered, amidst all the chatter about living off the rich. Here was a refreshing voice of reason. He couldn't help but clarify. Let me clarify. What my classmates just mentioned is no rumor. I have indeed started to enjoy the benefits of a cushy lifestyle. This response ignited a flurry of excitement in the group, with a barrage of inquiries about various details. Chen, I wish to see the authentic college graduate employment guide. Please send it my way. What positions do wealthy women favor? Is there still a chance for a night of 3 encounters? Observing the chaotic messages, Chen remarked, I cannot divulge any more information, but when the time permits. Let us gather. The entire outing will be on me, hee. After saying this, he promptly exited the group chat and set it to do not disturb mode. After all, if the conversation continued, he might find himself embroiled in endless questioning. At that moment, he simply wished to quietly embrace the life of a discreetly wealthy individual. Contentedly tucking away his phone, Chen prepared to drive home when a street vendor caught his eye. Was there truly a fortune teller amidst this bustling commercial street? In these times, charlatans had become rare, almost like endangered species. Driven by curiosity, Chen stepped out of his car and approached the vendor. Particularly drawn in by the words peace talisman emblazoned on the banner, he thought to purchase one for Yin, fully aware that such items were mere fabrications. Yet one seeks psychological solace nonetheless. He still felt inadequate, unable to fully safeguard his beloved wife. As he drew closer, Chen was further astonished to find that the vendor was roughly his age and, to his surprise, was a young man wearing sunglasses. Chen was speechless. So young. It was blatantly obvious it was a ruse. In an instant, he lost all interest in buying the peace talisman. Buddy, now that I'm here, how about a service? Fortune-telling, character analysis, or purchasing a peace talisman? As he turned, the fortune teller spoke up. Aren't you supposed to be blind? Chen turned back in astonishment, only to see the man remove his sunglasses. I simply enjoy wearing sunglasses, he replied. Chen. Chapter 45 here. You may also draw a talisman for a substantial daughter. How much does it cost? When others inquire, I usually say 10,000. However, I perceive a unique aura about you, so for only 1,000, it can be yours, merely to foster a benevolent connection, the man stated casually. Chen's lips twitched. Did he truly resemble a fool? A few hundred yuan would be acceptable, but 1,000? Excuse me. Hey, brother, don't leave. Please help me out. I haven't eaten for 2 days. Just lend me a hand. The man suddenly stepped forward and grasped Chen's hand. Instinctively, Chen attempted to shake him off but found it futile. He stared in astonishment at the grinning man before him. He was all too aware of his own strength. An ordinary person could not possibly hold on to him like that. Yet this fellow managed to withstand his casual attempt to disengage. Could you enlighten me as to why you insist on me assisting you? Chen inquired, intrigued by the man. Hee. The man chuckled, releasing Chen's hand and rubbing his palms together. It's because you've descended from Kalinin, and only you can afford my talisman. Chen. So, you are merely a swindler preying on the unsuspecting. I sense your fate is obscured, as if shrouded by the heavens. You must possess great fortune. Why not lend a hand? Is your talisman effective? Indeed. I have been practicing the art since I was 3, and I began drawing talismans at 5. To date, I have received not a single complaint. Chen felt a stir of curiosity. Could this man truly perceive something? With a system in place, it was entirely possible that his fate had been altered, rendering the notion of obscured destiny and fortuity plausible. He instinctively began to scrutinize the man, particularly his attire, and was taken aback. You do not appear to be an ordinary individual yourself. Why stoop to selling trinkets on the street? Your clothing is no less fine than mine. Oh, my life has taken a tumultuous turn. I was destined to live off others, but recently had a minor disagreement with my wife and was cast out. Thus, I am temporarily resorting to street performances to sustain myself. Upon hearing that this man also enjoyed living off others, Chen felt an immediate affinity and, with softened resolve, said, Very well, I shall trust you once. I will take 1 talisman. Thank you, brother. Rest assured, it will be worth your while. With a swift exchange of cash for the talisman, Chen felt a sudden belief that this charm would prove beneficial in crucial moments, until he overheard the man behind him flirting with another woman. Miss, please pause a moment. Consider patronizing my business. I sense your fate is obscured, as if shrouded by the heavens. You must possess great fortune. Once inside his vehicle, witnessing the charlatan successfully ensnare another unsuspecting victim, Chen quietly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Urban Management? I wish to report illegal street vendors in the commercial district. In the CEO's office, Yin reviewed several documents. Had it not been for Chen's earlier massage, she would be experiencing a throbbing headache by now. However, after sitting for an extended period, her back ached, prompting her to stand and stretch. Yin, If you feel fatigued, you might as well indulge in a brief afternoon slumber. This is the first time I have encountered a CEO so tirelessly devoted. On the sofa, Du Qianwei leisurely sipped her afternoon tea while scrolling through her phone. I remarked, "Miss Weiwei, now that our collaboration has concluded, why are you lingering in my office instead of heading home?" With a playful grin, she replied, "Of course. I am waiting for you to finish work so we can return home together. I never envisioned what the day would be like when you fell in love. Today has certainly broadened my horizons. I am particularly curious about the kind of man who has so enchanted you that you willingly provide for him." Du Qianwei's bright eyes sparkled with curiosity. She was determined to meet the legendary man who had captivated her friend. Yin Yun rolled her eyes. Since Du Qianwei was eager to meet him, why not? After all, her husband was not someone to be ashamed of. However, mere moments later, Du Qianwei received a phone call. Upon uttering a single word, her expression instantly shifted, and she furiously hung up. "What happened? Who called with such ire?" Yin Yun inquired. Astonished. "I can't go to your house tonight. That scoundrel Yi Feng has gotten himself into trouble again." Du Qianwei ground her teeth while retrieving her bag, the veins on her forehead throbbing, indicating her heightened agitation. Yin Yun, noticing her distress, quickly offered her concern. "Calm down and clarify what transpired." Du Qianwei, filled with exasperation, responded, "He set up a stall in the pedestrian shopping street, flaunting himself and deceiving others, only to be chased off by the city management. He then got into a conflict and struck someone. Now the police are demanding I handle the situation." Yin Yun sighed. "It's not such a grave matter. If you go, just communicate effectively. Couples shouldn't constantly be at odds." "Yin Yun, please don't advise me. This time, he has nearly tarnished my reputation. I intend to break his legs for causing trouble." With that, Du Qianwei stomped away in her high heels. Upon returning to the villa, the two little girls were awake. In the living room, the elder sister was diligently practicing her drawing, while the younger sister was engrossed in a motion-sensing gaming console with their nanny, Feng Jing. He approached his eldest daughter from behind and was taken aback to see her sketching a portrait of her sister. Observing her deft strokes and the lifelike depiction on paper, Yu Chen felt a surge of admiration for his daughter's extraordinary talent. "Such a remarkable girl, fortunate indeed that she is my daughter." A sense of paternal pride swelled within him. On the left, you have Drontingting playing a game. But what do you intend to illustrate in the vast empty space on the right? After glancing at the paper, Gu Chen could not help but voice his curiosity, pointing at the deliberately blank area. In response, the little girl turned and shot her father an exasperated glance. "Dad, don't you know not to disturb someone when they are deeply engaged in their creative process?" Chastised by his daughter, Gu Chen felt a flush of embarrassment. He truly had yet to find an appropriate way to interact with her. At the moment of his awkwardness, Xiao Siyu spoke up again. "Each character must be drawn one by one. I have yet to reach that part." After observing for a while, Gu Chen chose not to disturb his eldest daughter, who was deeply engrossed in her creative endeavor, and instead moved to his youngest daughter's side. "Oh, Daddy, you're back? Come play a game with me, hee. The little girl joyfully leapt into his arms upon seeing him return. "All right, how do we play? Teach me, Daddy. I've never played before." This was indeed the truth. During his childhood, he had never engaged in motion-sensing games. "Put this on, and this one too. Then you and Ting Ting stand here and mimic the characters' movements from the television." As she enthusiastically introduced the game, the little girl eagerly adorned Gu Chen's hands and feet with the motion-sensing devices. Once finished, worried that her father might struggle, she encouraged him in a sweet, tender voice. "It's really simple. You'll learn it in no time." Within a minute, the father and daughter began to dance joyfully in front of the television, filling the living room with their laughter. Meanwhile, the older sister observed the delightful interaction between the father and daughter, her deep-set eyes reflecting a yearning that soon transformed into contentment. She then lifted her brush, and as it descended, it began to outline new shapes in the empty space to her right. The small figures she had just sketched were quickly overshadowed by a larger silhouette. Before long, this imposing figure began to take on familiar contours. Gradually, the shape mirrored Gu Chen's profile perfectly. This artwork was truly remarkable, capturing the likeness of both father and daughter with exquisite detail. Time slipped by, and suddenly, a familiar gentle voice resonated in Xiao Siyu's ears. Yin Yun squatted behind her daughter, her delicate, fair fingers pointing to another blank area on the canvas. "However, Mommy thinks it's not perfect yet. Since Daddy has two daughters, you could add one for the eldest daughter here." After speaking, Yin Yun gently kissed the little girl's forehead. Watching her husband and youngest daughter play so joyfully in the hall, she chose not to interrupt them. Instead, she quietly ascended the stairs to change her clothes. Typically, she would not return home this early, but today she had deliberately come back ahead of schedule. She simply missed her husband and daughter too much. When Yin Yun reappeared downstairs, Gu Chen finally noticed her return. Dressed in a light blue loungewear outfit, she exuded a warmth and gentleness that softened her usually aloof demeanor. At that moment, she smiled at Gu Chen, her lips curving into a sweet smile. Their eyes met, and Gu Chen felt a sudden rush of enchantment. Momentarily lost in her gaze. "Mommy, come play with Daddy and me," Ting Ting exclaimed upon seeing her mother, promptly adorning Yin Yun with the motion-sensing device. Thus, the laughter in the living room grew even more vibrant. Chapter 46. "My dear, your egg has cracked." Just as the merriment was at its peak, Gu Chen's phone rang. It was a call from his grandparents. "Ting Ting, come answer the phone." Upon seeing the caller ID, Gu Chen promptly handed the phone to his young daughter. The little girl, upon realizing it was her grandparents calling, immediately halted her game, took the phone, and seated herself to answer the call. When the call connected, Gu Chen stole a glance at the screen, noting the clarity of the image, with both his parents clearly visible, and he decided to leave his daughter to her conversation. He retrieved a peace talisman from his pocket, an involuntary smile gracing his lips, and turned to Yin Yun with a look of eager anticipation. "My dear, I have something special I wish to present to you. You actually prepared a gift for me?" Yin Yun's eyes sparkled with delight, her face radiating surprise and gratitude. She had never anticipated that Gu Chen would bestow a gift upon her, especially so soon after their marriage. Observing the excitement in her gaze, Gu Chen shyly touched his nose and chuckled. "Indeed, it is this humble peace talisman. But do not underestimate it. It is the final work of a master who began crafting talismans at the tender age of 3. You must remember to carry it with you daily." As he spoke, he gently placed the triangular talisman into the palm of Yin Yun's hand. She gazed at the talisman, feeling its warmth and weight. A wave of indescribable emotion swelling within her heart. She understood that this talisman was not merely a gift, but a manifestation of Gu Chen's care and blessings. Suddenly, she stepped closer, wrapped her arms around Gu Chen's neck, and swiftly pressed a soft kiss to the corner of his mouth, whispering, "Thank you, my love, for putting so much thought into this gift. I will cherish it dearly and carry it with me always." After speaking, she gently released her hold on Gu Chen's neck and carefully tucked the peace talisman into her pocket, treating it as though it were the most precious treasure. The unexpected kiss stirred dormant desires within Gu Chen. As Yin Yun raised her head, their eyes locked, igniting a moment of palpable intimacy. However, this tender atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a rumble from Yin Yun's stomach. Gu Chen couldn't help but chuckle, a hint of affection shining in his eyes. As the momentary desire dissipated, blushing, Yin Yun hurriedly covered her belly with her hands, attempting to mask the awkwardness of the situation. Lowering her gaze, she admitted shyly, "I didn't eat much for lunch, and after our little exercise, I find myself feeling a bit hungry." She then gently bit her lip, adopting a pitiful expression. Seeing her display of endearment, Gu Chen felt his heart melt. "Oh my wife is simply too adorable. Every expression she makes renders me utterly powerless," he immediately declared. "My dear, I shall prepare egg-fried rice for you now, so you can savor my culinary skills." "Wonderful. I eagerly await your egg-fried rice." As he spoke, he turned and walked towards the kitchen. Long before Yin Yun returned, he had already notified the kitchen that he would be responsible for preparing Yin Yun's dinner. Upon his arrival, the female chefs, upon seeing Gu Chen enter once more, promptly set aside their tasks and gathered around him. "Young master, are you cooking for the young lady?" "Yes. Is it convenient at the moment?" "Absolutely. Whenever the young master needs us, we are always at your service." Several of the chefs eagerly nodded. They were thrilled at the prospect of witnessing the young master's South culinary prowess up close. "Very well. Please prepare 2 eggs and some vegetables," Gu Chen instructed. He intended to make Yin Yun a plate of fried rice and a bowl of vegetable soup. "Of course. Young master, please hold on for a moment." The chefs responded and set about gathering the ingredients. However, within mere seconds, one of them called out, "Young master, there are no eggs." Gu Chen furrowed his brow at this news. Without eggs, he could not make fried rice. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, as his extraordinary culinary skills had reached such heights that any dish he prepared stood at the pinnacle of excellence. Just as he contemplated changing the dish, another chef chimed in, "There should be some fresh eggs in the chicken coop. I shall retrieve them." Gu Chen was taken aback. "There were chickens at the villa?" The chef smiled and nodded. "Young master, the vegetables, chickens, ducks, and fish consumed in the villa are all cultivated and raised here." Gu Chen suddenly comprehended that this must be what they referred to as organic vegetables. It made sense, no matter how expensive the vegetables purchased from outside. They could never compare to those grown with care. Daddy, are you going to start making fried rice now? I want to eat some too. At that moment, Yin Yun entered the kitchen, holding her young daughter, Ting Ting. Yes, but we are out of eggs, so we'll have to wait. Oh, I know where there are eggs. I'll go get some for Daddy. Upon hearing that there were no eggs, the little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. She adored her father's fried rice and longed for more. The absence of eggs was merely a minor setback. She was well aware of where they were produced. Without hesitation, she turned and dashed out with her little legs. Seeing her run out, a female chef followed suit, knowing that the chicken coop could be a bit chaotic, with a few roosters that might peck, and she needed to protect the little princess. Once the child had departed, Gu Chan cast a puzzled glance at Yin Yun and asked, wasn't she on the phone with her grandparents? How did that end so quickly? She mentioned that her grandparents had urgent matters to attend to, but she added them on WeChat using her watch, so she can contact them anytime, Yin Yun explained. Gu Chan felt a tightening in his chest, worried that something might have happened to his elder sister, who had been out of contact for a day. Noticing Gu Chen's expression, Yin Yun smiled gently and handed him her phone. Don't worry, I checked with Mom and Dad using your phone. Look, they just replied, saying that old Zhang from the village has passed away unexpectedly, and they went to help. She had initially intended to greet her in-laws while her daughter chatted with her grandmother, but the incident occurred unexpectedly, leaving her helpless. Gu Chen took the phone, finally letting out a sigh of relief. As long as nothing had happened to his elder sister, everything would be all right. The mere thought of her caused him a headache. Had he known, he would not have given her so much money. Now, she had absconded with the funds and seemed determined not to return until she had squandered it all. What's wrong? Yin Yun suddenly inquired, noticing his contemplative expression. Gu Chen felt a tightening in his chest and shook his head dismissively. It's nothing, just a pity about old Zhang. I didn't get to see him one last time. He could only keep his sister's troubles to himself, as revealing them to Yin Yun would likely ruin their relationship. Are you too close? She asked, recalling how old Zhang had held her when she was a child. Yin Yun furrowed her brow upon hearing this. If you're upset, you could rush back to attend the funeral. Instantly, Gu Chen felt embarrassed. Never mind. I'm newly married. Returning now would be inauspicious. He wasn't truly saddened. After all, he was merely referring to an elder from the same village. Meanwhile, under the dual protection of the maid and the cook, Ting Ting managed to safely collect 2 eggs. As soon as she acquired them, she dashed back without hesitation. Puffing and panting, the little girl, who typically lacked exercise, found her stamina waning. Yet, the thought of her father waiting for her to return with the eggs spurred her on with determination. Little princess, if it's too much, you can slow down, Fong Jing, concerned, advised as she watched the girl struggle to catch her breath. No, Daddy is still waiting for me. Ting Ting resolutely shook her head and pressed on, her short legs carrying her forward. Upon reaching the hall entrance, she was utterly exhausted, unable to stand upright and resorting to leaning against the wall to gasp for air. At this point, she had no choice but to pause and regain her breath. The maid observed the little princess's earnest effort, her heart swelling with emotion. Yin Siting had been under her care since childhood, and she was fully aware of her character, often lazy and lacking perseverance. Yet now, witnessing the once indolent princess exerting herself with such fervor was a first. Seeing that the little girl was struggling to move, the maid prepared to assist her. Just then, after catching her breath for a moment, Ting Ting seemed to revive some energy and wobbled back up, racing toward the kitchen once more. Watching her determined yet unsteady little figure, Fong Jing's eyes brimmed with tears, profoundly touched by the depth of the father-daughter bond. With moist eyes, she hurried into the kitchen, excitedly calling out, "Master, the little princess has your eggs." However, before she could finish her sentence, the little girl stumbled and fell right behind her. With a soft crack, the shattered yolk fell at the feet of the young maid. She slowly lowered her gaze, her expression frozen, as if her heart had shattered alongside the egg. It was just a step away. She truly felt a pang of regret for the little princess. She had exerted herself so diligently in this endeavor. Yet, her exclamation abruptly ceased, morphing into a quiet sob. "Young master, your egg has broken." Chapter 47. Would you like to start a business with father? Upon hearing the young nanny's words, both Gu Chun and Yin Yun couldn't help but twitch their lips. The little nanny certainly had a way with words. "Oh, Daddy, I've smashed the egg you wanted." The little girl, having picked herself up from the ground, wore a face of utter dejection. "It's all right, if it breaks. We can simply get another one," Gu Chen said as he gently embraced the little girl, whispering words of comfort. Is there anywhere that hurts? Looking up, the little girl gazed at Gu Chen with her glistening eyes on the verge of tears. Ting isn't hurt. I just wonder if Daddy thinks I'm useless. This was her first earnest attempt to assist her father, and yet she had messed it up. Suddenly, she felt her sister was right. She was indeed quite clumsy. Seeing his daughter in such a state nearly melted Gu Chen's heart. This little girl was just like her mother. She would grow up to be a breathtakingly beautiful woman. How could Daddy ever think Ting is useless? I believe you are already remarkable for having run such a long distance, far surpassing many other children, he reassured, kissing her forehead tenderly. At that moment, her sister, Siyu, also set down her paintbrush and came over, gently ruffling her sister's hair. You did a great job this time. Your running speed is nearly catching up to mine. Mommy thinks Ting is very diligent and has become quite brave. Yin approached as well, tenderly stroking her daughter's cheek. In the past, a fall like this would have sent the little girl into a fit of wailing. Indeed, she had shown great courage this time, with the comforting words of her father, mother, and sister. The tears that were on the verge of spilling from the little girl's eyes were staunchly held back. Before long, she had fully recovered her spirits. 2 minutes later, the female chef returned, carrying a basket of eggs. Wow, is the son-in-law making egg fried rice again? Yes, I've already digested what was in my stomach. The flavor was truly unforgettable, and I crave more. This time, you can forget about it. The son-in-law is making it especially for the young lady. We can just watch. The mere sight of the son-in-law cooking made me feel as though I could hardly move. He looked so handsome. As soon as they heard that the son-in-law was preparing egg fried rice once more, the maids boldly gathered around to watch. I wish we could eat the son-in-law's cooking every day. Stop dreaming. The son-in-law is not someone we common folk can aspire to. Standing nearby, Yin listened to the maid's excited whispers, her brows furrowing slightly. Yet her attention was soon entirely captivated by Gu Chen. It was the first time she had witnessed him cooking, and when she saw him wielding the spatula, it felt as though the man before her had transformed entirely. An air of supreme confidence radiated from him, as if he commanded the entire kitchen. In the next moment, Gu Chen began to move, showcasing his dazzling culinary skills that were both familiar and mesmerizing. The maids completely forgot that Yin was still standing by, their cheers rising in fervor with each of Gu Chen's graceful flipping motions. Yin too was deeply entranced by Gu Chen's astonishing culinary artistry, her heart filled with astonishment. At that moment, golden grains of rice and eggs were once again tossed high into the air. Gu Chen's lips curled into a charming smile, and he suddenly turned to gaze at Yin, who was fixated on him. In an instant, he sent a captivating flying kiss her way. Well, I can't take it anymore. The young master is simply too handsome. The maids were utterly entranced, as if their souls had been whisked away. Their shrill screams filled the air, their bodies turning weak, with several nearly fainting on the spot. As for Yin, she was utterly mesmerized by Gu Chen's unexpected kiss, her head spinning and her heart in disarray. It is well known that when a man is wholeheartedly engaged in a task, his allure can be intoxicating. Moreover, when this man suddenly turns and throws a highly seductive kiss in your direction, the impact is beyond description. Even the usually composed and unflappable Yin found herself completely conquered by Gu Chen at that moment. Ding! The host has won over his wife with his exquisite culinary skills. Reward: 100 points for daily sign-in. Gu Chen was elated. Such good fortune was indeed rare. An increase of 100 points for daily sign-in was an immense blessing. Setting aside distractions, he prepared a plate of egg fried rice specifically for his wife. Following this, he cooked a large pot, dividing it into 4 portions, 1 for himself, 2 for his daughters, and 1 for Landai. He also prepared a vegetable soup. Now, it was time to serve the meal. Gu Chen removed his apron and emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 plates of egg fried rice. The remaining dishes were brought out by the other female chefs. Dozens of maids watched Gu Chen's every move with wide-eyed fascination. Even after the cooking was completed, they lingered, reluctant to disperse. Yin regained her senses when Gu Chen placed the food on the table, a radiant smile of happiness lighting up her face. Once again, her husband had surprised her. She realized that the longer she spent with Gu Chen, the more admirable qualities she discovered in him. He was like an endless abyss, continually drawing her closer, until she found herself completely entranced. However, the lingering presence of the maids caught Yin's attention. Observing them, young and old alike, she noticed the way they gazed at her husband, their eyes filled with longing. A wave of intense dissatisfaction and jealousy surged within her, darkening her expression as she coldly remarked, "Don't you all have anything else to do? Upon hearing her icy tone, the maids were jolted from their daydreams. As if doused with cold water, their faces paling in fright as they scattered in panic. All right, my dear, don't be upset. Come and taste this dish, Chen said, fully aware of the reason behind his wife's sudden outburst, offering her a comforting smile. Despite this, he felt an inexplicable sweetness in his heart. However, he found himself helpless in this situation. After all, he was naturally handsome, and coupled with that infuriating aura of charm, maintaining a low profile proved exceedingly difficult. Yin Yun, of course, did not dwell on the matter with the maids. Once the crowd dispersed, she resumed her sweet, gentle smile. Mom, it smells amazing. Please eat quickly. Before Yin Yun could begin her meal, the two little girls had already succumbed to their eagerness and started eating. Even her elder sister, Siyu, who often acted like a little adult, could not resist the temptation and joined in. Let me feed you, Chen said, as he snatched the spoon from Yin Yun's hand and brought it to her rosy, enticing lips. Ah, open wide. Slightly taken aback, Yin Yun obediently parted her lips. Seeing her compliance, Chen smiled softly and carefully lifted the spoon, slowly delivering a mouthful of golden fried rice to her small mouth. As the fried rice entered Yin Yun's mouth, she was immediately enveloped by an indescribable flavor and fragrance that blossomed in her palate. This unique taste awakened her taste buds as her eyes suddenly sparkled with surprise, revealing glimmers of delight in her previously calm gaze. Her little mouth began to move gently as she savored the exquisite flavor. Delicious. After only a few chews, Yin Yun could not help but exclaim in amazement. She looked at Chen with excitement, her eyes brimming with joy and satisfaction. In that moment, she was completely immersed in the happiness that the food brought her. It's truly delightful, Yin Yun praised again, her tone revealing genuine admiration for Chen's culinary skills. Then eat more, come on, open wide. Chen felt a special sense of fulfillment at his wife's approval of his cooking. He promptly delivered another generous spoonful to her small mouth. Yin Yun's cheeks puffed up adorably, reminiscent of a cute little hamster as she chewed. Before long, the plate of fried rice was consumed without her even realizing it. Sipping the fragrant vegetable soup, she wore an expression of complete satisfaction and reminiscence. It could be said that, aside from her school days, this dinner was the simplest she had enjoyed in many years. Yet, it was truly delightful. Darling, you are wonderful. She felt utterly content. She adored it. Do you like it? Chen asked, glancing at the empty plates of fried rice on the table, smiling at the others. We love it. It's absolutely delicious, they replied in unison. Even the usually taciturn Lan Dai rarely offered praise. Kiki, the fried rice was merely a warm-up, my dear. You can tell me anything you wish to eat in the future, Chen said confidently. You can cook anything? Yin Yun looked at Chen with surprise. Chen simply gazed at her tenderly. As long as it's something you desire, I will prepare it. Upon hearing this, Yin Yun's cheeks flushed, a wave of sweetness surging within her heart. I have an idea. I want to open a restaurant. What do you think, my dear? Chen suddenly shifted the topic. He had previously entertained this thought, but after the emergence of his newfound admiration, he was eager to establish the restaurant. Certainly. I shall arrange for a transfer of 20 million to your bank card shortly. Should that prove insufficient, do not hesitate to inform me. Yin Yun readily concurred. He chuckled, stating, this time, there is no need for you to finance it. I wish to embark on a venture alongside our daughter. Chen was momentarily taken aback by his wife's candor and lavishness, then turned to Siyu and Si Ting, enticingly asking, would you both be interested in starting a business with your father? You could be bosses just like your mother. The two daughters, nearing 5 years of age, must have accumulated quite a sum from their New Year's gifts, and it is high time they contribute to their dear old father. Haha. Chapter 48. Bestowing the surname Gu and renaming his daughter. The rationale behind his actions was quite straightforward. He yearned to indulge in the comforts afforded by his daughter's achievements. Uncertain if the system would allow him to exploit this loophole, Chen entertained his thoughts mischievously. Wonderful. Wonderful. I want to embark on a venture with Daddy and become a business owner together, exclaimed little Tingting with uncontainable excitement. Chen beamed. This was indeed his beloved daughter. He then turned his attention to his eldest daughter, believing that showcasing his culinary prowess would surely persuade the astute little entrepreneur to agree. Just as he felt optimistic about his chances, however, little Siyu decisively rejected the proposal, stating, I refuse. Why? He inquired. Lack of funds, she replied, raising her small hands in a gesture of innocence, leaving Chen utterly dumbfounded. How could a young lady from a prestigious family possibly be short on money? It defied logic. What about your New Year's money? Surely, they must have received that, Chen asked curiously. Yes, we receive it every year. Yen Yun replied with a smile. She was actually quite supportive of the idea of the three of them starting a restaurant together, believing it would strengthen their familial bonds. Upon hearing this, Guchen felt reassured. It seemed his intentions had not evaded his eldest daughter's keen perception, and she was now on guard against him. Nevertheless, he found solace in the fact that his youngest daughter was similarly inclined. If he could secure a share of her resources, his status as a beneficiary would elevate to the next level. Contemplating this, he donned a warm and amiable expression as he turned to his little daughter. Ting Ting, how much New Year's money have you saved? I don't know. I entrusted all my New Year's money to my sister for safekeeping. She said it would help my funds grow. The little girl pondered, tilting her head before turning to her sister. Sister, how much money do I have now? Yen Siyu stammered, caught off guard, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Siyu, be honest, is the money still there? Yen Yun inquired seriously, sensing the tension in the air. She was aware that her younger daughter had been up to something, yet she had refrained from probing, knowing that even if their New Year's money were spent, she would not reprimand them. After a sigh, little Siyu confessed, it's all tied up. Tied up? What do you mean? Yen Yun asked. All invested in the stock market. The little girl admitted, her voice lacking confidence. Gu Chen's lips twitched, but you can't even open an account. Little Siyu glanced at Lan Dai and replied, I used my master's ID to open an account. At this moment, Lan Dai, who had been silent, exhibited a rare shift in demeanor and spoke up. Is my money also tied up? All tied up. The little girl averted her gaze, unable to meet Lan Dai's eyes. Lan Dai responded, a few days ago, didn't you say there was a 20 gain? Now it is down by 30. Gu Chun, Yen Yun, Lan Dai. The three fell into a collective silence. I need to step outside for some fresh air. Moments later, Lan Dai uttered a solitary remark and rose to leave, her silhouette somewhat desolate. Yen Yun rubbed her temples, glaring at her daughter with irritation. You can play on your own, but why did you use your master's money to invest in stocks? The young girl lowered her head and remained silent. What is the total capital? Gu Chen inquired, sensing that the amount must be substantial to have deeply affected the typically aloof Lan Dai. 900 million. My sister and I have 800 million. And our master has 100 million, the young girl murmured. Uft. Cough, cough. Gu Chen, having just sipped warm water, sprayed it out in disbelief. Good heavens. 900 million. What astronomical figure is this? He had assumed that these two young ladies would merely have a few tens of millions in pocket money. However, he had underestimated his wife's financial background. Just leave it there and don't touch it. Let it grow for a while, Yin Yun advised. I understand, Mama. The young girl nodded. She had been thinking along the same lines. It was just that being suddenly questioned made her feel awkward. Which stocks have you bought? Never mind. Let me see your account, Yin Yun suggested after a moment's thought. The young girl understood her mother's intent, pouted in defiance, but obediently pulled out her tablet to open the stock trading application. Yin Yun glanced at it for a while, her gaze turning profound. The two stocks heavily invested in by the young girl were precisely the high-tech companies she was planning to acquire. She could not help but look at her daughter and asked, why did you choose these two stocks? Upon discussing the stocks in which she was heavily invested, the young girl instantly became animated. Intelligent driving and quantum technology are the future directions of technology, and I have also researched the future expansion directions of Mama's group. If I were Mama, I would consider acquiring a few companies that possess core technologies and then invest in expanding research and development. These two are the companies I believe are most worthy of acquisition, so I laid my stakes early. Who would have known that this period would coincide with a stock market crash? The young girl's response astonished Yin Yun. This girl had secretly studied her family's company. How should one say it? There is a sense of relief in knowing that the next generation is promising. Yet she couldn't help but admonish. Investing all your capital in stocks is the gravest mistake. I hope this lesson will serve as a reminder. Leave these two untouched, and you can handle the others yourself. Your master has limited resources, so do not squander them. Understood. The young girl, upon hearing her mother's words, felt reassured. Her mood brightened instantly, and she turned to Gu Chun. Dad, once you choose the restaurant location, I will invest in you. My sister and I will hold 90% of the shares, and you will have 10% as your technical investment. Gu Chan was taken aback. Aren't you trapped in your investments? Do you still have money? To his surprise, the young girl turned to Yin Yun and said, Mama, lend me 50 million. I want to open a restaurant. Gu Chun, his lips twitched, exclaiming in disbelief. That girl, once grown, will undoubtedly become a true capitalist. However, this suits him perfectly. What he desires is a life of ease. Without hesitation, he readily agreed. Yin Yun merely shook her head and chuckled at the sight of the father-daughter duo. As for little Ting, she was nearly drifting into slumber. Her interest solely piqued by the prospect of opening a restaurant with her father, utterly indifferent to the intricacies of finances or stocks. Now, a significant announcement must be made. Suddenly, Yin Yun clapped her hands to draw the attention of the three family members. Yuyo, Ting, from this moment forward, you shall bear the surname Gu, henceforth. One shall be called Gu Siyu, and the other Gu Sighting, understood? Upon hearing this, the trio momentarily stood in stunned silence, followed by joyful exclamations from Gu Chun and Ting. Siyu, however, merely pouted, secretly delighted but choosing not to reveal her emotions. The most elated of all was Gu Chun. Technically, he was merely a son-in-law, yet Yin Yun's gesture, especially renaming their daughters, profoundly touched him. Darling, you are truly wonderful. Gu Chun couldn't help but lift Yin Yun into his arms, spinning her around a few times. As he set her down, Yin Yun felt a slight flush and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. This was their first intimate embrace, and she nervously remarked, "All right. I must return to my work. There are numerous documents awaiting my attention. You three enjoy yourselves." "Hee, my dear, you look most charming when you're shy," Gu Chun exclaimed, admiring Yin Yun's graceful figure as she departed. In an instant, she quickened her pace, and where Gu Chun could not see, a sweet smile had blossomed on her lovely face. Warm reminder, the protagonist's restaurant venture will not be extensively elaborated upon. It will not transform into a culinary saga. The central theme remains a life of ease, centered around a warm and comfortable existence with his wife and children. Chapter 49. Can a father's love truly elevate a person to greatness? Having decided to engage in painting, Yin Yun departed, leaving her sister to return to her easel. There remained a few finishing touches on the previous artwork. "Come, my dear, let us see if the mushroom grove's fence is complete," Gu Chun said as he lifted his little daughter into his arms. The duo soon arrived at the mushroom cultivation area. Upon their arrival, they observed that the fence was indeed finished, with several workers diligently completing the final tasks. Li Ming noticed the father and daughter approaching and hurried over to greet them. "Uncle, the work is nearly done. Do you find it satisfactory?" Gu Chun circled the fence, noting that the interior remained concealed from view. He nodded in approval. "Excellent. Thank you for your hard work. Both you and Fong Jing will receive rewards for this." The mushrooms would ripen soon, and he planned to share them with his wife and daughter, ensuring that the housekeepers and maids would also partake, though. He earnestly reminded Li Ming, "Remember, apart from you and Fong Jing, do not disclose to anyone that we are cultivating mushrooms here." "Rest assured, uncle, I will keep it a secret," Li Ming promised earnestly, patting her chest. With that matter settled, Gu Chun returned home with his daughter. Upon their return, the young girl could not escape her fate of acquiring knowledge, as Fong Jing promptly ushered her into a room to study a foreign language. With some leisure time on his hands, Gu Chun's thoughts drifted to his wife. The anticipation of giving Yin Yun a full-body massage that evening stirred excitement within him. If he could ensure her comfort, might they not enjoy a romantic evening together? However, the thought of intimacy brought a tinge of anxiety. He truly hoped that the night would unfold seamlessly, fearing he might disappoint Yin Yun. Yet, in that moment, it seemed the system anticipated his concerns. "Rest easy, host. With your current constitution, there is nothing to worry about." Instantly, Gu Chun felt a surge of clarity as the inner workings of the situation became apparent. While others might possess a single bullet, he was equipped with an entire magazine. The disparity in strength was evident. With this realization, Gu Chun excitedly whistled and decided to check the system. System name: Golden Soft Rice System. Host name: Gu Chun. Age: 22. Physique: 36, normal. 10 masculine charisma. 372nd special skills. Master Chef Level 1, Master Massage Techniques. Charisma or a special physique. Immune to all toxins. Happiness points: 0. Golden Legend. Lottery 100 points per attempt. Soft Rice Level. Level 1 Daily Sign-In. Current daily sign-in yields 200 points per day. Seeing that the daily sign-in had indeed transformed into a reward of 200 points, he felt reassured. With nothing pressing to occupy him, Gu Chun returned to his room. Inside, he found Yin Yun diligently working at her desk. "There are numerous entertainment facilities in the villa. If you have nothing to do, feel free to enjoy them," she remarked upon his entrance. "No need. I shall simply relax on the sofa and play on my phone," he replied. Gu Chun shook his head in refusal, remarking that engaging in such activities could not compare to the comfort of watching his wife work. His mind was entirely consumed by thoughts of his beautiful spouse, rendering him unable to concentrate. "How about I finish my tasks first?" and then I shall accompany you," he proposed with a smile. "I will begin with a full-body massage, ensuring your complete relaxation." Yin shyly nodded, suppressing her racing heart as she returned to her work. Meanwhile, his sister, Siyu, dedicated some time to finally complete her painting. Cradling the artwork, she sought out the housekeeper, Aunt Zhang. "Aunt Zhang, could you do me a favor?" "Oh, Princess Yu, what is it that you require?" Aunt Zhang inquired. "This painting, could you help me frame it?" The young girl handed the sketch to Aunt Zhang. The housekeeper was taken aback, as everyone in the villa knew that both young princesses had a profound passion for art. However, the younger sister tended to be somewhat lazy, only occasionally painting alongside her older sibling. Throughout the years, the elder had produced hundreds, if not thousands, of artworks. Yet this was the first time the younger sister had requested her assistance in framing one. Conversely, the younger sister would always seek Aunt Zhang's help to frame her own creations. Aunt Zhang smiled as she accepted the painting and gazed upon it. It depicted a warm scene of a family of four. The father was playing games with the youngest daughter, while the mother assisted the eldest daughter with her painting. The family radiated harmony and joy. Upon a mere glance, Aunt Zhang's smile widened, and her eyes glistened with warmth. "Siyu, did you create this?" The little girl nodded. "It's wonderful. Rest assured, I will craft a beautiful frame for you. Please wait a moment." 20 minutes later, the young girl returned to her room, cradling an exquisite frame. She carefully hung the framed painting in the most prominent spot of her bedroom. At that moment, her sister, Si Ting, was already bathing in the bathroom under the care of the nanny. On the other side, Gu Chen yawned and noticed that Yin Yun was still diligently working, showing no signs of stopping. He remarked, "Wife, I shall go check on our daughter and return shortly." "All right, go ahead," she replied. Upon entering the sister's room, Gu Chen was immediately captivated by the striking painting. He turned to the little girl seated on the sofa, engrossed in her tablet, and asked, "This is the painting you just created, isn't it? It's truly remarkable. My daughter is exceptional." "Yes, my sister also loves it, so we asked Aunt Zhang to frame it." The little girl replied, nodding subtly as she continued her game. After admiring the artwork for a while, Gu Chen looked at his daughter with tenderness and said, "You, I have something to discuss with you." Upon hearing that her father wished to confer with her, the young girl immediately grew alert. "Dad, a 91 out of 100 is already my greatest concession. Just think about it. Your future wealth will ultimately belong to me and my sister. What do you need all that money for now, right?" Her words left Gu Chen momentarily speechless. Were it not for his golden soft rice system, such filial piety from his daughter could have easily landed him in the ICU. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, and a gentle smile gradually graced his face. Extending his hand, he tenderly caressed the little girl's head, speaking softly, "Silly child, how could your father, who cherishes you and your sister so dearly, ever deceive you regarding your modest New Year's money? I have come to discuss something with you today. I shall not claim a single penny of the shares, as they will all be left for you and your sister. However, if you two little ones show a bit of filial piety and bestow upon your father some pocket money each month, it would bring me immense satisfaction." Upon hearing this, Gu Siyu's expression transformed into one of astonishment as she stared at Gu Chen. She had not anticipated that the matter he wished to discuss would be entirely contrary to her expectations. Wasn't this useless father fond of relying on others? How had he become so generous? Was this truly the father she knew? Could paternal love genuinely inspire such greatness in a person? A deep chord within the little girl's heart was struck. Gu Chen's figure continually elevated in her mind, soaring higher and higher. I need to take a bath." Suddenly, she panicked and leaped off the sofa, dashing into the bathroom without a backward glance. Gu Chen, with a smile, watched her enter the bathroom, then his gaze naturally returned to the picture frame on the wall. The painting was quite lovely, and he believed that their family would continue to find happiness together. Chapter 50. Two quirky enthusiasts. Half an hour later, as the two little girls emerged from their bath, clad in adorable cartoon pajamas, Gu Chen felt his heart nearly melt. He couldn't resist capturing a few photographs of the charming sisters. The trio exchanged only a few words before little Tingting exclaimed her desire to sleep in her mother's room. Moments later, Gu Chen found himself cradling Gu Siding in one arm, while holding Gu Siyu's hand as they made their way to Yin Yun's room. Though he felt a twinge of exasperation, he could not renege on his promise to his daughters, so he resigned himself to the situation. Inside the room, Yin Yun had just concluded her work and appeared quite fatigued. She languidly stretched her body, and with that motion, her exquisite figure was revealed, captivating anyone who beheld her. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she noted that it was nearing 9 o'clock in the evening. Typically, by this hour, The two little girls would have already finished their nightly routines and be preparing for bed. She mused that Chen should be returning to their room shortly. The thought brought a smile to her face. Tonight marked their first true moment of intimacy as a married couple. And there was an even more enticing prospect awaiting her. Chen had promised to give her a full-body massage. Just the thought of it sent shivers down her spine. As if currents of electricity danced through her. Her heart began to race, and a rosy hue crept onto her cheeks, her breathing growing increasingly rapid. This sensation was both bashful and exhilarating, leaving her eager to embrace the forthcoming delightful moments. However, she quickly composed herself, now that they were husband and wife. She was ready to wholly surrender herself to Chen, unlike her friend Du Qianwei, who had been married for years yet still resisted intimacy. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Du Qianwei called. As soon as the call connected, her friend's voice, laden with grievance, resonated through the receiver. Yun. I'm feeling miserable. The tone of her friend, reminiscent of a forlorn wife, caused Yun to furrow her brows in concern. What is the matter? Did he not come home? Du Qianwei sighed, her voice tinged with resignation as she replied, he did come home, but we just had a huge argument. Yun eagerly pressed for details. Why? Du Qianwei, with a hint of indignation, explained, I told him he shouldn't go out selling trinkets and deceiving people anymore. But he completely disregarded my words, arguing that it was either I supported him or he would be independent. As she recounted the incident, Du Qianwei's frustration seemed to intensify, her emotion swelling. Humph. That fool, with no skills whatsoever, dares to flaunt himself and swindle others, claiming he wants to be self-reliant? Bah. I was so furious that I slapped him on the back of his head. Listening to her friend's tale, Yun couldn't help but sigh inwardly and continued to inquire what happened afterward. Du Qianwei's voice fell like a deflated balloon. Then this fellow reverted to his previous foolish demeanor, as if he had forgotten everything. Yun could not help but feel a wave of speechlessness, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Yun, do you think I might have truly damaged him, and that things will never be right again? Just as Yun stood there in silence, Du Qianwei's voice trembled with fear and uncertainty. After contemplating for a moment, Yun calmly replied, First, take a deep breath. Didn't you mention that he fluctuates between good and bad? Is it possible that this was merely a coincidence, that when you struck him, he just happened to be in one of his dazed states, and it had nothing to do with you? There was a pause on the other end, seemingly contemplating Yun's words, and then Du Qianwei's voice brightened with realization. Right. This fellow has been acting normal for a few days, and I completely forgot about this incident. Thank you. Yun, you've lifted my spirits. Yun sighed. All right, don't overthink it for now. Observe him for a few days. Since he shows signs of recovery, I believe you should consult several neurological specialists for your husband. After all, you are not young anymore. You cannot continue to endure this indefinitely. I have consulted, and each one shook their heads, unable to provide any clarity. If it weren't for my daily interactions with this guy, I would genuinely suspect he was feigning ignorance. Du Qianwei lamented, then swiftly changed the subject to gossip. Enough about me. Let us talk about you. Have you and your husband, done the deed? Just look at your eyes today. I can guess you've already. What is it like? Could you share a hint? I'd like to prepare in advance. At this, Yun's expression darkened. No comment. She then added with a teasing tone, You, a woman married for 3 years, asking me, a woman married for just 2 days, about such matters. Du Qianwei. Don't you find that rather embarrassing? Without waiting for Du Qianwei's reply, she hung up the phone. It wasn't that she didn't want to discuss these topics. It was simply that she lacked experience and had nothing to contribute. Suddenly, a burst of laughter echoed, and Yun looked up to see Chen entering the room with their 2 adorable daughters. Seeing the 3 of them together brought a rush of complicated emotions. Yay! Mommy, my sister and I are here. Tonight, our family of 4 will sleep together. Little Ting entered the room, her face beaming with joy, as if this moment had been long anticipated. She hurriedly leaped from Chen's arms into Yun's embrace. Although her sister maintained a stoic expression, a keen observer might discern a flicker of barely concealed anticipation in her eyes. It seemed that deep down, she too yearned for this family reunion. Yun gently ruffled her little daughter's hair, her gaze filled with affection and tenderness, softly saying, Mommy hasn't bathed yet. You 2 go to bed first. And after I finish, I'll come join you. We must agree that tonight, we can't stay up too late, as you both have school tomorrow. Yay. Okay, Mommy. I understand. However, the little girl tilted her head back, revealing a playful smile, and then said, You must first play a game of eating beans with Ting before she will go to sleep. Hearing the child's request, Yin Yun could only nod in resignation, indicating her compliance. Upon hearing the term eating beans game, Gu Chun felt a surge of curiosity and quickly inquired, "My dear, what is this eating beans game?" However, Yin Yun did not directly address his question. Instead, she responded with a look of melancholy and turned to walk towards the bathroom, saying, "I'll take a shower first. I'll explain later. Mom, let me help you scrub your back." Little Ting Ting exclaimed, obediently trailing closely behind Yin Yun as she entered the bathroom. Yin Yun found herself at the mercy of this spirited little girl, unable to resist her charm. Gu Chun, though eager to follow them in, merely contemplated it and turned to his eldest daughter, who had already climbed onto the large bed, asking, "You, what is this eating beans game? Did you often play it with your mother before?" At that moment, the little girl was engrossed in a conversation on her smartwatch. When her father inquired, she absent-mindedly nodded. Her tone indifferent, "Just a silly game that Mom and my sister like to play. Two peculiar enthusiasts." Two peculiar enthusiasts? Her remark only deepened Gu Chen's curiosity. Yet, regardless of how he tried to probe further, she remained absorbed in her digital chat, unwilling to divulge any details. Feeling exasperated, Gu Chun resorted to his phone, where a myriad of WeChat messages awaited him. The zombie group from his elementary to high school days had sprung to life, animated by the photo he had posted of himself effortlessly opening a bottle of South African wine, with countless people tagging him. A slight smile curved Gu Chen's lips. He felt a surge of pride as he reveled in the adoration, as if he were an emperor basking in the limelight. Ultimately, like a sovereign bestowing grace upon his subjects, he scattered a few generous red envelopes in each group chat before quietly exiting, shrouded in anonymity. That night, he was destined to keep many men and women awake. That night, he was destined to become a legend. "You, who are you chatting with that's so engrossing?" Putting down his phone, Gu Chun noticed his daughter still fervently operating her smartwatch, and his curiosity deepened. "The principal and the teachers. They are asking if we are returning to school tomorrow, so they can arrange a welcome ceremony for me and my sister," the little girl replied nonchalantly. Without lifting her head, her small face slightly scrunched in apparent annoyance, she added, "I told them to keep it simple, but they wouldn't listen. It's driving me crazy." Upon hearing this, countless questions surged in Gu Chen's mind. He had initially thought his daughter was chatting with her classmates, only to discover she was communicating with the principal and teachers. Moreover, her tone hardly resembled that of a student addressing a teacher. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. This peculiar sensation left him utterly perplexed. How might one articulate it? He reminisced about his childhood school days, recalling that the demeanor of the principal and teachers towards him was nothing like this. Was it? Chapter 51. The mistake in the flower field. As the conversation between father and daughter reached an impasse, Gu Chun turned his full attention to the sound of water cascading in the bathroom. Unbidden, the alluring silhouette of Yin Yun surfaced in his mind, leading his thoughts to spiral into a chaotic whirl of peculiar notions. At that moment, the little girl suddenly raised her head and caught sight of her father, who was gazing blankly towards the bathroom. A wave of curiosity washed over her, prompting her to ask, "Dad, how did you and Mom meet?" This unexpected inquiry abruptly interrupted Gu Chen's wandering thoughts, leaving him momentarily flustered. After all, he could not possibly divulge the truth to his daughter. Moreover, the very fact that she posed such a question indicated that Yin Yun had not revealed the reality of their circumstances to their two daughters. However, at this juncture, Gu Chen could not conjure an appropriate reason or tale to elucidate their encounter. Thus, a clever idea struck him, and he decided to toss the conundrum back to his daughter, smiling as he said, "You are so clever. Why not take a guess?" The little girl was clearly taken aback that her father would pose the question to her, yet she earnestly began to ponder the matter. After a few moments, she offered her answer. "It must be that my mother, in her youthful ignorance, made a mistake with you in the flower field. Then, when the family discovered it, you were young and inept, likely looked down upon by my maternal grandparents, which led to your separation." Having returned for 2 days, Gu Chen noted that his in-laws had yet to make a single phone call to inquire about the situation, confirming that he was not held in high regard by the elderly couple. She felt her conjecture was quite close to the truth. After a moment's reflection, she glanced at her sun-kissed, handsome father and added, "After being abandoned, you began to strive for success, proclaiming that 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West would come to pass. However, your ineptitude meant you lacked any substantial skills. So you started to train your body and hone your culinary abilities. You believed that as long as you maintained your allure for Mom, once she regained her power, she would bring you back home, and you could live off her generosity. Upon hearing his daughter's lengthy stream of imaginative conjectures, Gu Chen's lips twitched, unsure whether to laugh or react otherwise. This girl truly possessed a vivid imagination. The notion of a mistake in the flower field. Unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter at the thought. You little rascal. Gu Chen affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair, chuckling as he said, Who taught you all this nonsensical stuff? The little girl rolled her eyes and replied, I deduced it myself from observing you and Mom these past 2 days. Just tell me if I'm right or not. Sweetheart, you are only half correct. Gu Chen feigned an air of mystery, having already devised a narrative to weave. He realized that his image in his daughter's eyes was somewhat diminished, so he needed to establish the persona of a formidable father. Which half was correct? And which half was mistaken? The little girl gazed intently at Gu Chen, her curiosity evidently piqued. With a faint smile, Gu Chen began to recount. Your mother fell in love with me when I heroically rescued her. At that time, she was visiting your grandfather's hometown and unexpectedly found herself in peril. In a critical moment, I did not hesitate to step forward, risking my life to save her. From that instant, we were ensnared in the throes of love, and ultimately, it was in a field of flowers that we made a mistake, resulting in the birth of you and your sister. He paused, observing the little girl's expression, noting the absence of any skepticism. With renewed confidence, he continued, However, at that time, I had nothing, no wealth or prowess, and I was acutely aware that I was unworthy of your mother, the daughter of a prominent family. Thus, I made a difficult decision to temporarily part ways with her. I resolved to better myself, to hone my abilities, and to grow stronger. Only then would I be capable of safeguarding her. Only then would I return to her side as a steadfast support. Finally, Gu Chen revealed a confident smile, declaring, And now, I possess such capability. As he finished his tale, he felt an immense sense of pride swell within him, nearly moved to tears by the inspirational nature of his own narrative. Yet, the little girl regarded him with a skeptical expression, her tone a mix of mockery and doubt as she chimed, Oh, is that so? Can Dad truly deceive you? Gu Chen raised an eyebrow, responding with unwavering assurance. To his surprise, the little girl suddenly grew agitated, her small fists clenched tightly, her body trembling slightly. This was the first time she had cast such an angry glare at him, tears glistening in her eyes as if she bore an immense grievance. Then tell me, why did you abandon me and my sister for 5 years without a care? Is it that you adults can sacrifice our happiness for your own selfish desires? Her voice quivered, laden with disappointment and anguish. Gu Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated her outburst. He opened his mouth, intending to explain, but found himself at a loss for words, realizing he had perhaps overstated his own narrative. He recognized that this seemingly resilient little girl had been carrying the heavy burden of abandonment all along. His heart ached in response, and he gently embraced her, mustering the courage to comfort her. My dear, I am so sorry for you and your sister. The truth is, I was unaware of your existence at that time, which is why I apologize. I promise to make it up to both of you 100-fold. Gu Chen felt disheartened. He had initially aimed to amuse the little girl, but the situation had taken a serious turn. Fortunately, little Siyu possessed a remarkable ability to regulate her emotions. Within a minute, the atmosphere had softened, and she suddenly chimed in. You and Mom haven't seen each other for so many years. There must be so much to say. Will my sister and I be intruding upon your conversation? Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback, contemplating whether the girl was testing him with her words. The girl has become exceedingly sensitive of late. He dared not exhibit even the slightest hesitation, resolutely shaking his head. How could that be? Father wishes to accompany you and your mother for the night, so do not entertain such thoughts. Do not deceive me. I just inquired with Teacher Lin, and she informed me that if she were to reunite with her long-lost husband, she would prefer not to have children intruding upon their intimate world. The little girl pointed to her watch and cast a sidelong glance at Gu Chen. Rest assured, once we finish playing the bean game, I shall take my silly sister away. With that, she fell silent. Gu Chen mused, Is this girl truly so understanding? While Gu Chen conversed with the little girl in the bathroom, the mother and daughter were engaged in their own dialogue. Mom, when can I wear this? Little Ting Ting asked curiously, holding the bra that Yin Yun had just removed atop her head. You can wear it when you grow up, Yin Yun replied with a smile, gently patting her daughter's head. She found her daughter exceedingly adorable, always brimming with curiosity about new things. Little Ting blinked her big eyes and continued to inquire. How big do I need to be? Do I need to be as tall as you? Yin Yun chuckled at her daughter's innocent questions and patiently explained. It's not just about being tall. You must wait until your body has fully developed. But for now, you are still young, and there is no need to ponder such matters. Little Ting nodded, half understanding, and placed the bra back atop her head, murmuring, I can't wait to grow up and be as beautiful as mommy. Yin Yun, gazing at her daughter's adorable demeanor, felt a surge of warmth and affection. She wished for time to slow down, allowing her to cherish every moment of her daughter's growth. Then, Mommy, can we let Daddy wear it later for me to see? After all, he is an adult too, and I want to see him wear this. The little girl suddenly made a startling remark. Yin Yun's lips twitched. Daddy is a boy. He cannot wear it. But why can Zhou Yuqing's father wear it? What about Zhou Yuqing's father? He asked my classmate. She said she saw her father wearing her mother's bra while playing games with her. Upon hearing this, Yin Yun was momentarily taken aback. She took a deep breath, striving to calm her astonishment, and gently asked, Sweetheart, you must not speak of such things lightly. Could it be that you misheard or misremembered? The little girl blinked her big eyes, earnestly responding, No, Zhou Yuqing told me exactly that. She said she even saw her father dancing in her mother's dress. Yin Yun, it seems she must find time to discuss this matter with Zhou Yuqing's mother. Chapter 52. The Bean Game Father. Are you growing anxious waiting? Upon noticing Gu Chen's yearning gaze directed toward the bathroom once more, Gu Siyu unexpectedly chimed in. You could join your mother in the shower. Why not do so? Cough, cough. I shall wait until your mother has finished before I bathe. It would be rather cramped with too many of us. Gu Chen stammered, caught off guard by the situation. Cramped? Really? The young girl exhibited a puzzled expression, shaking her head. That can't be true. The bathroom is spacious enough. Mother and I often shower together. Unable to help but envision the scene of bathing with Yin Yun, Gu Chen's face flushed, and he remarked, I merely wish to know what delightful bean game your mother is playing with you. Could you perhaps divulge a hint? My curiosity is piqued. The little girl regarded Gu Chen for a moment, then sighed with exasperation before extending her small hand. Please hand me your phone. Gu Chen complied, and the girl seized the device, promptly downloading a game from the App Store. Here, it's this one. Upon glancing at the screen, Gu Chen was rendered speechless. It was none other than the Pac-Man game he had played during his childhood, where one controlled a voracious character feasting on dots. Is this truly it? Child, you aren't deceiving your father, are you? Gu Chen's expression was one of disappointment, feeling his anticipation had been for naught. Believe it or not, it matters not to me. The girl shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. So, you three ladies will be playing this game online with your phones? Gu Chen placed a hand on his forehead, bewildered. Father, this is where you must engage your intellect, which, I might add, barely exceeds 100 points in capacity. I've already provided ample hints. Gu Chen, this child truly is dutiful, always ready to jab her father with a metaphorical knife. In the silence shared between the father and daughter, the sounds of water ceased from the bathroom, followed by the whirring of a hairdryer. The mere sound conjured an image in Gu Chen's mind of Yin Yun standing before the mirror, drying her hair with grace. Before long, little Ting joyfully darted out, her head adorned with a large white-eye mask. As she ran toward Gu Chen, she enthusiastically shouted, Daddy, hurry. While Mother isn't looking, please try this on for me. The girl reached Gu Chen and eagerly yanked off the mask, presenting it to him as if offering a precious treasure. Gu Chen's jaw dropped in astonishment. Child, this is something your father cannot wear. Though internally resistant, his hands accepted the item obediently. Is that so? Indeed. This is something only girls may wear. Boys must not don it. Little Ting must remember this and refrain from such actions in the future. Gu Chen suppressed his unusual emotions and explained patiently. The young girl appeared somewhat dejected, realizing that Zhou Yuqing had indeed deceived her. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with mischief. Then surely, Daddy can wear Mommy's dress, right? I want to see you dance in Mommy's dress. Gu Chen, my dear child, boys cannot wear girls' dresses either. Oh, the little girl was even more disheartened, as it seemed that Zhou Yuqing's words were nothing but deceit. She resolved to sever ties with Zhou Yuqing for a day. Meanwhile, her elder sister glanced at her naive little sister, shaking her head in exasperation. Silly sister. As foolish as ever. Soon, Yin Yun emerged from the bathroom clad in delicate, light-colored silk pajamas, gliding gracefully as she stepped out. Her long hair, still slightly damp from the blow-dryer, cascaded down her shoulders, silky and fragrant. Gu Chun could not help but gaze in her direction, instantly captivated by his wife's languid appearance post-bath. He marveled, "Indeed, my wife is as beautiful as a celestial being." Regardless of her attire, she effortlessly showcased her unique charm, capable of rendering him utterly enchanted at any moment. Alas, her pajamas were rather conservative, designed in separates rather than the alluring slip dress he had envisioned. Nevertheless, even in this modest ensemble, her noble and elegant demeanor could easily overshadow those TikTok goddesses clad in revealing outfits. A serene smile lingered on Yin Yun's face, but as her gaze fell upon her intimate clothing, she discovered it tightly grasped in Gu Chen's hand. Instantly, her expression darkened, and she exclaimed in anger, "Ting Ting, quickly return that to Mama and put it away." She inwardly chastised herself for being so careless. That cunning little girl had indeed managed to sneak out her personal clothing while she was drying her hair. At that moment, she felt a mix of indignation and an uncontrollable urge to laugh, along with an ineffable sense of embarrassment. Yet, she could only suppress her other emotions, masking her fluster with anger. Especially upon seeing her intimate apparel held by Gu Chun, her embarrassment intensified. "Mommy, please don't be angry. Ting Ting won't do this again." The little girl, noticing Yin Yun's anger, immediately backed down. She hurriedly snatched the clothing from Gu Chen's hand and dashed back to the bathroom to return it. Throughout this entire ordeal, Gu Chen stood awkwardly in place, unsure of how to proceed. Fortunately, once the little girl returned the clothing to the bathroom, a tranquil smile reappeared on Yin Yun's face, as if nothing had transpired. "Mommy, let us play a game. Can we let Daddy join us today?" When little Ting Ting re-emerged after placing the clothes, she blinked her big eyes, full of anticipation as she looked at Yin Yun, tugging at the hem of her dress. "As you wish." Faced with her daughter's innocent demeanor, Yin Yun found herself at a loss. Upon hearing her mother's approval, little Ting Ting was as joyful as a cheerful bird, bouncing and pulling Yin Yun's hand towards the big bed. "Yay, Daddy, can you watch us play first, and then join in later?" Little Ting Ting excitedly climbed onto the bed, rolling over and landing beside Gu Chun with a beaming smile. Gu Chun smiled and nodded, "All right." He had long been eager to witness the antics of the trio of mother and daughters. "Let us commence." Little Ting Ting clapped her hands, her face radiating with joy as she prepared to embark on this delightful game. However, Xiao Siyu sighed, resignedly putting down her phone and also getting ready for the game. Observing Yin Yun approaching, Gu Chun willingly vacated his spot on the bed, granting the entire spacious bed to the three women for their playful activities. Yin Yun climbed onto the bed, glanced at her two daughters, and said to little Ting Ting, "Since you are the most cheerful, you shall be the first to take on the role of the monster." "Yay!" The little girl clapped her hands in delight and promptly knelt down on the bed, brimming with excitement. Following suit, her sister mimicked the same action, though maintaining a respectful distance from her younger sibling. Finally, Yin Yun also lay down on the bed, and thus the three of them formed a small circle. Gu Chun, observing this charming scene, found himself momentarily taken aback. However, his gaze was soon captivated entirely by Yin Yun's alluring figure. As for Yin Yun, feeling the intensity of Gu Chen's unwavering stare, a wave of shyness washed over her. 3, 2, 1, let the game begin. With the countdown initiated by little Ting Ting, Yin Yun swiftly entered the spirit of the game, casting aside her earlier embarrassment. In an instant, as if they shared a profound connection, the three mother and daughter figures began to crawl rapidly. Little Ting Ting, embodying the role of the monster, bared her teeth and pounced toward her mother and sister, making playful growling sounds as though she truly transformed into a fierce little tiger, determined to catch them. Meanwhile, the other two women playfully shook their heads at Ting Ting, teasingly calling out, "Come on, come and get me, little monster." Gu Chun could only watch in silence. Chapter 53. The continuation of the game subsequently. Yin Yun and her sister Siyu exerted every effort to evade the relentless pursuit of little Ting Ting, climbing and bursting into fits of laughter, filling the room with their joyous sound. Among the trio of mother and daughters, the elder sister proved to be the most agile. This little one moved with remarkable speed, akin to a nimble snake, and no matter how hard little Ting Ting tried, she could not catch up. Realizing this predicament, little Ting Ting swiftly adjusted her strategy. Rather than futilely chasing after Siyu, she redirected her focus onto her mother, Yin Yun. After all, her mother's larger frame made her movements comparatively slower, rendering her an easier target. Indeed, within a minute, Yin Yun, due to her towering stature and somewhat clumsy motions, fell prey to the clever little Ting Ting. Ah! Yin Yun cried out in pain, quickly covering her backside with her hand, turning to face the smug little Ting Ting behind her, and pretended to be angry, saying, "Oh dear, you little rascal, be gentle." However, little Ting Ting paid no heed, instead exclaiming jubilantly, "Yay, I won. Now it's Mommy's turn to be the monster, hee hee." With that, she eagerly turned around, assuming a posture ready to flee. Yin Yun, quick to react, fixed her sharp gaze upon the nearby little Ting Ting. In the next moment, she transformed into a manic Pac-Man, charging toward the little girl. Gu Chun, who was watching from the side, was utterly astonished, nearly wide-eyed in disbelief. Goodness, is this really the Pac-Man game? Wow, had I not witnessed it myself? I could not have imagined my aloof and dignified wife would engage in such a playful collision game with our daughter. Yet, it seems quite delightful. I absolutely love it. 5 minutes later, Yin Yun and the two little girls had collided numerous times, their enjoyment escalating with each encounter. "Daddy, did you learn?" Little Ting Ting giggled as she found herself toppled by her mother once more, covering her little bottom and turning to Gu Chun with a questioning look. "Yes, Daddy has learned," Gu Chun replied, elated, for he had been anticipating this affirmation from his daughter. "I want to switch to being the father. I'm tired and don't want to play anymore," the elder sister declared, opting to withdraw from the game she had long found tedious. Perfectly content to let her father take her place, she realized her seemingly useless father had acquired yet another role. "Can I always be the monster?" Gu Chun inquired, gazing at Yin Yun from the bed. "Of course, Daddy can be the monster all night," little Ting Ting exclaimed, her joy evident as she danced with excitement at the prospect of Gu Chun taking on the role. Witnessing this scene, Gu Chun was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes as he thought, "Truly, she is my considerate little darling." Meanwhile, Yin Yun, oblivious to his sentiments, naively assumed that he simply wished to play with their daughter. "Ow! The werewolf awakens. You all better run, ha." Gu Chun howled with exhilaration, his voice resonating as if he had truly transformed into a ferocious wolf. "Ha ha ha! Daddy, come chase Ting Ting. Ow! Ow! I'm coming, my little treasures. Ha ha!" In an instant, Gu Chun resembled a lone wolf charging into a flock of sheep, soaring with exhilaration. When he first seized the opportunity to collide with Yin Yun, he was nearly transported to a realm of bliss by that exquisite sensation. At that moment, Yin Yun was not overly contemplative. The game continued, her mind consumed with strategizing how to evade Gu Chun's pursuit. However, within a minute, she sensed something amiss. This fellow consistently feigned the chase of another, yet was primarily fixated on her. In less than a minute, Gu Chun had flipped her twice with the crown of his head. She was incensed. This man was far too vigorous, showing no regard for her delicacy, leaving her backside sore. Yet, Gu Chun was utterly delighted. He proclaimed that after this night, he would be a devoted advocate of the game. With his physique in the confines of this limited bed, capturing Yin Yun was a trivial endeavor. In merely a minute, he had caught up to her twice, all while he had essentially released the waters of the entire Pacific. Well then, it was late. Let us conclude the game for today and retire for the night. 5 minutes later, Yin Yun, in a huff, awaited Gu Chun's announcement to end the game. She fully comprehended that this rascal was deliberately taking advantage of her. "Mom, let us return to our own room to sleep. Sister and I shall see you," declared, forcibly dragging her sibling away. Gu Chun suddenly felt a surge of affection for his eldest daughter. She was not only considerate, but also a girl of her word. Once the two little ones departed, the room was left with just the couple, and the atmosphere shifted to one of intimacy. However, observing Yin Yun's weary visage, Gu Chun tempered his restless heart and disrupted the ambience by saying, "Wife, let me give you a full-body massage." "All right, should I lie on my back or stomach?" Upon hearing the prospect of a massage, Yin Yun swiftly forgave Gu Chun, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "Stomach, I suppose. You're not going to require me to undress, are you?" "No need. Unless you're willing," Gu Chun replied, swallowing hard. "Dream on," Yin Yun retorted playfully before obediently lying down on the bed, slowly closing her eyes. She neither explicitly consented nor refused. Chapter 54. Bound to you for life. At this moment, Gu Chun gazed down upon the graceful curve of his wife's back. Earlier, during their gaming session, he had caught glimpses through the seams of her attire. Her back was exquisitely smooth, her skin a flawless ivory, akin to a piece of unblemished jade. Even the modest nightgown could not conceal her figure, especially as she lay upon the bed, her S-shaped silhouette fully revealed. Her hair cascaded across her back, gently swaying with her breath, evoking an indescribable beauty. Gu Chen's gaze gradually descended along the curve of her back, ultimately resting at her waist, where a captivating arc invited a touch. He inhaled deeply, striving to restrain the impulses surging within him. He began at her neck. But just as his fingers grazed the swan-like elegance of Yin Yun's long, pale neck, she abruptly turned her head, her eyes locking onto Gu Chen's as she inquired, "How did others dress when you massaged them before?" Gu Chen felt a wave of instinctive caution wash over him, sensing the potential peril in her question. After careful consideration, he replied, "First, the patients either donned specialized hospital gowns while lying down or wore their own clothes. Secondly, I only provided massages above the shoulders." "Oh, are you implying that you have never given anyone a full-body massage?" "My dear, you are the first and the only one," Gu Chen declared without hesitation. At this juncture, hesitation would lead to defeat. "Is that so? Then how did you acquire such skills?" Yin Yun's eyes narrowed playfully. Yet, Gu Chen remained unperturbed, responding with a smile. "I practiced on my father. He often lifts heavy bricks and works hard, which invariably leads to physical ailments, so I frequently massage him." The mention of his father solidified Gu Chen's resolve to give both his parents a massage during his upcoming visit home, to alleviate their chronic ailments. "Yes, darling, continue. Let me experience your technique," she encouraged, her satisfaction evident as she slowly closed her eyes, a slight smile gracing her lips. "My love, as always. If anything feels uncomfortable or painful, do let me know," Gu Chen reminded her. Meanwhile, Shoutington was unhappily dragged back to her dormitory by her sister. Pouting and murmuring, "Why is my sister so domineering? I want to sleep with mommy and daddy. Don't you want to?" Upon entering, she found her sister sitting at the edge of the bed, her expression serious as she regarded her. "Tonight you can sleep with mommy and daddy. But what about tomorrow night?" "Tomorrow night is fine too," Shoutington replied matter-of-factly. "Do you think that would make mommy and daddy happy? We are already 5 years old, not 3, and we can stick to mommy's bed anytime. But I am not happy right now, humph. Ting. Have you ever contemplated the idea that if our mother did not have to toil every day at work, she could devote more time to us? Our family could remain together, basking in joy. How wonderful that would be." Xiaoxiu's words pierced through the night like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the inner world of little Ting in an instant. Excitement sparkled in her lively eyes, as if she could already envision a future filled with bliss, where both parents had ample time to play with them, laugh, and share every joyous moment. "Have you thought about it?" "Of course I have. Sister, do you truly have a way to keep mother from going to work?" Little Ting inquired eagerly, her eyes brimming with anticipation and desire. Over the years, she had not only missed her father's affection but also had little time with her mother. Thus, the presence of both parents was what she yearned for most deeply. "If you do not cooperate, there is no way." Xiaoxiu shrugged her shoulders and smiled helplessly at her sister. "Oh, I will cooperate. Sister, please tell me what we should do." Little Ting suddenly stepped forward, shaking her sister's hand. Given that her sister was always smarter and more knowledgeable, she believed that Xiaoxiu must have a brilliant plan. "It's simple. For the next few nights, let us try not to disturb father and mother while they are alone. In a few days, once mother is with child, she won't have to go to work anymore," Xiaoxiu explained. Why is that?" Little Ting asked, her face filled with confusion. "How silly. Think about Andy. Wasn't she very busy before? But once she was with child, did she not stay home every day?" Xiaoxiu clarified, tapping her sister's head. "You're right. Hee, sister. You are amazing," Little Ting exclaimed, suddenly understanding. After planting a kiss on her sister's cheek, she tilted her head and asked, "So how many days do we need to wait?" "I can't bear to wait too long." Xiaoxiu pondered, resting her chin on her hand. Realizing she had indeed ventured into an area of uncertainty, "I really don't know. Anyway, let us just wait for a few days." As the sisters reached a consensus, Gu Chen cast aside distractions and began massaging Yin Yun's neck. His extraordinary massage skills were in full effect. 30 minutes later, the massage concluded. Reluctantly, Gu Chen released Yin Yun's delicate foot, drenched in sweat and nearly exhausted. His remarkable massage technique invariably drained both physical strength and mental energy. However, the results were striking. The ailments caused by prolonged intense work were almost entirely alleviated. Simultaneously, he reaped substantial rewards. His masculine charm increased by 30 seconds, reaching a total of 400 seconds. Ding! For the first time employing his extraordinary massage skills for a full-body massage, he received a reward of 50 masculine charm. Wow, this was truly an unexpected delight. His charm surged to 450. The pinnacle of 700 was now within reach. Over those 30 minutes, Yin Yun felt as if she were soaring on a cloud, enveloped in sheer comfort. Gu Chen's massage technique exceeded all her expectations. She could scarcely believe it was a feat achievable by human hands. She felt as though every pore, every meridian, and every acupoint within her was unfettered, reaching an unprecedented state of ease. It was sheer bliss. Her husband was truly remarkable. Darling, is the massage over? Yes, it is. Still feeling comfortable? Utterly delightful. Did you really learn your skills from your grandfather? Indeed, perhaps it is my innate talent, a testament to the blue surpassing its origin. Gu Chen chuckled as he began to wipe the sweat from his brow with a towel. You are truly impressive. Yin Yun, her eyes still closed in afterglow, genuinely praised him, realizing that her husband was becoming increasingly captivating, rendering her utterly entranced. Suddenly, a memory of their first meeting surfaced, and her lips curled into a subtle smile, her heart swelling with sweetness as she casually remarked, Darling, you were truly my lucky star. Gu Chen was taken aback, pondering whether her comment was somewhat out of context. What do you mean by lucky star? It was merely a massage. What connection does that have? Yin Yun instinctively wanted to recount how he had saved her from drowning in the lake, but the thought of Gu Chen's unexpectedly deceased sister silenced her. Instead, she said, Last time, when I was attacked, the doctors claimed my heart had stopped. Yet, the moment you arrived, I miraculously revived. Don't you think you were my lucky star? Honey, I always feel there is an air of mystery surrounding you. Gu Chen was startled, wondering if she had somehow discerned his hidden abilities. The very essence of his being that he had no intention of revealing to anyone, just as he felt a surge of anxiety. Yin Yun's next words calmed his racing heart. That aura deeply captivates me. I am bound to you for life. Thump, thump. Gu Chen's heart began to race uncontrollably. To his astonishment, Yin Yun had suddenly confessed her feelings to him. An overwhelming joy surged within him, and he instinctively replied, Wife, I too can never part from you. You enchant me deeply. At his words, Yin Yun's delicate form quivered slightly. As she opened her eyes and glanced back, she noticed Gu Chen was drenched, his shirt clinging to his skin as though it were a second layer. The sweat-soaked fabric did not diminish his allure. Rather, it enhanced a primal sensuality. Each breath he took caused his muscles to ripple, exuding an irresistible masculine aura that completely captivated Yin Yun. Her heart swelled like a vast ocean. Profoundly stirred by Gu Chen's physique, she felt a compelling urge to touch every muscle on his body, yet her innate shyness restrained her from acting upon it. This intertwining of shyness and desire quickened her heartbeat uncontrollably. Thus, she sprang up and dashed toward the bathroom with astonishing speed. By the time Yin Yun emerged from the bathroom once more, she had regained her composure and tranquility. As she beheld the faint outline of Gu Chen's sculpted abdominal muscles, a delicate blush graced her cheeks, and her heart began to race ever so slightly. She slowly ascended the bed, gently draping the thin blanket over her form. And with a tender tone, she urged Gu Chen, Do take a shower. I shall await your return. Upon hearing her words, Gu Chen was instantly invigorated, as if electrified. And without a moment's hesitation, he dashed into the bathroom, eager to cleanse himself. Goodness, even he, despite his usual clumsiness, could discern the profound implications behind Yin Yun's words. This evening was destined to be the most enchanting night of his life. Chapter 55. The watermelon is quite large. Only this knife can slice it. In the bathroom lingered the warmth and fragrance of Yin Yun, intensifying his excitement. On the bed, Yin Yun listened to the cascading sound of water, feeling both anxious and expectant. She had resolved to surrender herself entirely to Gu Chen that night. However, with no experience to guide her, she felt a tinge of trepidation regarding how to cooperate. Just as she was immersed in delightful fantasies, her heart brimming with sweetness, a series of notifications interrupted her reverie. Ding dong, ding dong. The sound of WeChat notifications drew her attention. Upon checking, she discovered 2 messages from her mother. If Su-ro brings her young boyfriend back to your villa, do not let him in. The Su family is on the verge of losing face because of her. After reading the messages, Yin Yun was momentarily bewildered. Su-ro, the most rebellious daughter of the Su family, was in a relationship? Pondering about Su-ro, she felt a wave of sympathy for her romantic endeavors. Su-ro had always been a woman unafraid to love fiercely. During her freshman year, she had fallen for her teacher. Despite the Su family's strong opposition, she persisted and married him right after graduation. Though he lacked status and connections, she found him to be a gentle soul. As for Su-ro's married life, Yin Yun was too young at the time to comprehend adult relationships. However, every time they met, Su Ro's face radiated happiness, leading Yin Yun to believe she was living a blissful life. Yet, joy was fleeting. In the second year of their marriage, Su Ro's husband tragically died in a car accident. Since then, she had not engaged in another romantic relationship and remained single. Now, however, it seemed from her mother's words that Su Ro had found a much younger boyfriend. Yin Yun's curiosity was piqued. What kind of young man could unlock the heart that Su Ro had kept closed for so long? Picking up her phone, Yin Yun mused that her mother must have had a recent quarrel with Su Ro, prompting her to send such irate messages late at night. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to send a message to Su Ro. "Are you asleep?" The message was almost instantly replied to. "Su Ro, not yet." "Oh wow, Yin Yun. You actually have time to reach out to me?" "Yin Yun, I heard you have a boyfriend, so I wanted to check on you." "Su Ro, hee. Is this concern because your mother told you not to let men in?" Yin Yun chuckled. "Indeed, throughout my life, the only one who consistently vexed my mother has been you." Su Ro, ha. "So you're siding with her this time?" Yin Yun, "Not at all. I'm simply curious about the kind of boyfriend you've chosen. What kind of man could captivate you?" Su Ro, "Oh, Yin Yun, I never expected you to have a day of gossiping." Yin Yun longed to confess that her own curiosity stemmed from being swept up in love herself. However, after contemplating for a couple of seconds, she decided to keep her impending marriage under wraps until she found a suitable bodyguard for Chen. Curiosity piqued. "It is indeed rare for you to have preserved your virtue for so many years. And now you are willing to embark on a new chapter for the sake of a man. My mother mentioned he is quite youthful. Surely he cannot be that young?" Ha. "Indeed, he is just a tad younger than I am, having just graduated from university. I am still in pursuit of him. And it seems I may soon succeed. In a few days, I shall bring him home for you to meet." Upon receiving this message, Yin Yun was momentarily taken aback. "Just graduated from university, doesn't that make him the same age as my husband?" It must be said that the two men Su Ro has taken a fancy to are indeed polar opposites. In her youth, she was enamored with a man in his 30s, and now, having matured, she has turned her affections towards a man in his early 20s. It leaves her utterly confounded. Yet she feels happiness for Su Ro and inquires, "How did you come to know him? What kind of person is he?" Su Ro replied, "He is young and handsome, and he does not seek wealth. What captivates me most is his miraculous massage technique. He cured my cervical spondylitis, and thus I fell for him." Upon reading this, Yin Yun paused, instinctively thinking of Chen. The age fits, he possesses massage skills, is quite handsome, and is also in Shudu. A chill ran through her. Could it be such a coincidence? Her brow furrowed, yet upon seeing that he does not covet wealth, her suspicions began to dissipate. Chen, after all, is known for his penchant for living off others. Claiming not to desire riches is rather dubious. "Yin Yun, do you have a photo? I would like to see." To ensure absolute certainty, she posed the question. However, Su Ro declined. "This must remain a secret for now. He is quite shy and does not enjoy having his picture taken, so you shall get to know him when my aunt brings him home." With Su Ro's assertion, Yin Yun felt her worries evaporate. Shy and disinclined to be photographed, this does not align with her husband's persona. After all, Chen had just sent her a selfie today. As for being shy, she mused, aside from an initial hint of bashfulness, he had been anything but reserved in their interactions, often kissing her passionately and uttering sweet nothings. It must all be mere coincidence. There are many men who can give a good massage. It is hardly surprising that her aunt has encountered one with skill. With her spirits lifted, she cheerfully replied, "Very well then, I shall await your good news." Su Ro, "Indeed, await my good news. I shall not disturb your rest any longer." After setting down her phone, Yin Yun sincerely wished for Su Ro to find happiness with a handsome partner. Ding dong. Ding dong. At that moment, 2 notifications chimed from WeChat, but this time the sound emanated from Chen's phone. Yin Yun smiled as she reached for the phone on the bedside table. But her smile faltered, and a thick cloud of gloom enveloped her joyful mood. Although the phone was password protected and she could not see the specific messages, the glaring contact name compelled her to think deeply. In the living room below, Aunt Zhang was preparing to retire to her room when she noticed Yin Yun descending the stairs in her pajamas. "Miss, what brings you down so late?" Aunt Zhang was perplexed. Was this not the time for newlywed couples to indulge in their affection and attend to their affairs? Her husband had expressed a desire for fruit, prompting her to retrieve a fruit knife from the kitchen. Yin Yun casually remarked and proceeded to the kitchen. Aunt Zhang found herself bewildered. Could such a task not be delegated to a maid? Why would the young lady take it upon herself? Yet, reflecting upon it, a smile of contentment graced her lips. Indeed, the young lady was deeply enamored with her husband, exhibiting not only love but also an abundance of affection. Such attentiveness was commendable. Moments later, she beheld Yin Yun emerging from the kitchen, her hair disheveled, wielding a gleaming cleaver, specifically designed for chopping bones. Instantly, Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment as she inquired, "Miss, did you not find the fruit knife?" Yin Yun coldly retorted, "This is just perfect. The watermelon is rather large, and only this knife can sever it." With that, she ascended the stairs with purposeful strides, leaving Aunt Zhang in a state of confusion, scratching her head and muttering to herself, "Is there a watermelon in the villa today?" After pondering for a while, she couldn't recall when they had ever purchased a watermelon for the villa. Had her age dulled her memory? Nevertheless, since it was the young lady who mentioned it, it must indeed be true. After all, the young lady never spoke falsehoods. Chapter 56. He fell asleep holding me in the bathroom. Chen washed himself with meticulous care, more thoroughly than ever before. Every inch of his body was scrubbed until it turned red. Tonight marked the most significant day of his life, and he was determined to leave a favorable impression on Yin Yun in every possible way. After his bath, he brushed his teeth twice, shaved, trimmed his fingernails and toenails, and smoothed them down with a file. Once he was finished, he donned a clean pair of underwear and stepped out wrapped in a towel. As he emerged, the room was enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by the soft, warm glow of two bedside lamps. Yin Yun lay quietly on the bed, turned to one side, as if she had already slipped into a peaceful slumber. Chen, brimming with excitement like a child, could hardly contain himself as he climbed into bed, swiftly pulled back the covers, and burrowed beneath them. How delightful. This was his first thought. "Wife, I'm here, hee hee." A mischievous grin spread across Chen's face, his eyes sparkling with greed. Instinctively, he reached out, effortlessly wrapping his arms around Yin Yun's slender waist. At that moment, their bodies seemed to be jolted by an electric current, both freezing in place. Chen felt a wave of tingling sensation sweep through him, an unprecedented touch enveloping his entire being. The air was filled with Yin Yun's alluring fragrance, intoxicating him like a drug, causing his rationality to wane. However, before he could act upon his desires, Yin Yun's icy voice sliced through the air like a chilling wind. "Move again, and I'll chop off your hand." With that, she swiftly produced a gleaming kitchen knife from beneath her pillow, its blade glinting ominously. After brandishing it before him, she nonchalantly tucked it away. Chen felt as though he had been doused with ice-cold water, the heat within him extinguished in an instant, his fervor evaporating, and his hands immediately fell still, too afraid to move an inch. He was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why Yin Yun had suddenly transformed in this manner. Had her aversion to men unexpectedly flared up? "Wife, what is wrong?" After remaining frozen for a few seconds, Chen cautiously ventured to inquire, fearful that even the slightest elevation in his voice might provoke Yin Yun, leading to a tragic outcome. Yin Yun did not respond, but Chen could feel the chill emanating from her body, an oppressive low pressure surrounding them. They remained locked in this tense standoff for about a minute, until Yin Yun finally spoke. "What is your relationship with Aunt Sue?" "What Aunt Sue?" "There is no relationship at all," Chen replied, his face a mask of confusion, still grappling with the thought that perhaps his wife was truly experiencing an aversion to men. "Oh, no relationship, is that so?" Yin Yun let out a cold snort, suddenly turning to present a mobile phone to Chen, commanding, "Open it." Chen, not daring to delay, quickly unlocked the phone. Then, he saw a WeChat message from Aunt Sue addressed to him. In that fleeting moment, he faintly grasped the unfolding situation. His wife had undoubtedly misunderstood. Yet, he was perplexed. Logically, Yin Yun could not possibly know the contents within, having only seen the words Aunt Sue at most. Why then did she react so strongly? With a kitchen knife at the ready? His fingers stiffened before the screen, as his mind raced to devise a strategy. The next moment, he feigned nonchalance and said, "Dear, Aunt Sue is just a former patient of mine. I treated her illness before, and she has always expressed her gratitude, wanting to invite me for a meal. I haven't had the time to accept her invitation, so she must be reaching out again." This was his way of confessing. He hoped that once Yin Yun saw the message, her anger would dissipate. Little did Chen know, his explanation was akin to a sharp blade, piercing Yin Yun's heart and plunging her mood into despair. After a moment, Yin Yun took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. She reached beneath the pillow to retrieve the sharp kitchen knife, gripping it tightly in her hand. Her fingers trembled slightly, her gaze icy. Then, with deliberate slowness, Yin Yun raised the knife, pointing it at Chen's phone screen, her voice frosty. "What are you waiting for? Open it, and let me see." Chen was startled by her actions and hurriedly replied, "Dear, please don't get agitated. It's really nothing. You must trust me. That knife is so sharp, Put it down and don't hurt yourself. However, Yin Yun paid no heed to Gu Chen's words. Her eyes remained fixated on the phone screen, as if she were determined to uncover the hidden secrets within. With no other choice, Gu Chen cautiously opened the unread message. After all, he had nothing to hide and feared no consequences. Yet, as he beheld the contents displayed on the screen, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in shock. The message contained 2 photographs, the kind that could quicken one's pulse at a mere glance. Although Su Ro's face was not visible in these images, the irresistible allure was palpable. Damn it! Gu Chen felt an urge to curse. How could he possibly explain this? Huh? Is this what you call gratitude? Yin Yun scoffed, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. My dear, believe me, I am truly wronged. Gu Chen lamented, feeling helpless. He then resolutely deleted and blocked Su Ro from his WeChat right in front of Yin Yun. Witnessing Gu Chen's decisive action left Yin Yun momentarily stunned, as the tears threatening to spill were abruptly suppressed. Subsequently, she tucked away the kitchen knife as if nothing had transpired, turning her back to Gu Chen and lying down once more. As though the earlier events were merely a figment of her imagination, Gu Chen exhaled in relief, sensing that his wife had calmed down, his anxious heart finally at ease. Indeed, his wife was not the unreasonable type. He managed a relaxed smile, placed his phone on the bedside, lay down, and nestled against Yin Yun's back, wrapping his arms around her slender, soft waist once more. For a few tranquil seconds, he embraced her silently, noticing that Yin Yun exhibited no signs of resistance, which prompted his mind to wander. Just as he indulged in his chaotic thoughts, the phone on the bedside rang. Gu Chen's heart sank. Could it be Su Ro calling him? Damn, this could spell disaster for him. As he prepared to answer, Yin Yun's icy voice cut through his anxiety. Reluctantly, Gu Chen reached for the phone, only to find that the caller ID displayed his closest friend, Li Bingshi. Instantly, a relaxed smile graced his face as he swiftly answered the call, thoughtfully activating the speakerphone. On the other end, a drunken sob echoed. Gu Chen, I've just suffered a heartbreak. Boo-hoo. I need you by my side. Come quickly, I'm waiting at our usual spot. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen was at a loss for words. Seriously, why now of all times? Just as he prepared to speak, a delicate hand reached over and snatched the phone away. In contrast to Gu Chen's bewilderment, Yin Yun appeared more vexed. After listening to Li Bing's lament, she frowned, contemplating why her husband would be summoned at such an hour. Then, in response to Gu Chen's astonished gaze, her lips curled into a subtle smile as she uttered in the most beguiling tone, If you're heartbroken, seek solace elsewhere. He is fast asleep in my arms. With that, Yin Yun switched off the phone and tossed it aside. Gu Chen's lips twitched in silent sympathy for Li Bing. He was acutely aware of the enchantment in his wife's voice. This poor fellow, already reeling from heartbreak, had just been dealt another blow by his own wife. One could only hope he could endure this. Yet, the mere thought of Li Bing's morose visage brought an unexpected joy to Gu Chen's heart. How amusing. Chapter 57. The hand of happiness. Was T that photo just beautiful? Isn't that image now etched in your mind? Yin Yun suddenly interjected. Gu Chen was taken aback, inwardly pondering. My wife is remarkably perceptive. How could she guess that? He silently acknowledged that his mind was indeed involuntarily recalling the alluring photograph sent by Su Ro. However, he would never admit to such a thing. Thus, he hastily shook his head in denial. No. Are you certain? Well, I didn't mean to. I just have a good memory, that's all. Humph. Upon hearing this, Yin Yun couldn't help but snort in response. Observing her reaction, Gu Chen's eyes flickered with inspiration, and he suddenly declared, My dear, do you know what the art of memory override is? What is the art of memory override? Yin Yun asked, puzzled. With a subtle smile, Gu Chen swiftly turned the tables, pinning Yin Yun beneath him. An hour later, Yin Yun was utterly exhausted and had fallen asleep. Gu Chen savored the moment, feeling a lingering desire, yet he understood the importance of cherishing her. He gently embraced Yin Yun, whispering softly, My dear, I will treasure you for a lifetime. That night, he experienced one of the most significant milestones of his life. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the most important step of your life. Male charm 50. Gu Chen was elated. His male charm had surged to a remarkable 500. Alas, tonight could not continue, yet he felt exceedingly content. The following day, the sun rose as expected from the east. When Gu Chen awoke, Yin Yun was no longer in bed. She had left a note on the bedside, inscribed in delicate handwriting. Husband, I had an urgent matter to attend to and left ahead of time. The little ones are entrusted to you for their school run. Love, Yin Yun. Upon reading the note, Gu Chen sat at the bedside, grinning foolishly, his mind involuntarily wandering back to the exquisite scene of Yin Yun's soft figure beneath him the previous night. His body ignited with warmth once more. He quickly shifted his focus and powered on his phone. To his dismay, there were 99 missed calls, and he knew without looking that it was that rascally Bing. His WeChat was also inundated with messages from this pest. He chose to ignore them and plugged his phone into charge. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Would the host like to check in? Check in. Congratulations, host. Points 200. Chen was overjoyed. Leveling up his soft food status and increasing his points from 100 to 200 was exhilarating. System, I wish to draw lots. Let us do 2 consecutive draws. Having spent 200 points yesterday wishing to grow stronger, he was now eager to acquire powerful skills. With a 90 probability of success, he felt invincible, right? Indeed. No sooner had he spoken than 2 brilliant shooting stars streaked across his mind, one radiating a dazzling golden light. Wow, a golden draw. In an instant. Chen leaped from the bed, exhilarated. Haha, the system truly delivers. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skills Invincible Combat Technique and Happy Enforcer. Among them, Invincible Combat Technique is a golden legend. Thus, Chen instinctively directed all his focus toward the Invincible Combat Technique, merely by its name. He understood that mastering this skill would render him invincible. Without hesitation, he declared, System, learn the Invincible Combat Technique. System, the host's current soft rice level is insufficient. You cannot immediately learn the golden skill, Invincible Combat Technique. You must wait 24 hours or elevate your soft rice level to level 2 for immediate learning. Chen. System, must you be so feeble? System, Chen. All right, I'll wait another day, but you must not deceive me. System, rest assured, esteemed host. This system is wholeheartedly at your service. Chen nodded. He merely needed to patiently await tomorrow, and soon he would be invincible. Ahaha. May I learn a Happy Enforcer now? Yes. Chen was momentarily taken aback, nearly forgetting about this particular skill. He should learn it without delay, regardless of its utility. After all, he could not fathom its purpose simply from its name. Learn. In the next instant, Chen felt as though his hands had undergone a certain elevation. Yet, he could not quite grasp what it entailed. System, what is the purpose of this skill? Is the host not concerned that the charming aura might be so overpowering that it causes many to lose their reason? This skill will perfectly resolve your dilemma. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Chen still felt somewhat perplexed. The host need not delve too deeply into understanding it now. Clarity will come soon. Chapter 58. I am assigning tasks to the teachers. Chen had just completed his morning routine and donned his attire when a young maid, responsible for daily cleaning, gently pushed the door open and cautiously entered the room, ready to commence her duties. Young master, I have come to tidy up, the maid spoke softly, her tone imbued with respect and humility. She slightly lowered her head, yet her gaze inadvertently fell upon Chen. He stood tall and straight, resembling a majestic pine tree, exuding an extraordinary presence. His countenance was remarkably handsome, akin to a masterpiece meticulously crafted by the heavens. In an instant, the maid felt her heart race, and her cheeks flushed involuntarily. She hurriedly averted her gaze and began her work earnestly. Initially, Chen paid little attention to the maid, but soon he was astonished to notice a small red heart appearing above her head whenever he glanced in her direction. Within that heart, a heartbeat-like electrocardiogram pulsed, displaying a figure of 85. Thinking he was seeing things, he rubbed his eyes and looked again, only to find that the heart had not vanished. Instead, the number had risen to 90. System, what on earth is happening? He urgently inquired. Moments later, the system provided clarity. Do not be alarmed, host. This is the effect of the happiness indicator. What does that mean? He questioned, contemplating the implications. The system explained, disregarding your wife, daughter, mother-in-law, and so forth. If any individual of the opposite sex harbors feelings for the host exceeding 50, a small red heart will appear above their head. Should that value surpass 80, the host should be cautious of their safety, as they may be subjected to unwanted advances. Chen was taken aback. What if it reaches 100? He couldn't help but inquire. The system responded, congratulations, host. At that point, you may raise your adorable little hand to use the happiness indicator and deliver a resounding slap to them. Chen's lips twitched in disbelief. What in the world is this? However, no matter how much he probed thereafter, the system fell silent, leaving him in a state of vexation, yearning for answers that eluded him. Thus, he resorted to quietly observing the maid as she continued her cleaning. After several minutes, the value above her head peaked at 92 and remained stagnant. Reluctantly, Chen abandoned his quest to unravel the secrets behind the happiness indicator. As he exited the room, he was somewhat surprised that neither of the 2 young girls, particularly his youngest daughter, had rushed into his chamber this morning. On his way downstairs, he encountered all the maids, each adorned with a small red heart, their attraction levels ranging between 80 and 90. Chen couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had learned about the happiness indicator. It seemed that an entire horde of maids harbored inappropriate intentions towards him. One could only imagine how perilous his future existence might become. It was not far-fetched to think that some maids might act impulsively, risking everything for their desires, right? Yet, with no one at 100, he was unable to validate the true function and application of the happiness indicator. Upon reaching the living room, he finally spotted the two young girls. Today, the two little girls donned exquisite and beautiful school uniforms. "Good morning, Daddy." As soon as little Tingting spotted her father descending the stairs, she rushed into Chen's embrace. He effortlessly lifted her up and planted a kiss on her rosy little face, exclaiming, "My darling is truly stunning today. Kiki, Daddy looks handsome today too." The little girl returned the kiss on Chen's cheek. "I have another little treasure. Come here, let Daddy hold you." Chen turned to his elder daughter, recalling how she had played a crucial role in his most significant personal growth the previous night. Thus, regardless of her willingness, he approached and lifted her up, showering her with affection. "Where's Mommy?" Perhaps weary of Chen's affection, little Siyu suddenly inquired about Yin Yun. "Your mother left early this morning," Chen replied. "Oh." Upon hearing this, both sisters felt a twinge of disappointment, having hoped that their parents would accompany them to school together. "Daddy, you didn't upset Mommy last night, did you?" Little Siyu scrutinized Chen with a piercing gaze, having already paved the way for her father. If he failed to ensure that Mommy would soon have a baby, she would feel that her seemingly inept father was indeed rather useless. "Not at all. Daddy and Mommy's relationship is currently very strong." This reassurance instantly eased the tension in the little girl's heart, causing her to regard her father with renewed admiration. She then whispered in Chen's ear, "Daddy, you must work hard. For the next few nights, my sister and I won't disturb you and Mommy." Chen was taken aback, his face flushing, gazing incredulously at his eldest daughter. Could it be that this little girl understood such matters? He furrowed his brow, contemplating a private conversation with her, as she was still just a 5-year-old who shouldn't be exposed to such knowledge too early. However, looking into her innocent eyes, he felt he was overthinking it. He smiled affectionately at his daughter and said, "All right, Daddy will strive to strengthen his bond with Mommy, ensuring our family has happiness." "Oh yeah." The two little girls cheered excitedly, their lively eyes sparkling with a mysterious light that only they could comprehend. Breakfast was soon finished. "Don't tell me you usually go to school like this?" Standing before a luxurious helicopter, Chen's mouth fell open in astonishment. He truly hadn't expected that children in kindergarten now traveled to school in such high style. "Indeed, we haven't gone to school for 2 weeks. My sister said there's a welcoming ceremony today, so taking the helicopter is more convenient," little Tingting joyfully explained. Chen was at a loss for words, unable to articulate his feelings. It seemed his worldview was no longer suitable for the reality he found himself in. After 2 weeks away from school, they were welcomed back with a ceremony? What kind of extraordinary school is this, so considerate of its students? What are you fiddling with on your watch? Noticing his eldest daughter preoccupied with her tasks, Chen curiously approached her. "I am assigning work to the teachers, instructing them to disinfect the school first." Xiao Siyu replied earnestly. Chen's lips twitched, were it not for the fact that this girl was merely 5 years old. He would have thought her the principal of the kindergarten. Reflecting on her obsessive cleanliness, Chen's brow furrowed. "My dear, while a love for hygiene and a strong awareness of virus prevention are commendable, one must not take it to extremes. I believe your obsession has begun to significantly impact both your life and those around you." Upon hearing this, the little girl slowly lifted her gaze to meet Chen's eyes. "Dad, am I really being excessive?" "Yes, just a little too much." Chen gently patted her head, patiently explaining. "Shouting runs around and climbs everywhere yet has not contracted any virus. Your physical constitution is far superior to hers. How could you be easily invaded by a virus, right?" After contemplating Chen's words, Xiao Siyu thoughtfully pinched her chin. Moments later, she earnestly nodded. "I understand. I will instruct them to disinfect once a week." Instantly, Chen smiled with relief. The fact that the little girl readily accepted his suggestion filled him with joy, knowing she had truly embraced his guidance. How delightful. Chapter 59. The first leap of the new school year, the helicopter soared into the sky, departing from the villa. Within its confines, Chen found himself flanked by two young girls, the spirited Xiao Yu on his left and the lively Xiao Dingding on his right. Opposite them sat two charming young ladies, Li Ming and Fang Jing. This marked Chen's inaugural flight, unexpectedly aboard a helicopter, and his heart brimmed with exhilaration. He marveled at the capriciousness of fate, Just a week prior, he could never have envisioned any intersection with Yin, let alone possessing a system that afforded him the most delectable of advantages. Shining Star Kindergarten, the most opulent and secure private preschool in Shudu, stood unparalleled. The children who attended here hailed from families of immense wealth. In a certain sense, it represented an alternative high society. Today, the kindergarten was transformed, adorned with colorful flags as though to welcome an esteemed guest. Most conspicuously, dozens of teachers and security personnel busied themselves on the expansive playground, gradually unfurling a massive inflatable castle. Once fully deployed, it nearly consumed the entire area. Ready for inflation? With the teacher's command, a multitude of blowers roared to life. Amidst the buzzing, the castle took shape, eventually transforming into a magnificent structure that loomed over the kindergarten. Barely 2 minutes into the flight, Xiaoxiu requested Gu Chen to let her down. As he looked on in bewilderment, Li Ming assisted the little girl in donning a helmet and fastening a sizable, bulging backpack. What is that for? Gu Chen inquired, pointing at the backpack. Uncle, it's a parachute, Li Ming replied. A smile crept across Gu Chen's face as he reflected on the girl's remarkably heightened sense of safety. Yet he pondered, if the helicopter were to indeed encounter misfortune, would parachuting even be of any use? Nevertheless, with the little girl already outfitted, he held his tongue. Let her enjoy her adventure. Do you know how to use a parachute? Gu Chen asked, his curiosity piqued. A 5-year-old girl parachuting? He had neither heard of nor witnessed such a thing. Dad, my sister started learning parachuting when she was 3.5. Xiaoding proudly interjected. At this revelation, Gu Chen was once again astounded by his eldest daughter's audacity. 3.5 years old. While others were still in diapers, this girl was already learning to parachute. Setting aside the practicality of carrying a heavy parachute, her audacity was truly remarkable. And what of Yin, her mother? How could she be so trusting? He suspected his little daughter was exaggerating, but the next sentence clarified everything. It was Aunt Lan who took my sister to jump. Has she mastered it then? Hee, my sister is 5 now, of course she has. The little girl gazed up at her sister with admiration. Then why haven't you learned? Gu Chen chuckled, playfully pinching his daughter's rosy cheek. The little girl suddenly wrapped her arms around Gu Chen's neck, shyly saying, Tingting is scared and doesn't dare to learn. Will Daddy teach Tingting how to skydive in the future? All right, once Daddy learns, I will teach you, Gu Chen replied, laughing heartily at the little girl's antics. However, he too developed a keen interest in skydiving and thought he might actually give it a try when he had some free time. As the father and daughter conversed, the helicopter arrived above the kindergarten. Is that your kindergarten down there? Gu Chen asked, glancing down to see a gigantic inflatable castle. He was both surprised and puzzled. What could a kindergarten possibly need such a large inflatable structure for? Yes, Daddy, that is our school, little Tingting exclaimed with excitement upon seeing the castle below. Gu Chen looked more closely and noticed there was indeed a helipad at the kindergarten. He wondered if it was meant for their helicopter. Yet, the helicopter hovered in the air without any intention of landing, leaving Gu Chen perplexed. Why aren't we landing? At that moment, the usually silent Xiaoxiu took a deep breath and exchanged a glance with Li Ming, signaling her to open the cabin door. Li Ming looked worried, but complied. What are you going to do? Gu Chen asked, suddenly alarmed as he grabbed Xiaoxiu. Don't worry, Daddy, I'll be fine. The little girl reassured him with a confident glance. Wait, are you really going to skydive? Gu Chen questioned, incredulous. Of course, that inflatable castle below is for my skydive. She replied matter-of-factly. Gu Chen felt a wave of inner conflict. As a father, how could he allow his daughter to take such a risk? Daddy, don't worry. It's not my first jump. It's very safe, she insisted, her eyes filled with determination. Gu Chen instinctively looked at the vast inflatable castle below. It was large enough that if the little girl could handle the parachute, landing on it shouldn't pose much of a problem. He also thought that since the school's instructors were cooperating with her plan, she must have already jumped many times before. Gradually, he loosened his grip. Go for it, sister. Little Tingting encouraged her older sister. Xiaoxiu nodded, took a deep breath, and leaped without hesitation. In that split second as she jumped, Gu Chen felt his heart sink. He prayed that the little girl would land safely on the inflatable castle as she always had. Daddy, do you think sister will succeed? Little Tingting asked anxiously, clutching his shirt. Upon hearing her tone, Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat as he stared at his daughter in astonishment. Hasn't your sister jumped many times before? Why are you worried? He replied, bewildered. Before, any Lan Dai would jump with her, but today is the first time she is jumping alone, the little girl explained. First time jumping alone. Gu Chen gasped, nearly choking on his own shock. His complexion paled, and he felt as if he might faint on the spot. You are truly being reckless. Gu Chen, filled with indignation, scolded Li Ming and the others. How absurd. It's one thing for children to be ignorant. But what about the two nannies? I can hardly believe I was foolish enough to trust that a 5-year-old girl could parachute. Frustrated. He wished he could slap himself for being so gullible. Li Ming and Fong Jing, frightened, instinctively recoiled and fell silent. The little girl, sensing her father's anger, timidly explained. Daddy, it's just that my sister Wu Ti let us tell you. At a loss for words. Yu Chen could only watch anxiously as his eldest daughter descended. His heart momentarily eased when he saw her successfully deploy the parachute. However, that relief was short-lived. He soon felt his heart race again, uncertain whether it was the wind picking up or if the little girl had lost control of her parachute. She clearly veered off course, heading straight towards the area beyond the inflatable castle. The people in the helicopter, including Gu Chen, were nearly reduced to tears. And the hundreds of teachers and students below, eagerly awaiting the little girl's descent, were equally horrified. The jubilant cheers had swiftly turned into cries of alarm. Meanwhile, the little girl, struggling to regain control of her parachute, became panicked. Her face turned pale as she instinctively shouted, Daddy, help, yet. Her voice was barely audible amidst the roar of the helicopter's rotor blades and the gasps of the onlookers below. Remarkably, Gu Chen, possessing extraordinary physical prowess, heard her cry. Without hesitation, he leaped from the helicopter. Chapter 60. Father. Help. On the rooftop of a 6-story building adjacent to a kindergarten, a young, emaciated figure staggered onto the terrace. Li Bing stood at the edge, his gaze hollow and vacant. The woman he cherished most had betrayed him, shattering his world into darkness. In his moment of deepest despair, when he craved solace and companionship to illuminate his bleak existence, he reached for his phone, only to find his best friend oblivious. Lost in his own blissful reverie. Crushed by this double blow, he felt cornered, disillusioned with the world and his own life. What meaning could life possibly hold? Death seemed a more merciful escape. A torrent of negative thoughts swirled in his mind, urging him closer to the edge, inching him toward the precipice. Hey, kid. Do you understand the concept of first come, first served? Suddenly, a stern reprimand pierced through the chaos in Li Bing's mind. Akin to a thunderclap, shattering the void and illuminating his vacant eyes with a flicker of confusion and caution. Like a lion roused from slumber. He slowly turned his head towards the source of the voice. Just a few paces away stood another soul, equally despondent, dressed in a wrinkled suit that appeared long neglected. His face adorned with an unkempt stubble, he was a middle-aged man reminiscent of the Mediterranean. Strands of sparse hair sprouted from his scalp like mocking fingers, silently narrating the disarray of his life. First come, first served? A wave of inexplicable resentment surged within Li Bing, yet instinctively. He retracted the leg he had just thrust over the edge. Damn it. You intend to jump, do you? Didn't you see I was here first? I haven't even jumped yet, so why are you cutting in line? The Mediterranean man, red-faced and incensed, pointed a trembling finger at Li Bing. His words laced with fury and disdain. His robust arms quivered, ready to strike, and the fire in his eyes burned fiercely. As though he wished to reduce Li Bing to ashes. Caught off guard by this unexpected scene, Li Bing stood frozen, unsure how to navigate this sudden crisis. After a few moments, clarity returned, igniting his ire. Damn you. I care not whether you arrived first or if this rooftop is your backyard. You occupy the space without taking the leap yourself, yet obstruct others from doing so. Who do you think you are? Oh, you dare to act tough before me. This spot was chosen by me days ago. You are not permitted to jump before I do. You've disturbed my sacred ground. I'll make you pay. Ha ha ha. You're killing me. Li Bing was amused by Mediterranean's words. And he exclaimed in madness, I might as well jump off a building. Why would I fear you killing me? If your mind is unwell, go seek treatment first. Then come back to jump. After he spoke, both of them fell silent, suddenly aware of a profound truth. When one has truly lost all hope. Why does it matter whether one jumps first or whether someone else scolds you into an action? Why choose to argue with others instead? The atmosphere grew heavy with contemplation. Sir, why do you wish to jump? After a brief moment, Li Bing broke the silence with curiosity. Mediterranean flicked a few strands of hair from his head. His expression vacant as he replied, I invested in stocks and lost everything. Li Bing was taken aback. The stock market crash a few days ago? He chuckled softly. Mediterranean grimaced, half narrating, half mocking his own folly. I foolishly believed those idiots who said a bull market was upon us. I mortgaged my car and house. Leveraged everything I had. I thought this would lead to financial freedom, but alas, I am such a fool. A colossal fool. Li Bing. This was the first time he had encountered someone who truly contemplated jumping due to stock market woes. And you, so young, what troubles you? Surely it is not akin to my predicament? Mediterranean lit a cigarette, took a drag, and offered it to Li Bing. This is my last cigarette. Let's share it. Shall we? Thank you, Li Bing replied softly, gratefully accepting the cigarette. He brought it to his lips and inhaled deeply, feeling the smoke penetrate his lungs. Imbued with bitterness and resignation, after a moment, he returned the cigarette to Mediterranean, releasing rings of smoke as he spoke with a voice filled with desolation and sorrow. I was heartbroken. My girlfriend no longer wants me. Huh? Just a woman. Is it worth such anguish? Mediterranean scoffed, his eyes reflecting disdain for Li Bing's emotional turmoil. Is it not? I devoted my entire life to her without reservation. Li Bing exclaimed, suddenly animated, his eyes blazing with fury as if to unleash all his inner torment. Then by all means, jump. Coward. Mediterranean's expression shifted, seemingly enraged as he pointed a finger at Li Bing, mocking him. He had always held contempt for men who lost themselves over women. Li Bing, like a provoked lion, widened his eyes and defiantly pointed back at Mediterranean, shouting, Did you not boast of wanting to jump first? Fine. You go first, and I shall follow. I want to see just how brave this so-called tough guy truly is. With that, he forcefully knocked the remaining cigarette but from Mediterranean's hand to the ground, as if to vent all his frustrations and anger. Just as the tension escalated between them, a voice shouted, Whose car is this? Which damned fool parked it here? What an uncouth individual, utterly devoid of civic virtue. How brazenly he has parked his vehicle right in the middle of the thoroughfare, clearly obstructing the passage for others. Why doesn't he simply vanish? Just then, a thunderous and irate bellow from a matron downstairs reverberated through the air. The voice seemed to resonate across the entire floor, making the surrounding atmosphere quiver. Upon hearing this outburst, the Mediterranean man jolted as if struck by an electric shock, his entire being shuddering. He hastily offered an apology, exclaiming, I sincerely apologize, dear lady, it is my car. I shall move it at once. Without further ado. He fumbled in his pocket for the car keys and pressed the button, producing a crisp beep. Get down here immediately. Can't you park properly in the morning? You're wasting my time. Why don't you just disappear? The matroness voice remained relentless, brimming with reproach and urgency. All right, he responded, sprinting a few paces before turning back to mock Li Bing. The building is only 6 stories high. If you truly wish to end it all, find a higher place to jump. With that, he abruptly pointed at a helicopter hovering high above, saying, Do you see that helicopter? If you're brave enough, leap from there, and I assure you, Daddy, help me. Before he could finish, a young girl's cry for help echoed from above, and to their astonishment, a man leapt from the helicopter. Both of their jaws dropped in disbelief as they gaped at the descending figure. Daddy, help me. The girl's voice rang out once more, and Li Bing looked up to see a little girl, parachute in tow, hurtling directly toward him. Instantly, a flurry of questions erupted in his mind. What the? Li Bing barely had time to react before the girl collided with his head, sending him tumbling off the rooftop. Instinctively, he clutched the girl tightly as both plummeted downward. Chapter 61. The Handsomest Dad. With a swift motion, Chen plunged like a cannonball toward the inflatable castle below. Ah, another one is jumping down. Among the hundreds of onlookers, only a few quick-thinking teachers and security personnel immediately rushed to the direction where Xiao Siyu was descending with her parachute to assist. The majority, however, were captivated by Chen's bold descent. As they realized he had no parachute and was plummeting straight down, many instinctively covered their eyes in fear. The children, especially, were so frightened that they burst into tears, as if they were about to witness a horrific scene unfolding before them. Uncle, Daddy, on the plane. Little Tingting and her 2 nannies watched in horror and disbelief. At the moment Chen leaped from the aircraft, their terrified screams echoed through the cabin. No one could have foreseen that Chen would leap without hesitation, disregarding his own safety. Despite the inflatable castle below, the peril of falling from such a height was immense, potentially life-threatening. Oh no, it's all our fault. We couldn't stop the little princess. But you shouldn't have jumped impulsively like that. Li Ming and Fang Jing were overwhelmed with emotion, bursting into tears. They instinctively believed Chen was driven to despair by the accident involving his daughter. However, little Tingting felt differently, though she too was worried for her father's safety. Deep down she firmly believed that he had jumped to save his sister. Indeed, with a thunderous crash, the inflatable castle was struck with a profound impact. To everyone's astonishment, Chen stood firmly atop it. He then darted away with astonishing speed, resembling a nimble cheetah, racing toward the direction where Xiao Siyu was being swept away. In that moment, the crowd was left utterly dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the extraordinary events unfolding before them. Was this truly an action a sane person would take? The courage and decisiveness exhibited by Chen left every onlooker in awe. Yet, he himself was consumed by an urgent desire to reach his daughter, desperate to ensure her safety. Just as he was nearing the area beneath her parachute, an unexpected incident occurred. The little girl collided with a man on the rooftop, who, instead of stopping her descent, was swept up alongside her. This startled Chen immensely. If this continued, they would crash against the wall and sustain injuries. In a moment of desperation, he noticed a nearby woman venting her frustration by kicking and punching a car, holding the hand of a little boy who cradled a ball in his arms. Without a second thought, he snatched the boy's ball and, amidst the woman's furious exclamations, kicked it with force. Bang! Whoosh! The ball sped toward Li Bing's head with alarming velocity. At that moment, Li Bing felt the chilling grip of death closing in. Confronted with the specter of mortality, fear gripped him entirely. Help! I don't want to die yet. In a state of utter terror, he let out a piercing scream. The grip around little Cu began to loosen. After an entire night of drinking to drown his sorrows, his body had been utterly drained of strength. He lacked the energy to hold onto little Cu tightly. Yet, the instinct for survival compelled him to cling to her as if grasping the last lifeline, awakening a potential within him. Just as he was about to let go, he tightened his hold on little Cu once more. However, in the next moment, something struck his head with immense force. His mind blanked, and his hands weakly released their hold on little Cu, sending his body into a free fall, accelerating downward. Damn it! He was unwilling to accept such a hasty demise. Had he known he would meet his end so recklessly, he would have taken all the loans from various platforms, spent it lavishly, and then departed this world without a care. Such agony, money unspent, life extinguished. Amidst his heart-wrenching cries, Li Bing desperately closed his eyes. Just as he thought he was destined to become a shattered watermelon, splattered across the ground. An extraordinary sensation surged within him. It felt as though he had fallen into a warm and sturdy embrace, akin to the comforting rays of the winter sun. Had he survived? Slowly, he opened his tightly shut eyes and beheld a man's face illuminated by a holy glow against the light. Chen had caught him securely in a princess carry. Their gazes met, and the scene gradually came into focus. Li Bing was momentarily stunned, as was Chen. A song flickered in Li Bing's mind, and similarly, a melody resonated within Chen. Then, Chen released his hold. Li Bing was unceremoniously tossed to the ground. Chen, what the hell? Is it really you? Were you here to save me? Although Li Bing's backside throbbed painfully upon hitting the ground, that pain paled in comparison to the overwhelming emotion swelling within him. He could hardly fathom that the one who had rescued him from the brink of death was none other than his best friend, who had abandoned him the night before without a second thought. This profound sentiment was something only he could truly understand. Yet, Chen had no time to acknowledge him. After discarding him, he dashed towards the direction of the little girl. During the brief moment he had spent saving Li Bing, the little girl's parachute had, as he had anticipated, become ensnared in the branches of a towering tree. It was only after confirming her safety that he had chosen to rescue Li Bing first. At this moment, the little girl resembled a grasshopper tightly bound by fine strings, helplessly swaying in the wind, a sight both pitiable and somewhat comical to the observant eye. It would be evident that her tear-streaked face bore no trace of fear. The usually serene sparkle in her little eyes now shone brightly, fixated on her father as he rushed toward her. In those eyes danced an unprecedented admiration, like twinkling stars. She understood deep down that her father had heard her cries and was recklessly rushing to save her. In his haste, he had merely rescued the unfamiliar uncle whom she had inadvertently implicated. She had just witnessed the breathtaking moment when her father, with his extraordinary skills, caught Li Bing, who had plunged from a great height, with bare hands. In that instant, her heart was filled with an overwhelming emotion, and she could not help but silently exclaim, "Dad, you are truly amazing." The admiration and pride she felt for her father surged within her like a powerful tide. "Dad, you are the best." The little girl, unable to contain herself, broke her usual aloof demeanor and shouted excitedly at Chen, who had just rushed to the foot of the tree. Seeing the little girl appear unscathed, Chen's anxious heart finally settled. His feelings at that moment were akin to experiencing a storm and finally arriving at a tranquil harbor. He helplessly raised his head, his eyes filled with affection as he gazed at the little girl, his smile warm like the sun in spring, and gently said, "Next time, please do not engage in such perilous activities that leave your father on edge. Do you know how close I was to being terrified to death just now?" Upon hearing this, the little girl's large eyes flickered with a hint of guilt, and she quickly nodded vigorously, replying with firm conviction, "Yes, yes. I promise it won't happen again." Her obedient demeanor genuinely warmed Chen's heart. In that fleeting moment, a wondrous emotion quietly blossomed between father and daughter. As if an invisible bond tightly connected them, and their relationship deepened like never before. At that moment, his phone rang. Noticing it was Yin Yun calling, Gu Chen's lips curled into a smile as he answered, "Darling, do you miss me?" Yin Yun, having just concluded an urgent meeting, felt a pang of longing for Gu Chen and called to hear his voice. As he spoke, he inadvertently revealed her hidden thoughts, prompting her to respond playfully through the receiver. "I was just wondering what you were up to. You managed to drop our daughter off at school without any issues, right?" "Yes, quite smoothly," Gu Chen replied, glancing at the little grasshopper swaying in the wind. "I'm currently watching you on the swing." You. "Would you like to call your mother? She said she misses you." After saying this, he looked at his daughter with a half-smile. Upon hearing it was her mother's call, the little Cu was immediately frightened, shaking her head vigorously. If her mother discovered she had secretly gone parachuting, she would surely be in for a severe reprimand at home. "All right, my dear, focus on your work. I have a surprise for you tonight." Gu Chen decided not to tease the little girl any further and ended the call with Yin Yun. "Dad, I'm sorry. Please don't tell Mom about this." The little girl immediately clasped her hands together, pleading. It was the first time Gu Chen had seen her in such a state. It seemed she was quite intimidated by her mother. "All right, I'll cover for you this time, but if you misbehave again, you know the consequences." Yes, I understand." Without hesitation, Gu Chen swiftly ascended the tree and, in a short span of time, successfully rescued the little girl from her precarious position. He gently cradled her in his arms, feeling her slight tremors, and his heart brimmed with affection. "This is the second time you have cried in front of me," Gu Chen remarked, gazing down at the remnants of tears on her cheeks. Unable to resist, he playfully flicked her petite nose, eliciting a response from her. "I did not." The little girl was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected gesture, but soon realized the playful undertone in her father's words. Her face flushed a deep crimson, and she quickly buried her head into Gu Chen's embrace, discreetly wiping her face with her small hands, a sight that was utterly endearing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing his daughter. Reward: 5 to physique, 5 lottery draws. Gu Chen was astonished by the system's generosity. Yet he lacked the energy to revel in it at that moment. A throng of students, teachers, and security personnel soon surrounded the father-daughter duo, all eager to express their concern. "Yuyo, are you all right? You scared the teacher to death." "Yuyo, did you sustain any injuries?" "I'm fine, everyone. Please don't worry. This time, it was my mistake, and I sincerely apologize," the little girl said earnestly as she bowed to the crowd. Her gesture left everyone momentarily stunned, eyes wide with astonishment. No one expected that the typically aloof and intelligent young lady of the Yin family, known as the Queen of Shu's kindergarten, Yin Siyu, would publicly apologize and bow before everyone. Before they could fully process the situation, the little girl proudly pointed to Gu Chen and declared, "This is my dad. And from now on, I will no longer be called Yin Siyu. I shall be known as Gu Siyu." Chapter 62. Who holds the authority in the school? As the words fell, an immediate silence enveloped the scene. The revelation was utterly astonishing. One by one, eyes widened as they turned to Gu Chen. He was strikingly youthful and remarkably handsome, particularly the teachers and security personnel, who all displayed expressions of disbelief. How could this man, seemingly in his early 20s, possibly be the father of a 5-year-old girl? "Hello, I am Yin. Chen Mengyao, Siyu's teacher," a gentle and graceful young lady approached, extending her hand towards Gu Chen. "Greetings, Gu Chen, Siyu's father." Gu Chen assessed Chen Mengyao and found her quite appealing. Their hands met briefly before parting. Suddenly, Chen Mengyao's cheeks flushed, her heart raced. She thought this man exuded an irresistible charm, especially after his heroic descent for his daughter, which stirred profound emotions within her. Initially, Gu Chen remained indifferent, but upon noticing a pulsating pink heart hovering above Chen Mengyao's head, registering at 60, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. "My goodness. This teacher is rather forward. Perhaps we should return to school to discuss this further," Chen Mengyao suggested, recognizing that the current location was inappropriate for a discussion. Subsequently, the security personnel and teachers began to organize the children to return to school in an orderly manner. Additionally, emergency staff commenced the task of managing recordings made by passersby, particularly those capturing footage of Gu Siyu, ensuring they were removed from circulation. "Hey, Gu Chen, what on earth is going on? How do you have such a grown daughter?" Li Bing, who had been pushed to the outskirts and deprived of an opportunity to approach Gu Chen, finally found his chance to speak as the crowd dispersed. "Wait for me here. We shall talk shortly," Gu Chen replied before following the teachers and students into the school. Inside the school, the spacious playground basked in sunlight, as if cloaked in a golden hue. Upon seeing Gu Chen and little Siyu return safely, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and gathered around them. Is your father a superhero, Yu? A little girl with pigtails inquired, her large eyes gleaming with curiosity. The boy beside her quickly chimed in, Yu, is your father a secret identity superhero? In an instant, the children seemed ignited with curiosity, casting their wide-eyed, adoring gazes upon Gu Chen. Just moments ago, that heart-stopping scene played out before them like a cinematic spectacle. Gu Chen had leapt from the high-flying airplane without hesitation, his athletic form carving a perfect arc through the air before crashing onto the inflatable castle, landing firmly on his feet. This moment resembled the arrival of a mythological hero, leaving all the boys and girls in awe, the excitement surpassing even that of their favorite animated features. Indeed, my father is a superhero. Little Siyu lifted her small face, proudly introducing herself to all her companions. Her voice was crisp and resonant, seemingly proclaiming her father's greatness. Wow, that's amazing. In an instant, all the children appeared to be invigorated, chattering excitedly, and the joyful atmosphere enveloped the entire campus, lingering in the air. The principal, having just been startled to the point of a heart scare, urgently consumed a fast-acting heart medication to regain composure. He then pushed through the crowd and approached Gu Chen and his daughter, patting his chest with lingering trepidation, saying, "Thank you for saving little Siyu. I am immensely grateful." The principal grasped Gu Chen's hand tightly, nearly moved to kneel in gratitude. Had anything happened to little Siyu, the burden of responsibility would have been unbearable for her. With a stern expression, Gu Chen did not reciprocate the principal's gratitude, coldly replying, "You need not thank me. As a father, I merely did what any father would." After speaking, he surveyed all the teachers and officials, finally fixing his gaze on the principal, stating gravely, "A 5-year-old girl lacks understanding. All of you are adults, how could you lack such basic judgment? When she attempted something dangerous, why did you allow her to proceed? How could a school be so unreliable?" At his words, silence fell over the scene, each individual bowing their head in shame, unable to utter a single word. Only after realizing that Gu Chen was little Siyu's father did the principal, with a troubled expression, cautiously respond, "Sir, I acknowledge your criticism. Let us discuss the specifics in my office." He then hastily directed everyone to return to their respective classrooms, prompting some teachers to gather their students. "Daddy, sister." At that moment, little Tingting also rushed over, and upon seeing her sister safe and sound, she immediately embraced her in a warm hug. In the principal's office, Gu Chen sat on the sofa, sipping tea before he sternly addressed, "Principal, I demand a reasonable explanation. If you cannot provide one, my daughter will not continue her studies here." Upon hearing this, the principal and several teachers exchanged peculiar glances. After a few seconds, the principal discreetly glanced at little Siyu before cautiously sitting across from Gu Chen, saying, "Well, Mr. Gu, the situation is as follows. I am merely the principal. There is a chairman above me, and all school matters require the chairman's approval before I can act. And where is your chairman? Bring him out." Gu Chen slammed the table forcefully, exclaiming in frustration. He despised being treated like a pawn when issues arose. With such a significant incident, shouldn't he, the decision-maker, come forward to address it? Had he not restrained his strength, fearing it would frighten the two little girls, with his current vitality at 41? That slap would have shattered the table into pieces. Nevertheless, the sharp sound reverberated, causing everyone present to tremble. Especially the principal, her heart began to ache once again. Clutching her chest, unable to breathe freely. "That, Mr. Gu, I understand, the chairman is right here." Under the tense atmosphere, Chen Mingyao mustered her courage to raise her small hand and spoke weakly. Yu Chen's icy gaze swept over her as he questioned, "Teacher Shen, do not tell me that you are the chairman?" "No, it's not me." Chen Mingyao hastily shook her head, frightened by his stare. "Are you all jesting with me? Who is the chairman? Step forward and speak. Is it possible that a chairman of such stature possesses such a timid disposition?" At this point, Gu Chen was genuinely enraged. What kind of pathetic school is this? The best kindergarten in all of Shu, and it's reduced to this? Just as he was on the verge of an explosive outburst, in the next moment, all fingers in the room were raised, pointing in a single direction. Gu Chen followed their gestures and was utterly dumbfounded. His mind went blank for 2 seconds before he incredulously uttered, "Do not tell me you are the decision-maker of this kindergarten?" Xiao Siyu awkwardly nodded. At this juncture, she had no choice but to admit it. Who could have anticipated that her father would become so furious? Instantly, the air in the room became thick with tension. Gu Chen was left petrified. Was this world not too surreal? A mere 5-year-old child, the chairman of a kindergarten? The principal and the surrounding teachers silently observed the unfolding drama. none daring to breach the suffocating silence. Daddy, my sister bought this kindergarten when she was 4. To facilitate our education, little Tingting cautiously interjected. It was her first time witnessing her father's wrath, and she felt somewhat intimidated. The principal, having recovered from her shock with a swift remedy, explained. After the young chairman acquired it, she appointed me as the acting principal, thus Mr. Gu. I must adhere to the chairman's directives. Gu Chen. Recalling the image of the little girl gesturing animatedly with her smartwatch towards the school's teachers and principal, he finally comprehended the situation entirely. What is your annual salary? 1. 5 million plus bonuses. Gu Chen. No wonder he was so compliant with his own daughter. All right, go about your business. I shall take my leave. You all continue your studies. Moments later, Gu Chen gently patted the heads of the 2 little girls as he spoke. Before departing, he solemnly cautioned the principal and teachers, in the future, do not heed the words of the little girl regarding dangerous matters. She is merely a 5-year-old child. Albeit with a somewhat mature mindset, but still just a child. Understand? Mr. Gu, we understand. We understand. Chapter 63, The Reality of Fearing for One's Brother's Hardship. Yet more so for his brother's luxurious ride, Mr. Gu. Let us connect on WeChat. In the future, should you or Ding Ding encounter any issues, we can communicate promptly. We can also discuss matters concerning children's education, said Shin Mengyao as Gu Chen prepared to leave. Certainly, Gu Chen replied without hesitation. After adding her on WeChat, he noticed that the little red heart above Shin Mengyao's head had increased from 60 to 70. Gu Chen thought to himself, how is it possible that after receiving a tongue lashing, my favorability has increased? Miss Shin, are you indeed intending to engage in a serious discussion regarding the children's issues? Of course, Shin Mengyao responded, her demeanor slightly flustered as she met Gu Chen's quizzical gaze. Though her cheeks flushed, she maintained her composure. Mr. Gu, please do not misunderstand. I genuinely wish to explore the topic of children's education with you, as it is of utmost importance for their development. Lowering her gaze momentarily to adjust her clothing, she then raised her head slowly, her eyes glimmering with earnestness. I understand that you have a demanding job, yet I believe that as parents, we ought to devote more time and energy to our children, particularly concerning their education, which we must prioritize. With that, she gently bit her lip. Looking at Gu Chen with anticipation, hoping he would comprehend her sincere intentions. Indeed, I concur with your perspective, Miss Shin. Let us maintain closer contact henceforth. Gu Chen decided to put aside his thoughts, knowing that upon reaching 100, he could utilize the skill of happiness hand to its fullest potential. Forgive us, sir, we acknowledge our mistakes. The 2 young caretakers, Li Ming and Fang Jing, sheepishly followed him out of the classroom, offering their apologies. I do not wish to encounter this situation again. If there is even a hint of danger, do not indulge the little girls, he admonished. After a moment of reflection on the hardships faced by the caretakers, he waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, I do not hold it against you this time. Return now, and come back after school. Thank you, sir. They both bowed deeply, leaving with a sense of relief. However, Gu Chen couldn't help but feel bemused as he observed the little red heart above their heads, now at 95. While secretly yearning for someone to surpass the 100 mark so he could experiment with the happiness hand skill. As Gu Chen exited the school, his story would soon become legendary within the kindergarten, spreading far and wide. Outside the school, Li Bing stood patiently, awaiting Gu Chen, burdened with a plethora of questions he needed to clarify. While he waited, his phone buzzed with a WeChat notification. Pulling out his device, he discovered a message from his girlfriend. Without hesitation, he eagerly opened it. Li Bing, please do not be upset. I was wrong yesterday for suggesting a breakup. Let us reconcile. Upon reading her words, Li Bing felt as if he had been reborn, overflowing with excitement. He hastily typed a trembling response. Yes, Shuang Shuang. I too made a mistake. I should not have been jealous. Putting away his phone, Li Bing felt a renewed sense of hope enveloping his life. As Gu Chen emerged, he noticed that Li Bing's complexion had significantly improved. Gu Chen, please tell me. Li Bing began, but Gu Chen raised his hand to interrupt, saying, let us head to a nearby CAF and discuss this at leisure. Before long, the 2 arrived at the closest coffee shop. After ordering their coffees, they settled down. Tell me about the woman you spoke to last night, and what about that little girl? Li Bing inquired eagerly as soon as they were seated. That's my wife and my daughter, Gu Chen candidly admitted without reservation. What? You're married? Yes. I just got married the day before yesterday and hadn't had the chance to inform you. Wait, buddy, what is going on? Did you take over someone else's life? Get lost. That's my biological daughter. Do you remember when you persuaded me to donate sperm years ago? Don't tell me your current wife and daughter are the result of that donation? Li Bing's thoughts drifted back to a sunny day 6 years prior. Here is 10,000 yuan. All you need to do is convince Gu Chen to donate. The memory echoed in his mind. Snapping back to reality, Li Bing stared wide-eyed at Gu Chen. So, you're now married to that wealthy woman from back then? Indeed. Well, how on earth did you manage that? He recalled the enchanting voice of the alluring woman from last night. Goodness, not only are wealthy women affluent, but they're also incredibly alluring now? Gazing at Gu Chen's elegant attire, a surge of mixed emotions washed over him. He never imagined that his concern for his friend's hardships would manifest into a reality where his friend drove a luxury vehicle. Let us put my affairs aside for now and focus on yours, Gu Chen interjected, scrutinizing Li Bing's despondent demeanor. You didn't go up to the rooftop with thoughts of ending it all, did you? Li Bing stammered, refusing to acknowledge such a notion, instead fabricating. I had too much to drink and just wanted to get some fresh air. Gu Chen, with a skeptical gaze, chose not to press further and said, Now, tell me the specifics behind your breakup. Though he hadn't asked, Gu Chen could surmise the reasons. I was just rambling yesterday. I didn't break up with Shuang. Li Bing was left with no choice but to weave a tale. No breakup? So, just a quarrel? Gu Chen replied, bewildered. Has this guy recently had his head kicked by a cow? Crying about being abandoned in the middle of the night over a trivial spat and contemplating a leap from the rooftop? Well, it's just a bit. Li Bing's expression soured, resembling someone grappling with embarrassment. Noticing Li Bing's pallor, Gu Chen seemed to piece it together and probed, Have you been cheated on? No. It's just that after the internship, we're in different places, and Shuang needs someone to look after her. Li Bing's face flushed as he spoke hesitantly. She needs someone to look after her? Is she pregnant? Gu Chen was taken aback. Realizing that perhaps he had overthought the situation, he then generously remarked, If you find yourself in need of financial assistance, I would be willing to lend you some. A woman who is with child requires proper care and nourishment. Are you considering keeping the baby or not? No, Shuang is not pregnant. She merely expressed feelings of loneliness, living alone, and being frightened. She asked if it would be possible for her male friend to share the apartment with her for companionship. Gu Chen was taken aback by this revelation, feeling a surge of anger at first. He had initially intended to refuse. But then he recalled the promise he had made to Shuang that once they graduated and secured stable jobs, they would purchase a home together and marry. Thus, he found himself compelled to agree. So you acquiesced to this arrangement? Gu Chen's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Li Bing, as if he were a stranger. How could one possibly consent to such a thing? Was there no fear of being taken advantage of? Chapter 64, Just a love-struck fool has died. Li Bing, feeling a profound sense of shame, covered his face and lamented, I never wished to be so pathetic, relinquishing my girlfriend to the care of another man. With a newfound confidence, he patted his chest and declared, Yet, I have faith in Shuang's character and believe our bond is as unbreakable as iron. She would never betray me. Gu Chen's lips twitched in disbelief, thinking to himself, only a fool like you would be convinced. Lu Shuang's audacity in bringing her male friend home was a clear indication of Li Bing's own insecurities and submissiveness. When Li Bing first met Lu Shuang, he was smitten at first sight. Unfortunately, his overwhelming self-doubt, perceiving her as the belle of the department while he saw himself as a mere impoverished soul, prevented him from confessing his feelings. This sentiment was shared among Gu Chen and the other roommates. Yet, during a chance encounter at a dormitory social event, emboldened by alcohol, he surprisingly confessed his affection to Lu Shuang. To everyone's astonishment, she reciprocated. At that moment, even Gu Chen believed Lu Shuang must have lost her senses to accept him. Little did they know, their sweet relationship would last for 2 years, only to culminate in such a predicament. Whatever makes you happy, Gu Chen sighed, observing Li Bing's inexplicably confident demeanor, and took a sip of his drink. Hey, rest assured, I too once questioned whether Shuang was being unfaithful. However, her words illuminated my doubts. Li Bing cheerfully reassured Gu Chen. What did she say? Gu Chen inquired. Shuang had expressed, we aren't married yet. I am merely a man who neglects familial responsibilities. My inability to care for her left her feeling heartbroken and insecure, which is why she sought companionship from a male friend. Reflecting on her words, Li Bing realized it was his own inadequacies that had forced them apart and prompted Shuang's decision to seek solace elsewhere. She further mentioned that once he secured stable employment, they would save together to purchase a home for their future marriage. The male friend also assured Li Bing that he was only there for practical reasons, offering to look after Shuang within reasonable limits, even suggesting that if Li Bing distrusted him, he could pay him a monthly fee of 500 yuan for his services. Without hesitation, Li Bing handed over 1,500 yuan for 3 months of his care, naively believing that no one would betray him after receiving his money. Gu Chen was left utterly astonished. Have you considered that by the time you secure stable employment and prepare to buy a house, Lu Shuangshuang may have already given birth to a child with her male friend? Li Bing's expression faltered, paling at the thought. I'm not trying to discourage you, Gu Chen remarked, but let us face it, while it may sound pleasant to call him a male friend, the harsh reality is that he is merely a backup, always poised to take his place. Who can guarantee that prolonged proximity between a man and a woman won't ignite unforeseen sparks? I still trust Shuangshuang, Li Bing insisted stubbornly, taking a moment to regroup his thoughts. Yesterday, due to a misunderstanding fueled by jealousy, he quarreled with Shuangshuang and almost ended their relationship. Now that they have reconciled, he should be more resolute in his belief in their love. I merely wish to remind you that a sycophant meets a grim fate. Take heed of your actions. After uttering this, Gu Chen ceased his persuasion, as time would reveal the truth. Were it not for the fact that this individual was his childhood friend, he would have eagerly distanced himself from this self-effacing sycophant. Only virtuous women deserve such devotion, and that too, contingent upon reciprocal affection. As for someone like Lu Shuangshuang, wouldn't he even spare her a glance? Just as he was about to shift the conversation, Li Bing's phone suddenly chimed with a WeChat notification. Upon glancing at it, Li Bing's expression shifted dramatically, resembling a wilted flower. What's wrong? Gu Chen instinctively inquired, noticing Li Bing's sudden change in demeanor. Li Bing's eyes quickly reddened, and he collapsed onto the table, hiding his face as he began to weep uncontrollably. What on earth happened? Gu Chen exclaimed in shock. But Li Bing was too consumed by his sorrow to respond. Gu Chen forcibly took Li Bing's phone and, upon reading the message, understood everything. Lu Shuangshuang had indeed been unfaithful. The message was from Lu Shui, a female classmate of Gu Chen and Li Bing. It contained a photograph of Lu Shuangshuang intimately embracing another man, entering the obstetrics and gynecology department for a checkup. Before Gu Chen could fully process his emotions, another message arrived. Li Bing, I hope you believe me when I say I happened to witness this, Lu Shui wrote. I hope you won't be too upset. As a classmate, I struggled greatly before deciding to send you this photo, but you deserve to know the truth. Li Bing, please don't do anything rash. Upon reading Lu Shui's 3 consecutive messages, Gu Chen helplessly replied, No need to worry, it's merely the demise of a sycophant. Lu Shui responded, Who are you? I am Gu Chen, here sharing coffee with this fellow. Oh, so you're the handsome Gu. No, wait. I should call you the king of soft rice now. Since you're here, it's all good. If he can't cope, let me know, and I will send a wreath. Gu Chen replied, I believe you could send one right now. Not possible at the moment. I'm at work. By the way, which CAF are you at? Ninfeng CAF, diagonally opposite Xingyao Kindergarten. Oh dear, I was just asking casually. Why give me such a precise location? I was merely responding casually. Why scrutinize the messages so closely? A few minutes later. Are you done crying? Yes. Are you sad? Yes. How sad? Huh. Li Bing wiped his tears and forced a bitter smile. The first time I laid eyes on Shuangshuang, I thought she was as beautiful as a fairy. Someone a penniless wretch like me could never aspire to touch. I never imagined I would stumble upon such luck that would bring the fairy down to earth. You mentioned that if I were to part ways with Shuangshuang, I would struggle to find such a beautiful wife again. Gu Chen shook his head and chuckled softly, saying, The reason for your current feelings of inferiority is merely due to your financial situation. If you were wealthy, you would find women of all sorts on every street corner. Isn't that just a given? It's incredibly difficult for someone like me to become rich, Li Bing replied, rendered speechless. Gu Chen patted his shoulder and smiled. I have a path for you to take. Will you consider it? Li Bing eyed Gu Chen with suspicion before exclaiming, Are you suggesting you have a wealthy woman to introduce to me? You must be joking. Gu Chen playfully smacked the top of his head and said, With your current state, what reason would a wealthy woman have to be interested in you? Why should I be able to attract one when you cannot? Why not? Li Bing retorted. Gu Chen smirked disdainfully and signaled to a waitress, Excuse me. May I ask you a few questions? The waitress, excited to approach the handsome man she had been secretly admiring, eagerly responded, Of course, sir. Please go ahead. Gu Chen pointed between himself and Li Bing and inquired, Who do you think is more handsome, him or me? The waitress glanced at Li Bing, who looked pale and unwell, resembling a frail shadow of himself, and without hesitation, she replied, You are handsome. And who is taller? Gu Chen continued, You are tall, very tall indeed, she answered, her cheeks beginning to flush. If you were to choose a boyfriend, who would it be? I would choose you, the waitress said, her heart racing and her gaze completely disregarding Li Bing. her eyes now sparkling with admiration for Gu Chen. Thank you very much. I'll cover my own coffee. Please don't treat me. Gu Chen responded with a gentlemanly smile, waving her back to her duties. After the blushing waitress departed, Gu Chen turned back to the dejected Li Bing and remarked, "Did you see that? Even an average girl wouldn't choose you, yet you expect a wealthy woman to be interested? Do you think they're foolish?" Li Bing, though he anticipated the outcome, being so directly confronted by Gu Chen was quite irksome, and he stubbornly replied, "Wealthy women value more than just superficial appearances." "Oh, so you seek depth and substance? Is that it?" Gu Chen asked. "Yes. Then are you not just as lacking in that regard?" Li Bing, recalling their childhood, when they would sneak off to the riverbank to relieve themselves after school, and Gu Chen always managed to outdo him, he muttered, "Not really, exactly. Without the means to attract a wealthy woman, do not expect to live off her generosity." Chapter 65, You're fooling me. My sister won't get married. So what path do you propose for me? I intend to open a restaurant, and I want you to be the assistant manager. After a year, I will help you soar. However, there is one condition that I must make clear. You must completely sever ties with Lu Shuang and never act as her sycophant again. Gu Chen stated earnestly. Indeed, encountering the right woman can bring a man lifelong happiness, much like the joy I have found in Yin Yun. Conversely, being involved with the wrong woman could ruin a man's life, potentially affecting generations to come. Lu Shuang embodies such a woman. Rest assured. I solemnly swear that Li Bing will never again be a pathetic sycophant. If I do, may my manhood fail me. Li Bing pledged without hesitation. Then shot a suspicious glance at Gu Chen. You just mentioned opening a restaurant. Are you serious? A restaurant? Are you going to run it with a rag? Gu Chen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, this fellow doubted his capabilities. My wife, no, my daughter, has invested 50 million for me. Are you in or out? This opportunity is singular. Your daughter? An investment of 50 million. Are you certain this isn't some sort of joke? Li Bing's eyes widened in disbelief. Does my gaze seem jesting to you? Observing Gu Chen's earnest expression, Li Bing's demeanor shifted to one of astonishment and disbelief. This is an incredible amount of wealth. He felt an overwhelming envy. However, remembering that Gu Chen's daughter attended the most luxurious kindergarten in Shudu, he began to believe. Exclaiming, will a 50 million investment yield returns? His skepticism lay not in Gu Chen's ability to raise the 50 million, but rather in the likelihood of such an investment being squandered. To put it plainly, he had grown up with Gu Chen and understood his capabilities all too well. Whether the investment would be profitable is my concern. Just tell me if you're in or out. As a childhood friend, I'm willing to lend you a hand. But I won't force you if you lack ambition. I'm in, but why aren't you offering me the position of manager? Do you possess the capability to be a manager? Gu Chen rolled his eyes. Li Bing stuttered. Then what salary do you intend to offer me? What is your current salary? 4,500. Very well. I shall offer you 5,000, along with comprehensive benefits. Li Bing exclaimed. Hold on, Gu Chen. Is this your grand plan to make me wealthy, claiming you'll elevate me in a year? Gu Chen smacked Li Bing on the head. Why are you getting so worked up? Are you genuinely worth only 5,000 with your current skills? Li Bing. All right, perhaps it's not worth that. In truth, his reported salary of 4,500 was inflated by 1,000. His actual earnings were a meager 3,500. I'm appointing you as the assistant manager not to elevate your status, but to ensure you diligently learn management skills. As long as you commit to learning and acquiring the necessary expertise, after a year, I can guarantee your salary will rise at least tenfold. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Li Bing suddenly appeared invigorated, as if he had been injected with a surge of enthusiasm. His previously dull gaze now glimmered with curiosity. Is that truly the case? If you are deceiving me, my sister will never find a husband. Just as Li Bing was about to inquire about the details of the shop, a series of knocks resounded against the nearby floor-to-ceiling window. The two instinctively turned to look outside, where they beheld a girl, riding a shared bicycle, with disheveled dual braids, clad in heavy black-rimmed glasses, her face dotted with freckles, smiling at them. Lu Shui, what brings you here? Li Bing asked, perplexed. What a coincidence. I happened to pass by, and didn't expect to run into you. Lu Shui replied, adeptly parking her bicycle in the designated area, a glimmer of barely perceptible excitement dancing in her eyes. Let me just secure my bike, and I'll join you for a drink in no time, she added cheerfully, swiftly dismounting the bicycle and bounding towards the CAF entrance with the lightness of a jubilant fawn. However, she collided headfirst into the glass door. Bang! The resounding impact drew the attention of everyone present. Dazed, Lu Shui staggered back, rubbing her forehead while gasping in disbelief. Gu Chen, Li Bing, How is it that she just happens to pass by and yet insists on joining us for coffee? Li Bing questioned, bemused by Lu Shue's peculiar antics. He instinctively rubbed his own forehead, empathizing with the potential pain she must be feeling. Is it possible she is genuinely concerned about your heartbreak and made a special trip to check on you? Gu Chun, arms crossed and reclining on the sofa, regarded the exuberant Lu Shue with an air of knowing. Come on, that's impossible. We're hardly acquainted, Li Bing scoffed, rolling his eyes. Thoughts of his recently reconciled girlfriend's betrayal weighed heavily on him, leaving him feeling utterly lifeless. Ah, Li Bing, I heard you've suffered a heartbreak? Lu Shue, sporting a swollen forehead, plopped down beside him, grinning mischievously, her expression delighting in his misfortune. Li Bing's expression darkened. Isn't it your fault that I'm heartbroken? Did you not see that enormous glass door? Gu Chen chuckled at Lu Shue, who seemed to have come solely for comedic relief. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Lu Shue grimaced as she tugged at her forehead, wincing in pain. Aren't you supposed to be at work? Gu Chen raised an eyebrow, inquiring further. I wasn't enjoying it, so I took a leave to get some fresh air. And what a coincidence it is to run into you here. Lu Shue pushed up her black-rimmed glasses, which seemed to shield her true emotions from the world. Indeed, it is quite the coincidence. Your leisurely route aligns perfectly with the address I sent you, Gu Chen remarked with a teasing tone. Really? I didn't pay much attention, Lu Shue replied, seemingly oblivious. Lu Shue covered her mouth in astonishment and then nudged Li Bing with her shoulder, exclaiming, Hey, Li Bing, why are you so silent? What do you want me to say? Li Bing had no intention of engaging in conversation with Lu Shue. The anguish he felt was largely due to her presence. He could have postponed his suffering for a few days. Why not share your feelings about your breakup? Look at you, utterly despondent. It's just a heartbreak. Out with the old, in with the new, right? Am I not correct, Gu Dashui? Li Bing remained silent, his desire to converse dwindling further. The atmosphere suddenly turned awkwardly tense. At that moment, Gu Chun raised his hand to summon a waiter and inquired of Lu Shue, What coffee would you like? Just the same as his, Lu Shue replied, pointing to Li Bing's cup. By this time, Li Bing had lowered his head, seemingly lost in a moment of introspection. Possibly genuinely fatigued, Lu Shue thus began to converse with Gu Chen. What were you discussing earlier? I plan to open a restaurant and would like Li Bing to assist me in overseeing it. Oh, what type of restaurant? Lu Shue appeared intrigued. Gu Chen scrutinized Lu Shue, noting that beneath her somewhat rustic appearance lay a cherubic visage, her features well-defined, yet marred by numerous blemishes that tarnished her beauty. A restaurant where a few meals can enhance your beauty. If a dish can eliminate scars, surely it can also diminish freckles. Is that for real? This is the first time I've heard that dining can make one more attractive. No woman is indifferent to beauty, especially those with inherent flaws. Lu Shue gazed at Gu Chun with a mixture of skepticism and hope. Whether it's true or not, I will know once I open it. Gu Chen replied with a subtle smile. All right, I shall certainly support you. But if you deceive me, if I deceive you, I shall gift you Li Bing as compensation. Lu Shue's face flushed crimson, her eyes, hidden behind thick lenses, revealed a hint of panic. She instinctively glanced at Li Bing, noticing the slight snoring emanating from him, which brought her a sense of relief as she retorted, If others don't want him, then I certainly want tea. Gu Chen shrugged and remarked, observing the slumbering Li Bing. This fellow is likely out cold from a hangover combined with emotional fatigue. He won't awaken anytime soon. What shall we do then? Half an hour later, Gu Chun and Lu Shue escorted Li Bing to a nearby hotel. Inside the room, Lu Shue attentively removed his clothing and shoes, then fetched a towel from the bathroom to wipe his face. Gu Chun watched Lu Shue's diligent efforts, pondering whether Lu Shuang had ever cared for him in such a manner. You can leave if you have other matters. I will stay behind to look after him, Lu Shue said, having tucked Li Bing in. You intend to stay? Lu Shue, are you not planning to take advantage of the situation and do something inappropriate? Am I that sort of person? I merely wish to care for him out of our 4 years of camaraderie. One main group. In the president's office, Yin Yun sat quietly in the enormous executive chair, her gaze intently fixed on the documents in her hands. Her exquisite features betrayed no hint of turmoil, as if the world around her could not perturb her inner peace. At that moment, Lan Dai suddenly spoke gravely to Yin Yun. Someone is investigating your husband. This revelation struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of concern throughout the atmosphere. Yin Yun furrowed her brow slightly, yet soon regained her composure. As if she had anticipated such an occurrence, she continued to examine the documents, slowly uttering a few words. It must be my cousin's doing. It seems he still doesn't grasp my intentions. I can openly acknowledge my marriage, but I wish for him to refrain from these underhanded tactics. Lon Dai nodded in agreement. That seems likely. He probably feels powerless against you and seeks validation through your husband. Yin Yun set down the documents. Leaning back in her chair, her expression turning increasingly frosty, I understand their motives. However, I do not wish to dwell on them too much. My sole desire is for my father to enjoy his remaining days in peace, unbothered by trivial matters. With that, she rose and walked to the window. Gazing out at the bustling cityscape, her mind racing with myriad thoughts. After a moment, she turned back to Lon Dai and said, "Please visit the Yin family. Some individuals are becoming too audacious and need to be reminded of their place. Let them understand that when I, Yin Yun, decide to settle a score, I do not require so-called evidence. Mere suspicion is sufficient." Lon Dai acknowledged her command and departed the president's office. She fully understood Yin Yun's character. Once she resolved to take action, she would pursue it with unwavering determination. It was clear that the internal family conflict was about to unfold. Chapter 66. A visit to my Aunt Gu Chen hailed a taxi to return to the villa. As he alighted, the driver, with a hint of envy, inquired, "Brother, are you here to visit someone, or do you reside here?" Gu Chen paid the fare and raised an eyebrow, responding, "What do you think?" The driver scrutinized Gu Chen from head to toe, inwardly marveling at the striking handsomeness of the young man before him. Such good looks would have made even his younger self feel intimidated. "I wager you're here to find someone," the driver asserted, privately musing. Only the affluent or noble could afford to live here. Who would take a taxi? After all, such a place was not easily accessible to ordinary folk, was it? Upon hearing this, Gu Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gently clapped his hands and replied, "You've misjudged. This villa belongs to my wife, and I, indeed, reside here." The driver's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth slightly agape, taken aback by this unexpected revelation. "What do you mean?" he asked, a look of confusion adorning his face. Gu Chen waved his hand nonchalantly, his tone laced with playful irony. "Exactly what you think. I am, without a doubt, a man living off his wife." With that, he strode confidently into the villa, leaving the driver standing there, stunned, gazing at his receding figure. The driver was now completely bewildered, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. He observed the two guards at the villa's entrance, clad in neat uniforms and bearing serious expressions, bowing respectfully to Gu Chen while addressing him as son-in-law. This scene struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly disheartened. He reflected on his own youth, once charming and carefree, and wondered why he had never had the fortune of enjoying the comforts of a wealthy partner instead of laboring for 20 years as a taxi driver. How was it that fate could be so unjust? At that moment, a gust of wind swept by, lifting the driver's toupee and revealing his true balding head. In that instant, he truly felt like a defeated dog. Meanwhile, Gu Chen returned to the villa and was eager to check on the growth of his prized mushrooms. Just as he stepped onto the pathway, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was his little girl, Siyu. A warm smile spread across Gu Chen's face as he quickly answered, "Sweetheart, what's up? Missing daddy?" On the other end, Siyu's bright voice chimed, "Dad, Mom sent me some money. You can start looking for a shop now." Hearing his daughter's words filled Gu Chen with joy, excitement sparkling in his eyes. He hastily replied, "Haha, my dear daughter, don't worry. Daddy will diligently search over the next few days to find you an amazing shop." As the conversation came to a close, Siyu mentioned that she had to attend class, bidding farewell with a cheerful tone. Gu Chen remained rooted in place, his eyes reflecting a resolute determination, as though he could already envision the bustling scene of his restaurant's grand opening. Just as he was about to put away his phone, another call from Yin Yun came through. A flicker of surprise crossed his face as he eagerly answered the call, greeted by Yin Yun's gentle voice. "Are you planning to open a restaurant? I've asked my assistant to select several suitable locations for you. She will reach out to you shortly, and you can entrust her with all the necessary arrangements for your establishment." Upon hearing her words, a wave of warmth surged within Gu Chen, and a radiant smile illuminated his face as he exclaimed, "Wife, you are truly wonderful. I am thoroughly enjoying this life of indulgence." A soft giggle escaped Yin Yun's lips, her tone turning teasingly alluring. "So, have you thought about how you will repay me?" Listening to her enchanting voice, Gu Chen felt a delightful shiver run down his spine. And without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "How about I work tirelessly through the night?" "Enough of that, you rascal," Yin Yun retorted, her cheeks flushing with the vivid memories of the previous night, hastily ending the call. No sooner had the call ended than the office secretary announced, "President Yin, Ms. Su has arrived." Upon hearing that her aunt was present, Yin Yun paused momentarily, recalling the events of the previous evening. Rubbing her temples in mild distress, she instructed, "Let her in." Before long, a refined lady clad in a cheapao entered the office, elegantly carrying a small handbag. "Aunt, what brings you to the company?" Yin Yun rose from her chair to greet her. "I was just passing by and thought I would drop in to see you," Su Ro replied with a warm smile, gracefully taking a seat on the sofa. Noticing Yin Yun's smooth complexion and rosy cheeks, she remarked, "You look well. Has something good happened recently?" The secretary poured tea for the two women. Yin Yun settled beside Su Ro and replied with a smile, "Yes, I got married." Su Ro's eyes widened in astonishment. "Such a significant event, and you didn't inform me? Wait, who did you marry?" Fully aware of Yin Yun's circumstances, Su Ro found it hard to believe that her niece had suddenly tied the knot. It was unexpected, and she had yet to inform the family. With a subtle smile, Yin Yun cast a complex glance at Su Ro and continued, "The father of Yu Yu and Ting Ting. How could you keep such a secret?" Su Ro was taken aback, her mouth slightly agape as she processed the information before saying, "I had no idea you were involved with anyone. I thought you weren't interested in men at all." Yin Yun gently shook her head, elegantly lifting her teacup for a sip, and remarked with a smile, "I am solely interested in my current husband. The reason I kept it from everyone is that when Yu Yu and Ting Ting were born, he was still in school. And I found it inconvenient to act." "Inconvenient to act?" Su Ro's expression shifted, incredulity etched upon her face. "So, how old is your husband this year?" "4 years younger than me." The atmosphere fell into silence for a few seconds, prompting Su Ro to take a sip of tea to soothe her emotions before she inquired, "What is he like?" A smile of contentment unconsciously graced Yin Yun's lips as she replied, "He is wonderful, caring towards me and the children. I am very satisfied." Su Ro quietly observed the delicate features of her niece, illuminated by a small womanly happiness and sweetness, feeling a mix of gratification and envy. Her thoughts drifted back to the events of the previous night, a wave of sorrow washing over her. She had never anticipated that sending a few enticing photos would lead to being blocked outright. The incident left her questioning her worth, pondering whether she had truly aged and lost her allure. Noticing the cloud of melancholy that had settled on Su Ro's face, Yin Yun surmised her thoughts and subtly furrowed her brows. Since her aunt had come to visit, it was imperative to resolve today's matters. With this in mind, she feigned nonchalance and asked, "Aunt, enough about me. What about you? Don't you have a young man you fancy? How is that progressing?" Su Ro sighed, fully aware that she could not divulge the genuine reasons to Yin Yun, and replied, "Oh, just a minor quarrel. He is too principled. When I offered him money to spend, he refused and sulked." At this, Yin Yun nearly spat out her tea. "Yun Yun, does your husband ever get upset with you for giving him money to spend?" "Not at all. My husband is quite the opposite. He relishes spending my money and enjoys being supported by me." Su Ro's mouth fell open in surprise. After contemplating for a moment, her eyes brightened. "It seems I do not grasp the sentiments of the younger generation. Perhaps I have not approached it correctly. Your husband is roughly the same age as the one I fancy. I must consult him sometime to uncover the true thoughts of young men at that age." "Absolutely." Yin Yun's lips curled into a smile, having anticipated this response. "There's no need to wait. I shall have him come over right now. Since we are married, he ought to pay a visit to you, dear aunt." Chapter 67. The enchanting mushroom Chen had already made contact with the secretary arranged by Yin Yun, and they agreed to visit several shops after lunch. Upon concluding their conversation, he found himself in the forest where the enchanting mushrooms were cultivated, and he was utterly astonished. The area where the mother fungus powder had been scattered was now teeming with tiny mushrooms, each about the size of a thumb, sprouting vigorously near the roots of the towering trees. A preliminary estimate suggested there were at least 1,000. The sheer volume of reproduction was staggering. System. Why do these mushrooms differ so greatly in appearance from the mother fungus? The mother fungus sported a round, red and white spotted cap, exuding a plump charm. In stark contrast, the newly sprouted mushrooms were slender and svelte, approximately 8 centimeters tall and 3 centimeters in diameter, with pink stems and conical green caps that emitted a soft, ethereal glow. The resemblance to the mother fungus was hardly discernible. They seemed entirely unrelated. System. Don't tell me that this vibrant green-capped mushroom is the enchanting mushroom. Will consuming it truly enhance beauty? Chen harbored serious doubts, suspecting that the mother fungus had undergone a severe mutation due to adverse environmental conditions. However, the system's response left him momentarily speechless. "Host, this is indeed the enchanting mushroom. Only beautiful women can adorn men with green hats. Thus, this mushroom is capable of rendering women beautiful enough to metaphorically wear a green hat on their partners. Gu Chen's lips twitched in disbelief. What are you implying, system? Perhaps sensing his thoughts, the system added, do not be concerned, host. I merely employed a metaphor. Have faith in your own allure, correct? Gu Chen grimaced, choosing to divert the conversation. Is it ripe now? Can I harvest it? Not yet, the system replied. The mature enchanting mushroom can grow up to 15 centimeters tall and reach a diameter of 5 centimeters. However, if the host wishes to harvest now, it will still be edible, albeit with diminished effects. When will it reach maturity? Approximately 6 more hours. A wave of joy washed over Gu Chen, for this meant that he could prepare the enchanting mushrooms for his wife and daughter that very evening. Most importantly, it could help eliminate the scar on Yin Yun's forehead. His wife was already extraordinarily beautiful. He could scarcely imagine how she would appear after consuming this mushroom. Just as he was admiring the enchanting mushrooms, a message from Yin Yun arrived. Darling, my aunt has come to my office and wishes to meet you. Can you come by now? Upon reading the message, Gu Chen felt a surge of excitement. He had been thinking of her just as she reached out. The prospect of meeting a true elder from the Yin family made him a bit anxious. He couldn't possibly go empty-handed, could he? His gaze returned to the green-capped, enchanting mushrooms. Surely, any woman would find it irresistible. System, you just mentioned that they are edible even if not fully mature, correct? Indeed. The effects may be lessened, but the host can partake without worry. With that, Gu Chen was free of worries and quickly replied to Yin Yun. All right. I will come over immediately and bring some delightful treats for you and your aunt. After putting away his phone, Gu Chen crouched before a cluster of exquisite mushrooms. He noticed something peculiar. Despite the multitude of these mushrooms, not a single scent wafted from them. System, these mushrooms lack any aroma. Are you certain they are palatable? You'll find out once you taste them. A friendly reminder, they are more easily absorbed when eaten raw. Gu Chen was astonished. He had never anticipated that mushrooms could be consumed raw. However, since it was an option, he felt relieved and decisively plucked one. With a crisp snap, the mushroom broke from its stem. In that instant, an incredibly unique essence, a captivating fragrance that defied precise description, seemed to emanate from the mushroom in Gu Chen's hand like an invisible wave. The aroma possessed a magical quality, instantly enveloping the surrounding air and intoxicating his senses. Wow, is it truly this fragrant? Gu Chen's taste buds were instantly awakened by the unexpected scent, stirring a powerful craving within him. Almost instinctively, he yearned to place the mushroom in his mouth to savor the flavors hidden within that alluring aroma. Without hesitation, he brought the mushroom to his lips. Moments later, he exclaimed, "This is unbelievably delicious." After finishing one, he longed for a second but restrained himself. Such exquisite taste made him eager to share it with his wife and witness her contented expression. Without delay, he gathered 10 mushrooms in one go, the rich fragrance enveloping the entire grove. System, will this aroma attract birds and beasts? Gu Chen inquired with a hint of concern as he exited the forest. The scent from the stem will dissipate quickly and will not linger, so please rest assured, the system assured him, alleviating his worries. With 5 chances for a draw remaining, he used them without hesitation. Congratulations, host, you have gained 0. 1 to your physique. Congratulations, host, you have gained 0. 1 to your physique. Congratulations, host, you have gained 0. 1 to your physique. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Xiong Feng Mushroom Spore, X1. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Mushroom Cooking Technique. How absurd. Gu Chen couldn't help but grumble. Another Xiong Feng mushroom had appeared. Just by its name, he could surmise its purpose. Am I destined to gradually transform into the Mushroom King? He set aside the spore for now, as he felt quite content and had no need for an enhancement in vigor. Without a second thought, he chose to learn the cooking technique, and as knowledge infused his mind, he realized this was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. Initially, I believed that a casual attempt at cooking the fragrant mushrooms would evoke their remarkable anti-aging properties. However, I soon discovered that there was much more intricacy involved. Gu Chen returned to the villa, enveloped in an enticing aroma, while the maids were left salivating in its wake. He swiftly entered the kitchen to cleanse himself and subsequently placed the mushrooms into a preservation box. Li Meng, Feng Jing, I entrust you with a task, Gu Chen instructed as he approached the 2 young maids. Master, please do tell us, they replied. Please procure a no entry sign to be placed at the entrance to the mushroom grove. Of course, master, they nodded obediently. though a sense of curiosity and confusion washed over them as they inhaled the peculiar fragrance emanating from Gu Chen. Noticing their expressions, Gu Chen cautioned, "The mushrooms in the grove are highly toxic. This very aroma can be deceiving. So I implore you both not to venture and pluck them for consumption, understood?" Yes, master, we understand," they exclaimed in surprise. It was astonishing that mushrooms had sprouted so quickly, merely a day after the mushroom powder was scattered. "By the way, please also fetch a large ceramic vat for me, something akin to those used for pickling cabbage. Around 1.5 meters in height will suffice." "Understood, master." With that, Gu Chen departed the villa in his Cullinan, heading straight for Yin Yun's company. Another chapter will follow around 10 p.m. Chapter 68. The long-lost husband of President Yin at the entrance of the towering Wanmeng Group building. As Gu Chen stood before its magnificent facade, a swell of pride surged within him. Such an imposing structure belonged to his wife. How exhilarating! However, his moment of elation was swiftly interrupted as the security guard coldly barred his entry. "See that group over there? You might as well join them," the guard stated, pointing towards a designated area outside with an air of authority that brooked no argument, clearly accustomed to handling such situations. Following the guards, Gu Chen observed a cluster of men, each with distinct appearances, some lazily leaning against the wall while others engaged in conversation, all exuding a unique aura. Despite their varied looks, they shared a common trait. No matter how unremarkable their features, their attire was undoubtedly well considered. Gu Chen inquired, "What type of individuals are those?" "Just like you, hoping for a chance encounter with President Yin, dreaming of an ascent to greatness, akin to a toad aspiring to dine with a swan." The security personnel replied, seemingly unreserved in his explanation, perhaps charmed by Gu Chen's striking appearance. Gu Chen was at a loss for words. It appeared that there were countless individuals harboring designs on his wife, and those present were merely the tip of the iceberg. The more sophisticated suitors likely numbered even greater. Do they even know what President Yin looks like to be waiting here? Is it so easy to meet President Yin? How could these people possibly know her appearance? Just like you, they are drawn here by her reputation as the most beautiful heiress of Shudu's foremost aristocratic family, the guard replied disdainfully, gesturing for Gu Chen to clear the entrance. Reassured by the guard's words, Gu Chen felt a wave of relief. "I am different. I emerged from that vehicle." He casually gestured towards the distant Cullinan Park nearby. "The underground parking lot is off limits, so I had no choice but to park above." Having said this, he intended to refrain from engaging in a futile debate with the security personnel and instead took out his phone to message Yin Yun, informing her of his arrival. However, his remark only served to further diminish the guard's regard for him, erasing any lingering goodwill. Renting a luxury car and pretending it's your own? We've seen that trick far too often. Just as the guard prepared to usher Gu Chen away, a Mercedes Maybach glided into view, coming to a stop not far from him. Moments later, a figure alighted from the passenger seat, promptly moving to open the rear door. Out stepped a man clad in a tailored suit and sunglasses, exuding the air of a successful individual. He approached with a confident stride, leading Gu Chen to believe he was a corporate executive arriving for a business discussion, prompting him to step back and grant the man passage. However, the security personnel decisively intervened, raising a hand to block the man's entry. "Not an employee of this company. Entry is prohibited." As the man removed his sunglasses, revealing a mysterious smile, he proclaimed, "I am the long-lost boyfriend of President Yin. If you let me in, you'll notice that Maybach over there. It belongs to me." The security personnel, having heard similar claims countless times, offered him no special regard. Their demeanor immediately turned serious. "Even if you were President Yan's long-lost husband, it wouldn't matter. Depart at once, or do not blame us for being ungracious." Following this, one of the security guards cast a disdainful and mocking glance toward Gu Chen, leaving him to interpret its meaning. Gu Chen was acutely aware of the implication behind that look, a retort to his earlier jest about being affluent while pointing at the Cullinan. His lips twitched slightly as his gaze fell upon the self-important man, who theatrically declared, "You had better call President Yin to verify my identity and grant me entry. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences." He then noticed a companion behind the man, filming the scene live on his phone, and the realization struck him. Goodness. It appeared that his wife's presence had become a means for these individuals to profit online. After the suited man finished his monologue, he quickly retreated, creating distance from the security personnel, as two guards had already drawn their tasers, ready to fire. Just as Gu Chen anticipated, the shameless fool would be dealt with. The sound of hurried high heels echoed from the lobby. A striking and competent woman, clad in a professional skirt suit, rushed toward him and respectfully bowed, saying, Mr. Gu. I apologize for the wait. Please, allow me to escort you inside. Gu Chen recognized her as the secretary who had accompanied Yin the previous day. As she slightly bowed and began to speak, the previously raucous atmosphere froze. All eyes fixed on Gu Chen, their expressions reflecting incredulity. A shared thought coursed through the crowd. Could it be that a true heavyweight was mingling among them? Gu Chen nodded, then stood tall and composed, entering the building alongside the secretary amidst the envious gazes of onlookers. As he passed the security personnel, one of them murmured, "Who exactly are you?" With keen perception and a willingness to enlighten, Gu Chen flashed a smile, revealing a row of pristine teeth. "I am President Yan's long-lost husband." The crowd fell silent. "Oh, by the way, may I borrow your taser?" Gu Chen stepped back, swiftly seizing the taser from the questioning guard. "Mr. Gu, what are you doing?" The security personnel exclaimed in alarm, fearing he might direct it against him. However, Gu Chen's status rendered them hesitant to act rashly. The secretary from the president's office personally came to receive him. Even if they doubted Gu Chen's claim, his identity was undoubtedly beyond their capacity to offend. "Rest assured, I merely wish to test it out and see its power. This device should be quite effective for swatting flies, shouldn't it?" Gu Chen grasped the electric shotgun, feeling rather comfortable with it in his hands for the first time. As he spoke, he had already aimed the gun at the man in the suit. The suited man immediately panicked, exclaiming, "Brother, what are you doing? Calm down. I apologize, but I find it rather difficult to remain calm upon seeing a fly. As for you, I'm merely attempting to swat a fly. There is no need for you to be so anxious," Gu Chen replied with a faint smile. And he pulled the trigger. In the next moment, the suited man collapsed to the ground amidst the crackling sounds of electricity. He could barely let out a scream, rendered numb, and his companion was similarly incapacitated. Gu Chen then fired 2 more shots, accurately hitting the suited man as accomplices. Instantly, the men gathered at the entrance of the building were struck with fear, scattering in all directions. "Damn it, we've encountered a madman. We can't afford to provoke him." "How exhilarating. You can handle the aftermath," Gu Chen remarked, handing the electric shotgun back to the security personnel before striding confidently into the building. "Hello, sir. I am Chao Shuang, the secretary who contacted you via WeChat." She introduced herself as they entered the president's exclusive elevator. It was evident that the young lady preferred to keep her fiancé's identity concealed at the company, which was why she had referred to Gu Chen as Mr. Gu in front of so many outsiders. "Oh, it's you. I appreciate your assistance this afternoon," he responded. "Not at all. It is my honor to assist you, sir," Chao Shuang replied, her cheeks flushing with excitement. Upon their second encounter, she noticed a remarkable transformation in Gu Chen. Gone was the aura of a loser. He appeared far more handsome than before. His vitality and spirit were incomparable to what they had been previously. More importantly, he now exuded an indescribable charm that made her heart race at the mere sight of him, leaving her too shy to make direct eye contact, fearing that a single glance would ensnare her completely. As the man of the young lady, she dared not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. "What about those live streamers outside?" Gu Chen suddenly inquired. He could overlook those who occasionally approached his wife in hopes of seizing his position, but he could not tolerate those who exploited her reputation for profit through live streaming. "Rest assured, sir, those individuals won't even catch a glimpse of the young lady. She never uses the main entrance of the company. She always accesses the president's office directly from the underground parking lot," Chao Shuang explained. However, since Gu Chen had raised the issue, she felt compelled to take action, adding, "I will ensure that in the future, anyone engaging in live streaming will be dealt with in the same manner as you just did." Gu Chen nodded in satisfaction. The two swiftly arrived at the door of the president's office, where Gu Chen's striking appearance and enigmatic identity attracted the attention of several secretaries in the office, sparking a flurry of animated discussions. "Sir, this is the young lady's office. Please, go ahead," Chao Shuang said, pushing open the heavy door and gesturing for Gu Chen to enter. As he stepped inside, he lifted his gaze and was met with an unexpected sight. Chapter 69. The red rod and green umbrella. When Gu Chen and Su Ro's gazes met, both of them stiffened momentarily. Su, Gu. Just as they instinctively were about to call out each other's names, they quickly suppressed their voices. An incredulous thought surged in both of their minds. Could it be that she is my aunt? Could it be that he is my nephew by marriage? In an unspoken agreement, they swiftly composed themselves and chose to act as if they were strangers. Yin Yun observed the rapid change in their expressions, feigning ignorance, and approached with a warm smile, affectionately linking her arm with Gu Chen's. With a charming demeanor, she introduced them. "Darling, this is my aunt. Aunt, this is my husband, Gu Chen. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you, Gu Chen said awkwardly. His heart remained relatively calm, albeit shocked that Su Ro was Yin Yun's aunt. However, Su Ro was in turmoil. Her heart struck by a heavy blow that made it nearly impossible for her to breathe, her complexion turning ashen. The second spring of her life. A love that had been dormant for nearly 20 years was now abruptly declared over before it even had the chance to truly begin. She longed to flee and catch her breath, to escape this moment. Hello, you are truly quite the catch. No wonder Yun Yun has taken a liking to you. Su Ro managed to utter, her voice trembling as she forced a smile. Her gaze roamed over Gu Chen, and she noted how the well-tailored attire made him even more charming and handsome. Each glance brought a pang of heartache. You are quite beautiful as well, aunt. Gu Chen replied awkwardly, his eyelids twitching as a sense of foreboding washed over him. To his dismay, Su Ro's floating pink hearts had reached an unprecedented value of 99. Please, take a seat, Yin Yun invited, personally preparing a cup of tea for Gu Chen. When she looked up, she noticed Su Ro's pale face and disoriented demeanor, prompting a sympathetic sigh from her as she feigned concern. Aunt, are you experiencing low blood pressure? Your complexion seems rather concerning. Is it? Su Ro momentarily froze at Yin Yun's comment, her hands instinctively touching her cheeks in an attempt to appear more composed. Quickly, she regained her composure, striving to conceal the tumult within her heart. Perhaps you didn't tea rest well last night? Su Ro recalled how Gu Chen had blocked her last night, leaving her restless and sleepless. Now, seeing him again in such a context, her expression grew even more dreadful. Yet, she understood the necessity of keeping her relationship with Gu Chen hidden from Yin Yun. Otherwise, how could they coexist in the future? My husband is also skilled at massages. Exceptionally so. Would you like him to give you a massage to relieve some of your fatigue? The moment those words left Yin Yun's lips, both Gu Chen and Su Ro's hearts tensed up. Su Ro instinctively glanced at Gu Chen, her eyes filled with yearning, but quickly shook her head in rejection. No. I'll just have some tea to gather myself. Having spoken, she lifted her teacup and took a sip, using the warm liquid to wash away her feelings of anxiety, unease, and heartache. Yin Yun had been closely observing the subtle expressions of the two, particularly noting her husband's gaze towards Su Ro. Finding nothing particularly amiss in his demeanor, her jealousy began to dissipate significantly. Observing her aunt deliberately avoiding the situation and managing her emotions, she inferred that her aunt understood how to navigate the relationship with Gu Chen moving forward. Satisfied, she took another sip from her teacup. Though the atmosphere remained tinged with silence, Gu Chen refrained from initiating conversation, feeling as though this gathering was a carefully orchestrated trap set by his wife. He was acutely aware that she had certainly discovered that the Aunt Su mentioned in their WeChat conversation referred to Su Ro. He was also aware that she likely harbored misunderstandings regarding his relationship with Su Ro. Over the past few days of being around Yin Yun, he had gleaned some insight into her temperament. She was prone to jealousy. If she could feel jealous over their daughter, it was no surprise that a mature and beautiful woman like Su Ro would evoke similar feelings. Thus, he resolved to follow Yin Yun's lead, speaking less and acting more. After a moment, it was Yin Yun who broke the oppressive silence. Her gaze shifted to the box Gu Chen had brought and she inquired, Darling, what is contained within that box? Sensing her calm demeanor, Gu Chen let out a sigh of relief. The stifling atmosphere had nearly suffocated him. He had feared that his wife possessed no trust in him whatsoever, ready to accuse him of an improper relationship with Su Ro. This is a special type of fruit mushroom that I have cultivated myself, brought here for you and Annie to sample its flavor, Gu Chen replied with a smile. Fruit mushroom? The peculiar name immediately puzzled both Yin Yun and Su Ro, their eyes widening in confusion, as though struck by this unfamiliar term. Although they were well-versed in various phenomena and curious tales, this so-called fruit mushroom was entirely new to them. As they remained in a state of astonishment, Gu Chen's confident smile came into view. With a slight upward curve of his lips and a gleam of pride in his eyes, he continued. This particular item is indeed exceedingly rare. I have dedicated many years, enduring countless trials and explorations, to finally cultivate this unique variety. Upon hearing this, Yin Yun's already radiant eyes sparkled even more brightly, akin to two brilliant stars shining in the night sky. It was as if she had suddenly discovered a new facet of her husband, her gaze filled with surprise and admiration, overflowing with affection as she looked deeply at Gu Chen. You can grow mushrooms? Gu Chen nodded slightly, a self-satisfied expression on his face. Indeed, I have harbored a profound interest in mushrooms since childhood, and my passion for them knows no bounds. My grandfather, a highly esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, was a figure of great respect. During my childhood, I would eagerly follow in his footsteps, venturing into the deep, mysterious forests to gather precious medicinal herbs. My particular fascination lay with mushrooms. From a young age, I embarked on an experimental journey, attempting to hybridize various species, tirelessly exploring and testing until I successfully cultivated an array of new mushroom varieties. In fact, I possess a nickname. Do you know what it is? Gu Chen's words piqued the immense curiosity of Yin Yun and Su Ro, who, regardless of the truth behind them, found themselves utterly captivated, especially eager to learn more about Gu Chen's past. Thus, when Gu Chen posed his question, they both instinctively inquired, "What nickname?" "The villagers affectionately refer to me as the Mushroom King," Gu Chen replied with a subtle smirk, brimming with pride. As for whether the two believed his whimsical tale, that was of little consequence. It was essential to lay the groundwork first. Otherwise, he would find it even more challenging to explain the peculiar mushrooms that might arise later. After all, his grandfather had departed many years ago, and how he chose to weave his narrative was entirely his prerogative. The moniker Mushroom King elicited laughter from Yin Yun and Su Ro, who found it rather extravagant, although they were somewhat skeptical of Gu Chen's claims. Their curiosity about the fruiting mushrooms within the box intensified. "Let us see the fruits of your research," Yin Yun smiled. "Before I unveil it, I must share something else." Gu Chen suddenly reached out, gently brushing aside Yin Yun's bangs to reveal a scar near her temple. "Darling, this mushroom might possess healing properties for your scar. If it proves effective, do not be overly astonished." "Such effects?" Yin Yun paused, gazing at Gu Chen in surprise. This revelation startled her even more than the notion of fruiting mushrooms. With countless biotechnology companies worldwide researching scar removal products, the idea that a mere mushroom could accomplish such a feat seemed utterly implausible. Yet, seeing the tender and sincere gaze in Gu Chen's eyes, she instinctively wished to believe him. Even if it was merely an attempt to amuse her, she felt immense joy for all that this man was doing for her. An indescribable wave of emotion surged within her, and her voice trembled slightly as she asked, "So, did you research this specifically for me?" "Indeed. I began my research right after visiting you in the hospital. Fortunately, I planted them in the villa yesterday, and they sprouted today," he replied. "That quickly?" Yin Yun and Su Ro were once again astonished. "Well, mushrooms grow rapidly by nature, and since this is a new variety I cultivated, it is only natural. The mushrooms I brought are not fully matured. I merely wanted you to sample their flavor first," he explained. With this, Yin Yun and Su Ro had little reason to doubt him, as they had never specifically studied mushrooms themselves. "All right, my love, my dear aunt. The moment of witnessing a miracle has arrived." Gu Chen wore a mysterious smile as he slowly and ceremoniously lifted the lid of the exquisite preservation box. In the fleeting moment when the lid was lifted, a vibrant green light, akin to a spirited sprite, eagerly danced before the eyes of the onlookers. Following this, an unprecedented aroma, so unique that it could ignite the taste buds of humanity, wafted through the air. The rich fragrance enveloped them. Yin Yun and Su Ro, seemingly enchanted, found themselves utterly captivated by this alluring scent, instinctively swallowing in unison. "Those pink stems and green caps. Are you certain these aren't toxic mushrooms?" Su Ro inquired, struggling to swallow the saliva pooling in her mouth, her remaining rationality prompting her question. Yin Yun, awakened from her reverie, instinctively echoed the same concern. One must understand that even the peculiar pink stems would evoke trepidation in anyone with a modicum of knowledge about mushrooms. And who among them would dare to taste such an ominous sight? "Are you sure it's safe to eat?" "Rest assured, I have personally tested it, and it is absolutely non-toxic. Ladies, who would like to be the first to sample this mysterious delicacy?" Exchanging a glance, the hesitation and curiosity within Yin Yun and Su Ro reached a crescendo at that moment. Should they muster the courage to experience the unknown flavor? Chapter 70, The Blissful Initiation of a Novice. "Dear, you go ahead. I shall feed you. Is it truly to be consumed raw?" "Indeed, the texture is exquisite. A single bite will leave an indelible impression upon you. But, my love, I feel a twinge of fear." It was not that she lacked faith in Gu Chen. Rather, her ingrained apprehension regarding poisonous mushrooms hindered her from taking that final step. Despite her mouth watering at the delightful aroma wafting through the air, Gu Chen smiled gently, teasing her affectionately. "Fear not, my dear, come sit upon my lap. I shall embrace you as I feed you." "Oh." Yet, in the next moment, to Gu Chen's astonishment, Yin Yun rose obediently and gracefully settled onto his lap, her bashful demeanor utterly charming. The wild scenes from the previous night flashed simultaneously in both their minds, causing their hearts to race in unison. Instinctively, Chen wrapped his sturdy arm around Yin Yun's delicate waist, holding her as one would a small child, drawing her closer into his embrace. Su-ro observed the intimate exchange between the two, oblivious to her surroundings as they brazenly indulged in their affection. A pang of jealousy welled up within her, leaving her unaware of the lament in her gaze directed towards Chen. But that was not the end of it. The ensuing scene nearly caused her to choke on her own breath. Chen gently retrieved a mushroom from the box and brought it to Yin Yun's rosy lips. "Oh." Open wide. His deep, magnetic voice resonated near her ears, sending shivers down her spine and rendering her utterly defenseless. She instinctively opened her mouth. With a crisp snap, the mushroom shattered in her mouth, releasing an unparalleled burst of flavor, sweet with an indescribable fragrance. This aroma was a realm she had never before encountered, captivating her soul in an instant, leaving her ensnared in its allure. Could it be that she, Yin Yun, a distinguished heiress who had tasted all manner of delicacies, was now experiencing such a novel flavor? "My dear husband, it is simply divine. I desire more." Yin Yun licked her lips, still savoring the lingering taste. In just 2 bites, she polished off the mushroom. While her eating might lack elegance, Chen found great delight in her unabashed enthusiasm. Without hesitation, he presented another mushroom to her eager mouth. After devouring 7 delectable mushrooms, Yin Yun remained unsatisfied. Just as Chen reached for an 8th, he found the box empty. To his surprise, Su-ro, with tearful eyes, clutched the box of mushrooms to her chest. "You are both being excessive. Did you not say I could have a taste as well?" Her voice, tinged with a hint of sobbing, jolted Chen and Yin Yun from their secluded bubble of intimacy. "Aunt, what troubles you?" Yin Yun stared at Su-ro, bewildered by her sudden tears, feeling a pang of guilt for perhaps flaunting their affection a tad too brazenly in front of her aunt. "What is wrong with me? I do not know why I feel this way," Su-ro lamented, her voice heavy with sorrow. God knows how heart-wrenching it was for her to witness the affectionate display between the two, each moment piercing her heart like 1,000 needles. They appeared utterly oblivious to the feelings of a heartbroken soul. Not only was she grappling with her own emotional turmoil, but she had also been led to believe that the mushrooms they had brought were meant for them to share. Watching Yin Yun relish the delicacy, she found herself yearning to taste it as well. Yet, this couple seemed to have completely forgotten about her. If she had arrived just a moment later, she would have missed even the chance to lick the plate clean. The stark neglect pushed her to the brink of despair, and ultimately, she succumbed to her overwhelming emotions, breaking down in tears. Alarmed, both Yin Yun and Chen rushed to her side. Yin Yun quickly rose from Chen's embrace, hurrying to comfort Su-ro by gently stroking her back. "Auntie, please try to remain calm. Let us talk this through," she urged. The last time she had seen Su-ro in such a state was at her late uncle's funeral. "If you are feeling down, why not have a mushroom? It might lift your spirits," she suggested. For Chen, this was the first time witnessing Su-ro in tears. Previously, she had always presented herself as a dignified matron. He had never imagined she could possess such a vulnerable side. Yin Yun has someone to care for her, someone to feed her. And what about me? I am merely a lonely, unloved soul, and I refuse to eat if no one feeds me. Su-ro wailed, resembling a child in her despair. Yin Yun felt a headache coming on, realizing that her aunt was likely recalling the painful memories of losing her husband. She glanced at Chen, hesitating for a moment before resolutely stating, "Darling, please feed Annie a mushroom." "What?" Chen was taken aback, instinctively shaking his head in refusal. No, I cannot do that. It should be you who feeds her, my love." Su-ro's emotional turmoil escalated, her distress reaching a terrifying peak. With her heartache intensifying, she cried out, "Leave me be. I am nothing but an ill-fated widow, unloved and unwanted. At my age, I am simply a source of disdain." Yin Yun's head throbbed in response to Su-ro's lamentation. She shot Chen a glare, as if to say, "If I were capable of handling this, why would I need you?" Yet, Chen remained steadfast in his refusal, silently reiterating his denial. Feeling helpless, Yin Yun pleaded, "Darling, Andy is our elder. Consider it an act of filial piety, just this once, please." Internally, she too felt reluctant about Chen feeding Su-ro. But witnessing her aunt's escalating sorrow filled her with dread that Su-ro might succumb to a relapse of depression. Seeing the genuine concern in Yin Yun's eyes for Su-ro, Chen reluctantly acquiesced, "Very well, I shall consider it an act of respect for my elder. But, my dear wife, please do not be jealous." He was indeed apprehensive about Yin Yunchio settling scores later. "Rest assured, why would I feel jealous? I am hardly the type to be consumed by jealousy." Yin Yun glared at Chen, questioning if she truly appeared to be such a petty person. Afterward, she gently patted Su-ro's back, speaking softly as if to soothe the child. "All right, dear aunt, Please do not cry. Chen has promised to feed you just this once. Upon hearing this, Su-ro immediately ceased her sobbing without a hint of hesitation. Yin, Chen, goodness, must you be so easily persuaded? Please do not deceive me. At my age, I cannot endure even the slightest deceit. Observing the awkward expressions on their faces, Su-ro dabbed at her slightly swollen eyes with a tissue, all the while speaking. Chen and Yin exchanged glances. Resigned to their fate. I must touch up my makeup. I cannot bear to present my most unflattering visage to you, she declared. Moments later, Su-ro retrieved her compact mirror to refresh her makeup, and upon seeing that her weariness and a few blemishes had nearly vanished, she turned to Chen with anticipation, saying, "All right, I am ready." Chen, gazing at the lively little heart above her head, felt a surge of anxiety as he retrieved a mushroom from the box and brought it to her lips. Before he could utter a word, Su-ro instinctively opened her mouth as if she had been eagerly awaiting this moment. The instant the delightful mushroom touched her palate, she experienced an unprecedented explosion of flavor that washed over her taste buds. Her gaze toward Chen transformed, her long-suppressed emotions finally breaking free. Chen watched in astonishment as the value on the display leapt from 99.5 to a perfect 100. The little red heart began to shimmer with radiant brilliance. In the next moment, he felt an urgent premonition that Su-ro was about to undertake a wildly impulsive act. A voice within urged him to prevent her from doing something reckless. His forebodings soon materialized, as Su-ro gazed deeply into his eyes and began, Chen, I. But before she could finish, Chen called out louder to Yin, "Wife, there is something behind you." Instinctively, Yin turned her head to look behind her. Without hesitation, Chen raised his hand and delivered a swift slap to Su-ro's face. Chapter 71. Taking a second bite of soft rice, a crisp sound echoed through the office. As Yin turned around, she witnessed Chen striking Su-ro's right cheek. A resounding slap followed as Su-ro's left cheek also received a blow. Yin's eyelids twitched violently, her expression one of utter astonishment. It was the first time she had ever witnessed her aunt being struck, and by none other than her own husband. She was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom why Chen would engage in such an outrageous act. Su-ro was equally taken aback, momentarily forgetting the pain as she realized it was her first experience of being slapped in the face, and not just once, but twice. Chen, too, was in a state of shock. It was his first time striking a woman's face. The first slap was a conscious decision. The second, however, left him dazed, as if one slap had not sufficed, compelling him to deliver another. He never anticipated that these two slaps would sound so resounding. Nor could he control their force. It was entirely dictated by the skill known as Happy Slapper. "Allow me to explain," he hastily interjected, speaking at a speed he had never mustered before. "This mushroom is called the beautiful mushroom. For older women, if the face experiences strong stimulation while consuming it, it enhances the absorption of its nutrients, thereby achieving better effects in acne removal and skin nourishment. Aunt, you just ruined your makeup, and I noticed some prominent pimples on your face. I thought I'd give you a little nudge. After consuming a few of these mushrooms and washing your face, those blemishes should vanish." As for whether the effects of acne removal would be immediately visible, Chen could not afford to dwell on that. He was focused solely on navigating the current predicament. Upon hearing Chen's seemingly rational, yet fundamentally flawed explanation, Yin's expression darkened, resembling a storm cloud laden with frustration. The rage bubbling within her, if not for the fact that this man was her husband, might have erupted like a volcano. Now, she could only suppress her emotions, her mind racing to devise a calm and clever strategy to diffuse this exceedingly awkward situation. How to address Chen's slap? It was a source of both comfort and indignation. Comfort, because this slap seemed to sever any potential jealousy-inducing threats. Indignation, however, stemmed from the sheer rudeness of his actions. After all, Su-ro was still her aunt. Striking Su-ro was akin to striking her own face. Yet, gazing at the man who was both a troublemaker and her beloved husband, she found herself at a loss for how to respond. Other than temporarily setting aside her displeasure and gently soothing Su-ro, there seemed to be no better course of action. With a beaming smile, she addressed Su-ro, "Auntie, if you feel that Chen has acted incorrectly, you may scold me first. He is still young and somewhat inexperienced. His actions are often impulsive. Given that consuming the mushrooms can yield such effects, he ought to have discussed this with you beforehand, which is a fault he cannot evade. Rest assured, once we return home, I shall gently guide him to recognize his mistakes." After speaking, She subtly signaled Gu Chun with her eyes, hoping he would grasp her kind intentions and refrain from further rash actions. My dear, don't you have matters to attend to? Please, go ahead. I shall keep Annie company in your absence. Yin Yun cast another glance at Gu Chen, urging him to depart swiftly. However, Gu Chen merely shook his head gently. How could he leave at this moment, when he was still unaware of the true purpose of the happiness enforcer? He was deeply touched by Yin Yun's defense of him in such a predicament, instead of directing her ire towards him. Yet, he could not reveal the genuine reason for the situation. He had no choice but to take the blame. If he disregarded Su Ro, the ensuing chaos would likely spiral out of control. Curse it. The only one to blame was his own overwhelming charm. Having already caused a ruckus among his acquaintances, he pondered why the effects of the happiness enforcer had yet to manifest. Just as doubt crept into his mind, fearing Su Ro might turn against him, he observed the pink heart above her head swiftly diminishing to zero. In that instant, Su Ro's astonished and tender gaze became unexpectedly clear. Yin Yun, do not blame Gu Chen. It is my fault. He is acting in my best interest. Su Ro uttered words that only Gu Chen could comprehend, delivering a stunning blow to Yin Yun. Completely bewildered, Yin Yun could not fathom how Su Ro could utter such incomprehensible phrases. Today, she truly witnessed the enchantment of the world, feeling as though she might be dreaming. After I finish these mushrooms and wash my face, the effects will be evident, correct? Su Ro calmly inquired of Gu Chen. Indeed, he replied, nodding in astonishment, feeling as though the powers of the happiness enforcer were remarkably potent. It had seemingly erased Su Ro's unwarranted feelings for him, and despite her cheeks being slightly swollen, she remained remarkably composed, as if nothing had transpired. In a moment, Su Ro consumed the last 2 mushrooms and, with a look of satisfaction, headed to the restroom in the office. Congratulations, host. You have successfully utilized the happiness enforcer, safeguarding your familial happiness. Charm 5, current charm, 505 seconds. Physique 1, current physique, 42. 4. Happiness points 100, current points, 100. Gu Chen's eyelids twitched. There were even rewards. System, does that mean I receive rewards every time I use the happiness enforcer? Indeed. Overjoyed, Gu Chen turned to Yin Yun, who was still in a daze, and remarked, My dear wife, perhaps you should wash your face as well. Your scar might just heal. Upon hearing this, Yin Yun snapped back to reality, rubbing her temples in frustration, and gazed at Gu Chen with a hint of bewilderment. What exactly is going on between you and my aunt? What else could it be? I just explained everything quite clearly, Gu Chen replied nonchalantly. Yin Yun twitched her lips, wondering if she appeared so easily deceived. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a surprised shriek erupted from the bathroom, causing Yin Yun to jump and rush over. Meanwhile, Gu Chen felt a sense of relief and leisurely lifted his teacup to savor the tea. Inside the bathroom, Su Ro had splashed her face with water and, upon glancing in the mirror, was astounded to witness the swelling from Gu Chen's earlier blow visibly diminishing at an astonishing pace. In mere moments, her cheeks returned to their original state. What astonished her further was the newfound smoothness and delicacy of her skin, as the few blemishes on her face had completely vanished. This is nothing short of miraculous. If I could consume this magical mushroom every day, who would need skincare products or makeup? She exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. What happened, Aunt? Yin Yun inquired as she entered to find Su Ro grinning at her reflection like a schoolgirl. Yin Yun, you must wash your face too. Gu Chen was lying. The mushroom truly works wonders. As soon as Yin Yun spoke, Su Ro eagerly pulled her closer. Look, my acne is gone. I've even removed my makeup, but my skin appears more radiant and supple than ever. Upon closer inspection, Yin Yun was taken aback. Her heart raced as she noticed a warm, tingling sensation at her scar. She quickly washed her face, focusing particularly on her forehead where the scar lay. When she lifted her gaze to the mirror once more, an unbelievable sight greeted her. The once grotesque scar had notably faded. Both Yin Yun and Su Ro stood with their mouths agape, utterly astonished by the scene before them. The miraculous mushroom developed by Gu Chen was truly extraordinary. This was indeed a boon for women. Minutes later, the 2 women emerged from the bathroom, their faces glowing with joy and delight. Gu Chen, I never expected you to be such a genius, capable of cultivating a food as extraordinary as the magical mushroom. I am incredibly grateful, Su Ro exclaimed as she took a seat, showering Gu Chen with praise. Aunt, if you enjoy it, you can have it often, Gu Chen replied with a wry smile. Knowing that even without his suggestion, Su Ro would likely pursue him for more mushrooms in the future. Is that true? Su Ro's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She had feared that Gu Chen would declare the mushroom scarce and unavailable at home. Of course it is, Gu Chen affirmed with a nod. Since you've already addressed me as aunt, I recognize you as my niece-in-law. Here, take this card. Feel free to spend it on whatever you wish. Consider it a gift from your aunt for our first meeting. As she spoke, Su-ro drew a diamond card from her handbag and handed it to Gu Chen. Taken aback, Gu Chen instinctively glanced at Yin Yun, who gave him a reassuring nod. Only then did he accept the bank card with a hint of delight. The moment he grasped it, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding, the host has successfully taken a second bite of the soft meal level 1. Chapter 72. I am just a dependent. Why am I working so hard? Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy. By all that is holy, had he truly just indulged in his second helping of soft rice? What a delightful surprise. The level of soft rice had ascended to level 2, unlocking new benefits. The host no longer needed to wait 24 hours to learn golden skills. Huzzah! At last, he could grow stronger. However, given the current circumstances, he decided to take his time. There was no rush in learning. Auntie, thank you. I'll treat you to lunch. Gu Chen said generously, pocketing the diamond card that Su-ro had given him. Giggle. Well then, I shall not be polite. By the way, when can I savor those delightful mushrooms again? Su-ro chuckled, her laughter a melody, yet her mind was fixated on the exquisite mushrooms that had captivated her taste buds. Tonight will be perfect. The mushrooms will be larger and more mature, and they won't disappoint you, Gu Chen assured her. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Yun chimed in. Darling, so it seems that slapping faces truly enhances the effects. Why didn't you slap mine earlier? After consuming 3 mushrooms, the blemishes on her face had vanished, yet after devouring 7, the scar on her forehead still bore some traces. She pondered if the lack of a slap had diminished the efficacy. Gu Chen nearly burst into laughter at her innocent musings. His beloved wife was simply adorable. He stifled his chuckles and replied in a playful tone, a slap upon you would hurt my heart. My dear, I could never bring myself to strike you. At his words, Yin Yun playfully punched his chest with her tiny fist, feigning annoyance. You're insufferable. How utterly cheesy. Su-ro felt as though she had been struck with a dagger. Never mind. Her spirits were high, and she chose not to dwell on the antics of the young couple. Hee, my dear wife, your bashful demeanor is truly charming, Gu Chen remarked, gently brushing aside Yin Yun's bangs. Let me see how well your scar is healed. It has healed splendidly. It has faded significantly, Yin Yun replied obediently, her face radiant with happiness and sweetness. After inspecting, Gu Chen placed a soft kiss upon the scar, saying, this is a final farewell to the scar. Once you consume the mature mushrooms tonight, it shall completely vanish. Really? Yin Yun's eyes sparkled with delight. Having consumed 7 mushrooms, she was already quite content with the results. Indeed, I mentioned that the mushrooms you consumed earlier were not fully matured. Hence their effects on scar and blemish removal were not optimal. The mature ones are the true delicacies, Gu Chen declared confidently. Eliminating scars is a trivial matter, who knows? I might even develop mushrooms that can slow aging and erase wrinkles in the future. I shall ensure you remain eternally 18. Hee. Upon hearing this, Su-ro was the most exhilarated. Gu Chen, are you serious? You're not teasing auntie, are you? There will truly be mushrooms that can slow aging and erase wrinkles? As a middle-aged woman, what frightened her the most? She fears the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, dreading the relentless passage of time that brings aging. For now, she can rely on cosmetics and a myriad of skincare products to feebly maintain her youthful appearance. Yet, what will happen in a few years? The thought of transforming into an elderly woman with an unappealing visage is unbearable to her. Of course, in due course, there will be solutions. The remarkable effects of Piao Piao Gu, which her aunt has witnessed, are significant, entirely natural, and devoid of side effects. Trust me, she urges with a playful grin. The 2 women nod in unison, fully convinced by Gu Chen's words. How could any woman not desire eternal youth? At noon, Gu Chen treated the 2 ladies to a lavish Western meal, costing him an extravagant 50,000, charged to the diamond card provided by Su-ro. It afforded him the exhilarating experience of spending without concern for the amount. Naturally, during the meal, Su-ro was once again humorously fed a dose of dog food by Gu Chen. To cater to this soon-to-be elderly lady, he thoughtfully poured her several glasses of red wine, soothing her fragile heart. After dining, Su-ro departed for Yin Yun's villa, waiting patiently for her chance, while Yin Yun continued her industrious work. Meanwhile, Gu Chen had arranged with his secretary, Chao Shuang, to inspect several restaurant locations. Throughout the journey, Chao Shuang displayed remarkable professionalism and dedication. After a few hours, Their rapport had grown considerably, and Gu Chen no longer maintained any pretentious airs, allowing their conversation to flow freely. By the way, my wife is the company's president. Why does everyone refer to her as Miss? It's habitual, as our chief assistant addresses her that way, making it feel more endearing than calling her President Yin. Don't you think? Indeed, it does feel more affectionate. Isn't the chief assistant named Li Xiaoxue? Upon mentioning Li Xiaoxue, admiration sparkled in Chao Shuang's eyes as she nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Yes, Sister Xiaoxue is exceptionally capable. She's the most impressive presidential secretary I've ever encountered and one of the most trusted by Mississippi." Gu Chen recalled the heart-wrenching scene of Li Xiaoxue weeping in the hospital that night, agreeing wholeheartedly with Chao Shuang's sentiments. It seemed that Li Xiaoxue and his wife shared a notably close relationship. As the time for kindergarten dismissal approached, Gu Chen inquired, "What time do you usually finish work?" Huh? Chao Shuang was momentarily taken aback. "I meant, what time do you typically clock out at the company?" All the secretaries in the president's office usually wait until Miss finishes before they leave. Given that his wife had always been portrayed as a workaholic prior to their marriage, Gu Chen curiously asked, "Doesn't that mean you work overtime every day? Is there overtime pay?" "Indeed, Miss is particularly generous with us when it came to salary matters." Chao Shuang perked up, her eyes narrowing into a blissful arc. "I was promoted this month and received a substantial raise." "Oh, how much?" Observing her excitement, Gu Chen inferred that her salary must be quite impressive. With a gleeful smile, Chao Shuang replied, "I received a 15,000 raise, not including performance bonuses. After careful consideration, I realized that my annual salary could increase by approximately 20 to 30%. Although it has become somewhat more arduous than before, I find immense joy in my work." Gu Chen was taken aback. Indeed, such remuneration is quite substantial. Chao Shuang, only a couple of years older than him, was enjoying such an enviable income at such a young age. It would be strange if she were not elated. Were it not for his own fortunate circumstances, he might well envy this woman. Well, let us conclude our outing for today and continue tomorrow with our final visit. Son-in-law, there is still ample time. We can certainly finish exploring the last shop and finalize your selection. I will then devote myself to processing the subsequent paperwork, aiming to complete all formalities by tomorrow. Additionally, I will arrange for a renovation company to commence work and hire staff, so that your restaurant can officially open within a week." Chao Shuang instantly transitioned into a professional demeanor, articulating her work plan with adeptness and efficiency. Gu Chen felt a wave of overwhelming responsibility. Is this truly the efficiency of a secretary under his wife's command? Nevertheless, he waved his hand, stating, "Let us stop here for today. There is no rush in the next couple of days." Chao Shuang, perplexed, replied, "Son-in-law, I believe that since you have decided to open a restaurant, every effort should be made to ensure its success. The market is unpredictable, decisiveness in action is vital, and we cannot afford to waste time." Having followed Yin Yun for many years, Chao Shuang had developed a decisive and efficient work style. Otherwise, she would have been eliminated long ago. "Indeed. I find your perspective quite valid," Gu Chen replied with a smile, nodding in agreement with Chao Shuang's sentiments. Her spirits lifted, she rolled up her sleeves, her pride evident as she proclaimed, "Then we, however," before she could finish, Gu Chen interrupted her with a raised hand. "But I still insist on concluding our work for today. We shall continue tomorrow." "Why?" Chao Shuang, suddenly doused with cold water, was bewildered, her enthusiasm slightly deflated. Gu Chen responded nonchalantly, "I'm merely a man living off the fortunes of others. Why should I exert myself so?" In truth, he remained somewhat indecisive about the necessity of opening the restaurant. If he could conceive a more effortless and straightforward means to enjoy his daughter's fortune, he would undoubtedly forego the arduous endeavor of running a restaurant. Chao Shuang was left speechless, utterly taken aback. Warm reminder, the restaurant ultimately did not open. But the theme remains unchanged and will not transform into a business narrative. Chapter 73, Are You Enamored with His Brother's Wealth? The next 3 chapters delve into the story of the supporting character Li Bing, whose infatuation may be overwhelming for some readers. Those with delicate hearts may wish to skip ahead, as it does not impact the subsequent plot. In a hotel room, Li Bing was roused from his slumber by the insistent ringing of his mobile phone. Upon awakening, he found himself in a hotel bed, with Lu Shui beside him, engaged in a phone conversation using his device. "Hello, Li Bing. Why haven't you responded to my messages? I went to the hospital today for a stomach ache, and you didn't show any concern for me." "Humph. I ended up spending over 800 yuan. You must reimburse me." Lu Shui, Upon hearing Lu Shuangshuang's accusatory tone demanding money, felt a wave of indignation. As a fellow woman, she had seldom encountered such shamelessness. With a frown, she retorted, "He is sleeping. You can speak to him once he awakens." On the other end, Lu Shuangshuang's irritation escalated upon realizing that a woman had answered the call. Her voice sharpened. "Who are you? Where is Li Bing? Put him on the phone." Lu Shui contemplated hanging up but noticed Li Bing was awake, gazing at her with a look of bewilderment. Panic seized her, and she hastily handed the phone to him. "Here, it's your girlfriend." The mention of Lu Shuangshuang, who had betrayed him, ignited a surge of resentment within Li Bing. He grasped the phone, but before he could utter a word, Lu Shuangshuang's furious inquiries pierced through the receiver. "Li Bing, who was that woman you were just speaking to? You ungrateful scoundrel, are you cheating on me?" Though Li Bing was typically mild-mannered, Lu Shuangshuang's unjust accusation stirred a flicker of anger within him. He was tempted to retaliate with a slap. Previously, he would have fervently defended himself against such suspicions, but after being enlightened by Gu Chen, he found Lu Shuangshuang's tone increasingly repugnant. Suppressing his ire, he replied coldly, "She is my classmate, Lu Shui. Is there something you need?" At that moment, Li Bing's mind was already scheming a way to retaliate against the treacherous pair. Upon hearing the name of the inconspicuous girl with glasses, Lu Shuangshuang's tone softened, even taking on a somewhat petulant edge. "Li Bing, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. How could you possibly be with Lu Shui? What are you two doing?" Had this been a typical day, Li Bing would have eagerly acquiesced to her whims. However, after witnessing her true nature, he felt a profound transformation within himself. Unmoved, he replied in a flat tone, "It's a long story. What do you want?" "Bing Bing, you don't love me anymore. How could you speak to me so coldly? I don't blame you for being alone with another girl." "Humph. Are you still angry with me? Do you misunderstand me?" Li Bing, lacking the patience to endure her further lamentations, interrupted, "Just tell me what you want from me." "Humph. It's all your fault. Yesterday, you were upset with me, and today I had to go to the hospital for my stomachache. You didn't take care for me or look after me. I am indifferent. You must cover the medical expenses amounting to over 800 yuan. Upon hearing Lu Shuangshuang's words, Li Bing was instantly reminded of the scene where Lu Shuangshuang and her male best friend embraced as they entered the obstetrics and gynecology clinic for an examination. His anger surged uncontrollably, and a cold smirk crept upon his lips as he replied, "Very well. Are you at the rental property? Wait for me. I will bring you the money, as I have matters to discuss with you." "You still dare to ask me for money? Ha! Now, I shall reclaim every penny with interest." At this, Lu Shuangshuang's voice betrayed a hint of panic. "Can't you just transfer the money directly via WeChat? If there is no money in WeChat, I can bring you cash. Besides, it's been a long time since we last met. I wish to see you." "All right, then come over." After hanging up, Li Bing turned to Lu Shui, who regarded him with a look of disdain, and said, "Lu Shui, accompany me. I wish to confront Lu Shuangshuang and clarify the situation." Of course, he refrained from voicing his true concern that in a fit of rage, he might harm Lu Shuangshuang and her male companion. Thus, he sought Lu Shui's company to prevent himself from making foolish decisions. He still retained a modicum of reason. Lu Shuangshuang was no longer worth his sacrifices. Such a sycophant. Lu Shui scoffed, unimpressed. Li Bing frowned. He was no longer a sycophant, was he? "All right. I can assist you, but you must treat me to dinner tonight." Li Bing's lips twitched. "No problem. By the way, why are you here?" He assumed he had fallen asleep and that Gu Chen had brought him here. To his surprise, upon waking, he found Lu Shui. Thankfully, Lu Shui was fully dressed, and it appeared nothing untoward had transpired. "This room is on my tab. I feared you might refuse to pay me back. Therefore, I had to wait for you to wake up to reimburse me," Lu Shui explained. Li Bing silently cursed Gu Chen's uncle. Was this truly a brotherly bond if he wouldn't even cover the room expenses? Meanwhile, in Lu Shuangshuang's cozy and exquisitely decorated room, soft light bathed the surroundings. Not long after Lu Shuangshuang hung up the phone, the door was abruptly pushed open, revealing a tall, handsome man who strode in with an air of casual familiarity, as if it were his own room. This man was Huang Gang, the male best friend Lu Shuangshuang had mentioned. He regarded Lu Shuangshuang on the bed with a look of suspicion and inquired, "Shuangshuang, who were you talking to just now?" At that moment, Lu Shuangshuang, clad in a delicate spaghetti-strapped nightgown, lay languidly on the soft bed. She slightly lifted her head, glanced at Huang Gang, and nonchalantly replied, "Li Bing. Who else could it be?" Upon hearing Li Bing's name, Huang Gang's brows furrowed instantly, and a clear displeasure spread across his face. He spoke in a low tone. "Why are you still in contact with him?" Lu Shuangshuang sensed the shift in Huang Gang's mood but showed no intention of backing down. She sat up, fixing her gaze upon Huang Gang, and coldly remarked, "Huang Gang, I made it abundantly clear before we became involved that you have no authority to meddle in my personal affairs." Faced with Lu Shuangshuang's unwavering stance, Huang Gang felt a pang of anxiety. Realizing he had displeased her, he quickly donned a congenial expression, swiftly seated himself by the bed, and gently embraced Lu Shuangshuang. Smiling as he said, "Oh, Shuangshuang, please don't be upset. I merely asked out of curiosity." However, Lu Shuangshuang was unmoved by his attempts. She forcefully extricated herself from his grasp, her eyes brimming with dissatisfaction and skepticism. Observing her reaction, Huang Gang hurriedly tightened his hold on her, anxiously explaining, "Shuangshuang, my dear, I truly did not intend to provoke your anger. I simply cannot comprehend why, having chosen to be with me and now carrying my child, you cannot sever ties with that Li Bing." He added, "Is there something I am lacking that fails to fulfill you?" Lu Shuangshuang shot him a fierce glare, her tone dripping with disdain as she retorted, "Aside from your prowess in bed, what else can you offer me?" Hearing her words, Huang Gang felt a wave of desperation, sweat beading on his forehead as he hastily countered, "That Li fellow is even poorer than I am. What can he possibly provide for you?" A hint of a smirk appeared at the corners of Lu Shuangshuang's mouth as she responded with a tone laced with sarcasm. "He may have been impoverished in the past, but the future remains uncertain." Huang Gang furrowed his brow in confusion, pressing for clarification. "What do you mean?" Lu Shuangshuang casually replied, "His closest friend has recently struck it rich with a wealthy woman, driving a Cullinan with one hand." Upon hearing this, Huang Gang's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape as he exclaimed, "What? Such incredible circumstances exist?" Lu Shuangshuang, noticing his astonishment, arched an eyebrow and scolded, "What are you so excited about?" Huang Gang sheepishly chuckled, scratching his head and stammering, "Well, I'm just thrilled for you, you know." "Oh, now I understand. You must have reconsidered your feelings for Li Bing after seeing his friend's success, right? Shuangshuang, you're not contemplating pursuing his friend, are you? Get lost. If I could attract his friend, what need would I have for you?" He, I was merely jesting. Please don't be angry, my dear. Li Bing will arrive shortly. Perhaps you should take a stroll until he leaves, then return." "Why? Am I not your male confidant?" "Get lost. Is there a male confidant like you?" "I am precisely that kind of male confidant." "Haha. No way. Be obedient. Step outside first. It would be awkward if Li Bing runs into you." "At the department store." "Boss, do you have any kitchen knives?" "Are you insane? Are you buying a knife to harm someone?" As Li Bing arrived at the department store to purchase a kitchen knife, Lu Shui, startled, promptly pulled him away. "If Lu Shuangshuang truly consorts with that man surnamed Huang, I wish to strike them down or be struck down by them." Li Bing declared fiercely, "You foolish fool. Do you truly think it's worth it for those two worthless individuals?" Lu Shui retorted, "I can't contain this rage." After a considerable effort, Lu Shui managed to soothe Li Bing's emotions, then sighed, "I've come to realize that the awakened dogged admirer can be quite terrifying." Li Bing felt an urge to protest that he was not a wretched sycophant, yet reflecting on his past actions made him wish to chastise himself. Li Bing and Lu Shui slowly approached the somewhat antiquated door of Lu Shuangshuang's rented apartment. Upon reaching the door, Li Bing paused, took a deep breath to steady his tumultuous emotions, and raised his right hand to knock. Knock, knock. The sound echoed crisply and resonantly, standing out in the stillness of the corridor. However, after a full 2 seconds, there was no response from within. The surroundings remained eerily quiet. Li Bing furrowed his brow, puzzled by the absence of any sound from inside. He then raised his hand again, this time striking the door with a bit more force. Knock, knock. The sound was more urgent and vigorous than before. Simultaneously, he called out, "Shuangshuang, open the door." At that moment, Lu Shuangshuang's voice, tinged with a hint of panic, finally emerged from within, accompanied by some disordered and chaotic noises. She urgently inquired, "Li Bing, is that you?" "It's me. Hurry and open the door." Li Bing's tone grew increasingly anxious. "All right, don't rush me. Just wait a moment." Lu Shuangshuang's voice sounded even more flustered, as if she were hastily tidying something within the apartment. Chapter 74. There is someone inside. After waiting for 10 seconds. When Lu Shuangshuang had yet to open the door, Li Bing, growing impatient, remembered that he possessed a key to the apartment. He promptly retrieved it and unlocked the door. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by the sight of Lu Shuangshuang, standing elegantly at the entrance of her bedroom, clad in a delicate pink spaghetti strap dress. Her complexion bore a hint of rosy allure, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Her long hair cascaded down in disarray as if she had just lazily risen from a soft, comfortable bed. Initially flustered by Li Bing's sudden entrance, Lu Shuang's demeanor shifted sharply upon noticing Lu Shui accompanying him. Her gaze turned piercing as she fixed it on Lu Shui, questioning Li Bing without hesitation. Why have you brought this woman here? Confronted by Lu Shuang's hostile glare, Lu Shui merely curled her lip in disdain, choosing silence over a response. Observing Lu Shuang's revealing attire, Lu Shui internally scoffed, wondering what this woman had been doing locked away in her room. Li Bing hurriedly interjected, "She did me a favor, and I'm taking her out to dinner shortly. So I brought her along. But speaking of which, why are you dressed like this?" Upon hearing his words, Lu Shuang's expression grew somewhat uneasy, instinctively lowering her gaze. She gently adjusted her slightly disheveled dress, murmuring, I've been suffering from severe stomach pain and was just resting." Li Bing's eyes involuntarily drifted towards the adjacent bedroom, noting its closed door, suggesting it was unoccupied. He inquired, "Where's Huang Gang? Is he not here?" As he spoke, a flicker of resentment crossed his features. Lu Shuang, instinctively wanting to retort at Li Bing's harsh words, held her tongue upon sensing something was amiss with his demeanor. A trace of panic flickered in her eyes, yet she maintained her composure, saying, "He's at work today and hasn't he returned yet?" Seeing the situation, Li Bing opted for brevity, waving his hand dismissively as he coldly stated, "Let us discuss this in your room. I have some important matters to inquire." Before she could protest, he forcefully pushed past her and strode into the room. "Hey, can't we talk out here?" Lu Shuang exclaimed, unable to stop him. Once inside the bedroom, Li Bing noticed the disarray of Lu Shuang's bed, seemingly corroborating her earlier claim of having been unwell. However, he soon detected a familiar scent that ignited his fury. "Why did you take so long to open the door?" he demanded. Lu Shuang instinctively averted his gaze, flicking her hair to mask her anxiety. She plopped down on the edge of the bed, cradling her stomach as she pitifully replied, "Didn't I just say? I was in pain. That's why it took me a moment to open the door." "Is that truly the reason?" Li Bing scoffed coldly. Lu Shuang instinctively felt a pang of guilt, yet having grown accustomed to being assertive in front of Li Bing, she reflexively straightened her neck and declared with feigned conviction, "Why isn't this the reason? Lu Bing, you truly are quite strange. Despite my obvious distress, you not only show no concern but also storm in and unleash your wrath upon me, uttering incomprehensible words." "Incomprehensible? Huh. I am the one who is incomprehensible." Li Bing was amused by Lu Shuang's words, feeling as though he had been a fool in the past, utterly bewitched by such a wretched individual. With a sudden thud, he slammed his fist against the wall, startling both Lu Shuang and Lu Shui, who flinched at the sound. "Have you been unfaithful?" Li Bing demanded. Lu Shuang had never witnessed such fury from him before, and she felt a twinge of fear. She recoiled slightly, her voice faltering. I haven't been unfaithful. What are you imagining?" "Huh, not unfaithful?" Li Bing scoffed coldly, then seethed, even at the brink of ruin. "You still dare to argue? Just now, I heard a man's voice in your room." Lu Shuang fell momentarily silent, unable to conjure a rebuttal, her mind racing for a strategy to salvage the situation. She knew she could not afford to lose Li Bing, but how could she rectify this predicament? Seeing her silence only fueled Li Bing's rage, and he bellowed again, "Speak. Have you already been in bed with that scoundrel Huang Gang?" "I haven't. Have you not? Are you certain?" Li Bing suddenly moved to the bedside, crouching to lift the duvet and peer beneath the bed. There was no one there, but he discovered a pair of men's shorts, and his inner fury threatened to erupt from his very eyes. The moment Lu Shuang and Lu Shui laid eyes on the shorts, their expressions were nothing short of extraordinary. Lu Shuang turned pale, thinking to herself that it was over. Lu Shui, on the other hand, appeared bewildered, her gaze darting around the room as if searching for a fourth person to emerge. "Huh. Is this what you call not being unfaithful? What on earth are these men's shorts doing here? They still bear warmth," Li Bing exclaimed through gritted teeth, hurling the shorts at Lu Shuang's face. "Speak. Have you slept with him?" Li Bing was relentless, as if he could not rest until he extracted the answer he sought from Lu Shuang. Lu Shui was at a loss for words. It was all so evident. Yet this man insisted on hearing it directly from her. "Speak. Have you slept with him?" Li Bing pressed once more. This time, as he questioned her, he slapped Lu Shuang across the face with a sharp crack. The sound echoed, and Lu Shuang was momentarily stunned, her cheeks swelling instantly from the force of the blow. It was evident how powerful Li Bing's strike was. This was the first time he had ever struck Lu Shuang. After delivering the blow, he felt a mix of bewilderment and a pure sensation of vindictive satisfaction. The atmosphere hung heavy in silence for several moments. Lu Shuang covered her face. Startled by Li Bing for the first time, she dared neither to protest nor to weep, ultimately biting her lip and admitting, "I slept with him." "How many times?" "Just once." "Heh, just once? You expect me to believe that you became pregnant and went to the hospital after only one encounter? You know everything?" Lu Shuang's complexion turned even paler. "What other explanation is there?" Li Bing suppressed the urge to slap Lu Shuang again, stating, "You two conspired to deceive me out of 5,000 yuan. Immediately return it to me, or I shall ruin your reputations." As for the money spent on clothing, bags, and gifts for Lu Shuang, Li Bing considered it a lesson learned. Upon hearing Li Bing demand money, Lu Shuang protested vehemently, turning to exclaim, "I did not betray you. It was Huang Gang who pinned me against the wall. He even tried to drag me to bed." "He forced you? If he truly did, would you not have pushed him away? Would you not have bitten him? Would you not have kicked him?" Before Li Bing could finish, Lu Shuang interjected passionately, "I did push him, and I kicked him too, but he was stronger. Then why did you not report it afterward? Why did you not tell me, and instead chose to be with him? Do you think I am a naive child to be easily deceived?" Li Bing's eyes blazed with fury, as if ready to commit murder. Unable to contain himself any longer, he slapped Lu Shuang again. The first slap had left her in shock, but now, fueled by her own anger, she instinctively wished to retaliate and sever ties with Li Bing. However, realizing that this would irrevocably end her relationship with Chen, she burst into tears, exclaiming, He recorded a video and threatened me. I'm scared. Do you want me to become an object of public scrutiny? Just kill me already. I no longer wish to live." Lu Shuang wept uncontrollably, presenting a pitiful sight. Li Bing was uncertain how much of Lu Shuang's words were true and how much were falsehoods, yet they ignited a murderous rage within him. "That bastard! I'll kill him." After venting his fury, Li Bing turned back to Lu Shuang, urgently asking, "Tell me, where is that scoundrel?" Lu Shuang, however, timidly shook her head. "I don't want to say anymore." "Speak." Li Bing clenched his fists tightly. "Where is he?" Yes. Just as Lu Shuang stammered, Lu Shui unexpectedly opened the wardrobe and exclaimed, there is someone inside." Chapter 75. You are the man destined to save me, Li Bing. "Do you truly believe that I merely entered to assist Shuang in repairing her wardrobe?" Huang Gang stammered, his face a portrait of terror as he gazed at the enraged Li Bing. "I believe you, MLGB. Li Bing roared, his eyes wide as if they were brass bells, veins bulging on his forehead. In an instant, he lost all semblance of reason, charging at Huang Gang like a frenzied beast. With a fist raised high, he summoned every ounce of strength to deliver a ferocious blow, his punch hurtling through the air like a cannonball, striking Huang Gang squarely in the eye. A dull thud resonated, and Huang Gang felt a wave of darkness wash over him, the world spinning as if countless stars danced above his head. However, Huang Gang was not one to be trifled with. Despite the pain from the blow, he quickly regained his composure. After all, he possessed a physique and strength that surpassed Li Bing's. As Li Bing's second punch came hurtling toward him, Huang Gang swiftly raised his hand to block it, countering with a retaliatory strike. In no time, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, each refusing to yield ground. As the rounds progressed, Li Bing began to feel the toll of exhaustion. Having skipped lunch, his earlier aggression was fueled solely by rage. His once fierce attacks gradually lost their intensity, while Huang Gang, invigorated by the skirmish, began to gain the upper hand. The sudden clash unfolded so rapidly that Lu Shuang and Lu Shui were momentarily taken aback. By the time they discerned the gravity of the situation, Li Bing found himself at a disadvantage. "Stop fighting!" Lu Shuang cried out in desperation, wishing to intervene and separate the two, but the combatants were blinded by their fury, disregarding her pleas. Helpless, she stood by, shouting in vain, her words falling on deaf ears. On the other side, witnessing Li Bing's peril, Lu Shui rushed forward without hesitation. Seizing the moment while Li Bing and Huang Gang were entangled in their struggle, she lifted her leg and delivered a powerful kick to Huang Gang. The sound of impact echoed as Lu Shui unleashed a flurry of kicks upon Huang Gang, each strike laden with force. "Please, stop fighting." Lu Shuang continued to implore from the sidelines. Lu Shui landed several more kicks, but to her dismay, Huang Gang seemed unfazed, firmly rooted in place. Frustration bubbled within her. She realized that this approach was futile. Swiftly, Lu Shui scanned her surroundings, her gaze landing on a metal clothes hanger within the wardrobe. Grasping it tightly, A glint of determination shone in her eyes as she prepared to strike Huang Gang's head. Just then, Lu Shuang dashed over, grabbing Lu Shui's arm with urgency, imploring, "Don't hit him, please, stop." Yet, at that moment, Lu Shui was consumed by rage, paying no heed to Lu Shuang's intervention. Conversely, she was engulfed by an unprecedented aversion towards the woman. With a sudden, forceful flick of her wrist, she freed herself from Lu Shuang's grasp and without hesitation raised her palm, delivering two sharp slaps that resonated crisply against Lu Shuang's face. Caught completely off guard by Lu Shui's sudden aggression, Lu Shuang stood momentarily dazed, unsure of how to react. In the next instant, fury surged within her, and the two women were embroiled in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, on the other side, bereft of Lu Shui's support, Li Bing found himself at a disadvantage against Huang Gang's relentless assault. Gradually overwhelmed, Li Bing was forced back onto the balcony. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Gang summoned all his strength to grapple with Li Bing, executing a shoulder throw that sent him hurtling off the balcony. A piercing scream echoed as Li Bing plummeted, akin to a kite severed from its string. This unforeseen spectacle left everyone present in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief at the perilous scene unfolding before them. They were on the 10th floor. Such a fall would surely spell doom. Li Bing, no? Lu Shui cried out in terror. In that fleeting moment of being thrown from the balcony, Li Bing felt an overwhelming numbness wash over him. All his anger transformed into sheer terror. How could he be so unfortunate, being thrown from a building twice in a single day? At that very moment, Gu Chen and Xiao Shuang were preparing to depart when Xiao Shuang remarked, "You go ahead. I'll take a taxi back to the office." Just as she finished speaking, a man's anguished scream pierced the air above them. Gu Chen instantly recognized the sound, looking up in shock. What, again, is it Li Bing? Has he developed an addiction to jumping off buildings? As Li Bing closed his eyes, despairing while awaiting his fate, a miracle unfolded. He felt himself enveloped in a familiar, broad embrace. Gu Chen, is that you?" He instinctively called out. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the silhouette of the familiar man against the light. Once more, he found himself in the comforting grasp of a princess Carrie. With a sudden thud, he was unceremoniously discarded. Everything felt astonishingly familiar. Ha ha. Li Bing laughed heartily, the moment bringing him a profound sense of relief. In that instant, he felt liberated from his feelings for Lu Shuang, compared to the notion of love. The simple fact of being alive felt like a blessing. What are the odds of a man being saved in the same manner by the same person twice in one day? It felt predestined. Gu Chen, you are the man destined to save me. Li Bing's heart resonated with exhilaration, the melody of excitement playing in his mind. It's him. It's him. It's definitely him. My good brother. Gu Chen, looking at Li Bing with a furrowed brow and an expression of disdain, remarked, "I swear, you were sleeping soundly in the hotel. And then you decided to leap several blocks just to land on my head. Are you addicted to jumping?" A chill ran through his heart, and he couldn't help but recall a song. "You descended from the heavens, landing upon my crown." With a visage as exquisite as jade and eyes as clear as flowing water, a fleeting smile ignites a fervor within my soul. Damn. No, my friend. I did not leap voluntarily on either occasion. Gu Chen, uninterested in listening to Li Bing's rambling, had little time to spare as he was en route to pick up his daughter. He raised his hand, interrupting, "Speak. What is the situation this time?" "I sought to collect a debt from Lu Shuang, only to catch them in the act," Li Bing confessed. "So you thought to take the plunge again?" Gu Chen replied, a look of disdain crossing his face. "Just after swearing before me that you wouldn't be a sycophant anymore. And you do this?" That S nodded. Li Bing scratched his head, looking sheepish. "I was thrown down by my romantic rival." Gu Chen's lips twitched in annoyance, wishing he could disavow any association with this fool. He turned to Xiao Shuang, who was lost in thought, and said, "Did you hear that? There has been an attempted murder upstairs. I leave the matter in your hands." With that, Gu Chen departed, driving away in his Cullinan. "Wow, he is so handsome," Xiao Shuan exclaimed, her gaze fixated on the taillights of Gu Chen's car. Witnessing him save a man from a high fall with such ease had left her utterly astonished. Regaining her composure, she looked at Li Bing and declared, "Lead the way. I shall seek justice for you." All right, the next chapter will return to the main plot. For those who dislike the side characters, your discomfort is about to end, haha. Chapter 76, Teacher Chen, then you must be a hammer. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a kaleidoscopic glow upon the slide, while the kindergarten was alive with the joyous laughter of children. However, the most talked about topic on this day undoubtedly revolved around Gu Siyu and Gu Siding's extraordinary father, the superhero. Whether frolicking on the playground or seated in the classroom listening to stories, the children could not contain their whispers of curiosity about this enigmatic and formidable figure. Consequently, the daughters of the man in question, Gu Siyu and Gu Siding, instantaneously became the center of attention, leaving them bustling with activity throughout the day. The elder sister, Gu Siyu, typically exuded an air of aloofness. When approached by an eager throng of curious peers, she merely cast a fleeting glance before dismissing them. Most of the children, filled with anticipation, approached her to inquire about Gu Chen, only to leave disappointed, their hopes dashed by the icy demeanor of this beautiful girl. In contrast, the younger sister, Gu Siding, was far more vivacious and approachable. She welcomed the inquisitive children with open arms, enthusiastically recounting the daily adventures of her father, who resembled a superhero. She vividly described how he possessed immense strength, effortlessly lifting heavy objects, and how he bravely assisted others in overcoming challenges. She also shared heartwarming and amusing interactions with her family at home. Little Siding spoke with such animation that it felt as though those scenes unfolded right before their eyes, leaving her peers in awe, their mouths agape in astonishment. During the arts and crafts class, the children sat around a small table, absorbed in creating their masterpieces. At that moment, a little girl with adorable braided pigtails quietly approached Gu Siding, her face reflecting a hint of disappointment and dejection. She softly inquired, Siding, why are you ignoring me today? This girl was none other than Siding's closest friend. Humph. Who told you to deceive me with your words? I shall sever our friendship for a day. Siding crossed her arms defiantly, pouting with a haughty expression, turning away. Zhou Yuqing, taken aback by this declaration, looked bewildered with her round, sparkling eyes. What did I say that deceived you? I cannot recall at all. Humph. Little Siding huffed, still refusing to turn back to face Zhou Yuqing. At that moment, Zhou Yuqing hurriedly grasped Siding's sleeve, shaking it gently as she pleaded, Siding, please don't ignore me. I have a secret to share. Upon hearing the mention of a secret, the previously irate Siding perked up, bounding over like a little rabbit. Her adorable ears perked up as she leaned closer to Zhou Yuqing, asking eagerly, what secret? Tell me quickly. Just then, her elder sister Siyu, who had been observing quietly from the side, interjected unexpectedly, Oh, little Siding, weren't you just vehemently declaring that you would sever ties with her for a day? How is it that you've changed your tune so swiftly? Upon hearing her sister's words, little Tingting's expression instantly froze. However, she quickly regained her composure and confidently replied, Can we not cut ties tomorrow? Let us keep it a secret for today. With that, her large, glistening eyes, reminiscent of black grapes, sparkled with curiosity and gossip. As she eagerly leaned in closer to Zhou Yuqing's lips, urging, Come on, Qing, don't keep me in suspense. Tell me what the secret is. Zhou Yuqing, not one to withhold information, covered her mouth with her hand and began to whisper in Tingting's ear. Yesterday, my dad was playing hide-and-seek with the nanny in the room, and the nanny wore my mom's clothes. When I discovered this, my dad told me not to tell my mom, as it was a secret between us. Now that I've shared this secret with you, you must promise not to tell anyone else. Upon hearing these words, Tingting's face displayed a look of utter bewilderment. Her eyes wide and her mouth slightly agape, as if she were completely taken aback by the revelation. Why would your dad play hide-and-seek with the nanny? And why would he wear your mom's clothes? That is so strange. Tingting exclaimed, tilting her head in an attempt to comprehend the situation, yet she found herself utterly perplexed. Zhou Yuqing shook her head, her expression mirroring Tingting's, filled with confusion and bewilderment. After a moment, as if a thought had suddenly struck her, she added, Also, the nanny imitated me calling my dad and called my mom husband. When I heard that, I found it really odd, which is why I rushed to tell you. Now, Tingting was increasingly convinced of the absurdity of the situation. In her household, the nanny always referred to her father as son-in-law in a proper manner. It was utterly bizarre for her to mimic a child's and the mistress's terms of endearment for the master. This inquiry was far too complex for the two little girls, and Tingting pondered that she would have to ask her father about it when she returned home, as he might provide her with a reasonable explanation. All right. I've shared such an important secret with you, so you mustn't ignore me today. Zhou Yuqing blinked her big eyes, looking at Tingting with anticipation. Okay. Since you've told me all this, we want to sever our friendship today. We are still best friends. Tingting smiled as she took Zhou Yuqing's hand, and they exchanged a smile, dispelling any prior discontent, restoring their bond as the inseparable friends who shared everything. Before long, the last class of the day arrived. All right, children. Today we've learned a lot and had great fun. Haven't we? In the large classroom, there were 7 or 8 teachers and a dozen children. The homeroom teacher, Shen Mingyao, clapped her hands and smiled at the children. Yes, we had a wonderful time. The children chimed in unison. Undoubtedly. The highlight of their day was seeing the superhero dads of the Sea Sisters. Very well, let us embark on a delightful little experiment together in this lesson, shall we? Indeed. With all the children's eager gazes upon her, Chen Mengyao retrieved a small hammer, a chopstick, and a potato, placing them upon the little table. She then took the potato and the chopstick, inserting the latter into the former. Holding the potato aloft, she inquired, "Now, do you think that if I gently tap the top of this dainty chopstick with my small hammer, the potato resting upon it will suddenly plummet like a mischievous sprite?" Chen Mengyao, hammer in hand, curiously asked the children surrounding her. "Certainly," shouted a chubby little boy with enthusiasm. "It will definitely fall," echoed another little girl in agreement. "Oh, is that truly the case?" Chen Mengyao raised an eyebrow, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. Her bright, expressive eyes scanned the circle before finally settling on the most vocal child, little Tingting. She extended her finger and gently prodded, saying, "Then, dear Tingting, why don't you share with the teacher your reasoning behind your certainty that the potato will indeed fall?" Upon hearing her name, little Tingting beamed with a radiant smile. Without a moment's hesitation, she proudly declared, "Because I have tried it. Just yesterday, I attempted to sneak a bite of the mushrooms in my daddy's bag. But my sister warned me that those mushrooms were poisonous and absolutely not to be eaten. In a flash, she swatted my little hand, and whoosh, the mushroom I was holding fell to the ground. So I believe that with just a good tap or a knock, things will fall," she concluded, shaking her head with a sense of pride. Chen Mengyao, upon hearing Tingting's innocent explanation, could not help but chuckle. She gently patted Tingting's head and softly remarked, "Ah, I see. However, Teacher Chen must earnestly remind you that your sister is indeed correct. Some mushrooms do contain toxins, and consuming them mistakenly could make us ill or even endanger our lives. Henceforth, be sure not to eat things indiscriminately. Understood?" Yes, I understand." Little Tingting nodded obediently, her large eyes sparkling with charm. "Well then, let us officially commence our intriguing experiment and see if little Tingting's assertion holds true," Chen Mengyao said with a smile, her face aglow with anticipation and excitement. She gently shook the hammer in her hand and then raised it steadily, aiming it at the top of the chopstick to begin her tapping. However, an unforeseen occurrence took place. What everyone expected was for the potato to fall straight down the chopstick as anticipated, but the reality was quite the opposite. To their astonishment, the little potato not only refrained from falling obediently but, as if enchanted, began to slowly ascend toward the top of the chopstick. How marvelous! How could this be? It is simply incredible! The classroom erupted in a cacophony of voices as the children animatedly discussed the astonishing outcome, each one expressing their profound surprise at this unforeseen result. Now, dear little ones, the splendid experiment has come to a close. However, it appears that this outcome diverges significantly from what Tingting had previously suggested. At this moment, the teacher wishes to pose a question to her bright and clever students. Can any of you enlighten me as to why the potato did not fall but rather ascended? Engage your little minds and ponder this thoroughly. Chen Mengyao regarded the children with a gentle gaze, patiently awaiting their responses. As soon as she finished speaking, all the children fell silent, furrowing their brows as they delved into deep contemplation. "The teacher possesses magic," one suggested. "No, the potato simply adores hammers," came another. "The potato can climb chopsticks." Yet another chimed in, but none of these were correct. "Well, we simply do not know," with everyone at a loss. Chen Mengyao chuckled and said, "The principle is quite simple. Some of our classmates can be rather mischievous at times, and it is only through a little encouragement, much like a gentle tap, that they recognize the value of diligence." Upon hearing this, all the children suddenly understood, sticking their tongues out in realization. Only the usually quiet C unexpectedly interjected, "Teacher Chen, then you must be the hammer." Chen Mengyao. Chapter 77, 10 seconds, 100 yuan. At the entrance of the kindergarten, the parking lot was filled with an array of luxurious vehicles. During the dismissal hour, this place transformed into the most elite car exhibition in Shudu. Gu Chen stood quietly at the school gate, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the interior, his heart brimming with anticipation for his child. In the moments of waiting, he chose to delve into the study of the invincible combat technique. Taking a deep breath, he softly uttered, "System, learn the invincible combat technique." Those seemingly simple words possessed an enchanting power. As soon as they left his lips, a formidable and mysterious force surged towards him like a raging tide. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded his mind as if a dam had burst. It was an unprecedented experience. Each move and stance encapsulated the essence of relentless honing and boundless transformation. These magnificent combat skills transformed into dazzling beams of light, illuminating every corner of his consciousness. At that moment, time appeared to lose its significance. Chen became utterly immersed in this new realm. His awareness transported to intensely fierce battle scenes. He envisioned himself engaging in life-and-death struggles against ferocious beasts amidst towering mountains, battling ruthless bandits in the vastness of the desert, and even confronting terrifying sea monsters amidst the surging ocean waves. Each brush with death and every miraculous escape pushed him to transcend his limits, amassing invaluable combat experience. Through the trials and tribulations of countless hardships, he had finally forged the formidable individual he was today, a peerless champion standing atop the world, unmatched by any adversary. Was this the essence of the invincible combat technique? Chen casually threw a punch, a yearning igniting within him to seek out a formidable opponent for a fierce bout of 300 rounds. The sensation was that of true invincibility. He longed for someone to test his newfound prowess. With a physique of 42.4, he was now fully capable of unleashing the complete power of the invincible combat technique. Contemplating his acquaintances, only Lan Dai seemed a fitting rival. It was settled he would challenge Lan Dai upon returning home. In high spirits, Chen muttered to himself, "With the invincible combat technique, I have acquired the fundamental abilities to protect my daughter and wife." His anxiety diminished significantly. Next, he planned to learn firearms proficiency, thereby gaining the ability for ranged attacks. Perfection. Just as he reveled in the promise of a bright future, a message from Chao Shuang arrived, providing an update. The individual who had thrown Li Bing down the stairs had been apprehended, facing charges of attempted murder and rape, among others. In summary, a prison sentence of at least 10 years was certain. Upon reading the message, Chen, puzzled, inquired, "What on earth is this about rape?" Chao Shuang replied, "Your friend's ex-girlfriend accused him of rape, and semen was found in her system. I thought it could be advantageous for your friend, so I had the lawyer take the case. They're currently registering the details." After reading the message, Chen could only remark that Lu Shuang was indeed a venomous viper. Li Bing's predicament at her hands is quite justifiable. His grudge against being betrayed has been avenged, and he even sent a message to express his gratitude. However, Chen disregarded the thanks entirely and directly inquired, "You cannot possibly still be hung up on Lu Shuang, can you? For heaven's sake. To leap from a building twice for a venomous woman, if he were to harbor any lingering feelings. He would prefer to send that fool to the afterlife with a single slap. Existing is merely a waste of air." Li Bing replied, "Not at all. I simply wish to say that Sister Chao Shuang is truly formidable." With just a few words, she made that wretched Lu Shuang compensate me 5,000 yuan for emotional distress. I have regained all my losses, essentially enjoying several years' worth of benefits from Lu Shuang without any cost. Chen remarked, "How should I put this? It is rather satisfying. Secretary Chao Shuang is exceptionally capable." Li Bing continued, "I have completely moved on. My only desire now is to amass wealth, and I have no interest in women. Old Gu, lead me to success swiftly." Chen assured him, "Rest assured, as long as you are diligent in your efforts, you shall surely soar." Li Bing then posed a question, "By the way, I have a query. When did you become so impressive? You managed to catch me securely after I fell from the 10th floor?" Chen was taken aback. Could it be that his charm had lost its effectiveness? The charm had a function that obscured the awareness of those around the protagonist. If forgotten, refer back to chapter 20. Just as he harbored doubts, a sense of calm washed over him. Li Bing exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, after all this time, I had no idea that a superhero was right beside me." Chen replied, "I have worked hard to keep my identity concealed. Just keep it to yourself and do not spread it around. I only revealed it to save your life." Li Bing responded, Understood. My friend gets it. Hee." After chatting with Li Bing for a while, the kindergarten gates opened, signaling that the children were about to be dismissed. Chen promptly put away his phone and, alongside other parents, stood waiting in the reception area of the kindergarten. "Hello, handsome. I haven't seen you here to pick up your child before." A gracefully dressed woman approached Chen, initiating a conversation. "Hello. I haven't seen you either." Chen replied politely yet distantly. He was acutely aware of his allure to women, a realization that made him cautious, preferring to maintain a safe distance from unfamiliar females. "You are quite amusing. My daughter's name is Zhou Yuqing. What is your child's name?" "Gu Siyu and Gu Sighting. They are twins," Chen said with a hint of pride. Zhou Yuqing's mother was taken aback for a moment before responding. "I have only heard of Yin Siyu and Yin Sighting, who were in the same class as my daughter and are good friends." Upon discovering that she was speaking to the mother of her daughter's classmates, Chen's demeanor warmed slightly. "Yes, my daughter previously took her mother's surname, but now she follows mine." At this revelation, Zhou Yuqing's mother expressed her astonishment, and the others nearby cast incredulous glances in Gu Chen's direction. Not to mention, the fame of the Yin sisters was well known. They were rumored to be the young ladies of one of the 5 prominent families in Huaxia. Though this had never been substantiated, the school maintained strict confidentiality regarding students' information, unless disclosed by the individuals themselves. Given Gu Chen's age, he must be just in his early 20s. How could he possibly have such 2 large daughters? Zhou Yuqing's mother exclaimed in astonishment. You are their father? How old are you? She had assumed that Gu Chen was merely standing in for someone else to pick up the children. Gu Chen merely smiled slightly and refrained from responding. He was disinclined to discuss such personal matters with strangers. Realizing her rudeness, Zhou Yuqing's mother quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I was too forward. Young man, my apologies for our tardiness, she added. Just as Gu Chen was about to assure her that it was no problem, 2 young nannies, Li Ming and Fong Jing, approached. Initially, there were some skeptics regarding Gu Chen's words, but upon seeing the familiar nannies who regularly escorted the children, they could not help but believe him. Suddenly, amidst the crowd, someone called out, and all eyes turned towards the school. The children, hand in hand, lined up and, under the guidance of their teachers, emerged in an orderly fashion. All the parents eagerly awaited their children, ready to embrace them as they exited, just as they always did. Super Dad is here. A child, with keen eyes, spotted the tall and upright Gu Chen and excitedly shouted. This call was momentous. The children who had been at the front, eagerly anticipating the warmth of their parents' embrace, abruptly turned as if they had heard a battle cry and dashed towards Gu Chen, exuberantly shouting, Super Dad, I want to be tossed high. Me too. I want to play. Observing these unfamiliar little ones charging towards him like cannonballs, Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback, standing frozen in place. Simultaneously, the parents who had been awaiting their children's embrace were equally dumbfounded. Their expressions a mix of astonishment and confusion, utterly bewildered by the unfolding scene. What was happening? What did Super Dad mean? What was this toss high they spoke of? They seemed unable to comprehend even a single word. In an instant, the entrance of the kindergarten was enveloped in chaos and bewilderment. Wait, can someone explain this to me? Who told you that you could ask me to toss you high? Gu Chen exclaimed as a swarm of children surrounded him like eager chicks. He felt overwhelmed. Ting Ting said Super Dad is amazing at tossing high, and that he can play with all of us. A chubby little boy exclaimed while hugging Gu Chen's leg enthusiastically. This was the same boy who had raced ahead fastest. Yes, it was all Ting Ting who told us. The other children chimed in. Gu Chen couldn't help but facepalm, realizing he had been sold out by his own little cotton-padded jacket. Daddy! At that moment, the excited voice of little Ting Ting rang out. Gu Chen looked up to see the 2 sisters running towards him. As the 2 sisters approached, the children instinctively shifted aside, creating a clear path for them. Little Ting Ting skipped joyfully ahead, while Xia Siyu, with her hands tucked into her pockets, trailed behind like a poised little queen, exuding an air of cool detachment. Did you tell them that Daddy can toss them high into the air? Gu Chen inquired, crouching down to embrace Ting Ting with affectionate indulgence. The little girl nuzzled against his cheek and, with a bob of her head, cheerfully replied, Yes, yes. Daddy, just play with them, okay? With such earnest encouragement from his darling, Gu Chen felt compelled to acquiesce, though he added, It still depends on whether their parents agree. No sooner had he spoken than all the children turned their hopeful gazes toward their parents, their eyes brimming with yearning. The sight was enough to soften the hearts of every parent present. Moreover, they were intrigued by the adoration the children seemed to have for Gu Chen. Had they inadvertently missed out on something extraordinary? Each parent silently resolved to inquire more about their children's admiration upon returning home, with nods of agreement directed at Gu Chen. All parents signaled their consent. Reluctantly, Gu Chen resigned himself to the fact that he would indeed play with the children. However, just as he prepared to lift the most enthusiastic little chubby boy to commence the fun, Xia Siyu interjected, Dad, wait a moment. Before we play, we need to ensure safety measures are in place. As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Mengyao and another teacher unfurled a map before Gu Chen. He looked at his eldest daughter with appreciation. Her foresight was commendable, while he believed he could manage without a hitch. It was essential to provide the parents with sufficient reassurance regarding their children's safety. Just as Gu Chen positioned himself on the mat, he was taken aback as Xia Siyu waved to Li Ming, who promptly placed a WeChat payment QR code around the little girl's neck. Xia Siyu then looked up at all the parents and announced, Dear uncles and aunts, my daddy relies on this skill to support our family, so payment is required before playtime. She continued, 10 seconds for 100 yuan. Gu Chen. All parents. Chapter 78. How to split the money. 100 yuan, 10 seconds? Chen clicked his tongue, pondering whether his daughter was perhaps a tad too shrewd. However, he was overthinking it. What do parents who can afford to send their children to this prestigious school lack the least? Money, indeed. What they lack most is time, the time to accompany their children. Being able to take a moment to pick up and drop off their little ones is already the greatest expression of love they can offer. Thus, as long as spending money brings joy to their children, they will spare no expense. As for those parents who rely on nannies for transportation, it is even simpler. For the little masters and princesses have their own allowances. Then, to Gu Chen's astonishment, parents began to whip out their phones to scan the payment codes. Ding. WeChat payment received. 300. Ding. WeChat payment received. 500. Ding. WeChat payment received. 1,000. A continuous series of notifications rang from the little girl's watch. 10 seconds? How could that possibly suffice for their beloved children to play? Thus, most sessions began at 30 seconds, with some extending to a full 100 seconds. Listening to the cacophony of numbers, Gu Chen felt overwhelmed. Goodness, with over 100 students, how long must he work at this children's amusement facility? Dad, let us get started. Time to make some money. The little girl, busy collecting payments, turned back to remind Gu Chen that it was time to commence. Meanwhile, Li Ming and Fang Jing began organizing the children into lines, 30 seconds on this side, 40 seconds on that side. Little Chubby, you can go first, Gu Chen said with a smile, looking at the round, cherubic child before him. He thought to himself that he must not dawdle any longer. He could not afford to hold back his adorable daughter. Without further ado, Gu Chen took a deep breath, securely grasped the chubby child's plump form, and with a powerful thrust, launched him skyward like a cannonball. Yoo-hoo! I'm flying! The airborne child exclaimed with glee, his voice ringing clear and bright, akin to a jubilant bird soaring freely in the sky. Wow! So high! I want to go that high too. The other children, witnessing little Chubby ascend like a shooting star, erupted into excited squeals, their eyes sparkling with envy and longing. In that moment, they were wholly absorbed in the joyous game, forgetting all their worries and concerns. Meanwhile, the parents of little Chubby stood anxiously to the side, nervously clutching their clothing, their hearts lodged in their throats. After all, from such a height, a slight miscalculation on Gu Chen's part could result in their precious child getting hurt. However, as the seconds ticked away, their anxieties gradually dissipated. Daddy, time us up, little Ting Ting called out cheerfully. Just as Gu Chen had begun, the little girl had pressed the timer on her watch. The trio, one collecting money, one timing, and one playing, functioned with clear roles. As soon as little Ting Ting announced that time was up, Gu Chen halted his actions. The chubby little one, akin to a nimble sprite, gracefully and safely descended back into Gu Chen's embrace. A radiant smile of excitement and satisfaction adorned the child's face, completely unfazed by any fright or harm. At that moment, a thunderous applause erupted in the venue. Both the children and their parents wholeheartedly clapped their hands, their palms flushed yet undeterred in their enthusiasm. Everyone was enraptured by Gu Chen's mesmerizing skills, their eyes brimming with admiration and awe. Next. No, let us go for 5 at once. Gu Chen stood at the center of the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the eager little eyes surrounding him. If he were to proceed one by one, it would take an eternity. Thus, he resolved to launch 5 children into the air simultaneously. With the mastery of his unparalleled combat skills, controlling 5 little ones was but a trifling task. However, he remained cautious. After all, if he threw the children too high, not only would their parents fret, but the children themselves might succumb to the fear instilled by such heights. Otherwise, with his abilities, handling 10 at once would be well within his grasp. With a gentle command, he sent the 5 children soaring into the sky, like light birds taking flight. Yay! I'm flying! I'm a little sprite! Joyous exclamations rose and fell in delightful succession. All present widened their eyes, mouths agape in astonishment, rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. In the air, the 5 children, under Gu Chen's deft control, formed a perfect circle as they ascended and descended. They resembled a small Ferris wheel slowly turning, radiating gleeful light in the sunshine. How fun! Ha! The laughter of the children echoed throughout the school. Compared to soaring alone, the joy of flying alongside their peers was undeniably greater. In this moment, they seemed to forget all their worries, lost in a sea of bliss. Gu Chen found himself engaged for half an hour, gaining a legion of devoted little fans. Meanwhile, classmate Ciyu pocketed 60,000 yuan, adding it to her little treasure trove. In the chauffeur-driven car, Ciyu rarely displayed a joyful smile. Dad, how should we divide this money? Gu Chen was taken aback, watching his daughter's growing cheerfulness, his heart swelling with happiness. He mused to himself that these 2 little girls were not lacking in wealth. They were already budding millionaires. Surely they would not covet his trifling share? So, he decided to test her filial piety. Dad doesn't need any. It's all for you and your sister. Consider it pocket money I've earned for you. Just as he anticipated that the little girl would be moved and share the money with him, she nodded earnestly. Okay, thank you, Dad. Entirely devoid of any intention to share, Chen felt a chill in his heart. Dear daughter, I was merely being modest when I spoke. You truly want to give me anything? Upon hearing this, Xiao Siyu looked at him with an odd expression. Father, does that mean your words hold no weight? Ah, I was just joking. Of course my words carry weight, he replied. Hee, I knew Daddy treats us the best. Suddenly, Xiaoting joyfully planted a kiss on Gu Chen's cheek. She had no concept of money, but the fact that her father earned her pocket money delighted her. You. What made you think to charge for this? They are all classmates and friends. Gu Chen was eager to understand the little girl's reasoning. Xiao Siyu calmly responded. They still have to pay tuition at my school. Gu Chen's lips twitched, momentarily leaving him speechless. As he pondered in silence, Xiao Siyu continued, Moreover, Dad, if you accidentally make a mistake and someone gets hurt, wouldn't you have to take responsibility? We charge them to ensure they can play safely. Pausing for a moment, a certain resolute light flickered in her eyes. Since childhood, I have aspired to shoulder the family's responsibilities. I cannot let mother struggle alone. So I consider everything from a business perspective. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen gazed at his daughter in astonishment. Could this truly be the legendary business prodigy? Upon returning to the villa, Gu Chen immediately informed his two daughters, I have wonderful news. The beautiful mushrooms are ready for picking. When mother returns, we shall go collect them together, shall we? Yes. Upon hearing about the beautiful mushrooms, Xiaoting danced with excitement, eager to rush out and pick them right away. But Dad, didn't you say they are poisonous? What are we picking them for? Unlike her sister, who was solely focused on the fun, Xiao Siyu was more contemplative. Gu Chen responded with a mysterious smile. Before a butterfly emerges from its cocoon, it is but an inconspicuous caterpillar. Do you think the beautiful mushrooms will undergo a transformation? The little girl paused, recalling the delightful surprises her father had brought her, and her expression shifted from skepticism to anticipation, just as the three were about to discuss further. Gu Chen received a phone call from his mother, Yang Xiaofeng. Seeing the caller ID, he instinctively looked at Xiaoting. Did you speak with your grandmother today? The little girl nodded enthusiastically. I spoke with Grandma at noon. Gu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. It seemed his mother was calling for him. So he instructed Li Ming and Fong Jing to take the sisters inside the villa while he stepped aside to answer the call. As soon as he connected, Yang Xiaofeng's sharp voice, filled with inquiry, came through eagerly. Did you secretly give your sister money behind my back? Yes, I did. What is the matter, Mom? Oh dear, you've really gotten yourself into trouble, haven't you? She came back driving a super flashy sports car, parading around. Now the whole village is in an uproar, all coming to gawk. The presence of onlookers is rather pleasant, is it not? It indicates that my sister is thriving. Driving such a dazzling sports car. Surely, it brings pride to both you and father, does it not? Pride, my foot. She has brought nothing but shame upon me. I am currently seething with anger, brandishing a broom, chasing that little rascal from one end of the village to the other, utterly exhausted and breathless. Yet I still have not caught up with her. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled and quickly inquired, Mother, what on earth has transpired? Please. Do not rush. Take your time to explain. Yang Xiaofeng, still fuming, continued, that reckless little girl has no driving skills whatsoever, yet insists on emulating others by showing off and racing. Consequently, she drove straight into Old Wang's field. The car is now stuck in the mud, unable to move. While a crowd of nosy villagers has gathered around, pointing and gossiping, it is utterly embarrassing. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips, envisioning his sister's disheveled state and the scene of onlookers laughing. Knowing that this was something his sister would indeed do, he found it both amusing and exasperating. Mother, what kind of sports car did sister purchase? What can one buy for 500,000? I am quite curious. That model, what was it called? Su 7. Oh dear, I've forgotten again. Chapter 79. Mushroom picking inside a luxurious Bentley cruising down the road, Zhao Meili gazed tenderly at her daughter, Zhou Yuqing. Did you have fun today, sweetheart? Absolutely. Tingting's dad is incredible. I wish my dad could be as amazing as him. Zhou Yuqing's eyes sparkled with admiration and longing. She felt particularly joyful today. Indeed, little Tingting was her best friend. While all the other children received money, she had not. Zhao Meili paused, recalling Gu Chen's youthful, handsome visage and his remarkable skills, which undoubtedly inspired on the children. Not only the kids, but even she, a married woman, found herself envious of the allure of another's husband. However, as a devoted wife and mother, Zhao Meili understood the importance of maintaining familial harmony and her husband's dignity. Despite her admiration for Gu Chen, she could not belittle her own husband in front of her daughter. With a gentle smile, she reassured Zhou Yuqing, "Sweetheart, you mustn't say that. Although your father and Gu Dad have different styles, they each possess unique merits. Your father has his own strengths. Sometimes we may overlook them." After speaking, Zhao Meili warmly embraced Zhou Yuqing, enveloping her in a comforting hug. "Really?" Zhou Yuqing furrowed her little brow in contemplation, comparing Gu Chen with her father in her mind. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "Dad is older than Gu Dad. Zhao Meili, is that considered a merit?" As thoughts of her husband's dwindling vigor crossed her mind, she couldn't help but frown. Indeed, men in their 40s often begin to decline. Many of her friends had voiced similar concerns, and she too felt anxious. At just 30, she couldn't fathom the idea of beginning to live as a widow at such a young age. Following her friend's advice, she had purchased supplements for her husband. But after some time, the effects had been minimal. "Mom, what other merits does Dad have?" "I can't think of any." Zhou Yuqing blinked her big, innocent eyes, looking perplexed at Zhao Meili. "Your father." Zhao Meili smiled slightly, then hesitated. After 8 years of marriage, she had once seen only virtues before tying the knot. Now, all she perceived were flaws. Just as she braced herself to list a few merits, Zhou Yuqing exclaimed joyfully, "Oh, I remembered. Dad can play games and hide-and-seek." Realizing she had let slip a secret, the little girl quickly covered her mouth and shook her head. "Oh, that's a secret between Dad and me. We can't tell Mom." "You and Dad have secrets that you can't share with Mom?" Zhao Meili chuckled, finding her daughter utterly adorable, and she dismissed the thought. Dad said not to tell Mom, hee. So I only tell my best friend Ting." Meanwhile, at the Yin family's villa, Gu Chen finished a phone call and returned to find Su Ro and the two little girls playing together. To be precise, it was a delightful playtime with little Ting, while Xia Siyu had already begun to diligently practice her dart throwing. Upon hearing from Ting that the mushrooms were cultivated by Yu and her two sisters together, Su Ro, filled with curiosity, inquired as Gu Chen entered. She had waited the entire afternoon for Gu Chen to return and take her to experience the liberty of harvesting the delightful mushrooms. Indeed, the growth of these mushrooms owes much to the efforts of the two little girls. Gu Chen did not forget to praise his daughter. Ting, beaming with pride at her father's compliment, puffed up her small chest and exclaimed, "Yes, I poked so many holes." Su Ro, her eyes wide with amazement, affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair and laughed. "Wow, has little Ting become so capable?" In her memory, this little girl was the epitome of laziness. She never anticipated that in front of her father, she could exhibit such industriousness. Observing the harmonious interaction among the trio, she felt that she should not harbor any unnecessary thoughts. It was for the best for everyone involved. Around 6 o'clock, Yin returned. Noticing that Lan Dai was not accompanying her, Gu Chen curiously asked, "Darling, where is Lan Dai?" "Oh, she's on a business trip and won't be back until quite late." Yin replied. "I see." Gu Chen responded, somewhat disappointed, as he had looked forward to sparring with Lan Dai. "What do you need her for?" Yin asked, her gaze skeptical as she looked at her husband. Feeling a twinge of unhappiness, she thought, he returns without embracing her. And his first concern is for Lan Dai's whereabouts. "I wanted to learn some combat techniques from her, to better protect you and our daughter," Gu Chen explained. He noticed the subtle shift in Yin expression and surmised that she was feeling a bit jealous. He quickly stepped forward to envelop her in a warm embrace, gently kissing her forehead, and said, "Darling, you've worked hard. Welcome home." "Oh dear, Annie is still here. You shouldn't be so forward," Yin playfully protested. Though her heart was filled with sweetness, this was the life she had always desired, returning home after a long day of work to be cared for by her husband. Receiving hugs and kisses, greedily, she nestled closer in Gu Chen's arms, her cheeks flushed, and coyly remarked, "Oh, I'm just earning money for my husband." "It's not hard at all." Witnessing the couple's affectionate display, Su Ro could only clutch her chest, fervently reciting calming mantras in her mind. She seriously suspected that this couple was deliberately flaunting their affection in front of her. She could only lament how fate plays tricks. She had fallen for the wrong person. "Come, my love, let us go mushroom picking." "Yay, we can finally pick mushrooms." Upon hearing the delightful news, little Ting joyfully dropped her toy and leaped with excitement. Meanwhile, the diligent Xia Siyu quietly organized her equipment. Soon after, the group set off towards the mushroom grove in high spirits. Yin was also filled with anticipation. eager to see what the mushroom grove described by her husband and daughter truly looked like. She could hardly believe that these three had orchestrated such a grand endeavor in secret, observing the expansive woods enclosed by a fence. Yin Yun couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Hee, indeed. Today, my father helped us earn quite a bit of pocket money. Little Ting Ting, unable to keep a secret, immediately recounted the story of how the three of them set up a stall after school to make money when she heard her mother's remark. After listening to the little girl's narrative, Yin Yun and Su Ro exchanged astonished glances with Gu Chen. They envisioned the incredible sight of Gu Chen tossing several children into the air, finding it utterly unbelievable. They couldn't help but chuckle. This trio was quite the spectacle. Why, after all this time, haven't you told your mother why the other children call your father Super Dad? Yin Yun inquired. Upon her question, the three of them, along with the two little nannies, tensed up. Oh, that's because, the little girl's mind raced. If she revealed her sister's secret about parachuting, their mother would surely be upset. Both she and her sister might end up in trouble. It was because when I took them to school today, we happened to witness someone jumping from the building next to the school. I successfully caught the person falling from the sky, and the children happened to see everything, which is why they think I am Super Dad, Gu Chen interjected, providing a timely explanation for his daughter. Is that so? Yin Yun replied, somewhat skeptical. Yes, indeed. Let us not dwell on that. It's time to go mushroom picking. With that, Gu Chen pushed open the gate, and the sight that greeted them left everyone wide-eyed in astonishment. Chapter 80. Oh. The joy of mushrooms. The onlookers stood in wide-eyed astonishment, their mouths slightly agape and incredulous murmurs escaping their throats. As they gazed upon the vast expanse of the mushroom forest before them, countless mushrooms clustered closely together, intertwining and weaving like a naturally formed colossal labyrinth. The fungi exhibited stunning colors, pinks and greens intertwined, creating a dreamlike and enchanting world. Immersed within this scene, it felt as though they had stepped into a distant and mysterious alien realm. The description above is a reflection from a nameless little ant who happened to pass by. Gu Chen, Yin Yun, and Su Ro had previously encountered the immature piapiao mushrooms, but the fully matured specimens now before them bore no resemblance to those earlier versions. The immature mushrooms were petite and delicate, measuring merely about 3 centimeters in diameter and approximately 8 centimeters in height, appearing fragile and endearing. In stark contrast, the now mature piapiao mushrooms had undergone a remarkable transformation in both size and appearance. Their diameters ranged from 5 to 6 centimeters, with astonishing heights reaching 15 to 18 centimeters. Furthermore, the iconic green caps atop these mushrooms had become increasingly thick and heavy, emanating a more dazzling green light, akin to brilliant emeralds, shimmering with radiance. From a distance, these mature mushrooms appeared notably robust and vigorous, brimming with life. Oh, such large mushrooms! I cannot consume them in one bite. Su Ro exclaimed, both exhilarated and awestruck, unconsciously swallowing in anticipation. She reminisced about how effortlessly she could have devoured them in one go previously. Now, confronted with such stout mushrooms, she realized she would have to savor them slowly. Moreover, how could she possibly finish such a vast quantity? Instantly, her anxieties dissipated. A similar thought crossed Yin Yun's mind. She had not anticipated that the mature piapiao mushrooms would not only be more beautiful but also remarkably sturdier, seemingly igniting her appetite even further. It felt akin to the transformation of her husband, who, compared to his former self, was now undeniably more attractive and captivating. She unconsciously reached up to gently touch the faint scar on her forehead, pondering how soon it would fade away. As she contemplated, her eyes sparkled with a brighter, more radiant excitement. Wow, how beautiful! Little Ting Ting eagerly rushed forward to observe up close. Dad, I never expected them to be so stunning. Indeed. The toxic mushrooms are truly wondrous, Xiao Siyu remarked, her curiosity piqued about the metamorphosis of the toxic mushrooms her father had mentioned. Was it merely a matter of appearance? Cousin, is this really the mushroom we planted by hand yesterday? This is unbelievable, exclaimed Li Meng and Fong Jing, the two little caretakers, utterly astonished that this was indeed their handiwork from the previous day. In just a single day, this woodland has undergone a remarkable transformation. Moreover, these mushrooms are entirely different from those presented by my husband yesterday. Can you believe they are of the same variety? My dear, why do they lack any fragrance? As everyone moved closer to observe, Yin Yun and Su Ro noticed a peculiar issue. The enticing aroma of the delightful mushrooms seemed to be entirely absent. This was a stark contrast to what they had previously consumed. Fear not, the fragrance is contained within the mushrooms themselves. It will only be released upon plucking them. Gu Chen explained with a smile, patiently elucidating the matter to the group. However, before he could finish his sentence, the lively and adorable little Ting Ting could no longer contain her curiosity and impulsiveness. She quickly extended her chubby little hands, grasping one of the mushrooms tightly. And with a determined tug, a crisp snap resonated as the mushroom severed from its stem. In that instant, an incredibly rich and enchanting aroma burst forth, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, swiftly enveloping the surroundings. Compared to the immature mushrooms, this fragrance was far more robust and fragrant, akin to a fine wine that has matured over time, intoxicating all who encountered it. The women nearby, along with the two innocent little girls, could not help but salivate upon inhaling this alluring scent. Their eyes widened, fixated on the mushroom exuding such delightful fragrance, their throats instinctively bobbing up and down. Evidently, this magical fungus, known as the delightful mushroom, held a certain allure for women. At this moment, the little girl, disregarding any dirt that may have clung to the mushroom, was completely awakened by the enticing aroma. Without hesitation, she opened her petite mouth and took a hearty bite of the vibrant green cap. Instantly, an unparalleled deliciousness unfolded in her mouth. The exquisite flavor burst forth like fireworks in the sky, prompting her to squint her eyes in sheer delight, a blissful smile illuminating her face as she became wholly immersed in the joy that accompanied the culinary experience. Seeing the little girl so enchanted, Yin Yun and Su Ro, having already savored the delectable taste, could no longer contain themselves. With quick motions, they each plucked the two largest mushrooms. Subsequently, they opened their rosy mouths and took bites of the verdant caps. In an instant, both women were enveloped in profound ecstasy. Wow, this is even more delicious than before. And so juicy, Yin Yun exclaimed in admiration. It's more fragrant than the last. I'm utterly in love with this mushroom. I could eat it every day. Su Ro added, her throat emitting sounds of delight as she swallowed, imagining that these mushrooms were not only delicious but also possessed miraculous properties. Both she and Yin Yun simultaneously thought, to be a woman, to have such mushrooms to enjoy is true happiness. Gu Chen personally picked a delicate mushroom and presented it to his eldest daughter, affectionately saying, "Here, take a taste. As you can see, it's harmless, so feel free to indulge." The little girl displayed remarkable composure. "Mama, my sister, and Grandma have already begun eating," she hesitated, contemplating whether to partake. Xiao Siyu instinctively took the mushroom, yet before tasting it, she couldn't help but inquire, "Dad, is this what you meant by breaking free from the cocoon? Transforming a poisonous mushroom into a delectable delight?" Gu Chen gently patted his daughter's head, responding with tenderness, "No. It is only at the moment it enters your mouth that it truly becomes the metamorphosis of a butterfly." Upon hearing her father's words, Xiao Siyu paused momentarily, as if pondering the profound meaning behind them. Then, with a newfound determination, she mimicked her sister and mother, opening her mouth wide and taking a decisive bite of the vibrant green mushroom cap. In an instant, an indescribable burst of exquisite flavor erupted in her mouth. The rich and savory taste felt like a grand celebration, with each taste bud dancing joyfully. At that moment, Xiao Siyu felt as if she were experiencing the enchanting moment of a little caterpillar emerging from its cocoon, transforming into a beautiful butterfly. The delightful sensation enveloped her, leaving her utterly enchanted. Yin Yun and Su Ro were the quickest to eat, having finished one mushroom and preparing to pick a second. Observing the joy radiating from his wife and children, Gu Chen felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He then turned to Li Meng and Feng Jing, who were eagerly swallowing saliva, and said, "You should join in as well. Don't hold back. Today, let us embrace the freedom of mushrooms." Of course, son-in-law. The two caretakers could no longer resist and eagerly joined the mushroom feast. Gu Chen picked another mushroom, savoring its taste while contemplating various culinary methods. Chapter 81. Mother. "Keep going. Please give us a little brother. I am full." Yin Yun let out a contented burp, leaning back against the chair with satisfaction. "I am full too." Beside her, Su Ro gently rubbed her round belly, a blissful smile illuminating her face. "Hee hee, Ting Ting is full as well." Ting Ting giggled, her eyes curving like crescent moons. 5 minutes later, apart from Gu Chen, everyone was sporting bellies that seemed to have carried a child for months, unable to consume another morsel. "Darling, you truly excel. You ate the most." Gu Chen looked at Yin Yun with a broad smile, his mischievous gaze causing her cheeks to flush. "Not at all." Yin Yun playfully glared at Gu Chen, though she felt a tinge of shyness. The exquisite beauty of the Piao Piao mushroom was simply irresistible. Its juiciness made it hard to stop. Initially, she had hoped to devour 10 in one go, but by the time she reached the 5th, she felt utterly stuffed. I thought I could eat 10 without issue. But who would have known that 4 would be my limit? Suro chimed in, gently patting her swollen belly while expressing her satisfaction, setting aside her usual poise. Her adorable demeanor elicited yet another round of laughter from everyone. All right, since we have had our fill, let us return, take a bath. And I assure you will all emerge as radiant beauties. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, the eyes of Yin Yun and the others sparkled with excitement as they eagerly quickened their pace to leave. Gu Chen collected over 20 mushrooms to bring back to the villa, distributing them among all the maids, the butler, and the chef. As the alluring aroma of the piao piao mushroom wafted through the air, the women collectively gasped in delight. Young master, will eating this truly make us beautiful? Young master, is this really edible? The maids gazed at Gu Chen with excitement and gratitude. This was something they had never encountered before. It appeared to be a toxic mushroom. Yet it was tantalizingly mouth-watering. For a moment, no one dared to take a bite until Gu Chen tasted one himself. Then, unable to resist the call of their taste buds, everyone began to indulge. Afterward, Gu Chen paid no mind to the maids savoring and commenting on the delicacies. He directly carried the large tub and some medicinal herbs that Li Meng had purchased back to the mushroom grove. According to the cooking method for mushrooms, in order to achieve the mushroom's special effects, they must first be marinated. After a few minutes, gazing at the large tub filled to the brim with sealed piao piao mushrooms, Gu Chen clapped his hands in satisfaction. In just a week, he would witness a miracle. Looking around, he noticed that half of the piao piao mushrooms remained unpicked in the forest. System, will leaving the unpicked piao piao mushrooms cause any issues? System, no. In fact, the longer they age, the more potent their effects become. Mushrooms that are over a year old do not require special marination to provide benefits such as delaying aging and eliminating wrinkles. Gu Chen suddenly understood. It was akin to medicinal herbs. The older they were, the stronger their efficacy. But can the mushrooms that have been picked grow back? Gazing at the fractured rhizome, Gu Chen could not help but inquire further. It is indeed possible, but each restoration of a mother fungus colony's reproductive capacity requires the expenditure of 100 points. Does this mushroom grove count as a mother fungus colony? Indeed, Gu Chen grasped the implication. If that were the case, then 100 points would be quite a worthwhile investment. After each collection of the drift mushroom, spending 100 points and waiting a day would allow for another harvest. As long as there were points, infinite harvesting could be realized. Before returning, Gu Chen took out the majestic mushroom mother fungus and scattered the spores in another section of the woods. The growth cycle of this majestic mushroom was twice that of the drift mushroom, requiring 48 hours to sprout, with an estimated maturation time of 72 hours. Not too long. After all, he felt a sense of anticipation. This was a delicacy irresistible to men. Upon returning to the villa, he approached the butler, instructing him to install surveillance on the essential path leading into the mushroom grove overnight. In the future, without his explicit permission, the servants of the villa were prohibited from entering the grove. It was not that he distrusted the maids. He simply had little faith in human nature. These mushrooms are for you only if I choose to share them. Do not take them surreptitiously. Yet, he was not a miser. He would ensure that every 2 days, the maids received a mushroom. In the bathroom, after a refreshing shower, Yin Yun could hardly contain her excitement as she rushed to the mirror. She was greeted with a tremendous surprise. Her scars had completely vanished. Husband, I love you, she exclaimed, unable to restrain herself as she called out to Gu Chen, who waited outside the bathroom. What, my dear, you want love? With that, Gu Chen eagerly burst into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Yin Yun stood blushing before the mirror, admiring her resplendent beauty, which had returned to its former glory. Meanwhile, Gu Chen was drying her hair, humming contentedly a tune. The love for my wife. Love, love, love is never enough after dinner. Yin Yun suggested a soak in the hot springs. My dear, does the villa have hot springs? Gu Chen asked, surprised and delighted. Of course. When my father purchased this place, one of the significant reasons was the natural hot springs. Yin Yun replied. Mentioning her father prompted Gu Chen to ask, when do you plan to introduce me to your esteemed parents? At the mention of this, Yin Yun recalled her father's illness and the family's complex matters, a flicker of gloom passing through her eyes. This weekend, I will take you to meet my family. And by the end of the month, we will visit my parents in the capital. Very well, I shall heed my wife's wishes. As Gu Chen and Yin Yun turned to leave, little Ting Ting suddenly grew anxious, quickly trotting to catch up with them, tightly grasping their hands and sweetly imploring, Daddy. Mommy, I want to join you both in the hot springs too. Standing beside them, Her older sister Siyu watched her younger sibling's eagerness to be a third wheel, shaking her head in resignation, muttering inwardly, "This silly, adorable sister truly has no patience at all." Previously, it was agreed that the evening would be reserved for a private time with Mom and Dad. Upon hearing little Tingting's request, Gu Chen's face broke into a tender smile. Without hesitation, he bent down and enveloped the adorable girl in his arms, affectionately pressing his cheek against hers. He gently replied, "Of course, my precious daughter. How could Daddy ever abandon you?" Little Tingting, cradled in her father's embrace, giggled with delight, while Gu Chen reveled in the softness of her tender face. Filled with an overwhelming sense of happiness, he noticed that her delicate features were reminiscent of his wife's, and every time they were close, it brought him immense comfort, as if he could never tire of such closeness. Seeing her husband holding her sister, Yan Yun smiled and reached out to her daughter, Siyu, gently waving her fingers and softly calling, "Yu, come here and let Mommy give you a hug." Although little Siyu was somewhat reluctant, she understood her mother's strong-willed nature. If she hesitated, her mother would undoubtedly find a way to pull her into her embrace. Thus, she reluctantly approached her mother. "I'll head back to my room now, so I won't be a third wheel for you too," Su-ro said, feeling a pang of sadness as she sought an exit for herself. "Auntie, if you don't mind, you can join us." Yin Yun extended an invitation, subtly testing Su-ro's feelings to see if she had truly moved on. To her satisfaction, Su-ro shook her head. "I'm off to do yoga. I won't intrude on your family of four." The family of four made their way to the hot spring located in the southeast corner of the villa. "Daddy, come and change clothes with us." During the changing process, little Tingting pulled at Gu Chen, attempting to drag him into the women's changing room. Gu Chen, both amused and exasperated, patiently explained, "Tingting, there are differences between boys and girls. You must be aware of that, right?" The little girl nodded, her expression one of feigned disappointment. "Tingting knows, but we are a family." Before Gu Chen could respond, Siyu intervened, tapping her sister's head and admonishing her. "You need to grow up a little. You're 5 years old, not 3. With that, she forcibly led Tingting into the women's changing room. While changing clothes, Tingting sighed, "Oh, if only I were a boy, then I could change clothes with Daddy." Siyu rolled her eyes in exasperation. "If you were a brother, you probably wouldn't be so silly, always making me worry." Observing the sister's playful banter, Yin Yun shook her head with a smile, choosing not to involve herself. However, the next moment, little Tingting tilted her head and insisted on including her mother in the conversation. "Mommy, cheer up. Have another baby brother for us." Chapter 82. The Unfortunate Inheritance. A wave of emotion washed over her as she noticed the nearly 100 new positive reviews, and she felt a deep sense of gratitude for everyone's support. "Do you want a little brother?" Yin Yun was momentarily taken aback, her gaze shifting to her daughter, and a ripple of complex emotions stirred within her. Another child? The thought flickered through her mind, but was swiftly dismissed. Indeed, it was not yet the right time. Little Tingting nodded vigorously, her face aglow with excitement and yearning. Beside her, little Siyu eagerly chimed in, "We want one." Upon uttering this, the two sisters turned their sparkling, expectant eyes towards Yan Yun, as if the mere affirmation of their desire could summon the long-awaited little brother into existence. As Yan Yun beheld the innocent faces before her, her heart softened. She gently caressed her daughter's heads, a tender and indulgent smile gracing her lips, and softly replied, "Then you will soon have a little brother." At her words, the two little girls' eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Yan Yun for what felt like an eternity, before joy propelled them into near ecstatic leaps. "Really?" Tingting exclaimed in delight. "Mommy isn't lying to us," Siyu added, her voice brimming with joy and exuberance. The two sisters exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting the thrill of their plans unfolding seamlessly. They clasped each other's hands tightly, laughing and bouncing with glee, instantly filling the room with a vibrant atmosphere of happiness. However, before their excitement could linger for more than a few fleeting seconds, Yin Yun's gentle words fell upon them like a splash of cold water. "Your aunt will soon give you a chubby, healthy little brother." At this revelation, their smiles vanished as swiftly as they had appeared, replaced by disappointment and dejection. "But Mommy, we would prefer it to be you who has the baby." Yin Yun, taken aback by her daughter's reactions, asked in confusion, "Why? Your aunt will still give you an adorable little brother. That's not the same. We want Mommy to." Just then, little Tingting was about to voice her reasoning when her sister swiftly covered her mouth with a hand, signaling her to remain silent with a look of urgency. At a mere glance, The young girl understood the gravity of the situation. She had almost jeopardized their plan. If their mother discovered their intentions, their hopes would be thwarted. That was close. Ting sighed in relief, patting her chest, realizing the gravity of the moment. Her sister Siyu smiled at Yun and said, "Mom, you and Dad should get along well." Yun remained unaware of the sister's little scheme. As long as they did not pressure her for another child, everything would be just fine. Rest assured, Mother will certainly be here. Meanwhile, Chen had already changed into his swim trunks and stood at the edge of the hot spring pool. To his surprise, the pool was far larger than he had anticipated. He had expected a small basin accommodating 3 or 4 people, but it was spacious enough to swim in. The scenery surrounding the pool was also breathtaking. Warm spring water cascaded down from a small valley, forming a miniature waterfall accompanied by gentle steam. Surrounding it were meticulously arranged exotic plants. Most notably, on the other side of the pool, one could gaze upon the vibrant city nestled at the foot of the mountains. As dusk settled, the city lights twinkled like stars, outlining the bustling night market. A glance at this enchanting view was utterly intoxicating. "Dad, we're coming." Little Ting, clad in a pink one-piece swimsuit, darted ahead like a joyous butterfly, followed closely by her sister, who wore a similar outfit. Chan's gaze lingered primarily on Yun, who trailed behind. She was adorned in a pristine white bikini that perfectly accentuated her alluring figure. Her slender waist, long legs, and ample bosom all showcased the charm and elegance of femininity. Coupled with her innate grace, every movement she made was poised and captivating, leaving one utterly entranced. Despite having just shared a tender moment with his wife, her unique allure remained unwavering. Each time she donned a new outfit, it evoked a fresh wave of emotions within him, as if he were seeing her for the first time, stirring his heart anew. "Darling, you look absolutely ethereal in that swimsuit." Chen unabashedly expressed the fervent admiration in his eyes, gazing intently at the enchanting woman before him. Yun, who usually carried herself with calm composure, felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks at such unreserved praise, transforming her typically serene visage into that of a tempting ripe apple. Her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to their passionate moments in the bathroom earlier, where Chan's robust physique and alluring abs were on full display, captivating her entirely. "Humph, do you mean to say I look less beautiful in other clothes?" Yun playfully retorted, swaying her graceful hips as she stepped forward with her long, fair legs, resembling a noble and elegant swan as she glided into the warm, inviting waters of the hot spring. Observing this scene, Chan's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he thought, "If we're talking about beauty, you're at your most stunning when you're not wearing anything at all." However, he swallowed those words before they could escape his lips. Mindful of their adorable daughter nearby, Chen gently set his phone aside, extending his hands to grasp the 2 lovely girls, and they slowly waded into the steaming hot spring together. The moment they stepped into the water, a wave of warmth enveloped them, as if all their fatigue had been instantly washed away. Remarkably, Chen had never experienced the delight of soaking in a hot spring throughout his life. "Today marks my inaugural attempt, and I cannot help but feel a surge of curiosity and anticipation." As I stepped into the hot spring, I was greeted by a robust scent of sulfur wafting through the air. This distinctive aroma assured Chen that the pool before him was, without a doubt, a genuine natural hot spring. At that moment, the water reached just above the chests of the 2 sisters. Little Siyu appeared calm and unperturbed, seemingly indifferent to the surroundings. In stark contrast, little Ting exhibited signs of anxiety, her small hand tightly grasping Chen's. Observing Ting's demeanor piqued Chen's curiosity, prompting him to ask, "Ting, tell Daddy, can you swim?" After a brief hesitation, Ting softly replied, "I can swim a little." Her voice, though faint, was imbued with innocence and shyness. Chen raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. He had initially assumed Ting's nervousness stemmed from an inability to swim, yet she had a modicum of skill. He chuckled and said, "Oh, that's rather impressive." At this moment, Ting lifted her head, her large, sparkling eyes filled with eager anticipation as she gently said, "Daddy, we have swimming class at school tomorrow. I want to practice a bit more now. Can you join me?" Faced with his daughter's earnest plea, Chen nodded without hesitation, responding, "Of course, no problem. But first, I need to see how well you swim." A tender smile graced his lips as he spoke. He then turned his gaze toward the composed elder sister and gently suggested, "Sister, why don't you accompany your sister in practice for a while?" I'll observe your performances closely from the side. In truth, at this moment, his heart yearned more to be beside his beautiful and gentle wife than to accompany his daughters. However, unexpectedly, as soon as he uttered those words, the serene expression on little Siyu's face betrayed a slight crack. Almost immediately, little Ting Ting burst into a fit of laughter, her voice ringing like silver bells. Daddy. Sister can't swim. Gu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his eldest daughter, astonished. Just moments ago, she had exuded such confidence. He had assumed she was a swimming prodigy, only to discover she could not swim at all. With incredulity, he inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be a sports genius? How can you not swim?" Little Siyu's cheeks flushed with a rare hint of embarrassment as she awkwardly muttered, "I can't learn." After uttering those words, she scampered over to Yin Yun, sitting demurely at the edge of the hot spring like a bashful little rabbit. From a young age, she was undeniably a non-swimmer, unable to learn despite various attempts. "You should accompany Ting Ting for a swim." Yin Yun gently stroked the adorable bun on her eldest daughter's head. Her eyes filled with affection and tenderness before she smiled and explained to Gu Chen. Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, nodding in understanding. It seemed that everyone had their own shortcomings. Perhaps this was a small window closed by fate for his intelligent and perceptive eldest daughter. At that moment, Gu Chen turned to gaze at the two mother and daughter sitting by the poolside. The warm light enveloped them, creating a heartwarming and beautiful scene. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he curiously inquired, "My dear, you wouldn't happen to be a non-swimmer as well, would you?" As soon as the words left his lips, Yin Yun's previously smiling expression froze. Witnessing her reaction, Gu Chen was also taken aback. It appeared he had hit the nail on the head. The atmosphere grew subtly awkward. Gu Chen scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly in an attempt to alleviate the sudden tension, saying, "Haha, I was just asking casually, don't take it to heart." It seems the eldest daughter's inability to swim was inherited from her mother. Chapter 83. Who is so perverse as to wish to marry me? "Timmy, let me see how you swim," Gu Chen said with a smile, gazing at his adorable daughter. "Okay, Daddy, here I go," Timmy replied excitedly, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation as she eagerly prepared to showcase her skills. Without hesitation, she took a deep breath and plunged her little head beneath the water. In that fleeting moment, the surface was left rippling gently in her wake. However, the subsequent scene was nothing short of amusing. With her round little backside elevated, she flailed her arms and legs, splashing water everywhere. Gu Chen, observing from the side, couldn't suppress a smile as he witnessed his daughter's unique swimming style. Truly, her technique was one of a kind, a creative interpretation of swimming that resembled more of a dive, albeit a rather ineffective one. It was akin to a caterpillar suddenly tossed into the water, writhing and struggling to find its way, bubbling and gurgling. After 10 seconds, a flurry of bubbles erupted from the top of her head, and she emerged triumphantly from the water, beaming up at Gu Chen. "Daddy, how did I do?" she chirped. Gu Chen noted that she had started on his left side and ended up on the right, having traversed a distance of no more than 1.5 meters. His feelings were rather complex. One could only say that her swimming skills had surpassed her mother Yin Yun's innate talent, though not by much. Yet, faced with his daughter's eager, expectant gaze, Gu Chen couldn't bear to dampen her spirits. "Quite good, but there's plenty of room for improvement," he replied. "Okay, I'll keep practicing. Then I'll let you teach me," she exclaimed. With that, she waved excitedly at her sister. "Sister, come hold my hand and help me practice while Daddy spends time with Mommy." Xiao Siyu was taken aback. She hadn't expected her sister to have such an epiphany, willingly allowing their father and mother some private time. So, she stood up and walked over. Gu Chen then settled beside Yin Yun. "Darling, would you like me to teach you how to swim?" he asked, his face alight with a smile. Internally, he mused that the pretense of teaching her to swim was merely a ruse. The real objective was to enjoy some intimate moments with her during the lesson. The mere thought sent a thrill through him. Yin Yun, perceptive as ever, caught the mischievous glint in Gu Chen's eyes and understood precisely what schemes he was plotting. With a delicate arch of her elegant brow and a gentle smile that curved her lips into an enchanting arc, she playfully replied, "Oh, after all these years, I still haven't learned to swim. Do you really believe you can teach me?" Upon hearing this, Gu Chen straightened his posture, brimming with confidence as he declared, "Humph, how dare you underestimate your husband?" Setting aside past events, focusing solely on his current robust physique and unparalleled combat skills, He even felt capable of assuming the role of the Dragon King, maneuvering effortlessly through water. Yin Yun, with a smile that danced between amusement and curiosity, gazed at Gu Chun and inquired, "So, does that mean your swimming skills are rather impressive?" Upon hearing this, Gu Chun swelled with pride, unhesitatingly patting his sturdy chest and exclaiming, "Indeed. Once, I successfully rescued someone who had accidentally fallen into a lake." However, as soon as he uttered these words, a silence enveloped them, both lost in recollections of the past. After a brief pause, Yin Yun blinked her enchanting eyes and broke the stillness, gently saying, "You actually saved someone? Do tell me more." Her voice carried a hint of playfulness and anticipation. Gu Chun, regaining his composure, turned to his wife. Noticing the sparkle of curiosity illuminating her bright eyes, akin to twinkling stars in the night sky. Feeling a tad bashful, he scratched his head and replied, "Well, it was about 6 years ago. One day, while passing by the lake, I suddenly witnessed a car careening out of control into the water. When I rushed over, I discovered that the driver was a woman. Without a second thought, I leapt into the water and rescued her." Yin Yun's lips curled into a playful smile as she teasingly probed, "Was the female driver beautiful?" Instinctively, Gu Chen's guard went up, and he cautiously regarded Yin Yun, tentatively responding, "Darling, you're not feeling jealous over this, are you?" Upon seeing his reaction, Yin Yun rolled her eyes playfully and explained, "I am not that petty. I'm simply a bit curious." Upon hearing her reassurances, Gu Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him, and, with a feigned nonchalance, responded, "Well, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure. When I pulled her to shore, her hair was drenched and obscuring her face, so I couldn't see her features at all. Besides, in such a critical moment, my sole focus was on saving her, not on her appearance. After bringing her to safety, I quickly handed her over to others for care and rushed off to attend to other matters." Yin Yun understood all too well what he meant by other matters. He had been frantically searching for his sister, a search that ultimately proved futile. Suppressing her sorrow, she looked up at Gu Chun with a smile, asking, "And what happened afterward? Did that female driver express her gratitude?" Yet, Gu Chun appeared bewildered. "I have no idea if she did or not. I didn't know if she was unconscious or what her condition was when I left. I didn't even get a chance to perform CPR." Yin Yun, with a hint of exasperation, retorted, "Isn't it possible that when she reached the shore, she was awake, but simply too weak to speak?" Gu Chun expressed his astonishment. "It is impossible. How could you think that?" Yin Yun's gaze was insistent. "I am merely guessing. Have you thought about the details carefully?" Gu Chun shook his head. "I cannot recall. I suppose I must have perished." Yin Yun's expression darkened, her small fist unconsciously tightening beneath the water. "Why is that?" Gu Chun sighed. "Because she never came back to repay me." Yin Yun remained silent for a moment before loosening her small fist, taking a moment to gather her emotions before responding. "If she were still alive and you saved her life, do you believe she would offer herself to you?" Upon finishing her thought, Yin Yun gazed at Gu Chun with a flicker of hope. However, Gu Chun reached out to touch her forehead and rolled his eyes. "Dear, you are not feverish. Have you watched too many idol dramas? Do you truly believe such things?" He was puzzled, wondering how someone like his wife, a formidable CEO, could indulge in such romantic fantasies. Yin Yun glared at him. "Why is it so unbelievable? The world is full of wonders." Yet, Gu Chen's next remark nearly shattered her composure. "You are overthinking it. I was only 16 at that time. Who would be so strange as to want to marry me?" Yin Yun, her small fists clenched once more. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming urge to strike this man before her. Chapter 84. Gurgling sounds. Yin Yun silently chanted to herself 100 times, "Do not resort to domestic violence against your husband," which helped her suppress the overwhelming urge to slap Gu Chun. At that moment, a maid entered, carrying a delicately crafted tray adorned with an array of fresh, tempting fruit platters, a bottle of aged red wine, and several bottles of freshly squeezed juice. Gu Chun looked up to see the maid's small red heart indicator had risen to 99. He surmised it must be due to the delightful mushrooms he had prepared. However, he remained calm, now aware of the power of happiness. When the indicator was full, a mere slap would suffice. Upon seeing the red wine, Gu Chun recalled the expensive bottle he had consumed at lunch, worth tens of thousands. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "How much is this wine?" The maid blushed and replied, "Sir, this bottle is over 150,000. Gu Chun was taken aback. "Over 150,000? One sip must cost a fortune." Just as he was about to ask why the wine was so exorbitant, Yin Yun waved her hand dismissively at the maid. You may leave. Her irritation was still simmering. The audacity of this man to flirt with the maid in her presence only heightened her displeasure. Yes, young lady. The maid nodded respectfully and exited. Yin Yun, suppressing her temper, addressed Gu Chun. You need not concern yourself with the price. There are plenty more in the cellar. When it comes time to drink, it's just a bottle of wine. Gu Chun was at a loss for words. Indeed, his wife had a wealth of extravagance, and her perspective was strikingly different. While he silently criticized her lavishness, Yin Yun continued, compared to this mundane red wine, my dear husband, I believe the mushrooms you research are truly priceless treasures. At the mention of mushrooms, Yin Yun instinctively licked her lips, savoring the lingering taste of their deliciousness, both in flavor and in function. My dear wife, as long as you enjoy them, I will continue to discover more delectable mushrooms for you in the future. Hearing the sincere praise from his wife filled Gu Chun with joy. With nimble movements, he seized the bottle of red wine, elegantly uncorked it, and carefully poured a glass of the rich, crimson liquid for Yin Yun. He then gently lifted the exquisite goblet, slowly presenting it to her. Yin Yun accepted the glass, and at that moment, their gazes locked. Gu Chun beheld his wife, radiant as a celestial being, his eyes brimming with profound affection. A subtle smile graced his lips, and he softly uttered, Wife, may you grow ever younger and more beautiful, forever remaining the most enchanting goddess in my heart. Upon hearing his sweet words, Yin Yun's irritation dissipated entirely. She brought the wine glass to her rosy lips, slightly tilting her elegantly long neck like a graceful swan, and took a delicate sip. Her movements a perfect blend of elegance and beauty. Gu Chen's gaze traveled from her alluring lips down her elongated neck, ultimately resting on her full and rounded bosom. Wow! The sight of my wife drinking is simply enchanting, exuding an irresistible allure. In that moment, his gaze was filled solely with desire, devoid of any distractions. He could not suppress a swallow, then tilted his head back to gulp down half a glass of red wine in one go. Simultaneously, his body leaned closer to Yin Yun, discreetly extending his other hand into the hot spring, wrapping it around her soft, slender waist from behind. Instantly, the delightful sensation made the corners of his mouth curl upward, prompting him to boast playfully, with fine wine in a luminous cup. How blissful it is to have my wife in my embrace. Yin Yun felt his hand squeeze her backside and shot him a playful glare, softly admonishing, Mind yourself. We have a child here. Gu Chun glanced over at the two little girls, where the elder sister was holding the younger sister's hands, both engrossed in practicing swimming. Retracting his gaze, he chuckled softly, Don't worry, they can't see what I'm doing. With that, he shamelessly caressed Yin Yun's thigh. Seeing his increasingly audacious behavior, Yin Yun decided to divert his attention, asking, What are your plans for opening the restaurant? Mentioning the restaurant indeed shifted Gu Chen's focus. After pondering, he replied brazenly, I'm opening the restaurant just to have fun with our daughter. I have no ambition to grow it big. I intend to adhere to my role as a husband, relishing a life of comfort in my wife's gentle embrace. At his words, Yin Yun felt a surge of satisfaction. She relished the thought of supporting her husband and nurturing him for a lifetime. She harbored a personal wish for Gu Chun to leisurely accompany her forever. Thus, she remarked, I understand you. She may be small, but is quite discerning. If you're merely playing around, it might be challenging to deceive her. However, if you take it seriously, it will undoubtedly demand a significant investment of time and effort. Frankly, I just want you to spend quality time with our daughter, not to be caught up in entrepreneurship. Gu Chun was taken aback, surprised by how much his wife had considered. This posed a dilemma, as he had no intention of devoting excessive time and energy to the restaurant. He was merely a beneficiary of her generosity, dreaming daily of a cozy life with his wife and child. What should we do then, my dear? He asked. Yin Yun smiled slightly. That is easily resolved. Since our little girl wishes to embark on a career, let your culinary skills be the hallmark. Transform the restaurant into a chain. A simple, standalone shop could confine you and drain your energy. However, with a chain, you can hire a professional management team to oversee operations, allowing you to function as the strategist, issuing directives. This way, our daughter can admire her father's prowess, and you will have more time to spend with her. At this juncture, Yin Yun suddenly lifted her gaze and looked at Gu Chun with deep affection, softly saying, I also hope you have more time for me. I need you close whenever I think of you. She was already busy enough, and if Gu Chun were to invest his thoughts into his career, they would only drift further apart. Gu Chun was profoundly moved by Yin Yun's words, and the two shared an intense gaze. One looked up, while the other gazed downward. Under the dim, golden light, a mist arose, and the atmosphere suddenly became charged with a hint of ambiguity. In the next moment, as if they were in perfect harmony, Yin Yun slowly closed her eyes, and Gu Chun leaned in to kiss her. The kiss was tender and lingering. At that precise moment, the two sisters, who had been practicing swimming at the far end of the hot spring pool, felt fatigued and decided to take a break. They instinctively glanced towards their parents, only to witness Gu Chun leaning down to press his lips against Yin Yun's. Oh dear, what an inappropriate scene for young eyes. Such indecency should not be seen. Xiao Xiu murmured under her breath, and without hesitation, she pushed her sister's head underwater. Xiao Tingting, glub, glub, glub. After about 10 seconds, the kiss concluded. Xiao Tingting was finally released, gasping for fresh air, but before she could question her sister, Yin Yun took the initiative to wrap her arms around Gu Chen's neck and kissed him again. Consequently, Xiao Tingting was once more forced underwater by her sister. Glub, glub, glub. Moments later, Yin Yun released Gu Chen's neck, ending the kiss. Xiao Tingting managed to inhale fresh air, and just as she was about to call out to her sister, she was submerged once more. Glub, glub, glub. For this time, Gu Chun cradled Yin Yun's face and kissed her again. About 10 seconds passed before Xiao Tingting was freed once more, emerging from the water, utterly exhausted. Devoid of the strength to confront her sister, she could only breathe heavily, as if each breath of air was a precious elixir of life. Meanwhile, the couple appeared lost in their own joyful world, reveling to the extent that they completely forgot about their two adorable daughters. Just then, an impulse surged within Yin Yun. She yearned to wrap her arms around Gu Chen's neck once more and kiss him deeply. However, as this romantic moment was about to unfold, the previously silent Xiao Xiu could no longer contain herself and broke the tranquility. She shouted, "Hey Dad, Mom, if you really want to let Tingting drown, then by all means, continue your little game." Upon hearing this, Gu Chun was momentarily stunned, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Yin Yun was equally speechless, unsure of how to respond. In an instant, the atmosphere became exceedingly awkward, the air thick with an uncomfortable tension. After a considerable pause, Gu Chun finally seemed to awaken from his reverie. He scratched his head, a touch embarrassed, and said, Dear, let us go. It would be better to join our daughters for swimming." With that, he quickly stood up and reached out to pull Yin Yun up as well. However, Xiao Xiu dismissed this with a roll of her eyes, cautiously supporting the still breathless Xiao Tingting as they slowly made their way to the pool's edge. Upon their arrival at the poolside, Xiaoxiu handed a glass of juice to her younger sister before turning to face Gu Chun and his companion, dismissively waving her hand. "Now it is time for my sister and me to relax. Father, you should enjoy swimming with Mother." Chapter 85. My wife on the submarine, how annoying. It's all your fault for enticing me. When Yin Yun heard her daughter's remark, a wave of warmth surged to her head, instantly reddening her face. She could no longer suppress the feelings of humiliation and anger brewing within her. With a delicate fist, she lightly tapped on Gu Chen's sturdy and broad chest. At that moment, Gu Chun wore an expression of innocent intrigue, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he softly replied, "My dear wife, was it not you who first seduced me?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Yin Yun's countenance darkened, her beautiful eyes glaring at Gu Chun as if they might ignite with flames. "Say that again. Who is enticing whom?" Yin Yun's voice rose an octave, her tone laced with evident fury. However, faced with his wife's inquiry, Gu Chun showed no sign of retreat. On the contrary, he swiftly shifted his approach, saying, all right. It's all my fault. My beloved wife, please do not be angry. How about I teach you to swim instead?" Upon hearing this, Yin Yun was momentarily taken aback. But she promptly responded without hesitation, "I won't learn. I can't." She shook her head, her gaze revealing a hint of helplessness and lack of confidence. Yet Gu Chun, undeterred, continued to persuade her, "Fear not, my wife. I possess a special method that will enable you to learn effortlessly." With that, he winked mysteriously. Curiosity piqued, Yin Yun inquired, "What method? Do tell me." Gu Chun smiled slightly and leaned in to whisper in her ear, "It's quite simple. Just treat me like a float and lie on my back." Upon hearing this suggestion, an image instantly formed in Yin Yun's mind, herself, like a gentle kitten, obediently resting on Gu Chun's broad and firm back. Last night, it was Gu Chun on her back, and now it would be she on his. Though the circumstances had changed, the notion still felt rather embarrassing. With this thought, her charming face flushed a deeper shade of red, resembling a ripe apple. Then, almost instinctively, she grasped Gu Chen's hand, lowering her voice as she chided, "What are you scheming now? Do you wish to embarrass yourself before the child? I am sincerely trying to teach you to swim, my wife. Do you truly wish to remain a landlubber for life?" Gu Chen's words struck a chord with Yin Yun. Ever since that accident where she fell into the water, she had experienced dizziness at the mere sight of it, spending years overcoming her fear. Deep down, she yearned to learn to swim, yet she felt utterly lacking in talent for it. Finally, after biting her lip, Yin Yun relented. "Fine, let us give it a try." Gu Chen's face broke into a triumphant smile. Trust me, dear wife, it will be delightful." Yin Yun. Upon hearing the phrase delightful, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had fallen into his trap once more. Last night, he had also coaxed her with the promise of delight. Ultimately, she had been thoroughly misled. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Chen dove into the hot spring pool, swiftly gliding through the water like a nimble fish. He first circled the edge of the pool, savoring the temperature and flow of the water. Soon, he realized that the depth of the pool was rather shallow. Even standing upright, the water only reached his hips at its deepest point. Given his height, he could easily walk along the bottom with both hands. It must be said that such a depth was not particularly suitable for swimming for adults. It seemed that when this hot spring was constructed, considerable thought had been given to the fact that his wife could not swim, leading to a deliberate design of shallower waters for safety. Nevertheless, this did not deter Gu Chen, as he was not genuinely intent on teaching Yin Yun to swim. His motives were quite simple. He merely wished for more intimate and playful interactions with the one he cherished. With this thought, a sly smile crept upon his lips. He swiftly swam back to Yin Yun's position. Propping himself on the bottom of the pool, he turned to her, gently calling out, "Darling, come on up and sit on my waist." Upon hearing this, Yin Yun felt her cheeks flush, casting him a playful glare, yet her heart brimmed with anticipation. After a moment's hesitation, she mustered the courage to lift her long, graceful legs and lightly straddled Gu Chen's broad shoulders, settling down gently. However, as she did, an ominous premonition washed over her, for she keenly sensed that he had no intention of imparting swimming techniques to her. After all, she had never heard of anyone learning to swim by riding on another's back. As expected, in the next instant, Gu Chen's sturdy back transmitted a thrilling sensation, followed by his gleeful chuckle. "Haha, hold on tight, my dear. The Gu Chen submarine is about to set sail." No sooner had he spoken than he began to sink slowly, his head submerging beneath the surface, leaving behind ripples that expanded across the water. Submarine? Yin Yun's face was a picture of confusion, and sensing the impending doom, she quickly clamped her long, fair legs around Gu Chen's waist while leaning forward, her delicate hands gripping his solid shoulders tightly, fearing she might slip off at any moment. Alas, despite her quick reflexes, she could not fully withstand Gu Chen's next lightning-fast movement. Almost in the blink of an eye, accompanied by Yin Yun's terrified scream, Gu Chen surged forward like a fierce and agile shark, propelling himself powerfully with his legs as if released from a bowstring. Had it not been for Yin Yun's beautifully toned legs gripping tightly, coupled with her exerting every ounce of strength to hold onto Gu Chen, the sudden propulsion might have flung her helplessly behind. By the poolside, the two sisters were enjoying their fruit juices. After finishing a cup, Xiao Tingting had regained her composure. Moments earlier, she had questioned her sister regarding her behavior, to which her sister had responded that it was to enhance her diving skills. The little girl had accepted her sister's explanation without hesitation. Just as the sisters had resolved their earlier misunderstanding, they heard Yin Yun's startled exclamation, prompting them to glance over in unison. What followed was akin to witnessing an extraordinary spectacle, as their eyes widened and mouths fell agape. In the hot spring, Yin Yun appeared to be propelled by some unseen force, darting around the pool. The scene resembled racing on a jet ski across the ocean, albeit with the jet ski submerged beneath the water's surface. "Wow, this looks so fun. Daddy, Mommy, I want to try too." Xiao Tingting, shaking off her shock, realized her mother was riding on her father's back, and her little eyes sparkled with delight. Although Xiao Siyu did not vocalize her excitement, the longing in her eyes was unmistakable. The two girls became increasingly exhilarated by the sight, while Yin Yun, perched on Gu Chen's back, was fraught with trepidation. His speed was overwhelming, and she clung on desperately, fearing not only being thrown off, but also the possibility of Gu Chun colliding with the edge of the pool. After all, it was a hot spring, and the water's depths were shrouded in darkness. Little did she know that her fears were unfounded. While visibility was indeed poor at the bottom of the hot spring, Gu Chun had a clearer perception of the surroundings, albeit somewhat blurred, which sufficed for him to navigate safely. "Ah, darling, please stop. I can't take it anymore." After riding Gu Chun, her personal submarine, at a breakneck pace in the hot spring for about a minute, Yin Yun finally reached her limit, continuously screaming for him to halt. The speed was too much for her to endure. Chapter 86. Father, trouble awaits you. Gu Chun still held affection for his wife. As soon as Yin Yun called for a halt, he ceased his movements. "My dear, I apologize. This is my first time as a submarine, and I couldn't quite manage the speed." As Gu Chen's head broke the surface of the water, he flashed a playful grin at Yin Yun. Had it not been for the deep bite marks etched upon his shoulder, he could have circled the hot spring pool a dozen times. After all, this was his first opportunity to fully unleash his formidable physique in such a manner. The exhilarating sensation of gliding freely beneath the water was somewhat intoxicating. Yin Yun's once meticulously arranged hair, held in place by an exquisite hairpin, now lay in disarray, cascading chaotically around her. Her lustrous black tresses, akin to silky satin, swayed gently, completely overshadowing her face, which appeared so gloomy it seemed to drip with water. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, a slight smile tugged at the corners of Yin Yun's mouth, forming a teasingly ironic curve as she softly replied, "It's all right. In fact, I find it quite thrilling. I just need a moment to acclimate. I'm off to the restroom now. When I return, we shall engage in an even more exhilarating game. How does that sound?" At her words, Gu Chun felt a jolt of excitement, and his mind instinctively conjured a myriad of more thrilling scenarios. To be frank, he had been entirely absorbed in the exquisite pleasure of swimming, leaving little room for further intimate exchanges with his beloved wife. Without a hint of hesitation, he nodded eagerly, his face alight with anticipation as he declared, "Absolutely, my dear. I shall patiently wait for your return." Yin Yun responded with a gentle and then gracefully slid down from Gu Chen's strong physique. She turned, her steps light as she made her way toward the restroom, never once glancing back at her husband. "Daddy, we're coming." With a cheerful shout, as soon as Yin Yun had dismounted from Gu Chen's broad back, Little Tingting and Little Siyu eagerly clambered aboard. Little Tingting's face radiated excitement, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation. She swiftly maneuvered her small form, confidently settling on Gu Chen's shoulders, and proclaimed loudly, "Daddy, I'll be the head this time. I'll be the torso." Her sister Siyu chimed in. She appeared more composed, carefully crossing her legs and delicately sitting on Gu Chen's back. Then, Siyu calmly added, "Dad, when you swim, please take it slow. My sister and I are not grown-ups like Mom. We are still just children. If you go too fast, it will be easy for us to lose our balance and fall off." Gu Chen understood his daughter's concerns all too well. He was acutely aware that if he swam too swiftly, these two adorable little ones would indeed struggle to maintain their balance. With a smile, he responded, "Rest assured. My dear ones, your father will be attentive. Make sure you hold on tight. Now, our submarine is ready to embark." No sooner had he uttered these words than Gu Chun plunged his head deep into the water, his arms firmly pressed against his sides, resembling a genuine submarine. Following this, his powerful legs began to gently kick, propelling his body forward with a languid grace. "Wow, this submarine is so much fun," Little Tingting exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she witnessed her father truly taking her and her sister on a delightful aquatic adventure. After circling the hot spring pool, Tingting felt a twinge of boredom and began to shout, "Accelerate! Accelerate! Father, make the submarine go faster." Upon hearing his daughter's command, Gu Chun exerted a bit more effort, gradually increasing their speed. As they sped up, the exhilaration intensified for the two little girls. Meanwhile, Yin Yun, having emerged from the water, did not head to the restroom as one might expect. Instead, she wrapped herself in a towel and ventured to the Blue Butterfly's tool shed. Gu Chen's behavior that evening had particularly irked her, as he seemed to only care for his own enjoyment, completely disregarding her feelings. Since he sought thrills, she resolved to indulge him. As she exited, she unexpectedly encountered Su Ro, who was preparing to head to the hot spring. "Yin Yun, weren't you just in the hot spring? Why are you dressed like that?" Su Ro asked, astonished by Yin Yun's all-black wetsuit. "Honestly, who goes to a hot spring dressed in a wetsuit?" Yin Yun, equally surprised by the encounter, responded, "Annie, Weren't you practicing yoga? What brings you to the hot spring? At this, Su-ro's cheeks flushed as she sheepishly replied, I got tired from yoga and thought I'd enjoy the hot spring. Is it inconvenient for me to join you? Not at all. Let's go together. By the way, you still haven't told me why you're wearing a wetsuit. Su-ro inquired curiously, noticing the items Yin Yun was holding. Her surprise deepening. Is that a chain in your hand? And is that a stun device? Yes, let's go. There's a large black fish in the hot spring that's too fast. I'm going to electrify it. Yin Yun said with a calm nod as she strode toward the hot spring. What? Su-ro followed, bewildered. The two soon arrived at the hot spring, and from a distance, Su-ro could hear the joyous laughter of the two little girls. She couldn't help but imagine the warm, delightful scene unfolding within. I'll go change, you head in first, Su-ro said as she approached the changing room. Yin Yun paid no heed to Su-ro, her mind swirling with thoughts of impending revenge, excitement bubbling within her. I'm here. Yu Tingting. You must be tired. Take a break while I play with your father. Upon hearing Yin Yun's voice, Gu Chun immediately surfaced from the water, exhilaration lighting up his face. However, when he beheld his wife's astonishing attire, he was rendered speechless, exclaiming, My dear, why are you dressed like this? Yin Yun has yet to respond, when suddenly, the little girl, Si, sighed with a hint of mischief, saying, Dad, it seems you are in for a calamity this time. I'm sorry, but my sister and I are powerless to assist you. You must rely on your own wits to navigate this predicament. May fortune favor you. No sooner had she finished speaking than she deftly took her chubby sister's hand and, like a nimble little monkey, swiftly slid down from Gu Chen's sturdy back. In an instant, as if their feet had been greased. The two of them vanished without a trace, fleeing the scene rife with potential peril. She had always suspected it. Their mother was notoriously frugal, and she held a grudge against any slight, unwilling to concede even the smallest loss. The fact that their father had frightened her mother to the brink of an accident was something she could never let slide. With a resigned sigh, Si lamented inwardly. Alas, she had hoped to execute the perfect plan to induce her mother into having a baby while she was in good spirits. Now, it seemed that plan would be postponed indefinitely. Unable to suppress her frustration, she gently placed her plump little hand on her forehead, shaking her head with a frown. Dad, the opportunity was yours, yet you squandered it. Gu Chun, utterly bewildered, was at a loss for words. Huh? What on earth do you mean, girl? I don't understand a word. However, before he could gather his thoughts, he heard Yin Yun's melodious voice nearby, with a playful smile illuminating her face. She looked at him and teasingly remarked, My dear husband, I apologize for the wait. Chapter 87. My wife has become withdrawn, dearest. Let us communicate openly. What have I done to offend you? Speak, and I shall certainly amend my ways. Gu Chun gazed at the iron chain in Yin Yun's hand, apprehensive that he might soon vanish into the depths of despair. My husband, what nonsense are you uttering? You have not offended me at all. I was just enjoying myself immensely. I have never experienced such thrilling games throughout my life. Thus, I dressed in this manner to accompany you in your revelry. Yin Yun replied with a cheerful smile. Yet, Gu Chun found her smile somewhat unsettling. His gaze fell upon her right hand, prompting him to inquire, And what is that in your right hand? What purpose does it serve? This. Yin Yun lifted her right hand, grinning as she revealed. This is a high-voltage self-defense stun gun. A high-voltage stun gun. Gu Chun gasped, his body trembling as if struck by a jolt of electricity. His eyes widened in shock, his voice quivering. Wife, you must put that down. We are in a hot spring. How can you play with such a perilous device? If it were to malfunction, you could be injured. In response to her husband's anxious pleas, Yin Yun merely chuckled coldly and dismissively remarked, Heh, how could that be? She gently waved the device in her hand, as if showcasing a rare treasure. Rest assured, my dear, it is entirely safe. Look. The attire I am wearing is made from specially designed insulating material, rendering it harmless to me. As she spoke, Yin Yun leisurely donned a pair of thick insulating gloves and gradually activated the stun gun. Instantly, dazzling arcs of electricity erupted from the device's tip, crackling and hissing like silver serpents dancing through the air. To Gu Chen's horror, Yin Yun boldly pressed it against her seemingly impervious insulating wetsuit. Gu Chen stood by, his heart racing as he fixated on Yin Yun and the terrifying stun gun, feeling as though his heart had leaped into his throat. Just as he was about to rush forward to intervene, a miracle occurred. Yin Yun emerged unscathed. See? I told you nothing would happen. So there is no need for you to worry about me. Yin Yun beamed triumphantly at Gu Chun, a sly smile gracing her lips. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen could not help but twitch his mouth in exasperation. Internally, he lamented, "Good heavens, do you not realize I am equally concerned for my own safety?" It dawned on him that his wife was determined to play a mischievous prank on him today, perhaps even to the point of endangering his well-being. Had he known that his wife harbored such a petty grudge, he would have refrained from being so exuberant moments ago. This was far too exhilarating. He declared he could not continue. Thus, he began to stealthily edge towards the shore, planning to make his escape. My dear, I just remembered that I have matters to attend to. Let us postpone this for today and play tomorrow, shall we?" However, Yin Yun's delicate face darkened, her voice suddenly turning cold and rising several degrees. "I will only count to 3. If you do not indulge me, then for the next month, you shall not set foot in my bed, understood? 1, 2, 3. Come here of your own accord." Gu Chen, faced with his wife's assertiveness, he felt utterly helpless and resigned to his fate. Otherwise, he feared that he would not be able to share the bed tonight, having just savored a sumptuous feast. The thought of being deprived was more tormenting than death itself. He had no choice but to let his wife have her fun first. "System, do you think I can endure this?" To be prudent, Gu Chen still sought the system's counsel. The system replied, "Your ability to withstand it depends on how deep your wife's love for you runs and how intense her resentment may be." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. What does that mean? Speak plainly, system. The implication was that as long as it wasn't a vulnerable part of the human body, the host would be fine. Instantly, Gu Chen's anxious heart settled. He chuckled to himself, feeling confident that his wife surely loved him dearly. "Mommy, you mustn't bully Daddy." At that moment, little Tingting could no longer contain herself and rushed in front of Yin Yun, arms outstretched to shield Gu Chen, her small eyes glaring fiercely at Yin Yun. Both Gu Chen and Yin Yun were taken aback by the little girl's boldness. Gu Chen was almost moved to tears. This was his little cotton-padded jacket, so warm and comforting. Yin Yun was momentarily stunned but quickly smiled gently at her daughter. "Sweetheart, don't worry, Mommy and Daddy have a wonderful relationship. Mommy would never bully Daddy. We are just playing an exciting game. You can go watch over there with your sister. Am I right, dear husband?" With that, she turned to Gu Chen with a teasing smile. Gu Chen, upon meeting his wife's gaze, understood that should he challenge her words, his fate would be far worse. "Ting-ting, Mommy is right. Daddy is perfectly fine. You can go play by the shore with your sister. Mommy and Daddy will finish their game soon." The little girl, persuaded by Gu Chen, obediently returned to her sister. Once Ting-ting was gone, Yin Yun unabashedly fastened the iron chain around Gu Chen's waist. "Darling, you must strive to impress me and let me enjoy myself." Gu Chen realized that despite her anger, his wife still held a deep respect for him. The chain was snug around his waist. "Wife, please be gentle. Rest assured, my beloved husband, I have no intention of becoming a widow. So I want to harm you. I merely wish to play with you," she replied, without waiting for Gu Chen's response. Yin Yun immediately adjusted the output of the self-defense stun gun to its lowest setting. Though she was intimidating, she knew precisely how to play without crossing the line. With that, she pressed the stun gun against the chain. Instantly, Gu Chen felt as if a mosquito had merely bitten him. Then he laughed. Yet, to appease his wife's temper, he pretended to cry out in pain. Ow. Following that, he acted as if he had received a tremendous shock, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. Oh no, Mommy is indeed bullying Daddy. On the riverbank, little Ting-Ting heard Gu Chen's anguished cries and stood up, ready to rush over. However, her sister grasped her small hand and reassured her, saying, "Don't worry, Dad is fine." Yet, how could he be all right when he sounded so tormented? If something were truly amiss, he would float on the water like a lifeless fish, unable to move, certainly not swimming so swiftly with Mom. Upon hearing her sister's explanation, the little girl seemed to grasp the situation and cheerfully inquired, "Then why is Dad shouting so loudly?" Xia Siyu paused for a moment, pondered, and replied, "Perhaps that is just a form of amusement among adults, something we children cannot comprehend." As the two little ones conversed, Su Ro gracefully approached in her swimsuit. "What a lively scene. Are your parents playing together?" "Yes, Daddy and Mommy are engaged in an exciting game." "Grandma, would you like to join them in a thrilling game later?" Little Ting-Ting innocently asked. "Oh, I think not. Grandma is too old to handle such exhilarating activities." Su Ro remarked, observing the couple gliding through the hot spring with astonishment. Was it her age, or had the younger generation become so wildly adventurous? A wave of melancholy washed over her. Indeed, Gu Chen and Yin Yun were the perfect match. She realized she should wholeheartedly wish them well. With this thought, She settled by the edge of the hot spring, allowing the warm waters to soothe her slightly chilled heart, pouring herself a glass of red wine. She savored the exquisite beverage while enjoying the thrilling game between the couple alongside the two little girls. After a few moments, Yin Yun, feeling dejected, approached Su Ro, clutching a high-voltage self-defense stun gun in suspicion. "Not playing anymore?" Su Ro inquired. "No, it's no fun," Yin Yun replied with a lackluster shake of her head. After playing for a while, Gu Chun had not surrendered as she had anticipated. What was the point of continuing? "Oh, I thought you were having a great time with Gu Chen. Why the sudden disinterest?" Su Ro raised an eyebrow, noticing the high-voltage stun gun in Yin Yun's hand. Feeling a twinge of apprehension. "Nonetheless," she asked, "by the way, is Gu Chen the big black fish you mentioned?" Yin Yun did not answer Su Ro's question. Instead, while removing her uncomfortable diving suit, she muttered to herself while examining the stun gun, "Is there something wrong with the quality of this device? Or is it just out of charge?" She had zapped Gu Chen numerous times, from the lowest setting to the highest, yet he had only responded once, and afterward, he appeared completely unfazed. "Honey, the girls and I are heading to change now. You stay and enjoy with Andy," Gu Chen announced just as Yin Yun was trying to make sense of the situation. Upon seeing his wife's expression, Gu Chen immediately sensed that she was not pleased. To avoid further turmoil, he ultimately decided to make a discreet exit. Yin Yun gazed blankly at the departing figures of the trio, her attention subsequently shifting to the self-defense stun gun. In the next moment, Su Ro seized the stun gun and remarked with a smile, "This must be a fake. Intended to intimidate Gu Chen, isn't it? It looks quite impressive." She had just witnessed the entire scene, yet Gu Chen remained unscathed. Therefore, she assumed that the crackling sounds of electricity and flashes of light were merely theatrical effects. "Close enough," she mused. Yin Yun, unwilling to elaborate further, acknowledged that the device's efficacy bore little distinction from that of a toy. "How delightful. This must be the switch, right? I want to give it a try." Su Ro, feeling a surge of curiosity, playfully plunged the stun gun into the hot spring and cranked the power to its maximum. Chapter 88. Father has cast a spell on you, Ding. The system's reward echoed in Gu Chen's mind as he played an exhilarating game with his wife and children, granting him 5 learning cards. Suddenly, piercing screams from Yin Yun and Su Ro pierced the air behind him. The three of them quickly turned around. From a distance, they beheld 2 pale bellies floating in the misty hot spring. Observing this scene, little Ting Ting dropped the half-eaten apple from her small hand with a thud and tugged at her sister Siyu's clothing with the other, her little mouth muttering, "Sister, doesn't Mommy and Grandma look just like the dead fish you mentioned, floating on the water?" Siyu replied, "Is this even a matter of resemblance?" 10 minutes later, Yin Yun and Su Ro were carefully escorted back to their respective rooms by Gu Chen and the maid. "Rest assured, young master, the young lady is in no serious condition. With a good night's rest, she will fully recover by tomorrow," reported a private physician after a thorough examination of Yin Yun. "Thank you for your hard work. In that case, I would appreciate it if you could check on my aunt as well." Gu Chen nodded slightly in agreement, then slowly approached the bedside and gently sat down. He extended his broad, warm palm and tenderly held Yin Yun's delicate hand, akin to mutton fat jade, caressing it softly as he lowered his voice, speaking with gentle warmth. "My dear wife, you see, I had warned you before that playing with high-voltage electric shock sticks in the hot spring is a perilous endeavor, yet you refused to heed my advice. Thankfully, this time it was merely a scare. Had anything truly happened, what would our daughter and I do, living amidst cold, lifeless wealth?" Just as Gu Chen finished speaking, Yin Yun, who had been feigning sleep with her eyes tightly shut, felt her eyelids involuntarily flutter. In truth, she had awoken long before Gu Chen rescued her from the water and carried her back to their room. However, feeling utterly embarrassed about her previous behavior, she had suppressed the urge to open her eyes and continued her charade of slumber. "Oh, Dad, look, Mom's eyelids are fluttering incessantly. I bet she's awake." At that moment, little Siyu, standing nearby, pointed at Yin Yun and exclaimed, mercilessly exposing her mother's carefully crafted facade without a hint of compassion, "Is that so? Mommy, are you awake? Please open your eyes and talk to us. Ting Ting is so worried about you," exclaimed little Ting Ting, her gaze filled with excitement as she looked at Yin Yun. She had been frightened to tears upon seeing her mother resembling a lifeless fish floating on the water. The corners of Yin Yun's mouth twitched imperceptibly. Did her eldest daughter truly lack any sense of propriety? Her feigned sleep was meant to convey that she wished to say nothing at all. How could she maintain her composure now after such an uproar? Just as she was on the verge of abandoning her act and opening her eyes, Gu Chen interjected with a shushing sound. He gestured for silence towards the two sisters and then whispered, You seem to have misunderstood. Your mother needs to rest now. Let's talk in your room." With that, Chen firmly led the two little girls away. As soon as the three of them exited, Yun sighed in relief and opened her eyes. Chen had initially intended to turn back and surprise his daughter, anticipating that Yun would awaken the moment they left the room. However, he reconsidered, deciding it best to preserve his wife's dignity. After all, offending her could result in dire consequences for his pocket money. Upon returning to his daughter's room, Chen took a moment to bring up the system panel. Note: the system level has been removed, retaining only the soft rice level. System name: Golden Soft Rice System. Host: Chen. Gender: male. Age: 22. Physique: 42. For male. Charisma: 505 seconds. Special physique: immunity to all toxins. Special skills: charm aura. Passive: invincible combat skills, culinary mastery, blissful enforcer, expert massage techniques. Special items: learning cards, X5 soft rice level. Level 2, currently bound targets, Yun. Suro, happiness points, 100 golden legend, lottery 100 points per attempt, current remaining attempts, 0, daily sign-in. Current sign-in yields 300 points daily. After perusing the system panel, Chen gained a clear understanding of his current situation. System: what is the purpose of the learning card? He mentally inquired. The system responded. Learning card: it allows the target to easily acquire a certain life skill. How does one utilize it? The host merely needs to silently fill in the desired target and the skill to be learned in their mind, and the learning card will activate automatically. System: you are becoming increasingly useful. With this explanation, Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. With this tool, he no longer had to worry about his wife and daughters remaining helpless in the water. Without hesitation, he used the learning cards on both daughters to impart swimming skills. A flash of golden light enveloped his mind, and 2 cards were instantly consumed. He then gently placed the sisters on the bed, carefully covering them with soft, warm blankets. Watching the 2 little ones lying peacefully, a tender smile of affection appeared on his face. Turning his gaze to the rosy cheeks of little Tingting, he softly inquired, "Tingting, I heard you have swimming lessons tomorrow. Is that correct?" Little Tingting blinked her sparkling eyes and nodded obediently, replying, "Yes, Daddy. But unfortunately, even though I had so much fun today, my swimming skills haven't improved at all." At this, her lips pursed slightly, revealing a look of disappointment. It seemed that the mention of swimming lessons deflated her spirits like a deflated balloon. In the classroom, apart from her sister, her swimming skills were quite lacking. Each lesson, she would be ridiculed by her peers for her improper techniques or sluggish speed. The taunts pierced her tender heart like countless needles. Meanwhile, her sister lay quietly beside her, expressionless, seemingly devoid of any interest in the upcoming swimming class. Chen gently reached out to pat little Tingting's head, reassuring her, "Silly child. Who says your swimming skills haven't improved? Today we played such an enjoyable submarine game, perhaps after a good sleep. Our adorable little Tingting will transform into an extraordinary submarine like Daddy." Upon hearing her father's words, Tingting's once dim eyes sparkled with hope, and she eagerly asked, "Really? Daddy, you mustn't be lying." Chen nodded with a smile, affirming, "Of course it's true, my dear daughter. So don't be disheartened. Close your eyes and sleep well. Who knows, when you wake up tomorrow, you might discover you've become an exceptional little swimmer." "All right, I believe Daddy." Tingting obediently closed her eyes. However, little Siyu rolled her eyes nearby. Noticing his eldest daughter's skepticism, Chen tenderly stroked her head and said, "Daddy has already cast a spell on you both. Sleep well, and perhaps a miracle will occur." Yet, little Siyu remained unmoved, letting out a gentle sigh. "Alas. Dad, even though I'm just a 5-year-old girl, please don't underestimate my understanding." Chen merely smiled and kissed her forehead softly. "Sleep now. Dad, how about telling us a bedtime story?" Just as Chen was about to leave, little Siyu suddenly grasped his hand. He paused and then laughed, realizing she was still a 5-year-old. He then racked his brain to weave a tale for the 2 little girls. 20 minutes later, hearing the steady breaths of his daughters, he finally wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead in relief. Indeed, narrating bedtime stories was quite the ordeal for him. Nevertheless, it had succeeded in lulling the 2 little girls to sleep, which was a small triumph for the father. As he turned to exit their room, the 2 girls stealthily opened their eyes and exchanged silent glances before covering their mouths and giggling. After a moment, little Tingting remarked, "Sister, let us not ask Daddy to tell bedtime stories next time. They're too dreadful and torturous. I almost couldn't help but cover my ears." Little Siyu wore a look of utter dismay, wishing she could slap herself for her earlier remarks, had it not been for their unspoken agreement to feign sleep. Neither she nor her sister could imagine how long they would have endured their father's storytelling torment. As Chen arrived at Yin Yun's door, he heard faint sounds emanating from within. Undoubtedly, his wife had awakened and was likely engaged in some activity inside. Chapter 89. An unreliable son-in-law in the tranquil confines of the Yin family estate in the capital, within the room of Yin Hongbin, the father of Yin Yun. A profound silence enveloped the space, interrupted only by the rhythmic beeping of medical equipment. Lying on the hospital bed, Yin Hongbin appeared increasingly emaciated, as though a mere whisper of wind could topple him. His once-fitting garments now hung loosely upon his frail frame, accentuating his physical frailty. Ozzy, how has Qingzhu been faring these past few days? How long until the baby arrives? Yin Hongbin inquired, his voice barely audible, yet brimming with concern for his unborn grandchild despite his agonizing condition. Standing by the bedside, Suzy quickly grasped her husband's bony hand, akin to a withered branch, and tenderly responded, "The situation is quite promising. The doctor has assured us that within a week, we shall welcome a plump and healthy grandson." She endeavored to infuse her tone with lightness and joy, striving to bring a flicker of hope and happiness to Yin Hongbin. Upon hearing this news, a rare and fleeting smile graced his waxen face. However, it was swiftly overshadowed by a profound sorrow. "That is good. In that case, when I descend, I can at least provide an explanation to our son. Old Yin, do not speak such nonsense." Suzy's eyes glistened with unshed tears, nearly spilling over. She hastily interrupted her husband's words, suppressing her inner anguish. "There are countless cases of cancer being cured in this world. You must believe that miracles can happen. Trust in your strength to overcome this illness and never entertain thoughts of giving up." In recent days, Suzy had tirelessly sought various remedies for cancer, leaving no stone unturned in her pursuit of even the faintest glimmer of hope. She understood that as long as there remained a shred of possibility, she would exert every ounce of her strength to save the life of her beloved. Yin Hongbin merely smiled faintly, his gaze devoid of fear towards death, for he had already faced the most daunting of fears time and again. "I have not relinquished my hope for life, nor do I fear confronting death. My greatest regret is that I cannot accompany you on this journey." With what little strength remained, Yin Hongbin tightly clasped Suzy's hand, conveying his reluctance and love for her. Suzy bowed her head and wept silently. "Ozzy, have we not overlooked Yun Yun's newlywed husband? They have been married for several days now without a single call to inquire about us. I know you harbor discontent regarding Yun Yun's impetuousness and have an ideal son-in-law in mind, but at this juncture, as parents, we ought to bestow our blessings." Upon hearing this, Suzy quietly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, grappling with an indescribable sense of dissatisfaction regarding her daughter's seemingly rebellious actions. In that moment, her husband's words struck her like a revelation, prompting her to reflect on whether she had indeed overstepped. Losing sight of the understanding and tolerance that parents should extend to their children. After a moment of silence, Suzy softly remarked, "I understand. I will call her shortly." Yin Hongbin gazed at his wife and playfully teased, "You know, our union's personality is remarkably similar to yours, both assertive and quite stubborn." Upon hearing this, Suzy couldn't help but retort, "How is that possible? She's clearly taken after you." The two exchanged a smile, and then her husband continued, "Haha, in any case, let's consider it a blend of our shared virtues. Now, since the choice of son-in-law is already set, we shall await his arrival. As the future mother-in-law, you must scrutinize him thoroughly. After all, he has captivated Yun Yun to the extent that she resolutely chose to marry him. He must possess some extraordinary qualities that others cannot fathom." However, Suzy furrowed her brow dismissively, murmuring as she rubbed her temples, "What merits could he possibly have? He is merely a young lad from an ordinary family." Her words betrayed a deep-seated skepticism regarding this prospective son-in-law, as she instinctively felt he might prove unreliable. Observing his wife's demeanor, Yin Hongbin could only smile helplessly and then, with earnest sincerity, reassured her, "My dear, you know your own daughter well. Our girl is not one to be easily swept away by the whims of romance, nor is she the naive, innocent flower type. Thus, if she has chosen this individual, there must be sound reasoning behind it. Call Yun Yun and inform her to bring him back for the family meeting at the end of the month. Until then, refrain from indulging in baseless conjectures." Meanwhile, in another villa on the estate, Yin Fu, Yun's older cousin, had just returned to his bedroom after completing some work. Upon switching on the light, he was startled to find a woman seated on the sofa. Clad in an ebony outfit that blended seamlessly with the surroundings, she was nearly undetectable. Were it not for her eyes glimmering with a chilling light, a wave of unease gripped Yin Fu's heart, and an ominous premonition washed over him. Almost instinctively, he opened his mouth to call for the servants downstairs and the bodyguards stationed outside the villa. However, just as he was about to raise the alarm, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air, and a silvery projectile hurtled towards him with astonishing speed. Yin Fu had scarcely a moment to react before the silver object grazed his neck and embedded itself firmly in the wall behind him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a cold, menacing dart. At that moment, a voice as frigid as ice echoed, "You may scream as much as you wish, but should you make even the slightest sound, you will bid farewell to this beautiful world in the blink of an eye." A shiver ran down Yin Fu's spine, and he instinctively swallowed hard, the urge to cry for help evaporating in an instant. Regaining his composure, he focused intently on the woman in black, his mind racing to devise a strategy. At that moment, he recognized the woman before him, and his expression grew increasingly grave. In a low voice, he remarked, "How dare you brazenly intrude upon my bedroom? Are you not afraid of facing severe repercussions afterward?" In response to Yin Fu's inquiry, Lan Dai's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a hint of disdain as she retorted, "Ha, you think your spineless father, who is as malleable as a puppet, or your feeble brother, possess the capability to harm me in any way?" Yin Fu, taken aback, clenched his fists, suppressing the fury boiling within. Narrowing his eyes, he inquired, "Yun Yun sent you, didn't she? What does she intend?" "She merely wishes to convey a message. Do not investigate her people, nor entertain any ulterior motives behind their backs." Lan Dai approached Yin Fu, extracting a dart deeply embedded in the wall behind him, and leaned closer to whisper a warning in his ear. "She also instructed me to remind you that before the family meeting, you would do well to behave yourself. Should she desire to hold someone accountable, she requires no evidence. Mere suspicion suffices." With that, Lan Dai swung open the door and strode out with an air of defiance. "Why?" Yin Fu screamed in a frenzy. "Why is she so audacious? Does she not consider the consequences of her actions against me?" Hearing this, Lan Dai abruptly halted, turning back with a contemptuous smirk. "It is the weak who ponder the future. The strong need not concern themselves with the repercussions." With those words, Lan Dai vanished without a trace. Chapter 90. My dear wife, do you truly revel in indulging in forbidden delights? In Yin Yun's room, after Gu Chun took their daughter out, she promptly hurried to the bathroom to wash up. Upon finishing, she received a call from her mother. "Hello, Mom, what's the matter?" Yin Yun answered the phone, her tone frosty. Hearing such a cold greeting from her daughter ignited a spark of irritation in Suzy's heart.